What would you do if every time you died, you automatically returned to the past and kept all your memories? Li Fan was originally a transmigrator to this world. Relying on the knowledge from his previous life, he climbed all the way to the position of Grand Preceptor in his old age. Just when it seemed his life had reached the pinnacle of worldly success and there was nothing left to desire, he discovered the existence of cultivators. At the same time, he had a secret he had never revealed to anyone. He possessed a returning truth system that allowed Li Fan to return to a certain point in time whenever he died. But because every choice he made was different, a butterfly effect would occur, making each revival completely unlike the last. From then on, relying on the experience gained from dying and reviving again and again, he slowly calculated the necessary moves to step onto the path of cultivation. The story has a tightly woven plot and meticulously designed schemes, along with captivating artwork. That is all for now. Please enjoy the full series on the 2Quan review channel. At the beginning of the story, in the Great Xian Kingdom, Xianjing, at the Grand Preceptor Manor, Li Fan held a cup of wine and swept his gaze across the Great Hall. Civil and military officials had all gathered here to celebrate his birthday. Though he was already 70 years old, he could not help but feel secretly pleased. One had to know that today, 80 to 90% of the court's high officials had assembled at the Grand Preceptor Manor. What kind of prestige was that? Thinking back, when he had first transmigrated into this world, he had been nothing but a poor scholar. More than 50 years had passed, and from absolutely nothing, he had risen to become Grand Preceptor, his power overshadowing the realm. The ups and downs along the way were enough to fill a novel of several million words. Li Fan stroked his mustache, raised his fine wine, and drained the cup in one gulp, unable to suppress a sigh in his heart. With a life like this, what more could one ask for? During the birthday banquet, the assembled ministers spoke in unison to offer their congratulations, which only made Li Fan even more pleased with himself. Just then, waves of chaotic cries suddenly came from outside. Someone shouted, "Quick, look! What is that?" Fiery streaks are falling from the sky. This is an auspicious sign, an auspicious sign. Hurry and report to the Grand Preceptor. It seems to be flying toward the Grand Preceptor Manor. Hearing the commotion outside, Li Fan frowned slightly, and the bustling hall abruptly fell silent. He stood up and took the lead in walking out. However, before he could shout at the servants to express his displeasure, his eyes were drawn to the spectacle in the sky. In the distant horizon, two streaks of silver light, one in front and one behind, were racing this way like comets. Li Fan froze. In the blink of an eye, the two streams of light had reached the skies above Xianjing, then suddenly stopped in midair. At that moment, a thunderous voice descended from the heavens and exploded in everyone's ears. Someone shouted loudly, "Dao Xuanzi, do not push matters too far." Everyone present was horrified. Some were even trembling as they cried out, "Immortal Masters," and fell to their knees. As for Li Fan, a term buried deep in his mind, almost forgotten, suddenly surfaced. He muttered in shock, "See you cultivators? How can that be?" The two cultivators in the sky clearly paid no attention to the mortals below. Soon after, another voice rang out. One of them said coldly, "Ko Hong, do you think that by fleeing to this immortal forsaken land, I would spare you? Hand over the cultivation method you obtained that day. Otherwise, it is either you die or I die." Ko Hong snorted coldly, his voice full of contempt. "Ridiculous. It is precisely because I lacked a core formation method that I have been trapped at the foundation establishment stage for nearly 100 years, watching my great tribulation approach and nearly turning into dry bones. Now that I have finally obtained a core formation method with great difficulty, how could I possibly hand it over to someone else?" Dao Xuanzi sighed softly. "On the great Tao of the Golden Core, either I exist or you do. There may be many core formation methods in this world, but there are even more people trapped in the foundation establishment stage." At this point, his tone suddenly turned vicious. "If that is the case, then before the path of longevity, how could I possibly let you go? How could I not push matters too far? Kung looked ludli. At worst, we fight to the death. How laughable. Brothers for 100 years, and now we draw blades against each other over a sliver of hope." Dao Xuanzi only sneered and said nothing. Ko Hong suddenly spoke again. I know I am no match for you. Today, I fear I cannot escape this calamity. But there are so many mortals here that I would like to see whether you can withstand the density of this immortal mortal barrier. Dao Xuanzi's expression changed at once. Kohong, what are you trying to do? Kohong burst into mad laughter. Nothing more than begging for a path to survive. Hearing the conversation between the two cultivators above his head, an ominous feeling suddenly rose in Li Fan's heart. But before he could react, he saw a crimson flame explode in the skies above Xianjing. Boom, boom, boom. A series of deafening explosions pounded into Li Fan's ears. It was over. In an instant, everything before his eyes turned blood red. In just a moment, he lost consciousness. No one knew how much time had passed before Li Fan finally woke up. At first, he was still dazed, and it took him a long while to remember what had happened. He coughed, spat out several mouthfuls of fresh blood, then shakily crawled to his feet and looked around. It was still night, but the once prosperous Grand Preceptor Manor had now become a field of ruins. The air was filled with the scorched stench of charred corpses, so foul it was almost unbearable. Only a moment ago, this place had been crowded with civil and military officials. Now every one of them had died horribly, with not even whole bodies left behind. Even Li Fan's wives, concubines, and 5 children had not escaped. There was no expression on his aged face. His eyes had gone vacant. He stood there for a long time before dragging his weakened body and slowly walking out of the Grand Preceptor Manor. Xianjing City, which moments ago had still been bustling and prosperous, had now almost turned into a hell of blood and fire. Everywhere he looked were mangled corpses and collapsed buildings. After this disaster, perhaps not even 1 in 100 of the common people would survive. All of this, had been caused by the sudden descent of 2 immortal masters, 2 cultivators. Li Fan had no strength left. He slumped down beside a broken wall at random. His hearing had been destroyed in the violent explosion just now, but that no longer mattered. At this moment, he only wanted to laugh. How could this world possibly have cultivators? Ever since entering officialdom, he had used the power in his hands to search for traces of the immortal path. After becoming the emperor's tutor and standing above tens of thousands, he had searched the entire realm even more thoroughly. North to the Sea of Ice, south to the Great Ocean, east to the abyssal ruins, west to the linked mountains. Throughout all of Great Xian, there was not the slightest trace of immortals. And yet today, just as he had grown old, just as he had completely despaired and given up, after so many years, 2 cultivators descended from the sky and appeared right before him. Without a single explanation, they crushed everything he had. Filled with fury and unwillingness, Li Fan could only mutter in the end, "So this is what immortals are?" Then where exactly did immortals come from? In the end, all his emotions dissolved into a haze of confusion. Heaven truly toyed with men. At the same time, Li Fan felt incomparably fortunate. Fortunate that before dying, he had finally confirmed the existence of immortals. Otherwise, if he opened the next life without knowing this, would he not waste another 50 years in vain? That is right. He, Li Fan, a mere mortal, had risen step by step from a minor scholar to become the emperor's tutor whose power overshadowed the realm. How could he possibly have no support to rely on? This was also the reason he had narrowly survived after falling into the hands of immortals. In his heart, Li Fan silently called out. At once, the surrounding scenery suddenly faded, as if separated by a thick curtain of water, blurred and impossible to see clearly. 7 large characters lit up in the darkness. False made true. Then false is also true. Then they suddenly scattered, turning into a screen of light as a line of text appeared. Energy replenishment complete. Another line of text then appeared. Do you wish to fictionalize the scene before your eyes and return to the initial anchor point? Immediately afterward, scene after scene appeared in succession, quickly filling the entire light screen. It was precisely the 50 years of Li Fan's life in this lifetime. He looked at each image, at each version of himself, and stood there silently for a long time. Returning truth. That was the name he had given the strange treasure he had carried with him. It had only one function: to turn truth into falsehood and reality into illusion. The so-called turning reality into illusion meant transforming all of Li Fan's true experiences into a simulated memory, allowing him to return to the anchor point he had previously set, the moment he had just transmigrated into this world. In truth, life. This was already Li Fan's second life. In the first life, though he had intelligence, he was still only an ordinary man and repeatedly failed the imperial examinations. After turning 30, he had no choice but to give up the path of officialdom and turn to small-scale business instead, becoming a fairly wealthy but ordinary man, marrying, having children, and living out his life quietly. Only when he was old, frail, and close to death did returning truth awaken. Thus came the second life, in which Li Fan rose with the tide and became unstoppable. It was just a pity that, looking back now, it seemed he had used it in the wrong place. After pondering for a while, Li Fan did not choose to end this life immediately. There were still a few things he needed to do first. He closed the light screen, returned to reality, forced himself to gather his spirits, and began dealing with the aftermath of Xianjing being ravaged by immortals. After finding some lucky survivors, he ultimately managed to stabilize the people's hearts using the prestige he had built up over many years. Though his ears could no longer hear, he could still use paper and brush to communicate. Although it was somewhat inconvenient at first, that did not stop each of his orders from being passed down. First, Li Fan ordered the personal guard station outside the city to return to Xianjing at once and maintain order after the disaster. Then he sent commands to the surrounding cities, mobilizing grain, officials, and manpower to Xianjing. Most of the buildings in Xianjing had been destroyed. Not long after the garrison took over the city, Li Fan decisively stayed in the military camp to personally oversee the reconstruction effort. Under his successive administrative orders, supplies and manpower from all directions were continuously transported into Xianjing. A month later, the ruined city of Xianjing finally began to recover a trace of normal life. Only after Great Xian had at last recovered from the blow dealt by the immortals did Li Fan begin ordering all regions to gather information related to the two immortals who had appeared that night. This included where the two had come from, where they had gone afterward, and what they had said along the way. Everything was investigated. Unfortunately, after several months of inquiry, aside from learning that the two cultivators seemed to have appeared from the eastern abyssal ruins, he gained nothing else. Nor did Li Fan's hope that the two immortals would both suffer grievous losses come true. To begin with, such a thing was never something he should have expected. He sighed softly in his heart. If that is the case, then there is nothing left in this life for me to cling to. Standing in a newly rebuilt Grand Preceptor Manor, Li Fan once again opened Returning Truth. A line of text appeared. Do you wish to fictionalize the scene before your eyes and return to the initial anchor point? Li Fan did not hesitate any longer and chose yes. On the screen of light, countless vivid images froze all at once. Immediately afterward, all the glory, wealth, and sweeping dominance of this lifetime shattered like a dream, turning into streams of light that flew into his mind. Scene after scene flashed rapidly before Li Fan's eyes. At last, the image stopped at the moment when the two cultivators were confronting each other in midair above the Grand Preceptor Manor. Li Fan silently engraved the names in his heart. Dao Xuanzi, Ko Hong. He murmured, 50 years from now, I will still be in Xianjing waiting for you. When you think about it, wealth and honor are no more than drifting clouds to me. Li Fan's consciousness gradually grew blurry, yet his will and purpose had never been clearer. He muttered, in the next life, I will capture immortals. The light in his mind slowly dimmed, and Li Fan sank into a deep sleep. In the darkness, lines of glowing text appeared one after another, accompanied by corresponding images. One line of text appeared, you have returned to the anchor year. Another line appeared, overjoyed beyond measure. You made several unusual actions and nearly caused your family to secretly invite the village shaman to perform an exorcism on you. Next, with half a year left before the provincial examination, you studied at home day and night. Because you already knew the exam questions in advance, you were full of confidence. Half a year later, you took the provincial examination. Although you ranked among the bottom 30 or so successful candidates, you still passed and became a Jiren, bringing honor to your ancestors. In the second year after the anchor point, you headed to Xianjing to take the metropolitan examination. Since you had prepared the exam questions early, you passed with ease. At the palace examination, you performed outstandingly, placing in the second class and being granted the title of Jinshi. In Xianjing, You ran about everywhere forging connections, and at last got your wish, being appointed magistrate of one county in Jiangnan. In the third year after the anchor point, you took office in one county and began secretly cultivating trusted subordinates and building your own power base. That same year, you led your men deep into the mountains and found several mineral veins you remembered from your previous life. In the fourth year after the anchor point, you successfully produced a batch of explosives and firearms. In the fifth year after the anchor point, a great drought struck Jiangnan and refugees were scattered everywhere. But because you had already built irrigation works and constructed water wheels to divert the flow, one county under your rule was hardly affected. That same year, a group of refugees gathered and caused trouble, attacking the palace of the prince of the Ling clan. You led troops to the rescue in time, preserving the prince's family, and he was deeply grateful. In the sixth year after the anchor point, you were promoted to prefect of Jianghuai. In that same year, you married the daughter of the vice minister of personnel. In the seventh year after the anchor point, a locust plague broke out across the Jiangnan circuit and crops failed, yet the territory under your governance suffered the least. That same year, your wife bore you a son. In the 10th year after the anchor point, the prince's consort gave birth, and you personally went to offer congratulations, presenting a carefully prepared gift. In the 15th year after the anchor point, the emperor suddenly fell gravely ill. Before his death, he summoned the prince of the Ling clan to the capital and passed the throne to him. After ascending the throne, the prince changed the era name to Xianjing. In the 16th year after the anchor point, Emperor Xianjing summoned you to the capital and promoted you to vice minister of war. In the same year, rebellions of various sizes broke out across the realm, and Emperor Xianjing ordered you to lead troops to suppress them. In the 18th year after the anchor point, after years of campaigning, you finally wiped out the rebel armies. Upon returning to the capital, Emperor Xianjing stripped you of military authority, but promoted you to Minister of War and concurrently Grand Preceptor to the Crown Prince. In the 20th year after the anchor point, the Empress was framed by the Emperor in connection with goose sorcery, and Emperor Xianjing, in a fit of rage, banished her to the Cold Palace. The Crown Prince personally came to seek your help, and you decisively agreed. After personally investigating, you found proof that consort she had framed the Empress and cleared her of the injustice. Emperor Xianjing executed consort Xi's entire clan to the 3rd degree, but still did not release the Empress from the Cold Palace. In the 25th year after the anchor point, Emperor Xianjing made 2 southern tours to Jiangnan, but this time he did not take you along. 3 months later, in secret, you received word that someone had reported your previous unauthorized visit to the Cold Palace to see the Empress. That same year, Emperor Xianjing was assassinated on the road back to the capital. When the news reached the capital, the court was shaken. The ministers then entered the Cold Palace and invited the Empress out to preside over the overall situation. Afterward, the Crown Prince ascended the throne and changed the era name to Kongning. In the 26th year after the anchor point, you were further ennobled as Grand Preceptor and concurrently appointed Grand Academician of the Council Chamber, your status reaching extraordinary heights. The emperor was still young, and many matters had to rely on you. Taking advantage of this opportunity, you expanded your influence, battled within the court, and built your own faction. By the 30th year after the anchor point, people throughout the realm knew only of the Grand Preceptor and no longer of the Emperor. In the 31st year after the anchor point, the Empress Dowager became pregnant and secretly summoned you into the palace to discuss what to do. You were overjoyed and secretly brought the Empress Dowager back to the Grand Preceptor Manor, caring for her devotedly. That same year, the Empress Dowager bore you a son. In the 33rd year after the anchor point, when you entered court alone, you were suddenly ambushed by trusted guards secretly cultivated by Emperor Kongning. Fortunately, thanks to the support of the strange treasure, you managed to keep your life. Furious, you conceived the idea of murdering the emperor and setting yourself up in his place. But under the tearful pleas of the Empress Dowager and the persuasion of your close ministers, you ultimately did not act. From then on, you virtually controlled the entire court, reducing Emperor Kongning to an empty title without real power. In the 38th year after the anchor point, Emperor Kongming died in bitterness and frustration. You enthroned his eldest son and changed the era name to Longshaw. In the 40th year after the anchor point, the Empress Dowager died of illness, and your longing for immortality became even more urgent. In the 45th year after the anchor point, your heir died. In the 46th year after the anchor point, your eldest son also died of illness. In the 48th year after the anchor point, after many fruitless years searching for immortals, you gave up the idea. In the 50th year after the anchor point, two immortals came from the abyssal ruins heading east and destroyed Xinjing City. In that instant, you were fortunate enough to preserve your life. A line of text appeared. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following to keep. 1. One item you possessed during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm from this simulation. 3. The memories of a person who had a close relationship with you during this simulation. These memories may be passed on to that person. 4. Give up the above choices and accelerate the energy replenishment progress. Li Fan regained consciousness and discovered that he had returned to the simple study room. He looked around, and the surroundings were both strange and familiar. The experiences of the past several decades passed through his mind one by one, and he could not help but feel a bit emotional. In the end, had reality turned into illusion, or had everything only been an overly realistic simulation? Or perhaps, once one reached a certain level, truth and falsehood no longer had any boundary between them. Even so, Li Fan was not someone hopelessly obsessed. He quickly steadied his mind and focused his attention on the 4 choices before him. There was no need to say much about the first 2 options. If he could step onto the path of cultivation, they would certainly bring him enormous benefits. Regrettably, in his previous life, he had only been a mortal and had no cultivation realm at all. As for the 3rd choice, letting someone else also receive the memories of this simulation, the thought made Li Fan's heart beat a little faster. Several figures flashed through his mind, but in the end he still shook his head. The human heart was hard to predict. No one knew what a person would become after obtaining several decades of memories. Besides, returning truth had not yet finished replenishing its energy. At present, he himself was only a frail scholar, too weak to even trust a chicken, with no capital to start over. So for now, stability had to come first. That left only the 4th option, accelerating the progress of energy replenishment. If returning truth wanted to turn reality into emptiness, it needed energy. From Li Fan's experience and exploration in his previous life, this replenishment progress could only increase naturally over time, requiring roughly 20 years to fill completely. After reaching 200, it would no longer continue rising. At the same time, when Li Fan suffered a fatal blow, returning truth would consume energy to automatically protect his body. This was also the reason he had repeatedly escaped death by a hair's breadth in his previous life. Therefore, the 4th choice was the safest plan. Having made his decision, Li Fan no longer hesitated. He recited silently in his heart, and at once. Line after line of glowing text scattered into light, then swiftly rearranged themselves into entirely new lines. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 28. Mental age, 166/1056. Energy replenishment progress for turning emptiness into reality, 30. Li Fan was briefly stunned and thought to himself, after living through 3 lives and surviving for 166 years, so I've actually lived this long. His gaze stopped at the entry, maximum mental age. He remembered clearly that in his previous life this number had only been a little over 900 years, but now it had risen past 1,000. It seemed that it would increase along with accumulated experience. That reassured him somewhat. Just like lifespan, the body had limits, and the mind's endurance also had a certain threshold. When burdened with too many memories, mental pressure would form. Once that pressure exceeded the limit, a person's soul would be crushed. That was what was called erosion by time. However, the limits of the mind would also grow with one's capacity to endure. At least for now, Li Fan did not need to worry about this. As long as he stepped onto the path of cultivation, none of these problems would remain problems. Now that he was starting over from the beginning, glory, wealth, fine carriages, and beautiful women were no longer things he pursued. The only thing he wanted was longevity. The pain of seeing relatives and close friends leave one by one in his previous life, together with the helplessness and fear of watching his body gradually grow old and weak, made Li Fan's resolve firmer than ever. The goal of this life was very clear. From the mouths of those two cultivators, uncover the secret of the path of cultivation. 50 years later, they would descend upon Xianjing, as long as he prepared in advance. Even if they were powerful foundation establishment cultivators, it was not certain he would have no chance. Li Fan calcula tasilanli. Perhaps what I can rely on, besides guns, ammunition, and explosives, is that thing they called the immortal mortal barrier. He continued thinking, besides that, during these 50 years, I cannot just sit and wait. They came from the eastern ruin abyss. Perhaps I should send people into the bottom of the ruin abyss first to investigate what is really there. The most terrifying thing in life was having no goal. In his previous life, there had been quite a few times when Li Fan awoke at midnight in the Empress Dowager's bed, feeling utterly empty and lost. In that life, he had already stood at the pinnacle of ordinary men. He was the imperial tutor, held military power over the realm, and 8 or 9 out of every 10 officials in court were his confidants. He could depose or enthrone emperors at will. Even the Empress Dowager let him do as he pleased. His power could rise no higher, and even if he repeated another life like that, it would be no different. If the next simulations were still only like this, then what meaning was there in repeating one life after another? Power and pleasure, repeated too many times, eventually became as bland as plain water. Perhaps, if no variable had appeared, at some point Li Fan would have chosen to give up and end his own life. But the appearance of those two cultivators changed everything. They opened before his eyes a completely new possibility, a strange world overflowing with temptation and beckoning to him. It stirred in Li Fan's heart an ambition and purpose he had never possessed before. He wanted to cultivate. He wanted immortality. No one could stop him. Time seemed to have had its fast-forward button pressed, rushing toward the reunion 50 years later with Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong. Li Fan carried out his plan step by step in an orderly fashion. With the experience of 2 lifetimes, everything went as smoothly as water flowing downhill. He still took the civil service examinations, but this time, thanks to several additional decades of governing experience, his prose far surpassed that of his previous life. In the provincial exam, the metropolitan exam, and the palace exam, he took first place in all 3, winning the triple first in succession and shaking the entire realm with his fame. Afterward, using the excuse that youth required the accumulation of experience and credentials, he voluntarily requested an external posting. The place he chose was Stillwin County. Though many at court were puzzled and regretful, his request was ultimately approved. Then, in the 3rd year of Neoding, he arrived at Wen County once more. This time, compared to his previous life, things went far more smoothly. His reputation was already immense, and with his full understanding of the temperaments of every official in the county, high and low alike, it took him almost no time at all to bring all of Wen County under his control. After that, he began promoting and cultivating the confidence from his previous life, continuously expanding his influence. In the 4th year of Neoding, Li Fan secretly searched and finally discovered Emperor Xuanjing's body double. In his previous life, it was precisely the existence of this person that had nearly caused his assassination plan to fail. Fortunately, Li Fan was always cautious in his work. Only because he had made layers upon layers of preparations had all his efforts not gone to waste. This time, Li Fan personally trained the double, and after half a year, there were almost no flaws left to expose. In the 5th year of Neoding, a great drought struck Jiangnan. Li Fan ordered his confidants to disguise themselves as refugees and attack the prince of the Ling clan's manor. On the surface, he led men there to rescue them, but in truth he coordinated from within and without, secretly exterminated the entire prince's household, and at the same time inserted the body double to take his place. From then on, Li Fan quietly took over the nest like a cuckoo, seizing control of the prince of the Ling clan's manor. In the 9th year of Neoding, the prince's wedding to the granddaughter of the chief grand secretary was held on schedule. That very night, Li Fan slipped into the bridal chamber, frightening the new princess consort so badly she nearly died. In the 10th year of Neoding, the princess consort gave birth to a child, and that child was clearly Li Fan's bloodline. In the 15th year of Neoding, the emperor finally fell gravely ill. After receiving the imperial edict of succession, Li Fan immediately led his confidants out in the night and hurried at full speed toward the capital. After the body double of the prince of the Ling clan ascended the throne, Li Fan used the emperor's name to brazenly place his own trusted men into court. With the grand secretary secretly cooperating as well, the entire process proceeded smoothly, and the situation quickly fell under his control. In the 20th year of Neoding, after the turmoil of dynastic change, the realm gradually stabilized. At that moment, Li Fan decisively poisoned the fake Emperor Kongning to death, extinguishing the last remaining threat. Afterward, he elevated his own son to the throne, then invested himself as Grand Preceptor. Stepping from behind the court into the foreground, he once again wielded power that could tip the realm. From that point on, not only did the wheel of Great Xian Kingdom's development not stall, under Li Fan's, it turned even faster than before. In the 35th year of Neoding, at the Grand Preceptor Manor, Li Fan looked at a secret report delivered by his subordinate. After reading it closely for a long while, he could not help but frown. He asked, "So the mist over the ruin abyss opens for half a day every 15 years? The spy kneeling on the ground replied, reporting to the Grand Preceptor, "That is indeed the case. Our Immortal Scout Battalion was ordered to station itself beside the ruin abyss and observe it day and night. Finally, a few days ago, we obtained results." As he spoke, he recalled the scene from that time, and shock was still plainly visible on his face. After the fog dispersed, light could faintly be seen shining up from the bottom of the abyss. Using telescopes to observe, they actually saw all kinds of strange scenes. Although what each person saw was not completely the same, all of them could make out endless mountain ranges stretching away, with majestic buildings hidden among them, and towering cities standing amid the plains, full of bustling mortal life and smoke from hearths, with populations of no fewer than 1 million. There were even cities suspended in the sky, encircled by rings of light, with countless exotic birds and strange beasts flying through the heavens. The scout paused again before exclaiming with emotion, "Truly unbelievable." Li Fan thought to himself, as expected, they really do come from the ruin abyss. Though he had known this for a long time, hearing it personally confirmed by his subordinate still stirred some excitement in him. It was just that years of tempering had taught him not to reveal his emotions outwardly. He calmly asked, "Have you found a way to descend to the bottom of the deep abyss?" The spy choked slightly, and his face instantly went pale. He hurriedly knocked his head on the ground and begged forgiveness. "Your subordinate is incompetent. We tried every possible method, but as soon as we descend to a certain depth, we are torn apart by a fierce gale that suddenly appears. The gale is extraordinarily powerful. Even our hardest armor cannot endure it for more than an instant." After hearing this, Li Fan showed no disappointment. He waved him away and muttered softly to himself, "It seems I still have to wait for you." In the 50th year of Neoding, Great Xian Kingdom, Xianjing, the city that had once been extraordinarily prosperous, was now so quiet that it felt eerie. In every street and alley, elite troops painstakingly prepared by Li Fan over many years lay hidden, intended specifically to deal with the two immortals. Everything was ready. Only the right moment remained. Night fell, and a bright moon hung high above. The two cultivators arrived exactly as expected. Ko Hong roared, his voice resounding throughout Xianjing. "Dao Xuanzi, don't go too far." At once, countless gun muzzles burst with fire. Tens of thousands of bullets poured down like a flood in an instant, all shooting toward the two immortals. In midair, the two were struck head-on, completely caught off guard. Yet there was no scene of blood and flesh exploding. Around their bodies, circles of ripples rose, as if an invisible force had blocked the entire rain of bullets. One of them shouted coldly, "Who dares launch a sneak attack?" Faced with this sudden siege by thousands of mortals, the expressions of the two cultivators remained calm as ever. Ko Hong let out a soft, "Ha," and said curiously, "What sort of magical artifact is this?" He extended a hand, seized a soldier through the air, and lifted him up, snatched away the gun in the man's hands, and examined it intently. As he studied it, he said, "It is somewhat interesting. Using exquisite mechanical structure in place of formations, using the explosive force of mortal objects instead of spiritual power, it can actually display might comparable to the early Qi refinement stage." With a single glance, Ko Hong had already grasped the principles of firearms. He shook his head. Who would have thought that after being exiled to the immortal Forsaken Land for several thousand years, mortals could actually develop something this ingenious? Unfortunately, this thing can only function in a place where the Great Tao is incomplete. Once it leaves the immortal Forsaken Land, it becomes nothing more than a heap of useless scrap metal. After saying that, the gun in his hand suddenly vanished, clearly having been casually stored away. Ko Hong said coldly, "Mere mortals, and you dare raise your hands against us cultivators. Originally, I still felt a bit guilty, but now it seems you are the ones seeking death." Looking down from above, he gazed at the densely packed, mortal soldiers hidden in the darkness, his eyes full of contempt. His right hand swiftly traced through the void, and mysterious runes appeared one after another. Countless sparks suddenly emerged in the night, spreading like wildfire, swelling in the blink of an eye into enormous balls of flame. Ko Hong shouted coldly, "Thou art Fire Dragon's roar." Taking those fireballs as anchor points, streaks of blazing scarlet flame extended all at once and spread in every direction. In only a moment, the blood-red flames linked together into a single vicious, gigantic dragon of fire, coiling in the sky above Xinjing City. The fire dragon raised its head and let out a thunderous dragon's roar. Its body stretched upward, then suddenly plunged downward. Boom! Heaven-shaking explosions rang out one after another. House after house in Xinjing City was like fragile toys, offering not the slightest resistance before being easily crushed. The scarlet flames seemed almost sentient. The moment they touched the ground, they madly devoured everything they could reach. In the blink of an eye, all of Xinjing City turned into a sea of fire, like hell on earth. Yet Ko Hong, the one who had caused all this, frowned slightly, and a look of puzzlement appeared on his face. He discovered that although the scene below looked tragic, most of the soldiers had actually survived that strike. One had to know that, in his fury, the fire dragon's roar he had just cast had already been his full strength. The power of a great perfection foundation establishment cultivator was by no means something mortals should have been able to withstand. Even if those soldiers had been rigorously trained and had managed in time to pull out defensive gear and hide in the corners of buildings for cover, the casualties should not have been so light. Ko Hong was both shocked and suspicious as he muttered, "What is going on?" In an instant, he seemed to realize something. Ko Hong gave a light wave of his hand and retrieved the objects that had earlier shot toward him in a sky-covering barrage, only to be easily blocked by his protective spiritual energy and scattered all over the ground. He picked up a few and held them in his hand. Ko Hong's expression changed drastically at once, and his wary eyes swept across the surroundings. The contempt from before quickly turned into apprehension. Dao Xuanzi said in a deep voice, "These hidden weapons have been soaked in mortal blood. It is the immortal mortal barrier." His expression also grew ugly. The moment we arrived, we were ambushed, and they even used the immortal mortal barrier. Clearly the other side came prepared. Could it be that a cultivator is guiding these mortals from behind the scenes? The two exchanged a glance, countless thoughts flashing through their minds at the same time. No matter what, this place was far too strange. It was not suitable to stay long. Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong might turn against each other over a core formation technique, but that was a matter between the two of them. Right now, however, with an unforeseen variable appearing, the two who had worked together for 100 years instinctively chose to retreat when faced with several thousand mortals. As if sensing their intention, after the gunfire had briefly slackened because of the Dao Art Fire Dragon's roar, it erupted once more in rapid succession. This only made Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong even more suspicious. These mortals had clearly prepared for this in advance. Just as the two were about to withdraw, a voice suddenly rang out from below. It was aged, yet cold, and echoed throughout Xianjing City. Dao Xuanzi, Kohong. If you flee today, then tomorrow the news that you have obtained a core formation technique will spread throughout the cultivation world. The sound rebounded from all directions, echoing through the night, its aftertones lingering without end. Dao Xuanzi and Kohong's figures immediately froze. Their expressions changed, filled with shock and disbelief. Kohong cried out, "How is that possible?" The matter of us obtaining a core formation technique was clearly known only to the two of us. How was it leaked? In that instant, the two of them fell into deep fear. They had entered the cave abode together to investigate. Afterward, Kohong had seized the technique and fled. Dao Xuanzi pursued relentlessly, and, forced to the end of the road, Kohong had rashly entered the immortal Forsaken Land in search of a chance for survival. The events they had experienced passed through their minds one by one. Who was it exactly? Just as the two men's minds were shaken, and they were almost unable to control themselves, dozens of artillery shells dragged long tails of fire out of the darkness from impossible angles and shot toward them all at once. Kohong snapped out of his terror, fury surging violently upward. Seeking death, he cast Dao Art. Blazing exhaustion burst. A huge ring of fire vaguely took shape. Right at that moment, Dao Xuanzi urgently shouted, "Not good! Kohong, get out of the way!" Kungfu's. His divine sense swept over the scene, and his expression changed drastically at once. He tried to dodge, but it was already too late. Dozens of shells exploded simultaneously right beside them. There was no deafening blast, only clusters of dark red liquid spraying wildly, turning into a small rain of blood that splashed directly onto the two cultivators. Miserable screams rang through the sky. At the same time, the aura on their bodies, which had inspired terror in mortals, rapidly weakened. After holding out for only a brief moment, the two could endure no longer and fell from the sky. More than 1,000 gun-bearing soldiers immediately closed in around them. But the condition of the two immortals at that moment was enough to send chills down the spines, even of the specially trained death-sworn soldiers who normally cared nothing for life or death. The two men convulsed as they sat on the ground. Kohong was on the verge of death, clearly unable to survive much longer. Dao Xuanzi, whose cultivation was slightly higher, seemed to be in somewhat better condition, but he was only lingering on with his last breath. The lofty immortal masters had now fallen to such a state. Not only the soldiers present, but even Li Fan, hidden behind the scenes and listening to the reports, could not help but feel an indescribable chill. From afar, a soldier shouted loudly, "Two immortal masters, the Grand Preceptor has given an order. If you surrender and submit, your lives may be spared." Dao Xuanzi, gravely wounded, swept his gaze around. His eyes were full of unwillingness. He wanted to say something, but found it hard to speak and only let out a cold laugh. Seeing this, Kohong had already guessed his intention. He lightly shook his head and, with the last bit of strength he could muster, pushed the storage ring on his hand toward Dao Xuanzi. Kohong's lips moved weakly as he murmured, "Go." As soon as he finished speaking, his head drooped and his breath ceased. In the sky, a strange phenomenon suddenly appeared. A crimson flood dragon emerged in midair. It seemed to be in tremendous pain, roaring furiously as if trying to break free of something. But all of it was useless. Its body gradually withered away, and in an instant it was reduced to skin and bones. Before long, the entire flood dragon was completely devoured, not even a fragment remaining, its bones included. Only then did everyone see clearly that inside its body, a tea-colored branch, utterly ordinary and unremarkable in appearance, was growing, sprouting, and swallowing everything. Even mortal wood can devour a dragon. That strange sight, like brilliant fireworks, illuminated the sky for thousands of miles. Every living being that saw this scene, whether human or otherwise, naturally had a piece of information arise in its mind. Foundation Establishment Cultivator Kohong, who cultivated as a mortal for 200 years and used the wondrous object flood dragon branch to achieve his Dao foundation, was besieged by several thousand mortals in the immortal Forsaken Land and, through a moment's carelessness, was injured by the immortal mortal barrier. His cultivation suddenly dispersed, his lifespan was exhausted, and now he had died and his Dao had perished, returning his Dao to heaven. A wave of sorrow surged up, so overwhelming that it was hard to restrain. All living beings around Xianjing City sank into uncontrollable emotion beneath this phenomenon. That beautiful spectacle lasted for nearly half an hour before gradually fading away. Only now did the soldiers come back to themselves, silently staring at the remaining cultivator in the courtyard, who was gradually growing old. One soldier shouted, "Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, the Grand Preceptor has no intention of fighting you to the death. If you give up resisting, the Grand Preceptor guarantees your safety." They continued calling out and surrender according to Li Fan's instructions. In the darkness, Li Fan let out a soft sigh. He knew that this attempt to test the immortal mortal barrier had failed. He had not expected the immortal mortal barrier to be so lethally effective against cultivators. Sure enough, Dao Xuanzi paid no attention at all to the calls to surrender. He lifted his head and looked at the sky, where the strange phenomenon had already dissipated, his eyes filled with nostalgia. Only after long, while did he withdraw his gaze, force his stooped body upright, and then sweep his eyes around, trying to find the one behind all this. Dao Xuanzi said in a deep voice, "I do not know who you really are, nor do I know what your purpose is." He paused for a moment, then continued. "Perhaps it is for this core formation technique, or perhaps for something else." Looking at the storage ring in his hand, he said calmly, "Now that my brother and I have fallen into your trap, and one of us is dead with his Tao extinguished, there is nothing more to say." His voice suddenly turned cold. "But I refuse to accept it," Dao Xuanzi said. "To be able to follow behind us the entire time, grasp every detail as if it lay in your palm, and yet never be discovered. Your cultivation cannot be low. A figure like you, however, does not dare face us head on. Instead, you resort to tricks, hide behind mortals, and even use something cultivators scorn, like the immortal mortal barrier." He took a deep breath, his voice full of grievance and hatred. "For my brother Ko Hong to die at the hands of someone like you, what a waste." After speaking, Dao Xuanzi slowly rose into the air. He looked down at the vigilant crowd below, his expression calm, neither joyful nor sorrowful. "You have already seen my brother use his foundation establishment wonder." He raised his voice and said, "Then today, watch as I take the wonder of heaven and earth and forge my own Tao foundation." Dao Xuanzi chanted aloud, "My Tao foundation is called Tao Xian." A gigantic divine sword suddenly appeared above Xianjing. Beneath the shadow of that enormous sword, every living being felt as though their thoughts had rusted over, becoming sluggish and slow. Dao Xuanzi said in a deep voice, "I have one sword. I ask you all to witness it." The world abruptly blazed with light. Inside Xianjing, everyone seemed to fall into an absolute stillness. Then, as if a mirror were cracking apart, the entire city of Xianjing was instantly split into countless fragments. The energy replenishment progress of returning truth plummeted rapidly. In the instant before his consciousness vanished, Li Fan thought to himself, "This simulation ends here." When his consciousness returned once more, Li Fan was still immersed in the might of Dao Xuanzi's sword strike. So this was the power of a cultivator at the great perfection of the foundation establishment stage. His heart was full of shock. Earlier, Ko Hong had only needed to lift a hand or move a foot to destroy Xianjing, and that alone had already left him in awe. But Dao Xuanzi's final sword had made him deeply feel his own insignificance, like an ant facing a towering wave. From Li Fan's perspective, he was fundamentally unable to comprehend that sword strike, nor could he even clearly see its full scope. Yet one glance had been enough for him to understand just how vast the gap was between mortals and cultivators at the great perfection of foundation establishment. Li Fan secretly felt fortunate. Without the immortal mortal barrier, then even if he were to reincarnate 10,000 times and pile scheme upon scheme, he still would not have been able to pose the slightest threat to them. At the same time, doubt and alarm rose in his heart. What exactly was the immortal mortal barrier? Were cultivators not all once mortals, advancing step by step through cultivation? Then why could mortal blood produce such a terrifying suppressive effect? He had never expected the immortal mortal barrier to be so powerful that it directly led to Ko Hong's death and extinguished Tao. What lay even further outside his expectations was the relationship between those two. At first, he had thought that brothers for 100 years, was merely a casual phrase. He had not expected their bond to truly be extraordinary. When they were ambushed, Dao Xuanzi had spoken up to warn Ko Hong. When Ko Hong realized he was unlikely to escape death, he had voluntarily handed the core formation technique over to Dao Xuanzi. After Ko Hong died from the covert attack, Dao Xuanzi, unwilling to accept it, abandoned all hope of survival and unleashed a mutual destruction sword strike to take revenge. All of this showed that there truly was a bond between them far beyond the ordinary. If that was the case, then why had they hunted each other over a core formation technique? Li Fan felt even more puzzled. Suddenly, he recalled the first scene he had witnessed between the two of them. On the great golden core path, either I exist or he does. Li Fan abruptly realized something. Could it be that immortal techniques cannot be cultivated together? If even such close brothers were like this, then what kind of place was the cultivation world beyond this one? A vague feeling rose in his heart. This cultivation world was likely completely different from what he had imagined. But no matter how many dangers lay ahead, he would not waver. Besides, with returning truth to aid him, as long as he was careful enough, there should be no situation capable of stopping him. After only a brief moment of wavering, Li Fan's resolve became firm once more. In this so-called immortal forsaken land, if he wanted to seek the immortal path, he still had to find a way through Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi. Last time, I chose to ambush both of them at once. Perhaps this time, I could try drawing one of them over to my side. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Biological age, 286. Psychological age, 216/1080. Void, transformation, energy, replenishment progress, 30. Because if his guess was correct, the two cultivators, Dao Xuanzi and Ko Hong, had very likely come to this immortal forsaken land by way of the ruined abyss. Li Fan stood there silently, looking toward the distant, horrifying bottomless chasm and waiting patiently. After an unknown length of time, the dense mist carrying an ancient aura finally began to change. At first, there was only the sound of wind. The thick fog was stirred, rippling in layer after layer. Then the wind grew stronger and stronger, and streams of air were forced up out of the ruined abyss, spraying backward like an inverted waterfall, shooting into the heavens. The violent gale lasted for nearly half a shurchen. Only when the dense fog had completely scattered did Li Fan's expression shift slightly, his face growing grave. He took out his telescope and looked down toward the bottom of the ruined abyss. At first, the depths were nothing but pitch-black darkness, and nothing could be seen clearly. Gradually, tiny points of light began to appear. After a long while, the light at the bottom of the ruined abyss suddenly became brilliant, and an illusory, yet half-real scene, like an upside-down world, appeared before Li Fan's eyes. According to the intelligence he had gathered, the scene appearing at the bottom of the ruined abyss was different for every observer. Yet the sight before Li Fan shook him to the core. It was a ruined sect. Everywhere were collapsed structures. The ground and the walls were covered in dense cracks and scars left by blades, swords, and ravaging spells. There were even areas that seemed to have once been dyed red with blood, showing a strange dark crimson hue. Countless corpses lay strewn all over, weapons scattered across the ground, as though silently recounting that a great calamity had once passed through this place. Li Fan was deeply shaken. He shifted his gaze and then saw, carved deep into a smooth cliff face, for large characters, "The immortal Tao is dead." Those 4 characters were a deep crimson, as if they had been written in fresh blood. Though separated by an unknown distance, Li Fan could still clearly feel the terror and despair hidden within those words, something almost impossible to describe. The immortal Tao is dead. What exactly had happened here? What, in the end, had happened to the entire cultivation world? Li Fan remained silent for a long time, lost in thought. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 50th year of Neoding. Ko Hong turned around and roared over the skies of Xinjing. Dao Xuanzi, do not go too far. But before he could receive any reply, countless voices rang out from below first, echoing throughout Xinjing. Ko Hong, you little wretch, we have respectfully awaited you here for a long time under the orders of a mortal master, Dao Xuanzi. Along with those words came a dense rain of bullets covering the sky. Caught completely off guard, Ko Hong was struck head-on. His heart jolted. How could this be? Could it be that Dao Xuanzi had long known I would flee here? Since when had he become so unfathomable? Ko Hong was both shocked and furious. Immediately afterward, he discovered in horror that his spiritual power was being consumed at an extremely rapid rate while defending against those weapons. Sweeping out with his divine sense, he instantly understood. Startled and enraged, he shouted, "The immortal mortal barrier! Dao Xuanzi, you are truly despicable." He stared fixedly at Dao Xuanzi, who had just arrived, his eyes full of disbelief, as though he were only now seeing this bosom friend of 100 years for the first time. Yet at this moment, Dao Xuanzi was somewhat bewildered. What exactly was going on with these mortals? Why were they borrowing my name to ambush Ko Hong? And how did they even know to use the immortal mortal barrier? The sudden upheaval had come too abruptly, leaving his mind in momentary chaos. But when he saw that Ko Hong had already fallen into extreme fury, his heart turned cold. He hastily explained, "Ko Hong, I did not send these mortals." But before he could finish, an aged voice suddenly rang out from all directions, cutting him off. "Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi, why are you pretending not to know us now? Did you not say that as long as we helped you kill Ko Hong here and seize his core formation technique, you would lead our clansmen out of this immortal forsaken land?" That voice carried a trace of grievance, mixed with a bit of resentment. At the mention of the core formation technique, both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi changed expression at the same time. Ko Hong demanded coldly, "And you still say it was not you? Besides you and me, who else in this world knows of this matter?" His beard and hair bristled with rage. He was clearly furious to the extreme. The fact that this person knew about the core formation technique made Dao Xuanzi's heart sink completely. Meanwhile, the voice from below kept speaking in perfect coordination, complaining without pause. "You should know that because of this immortal mortal barrier you spoke of, we have offended quite a few people. Right now, grievances are boiling across the realm. If Immortal Master does not keep his promise and lead us out of this place, I fear our people will soon be exterminated, leaving us not even a place to bury our bones." Falsely accused, Dao Xuanzi only felt his mind sink into greater turmoil. He shouted, "Despicable villain, shut your mouth." He immediately shot toward the source of the voice, wanted to find the one behind it all. But what he saw was only a strange rectangular object. The voice had come from that. And similar objects were distributed all throughout Xianjing. Who knew how many there were? A feeling of powerlessness rose in Dao Xuanzi's heart. At that moment, that voice sounded again with a trace of mockery. Could it be that Immortal Master now intends to silence us by killing us? Dao Xuanzi ground his teeth audibly. What kind of artifact was this? This person was cautious to such an extent. With a wave of his hand, he directly crushed that square object. But in Ko Hong's eyes, that scene looked exactly like Dao Xuanzi flying into shame and rage after being exposed, try to kill witnesses and cover his tracks. Ko Hong threw back his head and roared, "Dao Xuanzi, you and I were friends for 100 years. I never thought I had misjudged you so badly. Do you not want the core formation technique? Why go to such despicable lengths? I will not run anymore. If you have the ability, then come and take it." As soon as he finished speaking, he unleashed a Dao art, Fire Dragon's Roar. An enraged fire dragon immediately appeared, coiling around Ko Hong and releasing a heaven-shaking roar. The fire dragon glared forward, opened its mouth, and spat out a long stream of scarlet flames, charging straight toward Dao Xuanzi. Dao Xuanzi let out a helpless sigh. With a soft sword hum, a flying sword appeared out of nowhere behind him and transformed into a streak of white light to meet the scarlet flames. The crimson fire and white sword radiance collided without cease, producing wave after wave of violent explosions. The spreading shockwaves even caused Xianjing below to sink into a sea of flames. The clash between the two did not last long. Ko Hong's cultivation had been weaker than Dao Xuanzi's to begin with, and on top of that, he had already had his vitality drained by the immortal mortal barrier beforehand, so he quickly fell into a disadvantage. As for Dao Xuanzi, he showed no mercy, and his sword force became increasingly fierce. Just then, that aged voice rang out once again. "Dao Xuanzi is treacherous and fickle, and he always takes revenge. If he wins, we will certainly have no path to survival. Brothers, hear my order. Assist Immortal Master Ko Hong in dealing with Dao Xuanzi." Hearing this, Ko Hong was overjoyed. He flashed backward, widening the distance between himself and Dao Xuanzi. Seeing the other man swallowed by countless bullets crowding in upon him, he shouted triumphantly, "So this is the retribution of evil. I never thought that even someone as lofty and pure as you claim to be would one day betray others and suffer such a miserable backlash." Dao Xuanzi had already been thrown into chaos by the hidden schemer's methods, and now, hearing Ko Hong's mockery, he grew so angry he nearly coughed up blood. Unable to endure it any longer, he shouted, "You truly are an idiot!" Ko Hong refused to yield and immediately shot back. "Good. So at last you have spoken what was truly in your heart. You think yourself clever, so why has everyone turned their backs on you now? Even immortals you worked so hard to recruit have betrayed you. That is what it means to be too clever for your own good. Today I have gained insight into yet another Dao art, just in time to send you on your way." As he spoke, Ko Hong's face turned solemn. Raising a hand to draw a talisman, he shouted, "Dao art, dragon imprisonment." In an instant, chains of flame appeared above, below, and on all four sides around Dao Xuanzi. They vaguely formed a battle formation and became an enormous cage, trapping him at its center. Dao Xuanzi shouted, "Break for me." He immediately felt a tremendous pressure pressing down on his body, and his expression grew grave. Taking a deep breath, a phantom image of an iron sword mottled with rust gradually appeared behind him. Under the augmentation of that phantom, the sword light he released seemed greatly strengthened and struck against the cage of flames. In an instant, the blazing fire, which had been burning furiously, suddenly faltered and then rapidly dimmed. With life and death at hand, Dao Xuanzi was shocked, but not at all disordered. In the sky, the phantom of the giant sword gradually became clearer. Ko Hong's expression did not change as he continued his spell casting and said coldly, "Let me see whether your Dao Xian is stronger or my flood dragon is stronger." He roared, "Dao art, dragon transformation." With Ko Hong's roar, a small portion of the fragments of the flood dragon branch, drifting all across the sky, suddenly sprang to life. They swiftly gathered together, forming an entirely new flood dragon branch. Two protrusions rose from its head, resembling dragon horns. The flood dragon branch shot forward like a sharp sword and, without the slightest hesitation, stabbed straight toward Dao Xuanzi, faintly accompanied by the sound of a dragon's cry. Meanwhile, the giant Dao Xian sword in the heavens showed no intention of being withdrawn. In a life-and-death battle, what was tested was simply who was more decisive, who was more ruthless. The victor lived, the loser died. It was as simple as that. At that critical instant, the aged voice that had been lingering above the skies of Xianjing rang out once more. "Immortal Master Ko Hong, let us lend you a hand." Before the words had even finished, streams of long fiery tails, seemingly prepared in advance, came shrieking in from all directions toward Dao Xuanzi's side. Then they exploded all at once, turning into a dense rain of blood. Taken by surprise and unable to defend in time, Dao Xuanzi let out a miserable scream. The aura around him immediately weakened, and even the phantom of Dao Xian became faint. Seizing this opportunity, the flood dragon branch went against the current, shattered through the stagnating space, and embedded itself into Dao Xuanzi's body. Along the way, it spread and grew with frenzied speed. In only a short moment, it had turned into a twisted, savage monstrosity intent on devouring Dao Xuanzi whole. In the sky, another phenomenon arose. A giant sword, tempered through countless trials, had been abandoned in some gloomy place, ignored for 1,000 years. As time passed, the sword body no longer shone brightly, the blade was no longer sharp, and its whole form became covered in mottled rust. Yet at the same time, a sense of fury and unwillingness quietly came into being. The more severe the corrosion of rust became, the more the divine might and momentum of that giant sword increased. Foundation Establishment cultivator Dao Xuanzi, who as a mortal cultivated the Dao for 211 years, used a wonder to cultivate the sword Dao of Dao Xian and achieve his Dao foundation. In the immortal Forsaken Land, he fought and killed with others, and in the end died at the hands of Foundation Establishment cultivator Ko Hong. Now, with body dead and Dao extinguished, his Dao returns to heaven. Li Fan cupped his hands and said, "This old man is Li Fan. "Greetings, immortal master." Ko Hong paid no attention to him. Li Fan was not anxious either. He merely stood to one side and waited, while signaling the soldiers to be patient. Only after a long while, when the phenomenon in the sky had gradually dispersed, did Ko Hong turn to look at Li Fan and ask stiffly, "You are the leader of the mortals here?" He continued, "And that voice that sounded everywhere earlier, was that you're doing as well?" Ignoring the other man's aggressive attitude, Li Fan only gave a bitter smile and said, "It was merely a plea for a path to survival. As this old man said before, if a mortal master were to fail, then my clansmen would certainly find it hard to escape death." Hearing this, Ko Hong's expression eased slightly. He let out a soft sigh. "Seeking a path to survival. You are not wrong. These are harsh times. Who is not risking their life and struggling desperately for that very path to survival?" Seeing that Ko Hong's tone had softened, Li Fan quickly followed up, "Earlier, Immortal Master Dao Xuanzi once promised me that if it were..." Before he could finish, Ko Hong frowned and cut him off. "If it's about that, I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." Dao Xuanzi likely never intended to keep his promise from the very beginning. He gave a cold laugh full of mockery. For the past 100 years, Dao Xuanzi has always presented himself as upright before others, as someone who does what he says. Who would have thought that when it came to his actions, he had no bottom line at all, even deceiving mortals? He paused briefly, studied Li Fan's expression, and then continued. "Do you know how dangerous that absolute immortal grand formation is? The fact that the two of us managed to break through it before was partly due to luck. Even for us, leaving required no small amount of effort, let alone bringing along a mortal." Hearing this, Li Fan's mind shook violently, and his face immediately turned extremely ugly. After waiting for more than 100 years, to now have it denied by a cultivator's own mouth nearly made him collapse. Ko Hong answered without hesitation, "That's right." Fortunately, Li Fan had been tempered through many lifetimes, and his mind was resilient enough. He quickly steadied himself and said, "This is not a suitable place to talk. Immortal Master, please come with me." With that, he led Ko Hong through the ruins of Xianjing City, and before long they arrived at an underground fortification. There, with unease on his face, he asked, "Immortal Master, you said earlier that mortals cannot be taken out of the immortal Forsaken Land. Is that really true?" Kung smiled finally. "You're just a mortal. Why would I bother lying to you? Perhaps a cultivator at the Golden Core stage could protect a mortal while crossing the absolute immortal grand formation. But if it's only foundation establishment, then it's absolutely impossible. Of course, if you don't mind being reduced to a few scraps after getting out, I can reluctantly give it a try." Li Fan ignored the sarcasm in his words and still refused to give up. He asked further, "Could it be that we mortals truly have no hope of leaving this world?" Ko Hong thought for a moment, then shook his head. To leave the immortal Forsaken Land, one must cross the absolute immortal grand formation. With a mortal body, there is simply no possibility at all. Any attempt would only be courting death. He looked at Li Fan again, his voice tinged with disdain. "Besides, you're already 1 foot in the grave. Why are you still so stubborn about leaving this place? Isn't being a local emperor here good enough?" Li Fan replied in a low voice, "It doesn't matter if this old man dies, but I still want to leave a path for my descendants." Then he asked again, "If my descendants can cultivate to a realm like yours, Immortal Master, to foundation establishment, wouldn't they then have a chance to leave this place?" Hearing this, Ko Hong burst out laughing. "Not to mention that there's no spiritual energy here, so cultivation is impossible from the start. The mere fact that immortals and mortals are forever separated is enough to cut off that road completely. The mortals here are tainted through and through with poisonous qi. How could they possibly step onto the immortal path?" He let out a cold laugh. "I advise you to give up that idea. If you want to cultivate, you must first leave this place, rebuild the body, and cleanse away the poisonous qi. Otherwise, even if the immortal path were laid right before your eyes, you would only be able to look at it, never touch it." After several answers in a row, all so absolute, Li Fan seemed finally to let go. He muttered, "Immortals and mortals forever separated. Immortals and mortals forever separated. So there really is no other way. There really isn't." Seeing Li Fan fallen to the lowest depths, Ko Hong unexpectedly felt his mood improve. He repeated, "There really is no way." As if struck hard by this cruel truth, Li Fan's expression grew dazed. After that, he took his leave and departed. The moment he stepped out from the sheltering fortification, the heavy door behind him slammed shut with a thunderous crash. Kohong's expression changed, and a bad premonition surged in his heart, but it was already too late. Streams of rolling white mist, carrying the immortal mortal barrier, erupted from all directions of the chamber. Kohong let out a miserable scream. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed by the dense fog. Outside the fortification, Li Fan said slowly, his eyes dark and unreadable. Since immortals and mortals are fundamentally incompatible, then I am merely immortal. How could I dare trust your words completely? With Kohong's confession lying on the table, Li Fan could not help feeling somewhat disheartened. Kohong had not lied to him. Indeed, he did not know any way to take mortals out of this immortal forsaken land. Why was I born in a place like this? If I had been the cultivation world outside, then with returning truth's endless simulated reincarnations, I would certainly have had hope of attaining longevity. Curse it again and again, it had to be the immortal forsaken land. The information from Kohong's confession once more passed through Li Fan's mind. The so-called immortal forsaken land, true to its name, was a place abandoned by immortals. Several thousand years ago, the ancient cultivation world suffered a great upheaval. At first, it was only a plague spreading through the mortal world, and not a single cultivator paid it any mind. But later, a cultivator was accidentally infected by this inexplicable plague, and the entire situation spun completely out of control. After that infection, the plague seemed to have been strangely strengthened and began to spread among cultivators as well. The medium of transmission was none other than the spiritual energy on which cultivators depended for survival. Riding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, the plague swiftly spread throughout the entire cultivation world. Those cultivators who were infected suffered in varying degrees. In lighter cases, their cultivation declined and their realm fell. In severe cases, all their cultivation vanished overnight and they became mortals. Then within a few short days, they would die and their Tao would dissipate, returning the Tao to heaven. As more and more cultivators died, a despair began to spread through the entire cultivation world. In their desperation, some vented their fury on the mortals, the root of everything. Thus began a large-scale massacre. Faced with exalted immortal masters high above them, mortals had almost no ability to resist and could only submit to slaughter. But not long afterward, that massacre was forcibly brought to an end, not because anyone's conscience awoke, but because the cultivators discovered in terror that the more they killed, the faster the mortal population vanished. And the plague, dwelling within mortal bodies, not only failed to disappear with death, but instead seemed to lose its restraints and spread completely into the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. In an instant, the concentration of plague in the cultivation world surged sharply, causing even more cultivators to be driven to ruin one after another. In the end, the cultivators finally gave up slaughtering mortals. But sitting still and waiting for death was obviously not their style. On one hand, a portion of cultivators began researching methods to treat and resist this plague. On the other hand, they proposed a plan later called by posterity the Great Migration. The so-called Great Migration was to use calculated measures to exile all mortals of the cultivation world into minor worlds devoid of spiritual energy or into shattered grotto heavens, and then permanently isolate them with formations so they could never return. In this way, the mortal problem could be completely resolved once and for all, after which they could turn their full attention back to researching ways to combat the plague. However, what left the cultivators at a loss was that this plague remained like a lingering ghost hidden within mortal bloodlines. At first, there were no more mortals left in the world at all. But not every descendant born to cultivators possessed the aptitude for cultivation. As time passed, mortals appeared once more, and their numbers grew greater and greater. And within the bodies of these mortals, traces of that plague remain. Because the plague had a uniquely lethal effect on cultivators, mortal descendants who wished to cultivate had to first remove it from their bodies. Gradually, this plague became the dividing line between immortal and mortal, and came to be known as the immortal mortal barrier. The memories of the era when the immortal mortal barrier ran rampant left a profound scar on the hearts of cultivators. In order to prevent it from breaking out again, they reached an unspoken agreement among themselves to avoid setting foot, as much as possible, in the places where mortals had once been exiled. Over time, those regions became what were called the immortal forsaken lands. There were countless immortal forsaken lands, large and small, but cultivators who dared risk entering them were exceedingly rare. For Li Fan to have encountered two of them already counted as extraordinary luck. Moreover, as a mortal, his lifespan was limited. Even if he could endlessly simulate reincarnation, he could only repeat things within the bounds of his own life. This year, he was 70 years old. His maximum natural lifespan was 86. In these remaining 16 years, the possibility of encountering another cultivator was almost zero. Under such circumstances, how could Li Fan not feel despair? Could it be that he truly could only repeat the life of a mortal lifetime after lifetime? Li Fan was unwilling to accept that. The path to longevity lay right before his eyes, seemingly within reach, yet as distant as the horizon and utterly hopeless. How could he possibly accept that? Thinking of everything he had gone through over so many reincarnations, of nearly 300 years of bitter waiting, Li Fan became even less willing to abandon the path to longevity. He asked himself inwardly, is there really no other way? Suddenly, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the fog, Li Fan abruptly realized that he had overlooked one point. That's not right. He immediately turned around and went straight to the prison where Ko Hong was being held. During the Great Migration, exactly how were mortals brought into the immortal Forsaken Lands in the first place? Before this, he seemed never to have thought about that question. Hearing Li Fan ask this, Ko Hong was momentarily stunned. He looked at him and could not help but sneer. What? You still haven't given up hope? So what if you can get out? At 70 years old, you still want to cultivate immortality. Halfway through speaking, he suddenly met Li Fan's ice-cold gaze sweeping over him and awkwardly shut his mouth. After a moment of silence, Li Fan suddenly asked, so lofty cultivators, once they lose their cultivation, are no different from mortals. If you could return to the cultivation world, would you still be able to continue cultivating? Ko Hong did not react in time. What? Li Fan said calmly. If you help me find a way back to the cultivation world, perhaps when the time comes, I can take you along as well. Ko Hong flew into a rage. You treacherous little villain. Still want to trick me? But very quickly, he calmed down again, his eyes fixed fiercely on Li Fan. Li Fan's expression remained calm. Whether it's true or false, it's still a sliver of hope in the end. Do you really want to give up this path to survival and simply die of old age in this tiny corner? Hearing this, Ko Hong fell silent. His expression changed again and again, clearly showing how fiercely his heart was struggling. Only after a long time did he let out a sigh. If I'm not mistaken, the cultivators back then probably used a magical artifact similar to a flying boat to transport mortals. He slowly continued. In ancient times, the cultivation world had a huge population. Sects stood everywhere, and it was incomparably prosperous. Transport-type magical artifacts like those were very common. Unfortunately, after the great upheaval of heaven and earth, every cultivator became insecure. Later, most people acted alone, and those kinds of flying boats gradually became rare. Li Fan asked, the great upheaval of heaven and earth, you mean that bizarre Great Plague? Ko Hong shook his head, his expression turning grave. The immortal mortal barrier was strange, but not enough to shake the foundations of the cultivation world. In truth, the reason it was able to run rampant was that most cultivators in heaven and earth had already perished in a great calamity before that. The cultivation world's strength had declined severely, and that was why it could not respond effectively to the immortal mortal barrier. A great calamity of heaven and earth. Li Fan suddenly recalled the ruined mountain gate he had once seen at the bottom of the ruined abyss, and his heart stirred. Could it be because immortal techniques cannot be cultivated together? Ko Hong shot Li Fan a surprised glance, not understanding how he had guessed such a thing. He let out a breath. That's right. Immortal techniques cannot be cultivated together. In ancient times, there was no such restriction. Back then, countless great cultivation sects expanded their gates, accepted disciples, and passed on their Tao teachings. Cultivators had masters to guide them. When they encountered difficulties in cultivation, they could ask for advice at any time, and they could cultivate the same techniques alongside fellow disciples, discussing and exchanging insights. In those days, the entire cultivation world was full of vibrant life and flourishing vigor. At this point, Ko Hong could not hide the longing in his expression. Unfortunately, after the great upheaval of heaven and earth, one day cultivators suddenly discovered that the efficiency of circulating their techniques had greatly dropped. During cultivation, they could even vaguely sense how many people throughout the entire cultivation world were cultivating the same method. Even more terrifying was this. The more people who cultivated the same technique, the lower everyone's cultivation efficiency became. Kohong lowered his voice and spoke slowly, a flash of fear passing through his eyes. At first, everyone still tried to restrain themselves and seek a solution. But after several decades, countless cultivators were stuck where they were, unable to advance their cultivation any further. When the great limit of their lifespans drew near, the killing intent in their hearts could no longer be concealed. A great calamity that engulfed the entire cultivation world erupted. Anyone cultivating the same technique became an obstacle on my path, an enemy with whom only death could settle things. In an instant, masters and disciples, brothers, sisters, everyone became mortal enemies fighting for life and death, even if some did not wish to kill. In such overwhelming circumstances, who dared guarantee that the other side thought the same? Who dare be certain that person would not suddenly drive a knife into their back? All cultivators fell into endless suspicion. The only thing left to trust was themselves. The sex of that time, in an instant, all turned into hells. Even rogue cultivators hiding in deep mountains and secret realms to avoid disaster could not escape. Because those cultivating the same techniques could still sense one another and track each other's locations for slaughter. No one knew how long the massacre lasted before it gradually subsided. By then, the once incomparably prosperous cultivation world had declined to the extreme. Sex no longer existed. Only solitary cultivators remained, each going his own way. Kohong slowly recounted the ancient upheaval of the cultivation world. Li Fan listened with his heart surging, but at the same time, an even greater question arose. If immortal techniques cannot be cultivated together, then how do cultivators practice now? What exactly does the cultivation world of today look like? A thought emerged in his mind. At present, if a mortal wished to step onto the path of cultivation, there were likely only a few choices. Kohong explained patiently. One is to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. The Myriad Immortals Alliance is a loose alliance formed by numerous cultivators. Within the alliance, one can gain contribution points by accepting and completing missions or by trading with others. With contribution points, one can exchange for cultivation techniques and resources. The second is the Five Elders Association. The Five Elders Association was founded by 5 top-tier mighty experts, and its influence is immense. As long as one has aptitude for cultivation, one may voluntarily join and choose a technique to cultivate. The price is that one must sign a soul contract and serve the 5 Elders Association for a certain period of time. Hearing this, Li Fan frowned and asked in some confusion. From the way you describe it, why do I feel that in the cultivation world, cultivation techniques are not scarce at all, unlike what one might imagine? Kohong gave a cold snort. That's because the things obtained this way are all incomplete techniques. He spoke bitterly. These techniques were all compiled by the major powers in recent years. Reaching the great perfection of chi refining is already their limit. To go one step further and establish a Dao foundation, you must switch to a higher level technique. The same is true above the Dao foundation. You still have to change techniques. Li Fan was astonished. If one has to change techniques and start over every time one breaks through to a new realm, then wouldn't all previous effort turn into nothing? Kohong shook his head. Not exactly. Ordinary cultivators are required to cultivate the supreme, primordial, true scripture. It is said that this scripture was the foundational inheritance of the supreme sect in ancient times. After the great calamity, the supreme sect turned to ashes, and only a fragment of this text remained in the world. This scripture is not a cultivation technique, but more like a secret art. Its effect is to allow a cultivator to dissolve all of his own realms and spiritual power without suffering too great a loss. After dispersing one's cultivation and switching to another technique, one can quickly recover to one's original realm. Li Fan exclaimed, "A method like that actually exists?" This fragment appeared at exactly the right time. Only because of that could cultivators across the world accept the constant changing of techniques. He let out a cold laugh. If you ask me, the supreme primordial true scripture may not necessarily exist only in fragmentary form. More likely, whoever stands behind this only chose to release the part about dispersing cultivation and recultivating. Kung Sigid, who doesn't understand that logic. But what good does understanding do? True techniques are hard to come by. Though being exploited by others is helpless and unwilling, at least there is still a road to walk. Even until his death, Dao Xuanzi never knew that the reason I stole the technique and fled was not only because it was a core formation technique, but because it was a true technique that could directly point the way to the nascent soul realm. A nascent soul true technique. Hearing this, Li Fan's heart stirred slightly, and he reached out to touch the ring on his hand. He had already collected everything belonging to Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi and stored it in this storage ring. Afterward, Ko Hong introduced Li Fan to some more knowledge of the cultivation world, such as the fact that when a cultivator dies, celestial phenomena are triggered within a certain range. Only after speaking of these things did he return to the main matter and mention the possibility that flying boats from the era of the Great Migration might still remain. Ko Hong thought for a long time before finally saying slowly, I have heard some rumors. Over the past several thousand years, there have occasionally been mortals exiled into the immortal forsaken lands who secretly returned to the cultivation world. Most of these are just street rumors without solid proof, but there is no smoke without fire. Sometimes rumors are the truth. Hearing this, Li Fan's heart shook. After all, between mortals and cultivators, there had always existed countless ties. Back then, it would not have been strange for some cultivators to leave a way out for their own mortal families. He said decisively, as long as there is even a sliver of hope, I will absolutely not give up. Ko Hong muttered in a low voice, I really don't understand how an old man with one foot in the grave like you can still torment himself like this. Pretending not to hear him, Li Fan said solemnly, as long as you help me find a way to the cultivation world, I will not only release you, I will also let you come along. I will return everything belonging to you in Dao Xuanzi, including that nascent soul true technique. Ko Hong suddenly raised his head, hope flashing his eyes as he asked, is that true? Li Fan nodded. Of course. Ko Hong gritted his teeth and finally made up his mind. Fine. In that case, I'll do everything I can to help you. Though Li Fan had already schemed against him several times, and he had no idea how trustworthy this promise really was, he was just like Li Fan. As long as even a sliver of hope remained, he was unwilling to let it go. After that, with Ko Hong's help, Li Fan began gathering historical records and ancient texts from across the realm, trying to search for clues related to the era of the Great Migration from scattered records of antiquity. At the same time, he also mobilized the army to carry out large-scale excavations of ancient tombs, hoping to find traces that had been left behind. This caused public resentment to boil over, and the civil and military officials submitted memorials of remonstrance day after day, but he forcibly suppressed them all. Unfortunately, too much time had passed since the Great Migration, and the lifespan he had left in this life was too short. 16 years later, in Neoding year 66, when his great limit was close at hand, Li Fan still had gained nothing. He ordered his men to release Ko Hong, then entered the secret chamber beneath the Grand Preceptor Manor alone. With a slight movement of thought, Li Fan took out everything from the storage ring and laid it out one by one before him. His gaze first settled on a jade slip faintly glowing with golden light. It was precisely the nascent soul cultivation technique of the Undying Fire sect, the thing that had made Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi fight to the death over it. Heavenly Mechanism Jade, Ring Golden Chapter, Nascent Soul Realm Technique, Current Number of Cultivators, None. Li Fan picked up the jade slip, and a stream of information naturally appeared in his mind. Nascent Soul Realm. A wave of longing rose in his heart, but unfortunately, he was still only a mortal. He did not even possess divine sense, and so, standing before a mountain of treasure, he could not use it. He could only stare at it greedily a few more times before reluctantly setting it down. After that, Li Fan's gaze shifted to one side, where a rust-speckled iron sword lay. It was Dao Xuanzi's Foundation establishment wondrous item, the embroidered sword of Dao Xian. According to what Ko Hong had once said, for a qi refining cultivator to break through, they needed to borrow various wondrous treasures of heaven and earth to forge their Dao Foundation. Such treasures all possessed marvelous properties, and only those fated to them could find them. Once used to forge a Dao Foundation, They became bound to the cultivator, sharing glory and disgrace alike. If the cultivator died, the wondrous item would also lose its providence and become an ordinary object. Li Fan reached out and gently stroked the iron sword before him. Its appearance was plain, but at this moment, his attention was focused on the information that had suddenly appeared in his mind. It can replenish the energy of an item. Embroidered sword of Dao Xian, damaged. Replenish energy? Li Fan pondered for a moment, then chose. Yes. The rusty sword in his hand silently vanished. Immediately afterward, a line of small text appeared in his mind. Anchor setting energy replenishment progress. 1. Current number of anchor points. 1. Li Fan's heart stirred. According to the feedback from Returning Truth, when the replenishment progress reached 100, a second anchor point would be unlocked. At that time, everything would become unrealized, and when choosing to return, he would be able to restart from any anchor point. If he truly managed to unlock the second anchor point, the convenience would increase immensely. Thinking of this, Li Fan could not help feeling a bit of anticipation. Wondrous treasures of heaven and earth were rare, but the cultivation world was vast without end, with layer upon layer of such treasures. As long as he could leave this immortal forsaken land and free himself from its restraints, that thought grew ever stronger in his heart. After absorbing the embroidered sword of Dao Xian, Li Fan no longer paid much attention to the other items in the storage ring. He put them away one by one, including the nascent soul technique, and stored everything back in the ring. By the time he finished, Li Fan was already panting. He took a deep breath and closed his eyes, as if he wanted to engrave the weakness of his current self into the depths of his soul. Immediately after, he no longer hesitated. He summoned Returning Truth and ended this life. In the darkness, scene after scene swept rapidly past. At last, the familiar lines of text appeared before his eyes. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following to keep. 1. One item personally possessed during this simulation. 2. Your cultivation realm during this simulation. 3. The memories of a person closely related to you during this simulation. These memories may be inherited by that person. 4. Give up the above choices and accelerate energy replenishment progress. This time, Li Fan chose the first option. The storage ring, the nascent soul technique, magical artifacts, spirit stones, each appeared in his mind one after another. Unfortunately, near the end of his previous life, he had stuffed a pile of things into the storage ring, hoping to profit from it, but failed. Li Fan did not hesitate and directly chose that nascent soul technique. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physical age, 286. Mental age, 282. Unrealization energy replenishment progress, 0. Anchor setting energy replenishment progress, 1. Current number of anchor points, 1. Bound item, heavenly mechanism, jade, ring, golden chapter. A bound item meant that this cultivation technique now completely belonged to him. Even if he did not choose to bring it back in future simulations, it would still forever exist within Returning Truth. Thinking of this, Li Fan felt that everything had become far easier to manage. He took out the golden jade slip and held it in his hand, stroking it as he planned his course of action for this life. Several thousand years had passed since the era of the Great Migration. Nearly all clues related to it had already been buried underground. Openly excavating ancient tombs was far too alarming to the secular world. Even in his previous life, when he held power in his hands, he had encountered no small amount of opposition. If the court had only just stabilized and he attempted such a thing, it would certainly be difficult to accomplish. But if he began laying the groundwork now and spent 20 years on it, it might not be impossible to change the way the people of the world thought. Time passed. Li Fan's sixth life began. Everything still proceeded along its old course, but under his quiet interference, subtle changes gradually began to appear in the situation. In the third Neoding year, rumors of immortals descending to the mortal world began to spread throughout Great Xian. In the fifth Neoding year, an archaeological school suddenly appeared, bringing with it ancient texts and a sacred scripture. The contents of the books were wondrous beyond compare, rarely seen in the world, and they shook all under heaven. The names of the ancient texts were Changes, Tao Te Ching, Manhwa, Analects, and Great Learning. In the sixth Neoding year, the son of heaven suddenly fell gravely ill and became bedridden. All the imperial physicians were helpless. At just that moment, the archaeological school presented a medicinal pill claiming it had been found in an ancient tomb left behind by immortals, and that it possessed the effect of reversing death and recreating vitality. At first, the Son of Heaven did not believe it, but as his body weakened further and death drew near, he could only swallow the pill with the mindset of trying his luck. Unexpectedly, the pill truly had miraculous effects. In only a few days, the Son of Heaven had fully recovered. The court was shaken, and the assembled officials discussed it endlessly. In the 11th Neoding year, Jianghua Prefecture cracked a vicious tomb robbing case and arrested more than 100 members of a grave robbing gang. These people had run rampant in the deep mountains, brazenly excavating ancient tombs and causing incalculable losses. The case implicated too many people, and Jianghua Prefecture's administrator did not dare decide on his own. So he wrote an urgent memorial and had it rushed by horse to Xianjing City, asking His Majesty to make the final judgment. Some officials, upon hearing the news, were enraged and submitted petitions demanding immediate execution. Yet strangely, the majority of the court remained silent. The emperor also temporarily suppressed the memorials without expressing any view. A full month later, an imperial decree was finally issued. They would not be executed. Instead, all of them were sentenced to slavery and escorted to the capital. In the 15th Neoding year, the emperor fell gravely ill and wished to seek an immortal pill to prolong his life. He therefore mobilized more than 100,000 soldiers to excavate ancient tombs everywhere in search of traces of such pills. Unfortunately, immortal pills were hard to find. Even after digging up more than 100 ancient tombs, nothing was gained. At the end of the year, the emperor died with regret, and before his death, he passed the throne to the prince of the Ling clan. At this point, Li Fan finally once more took control of the realm from the shadows. Under his influence, the trend of excavating ancient ruins and searching for ancient tombs throughout the realm became ever more widespread. Time passed, and in the 23rd Neoding year, Li Fan stood in the Grand Preceptor Manor, examining the clues collected over many years by both officials and commoners. From them, he traced the earliest recorded dynasty, the Kai dynasty. At once, he ordered his subordinates to focus excavation efforts on tombs from the Kai dynasty, and at the same time posted rewards throughout the realm. Anyone who found a Kai dynasty tomb would be granted the title of Marquis. In the 25th Neoding year, the mausoleum of the founding emperor of the Kai dynasty, Yixingji, was finally found. When Li Fan heard the news, he immediately led his trusted followers there in person and sealed off the surrounding area. Although this founding emperor's tomb was enormous in scale and filled with countless mechanisms, under the efforts of the excavation team, in just over a month they dug through a passage leading into the main burial chamber. After clearing away the obstacles, Li Fan, surrounded by the others, entered the ancient tomb. The main tomb passage stretched for hundreds of meters. Both walls were covered in vivid murals, and although several thousand years had passed, they could still be seen clearly. After viewing the murals, Li Fan also arrived at the main burial chamber. The chamber was about 4 meters high, while its length and width extended for thousands of meters. The tomb's ceiling imitated a starry sky and was inlaid with countless luminous pearls. Inside the burial chamber, the layout of some mountain sect had been recreated. Mountain peaks stood densely everywhere, shrouded in a sea of clouds. It was unknown how this sea of clouds had formed, but it remained fixed within the burial chamber and did not disperse outward at all. Even after several thousand years, it had never scattered. Invisible paths seemed to connect the peaks. As everyone walked, they could not help marveling in admiration and praising it repeatedly. Li Fan thought to himself that this truly was the handiwork of immortals. At the very highest peak stood a simple thatched hut, desolate on the outside and overgrown with weeds. But when they approached, everyone discovered that the hut's thatched roof was actually woven from countless exquisite strands of golden thread. Clearly, this thatched hut was Yixingji's coffin. At Li Fan's signal, the others stepped forward and opened the door of the hut. To everyone's surprise, there was no remains of Yixingji inside. Only a wooden spirit tablet stood there in silence. On the tablet were engraved several large golden characters. Tomb of Yixingji, outer sect disciple of the Grand Evolution sect. Other than that, there was nothing else. It seemed that although this man had once joined the Grand Evolution sect, from beginning to end, he had only been an outer sect disciple, unable to step onto the immortal path, and had ultimately been exiled here by cultivators. Before his death, he still remained preoccupied with his sect. He did not use his identity as emperor, but instead identified himself as an outer sect disciple of the Grand Evolution sect. However, according to what Ko Hong had said earlier, the sect of the world should all have perished in the Great Calamity before the era of the Great Migration. Now it seemed there had to be some other hidden truth behind it. Li Fan thought ceaselessly. Yi Xingji had perhaps been instructed by cultivators of the Grand Evolution sect to oversee the Great Migration in this world. The only question was whether this time they could find the flying vessel used during that migration back then. After finding no results in the main burial chamber, Li Fan ordered the excavation team to continue digging in the surrounding area, trying to find clues in nearby subsidiary tombs. A few days later, bad news arrived, leaving him both furious and helpless. A subordinate reported, Grand Preceptor, we found records related to the flying vessel. According to the burial inventory, it was located in a burial chamber in the surrounding area. Unfortunately, that chamber was robbed a very long time ago. Judging from the traces of destruction, the theft occurred over 1,000 years ago. Hearing this, Li Fan flew into a rage. Again, it was like this. Every time I see hope, in the end it turns out to be like a flower in the mirror, the moon in the water, impossible to grasp. It was rare for him to become so furious. He smashed several objects beside him. Everyone around him immediately fell silent like cicadas in winter. After a long time, Li Fan gradually calmed down. He still continued issuing orders for the excavation teams to dig up ancient tombs everywhere in search of the immortal vessel's whereabouts. At the same time, he posted rewards throughout the realm. Whoever could provide clues related to the immortal vessel would be granted the title of Marquis of 1,000 households. Another 10 years passed. In the 35th Neoding year, the matter finally took a turn for the better. One day, Li Fan received an urgent report. An immortal's tomb had been discovered. He was both startled and instantly overjoyed and immediately asked for the details. A subordinate reported, Grand Preceptor, a few days ago, a group of young men were digging up an unremarkable tomb when they were suddenly attacked by an unknown force, suffering heavy casualties. The excavation team did not dare delay and sent men to investigate that very night. Even with many experienced veterans and fully armed soldiers working together, they still could not advance even half a step into the tomb area. Upon hearing the news, Li Fan personally went there, bringing the immortal mortal barrier to open the tomb. After using the immortal mortal barrier, he finally broke through the unknown force surrounding the tomb area. The moment the barrier was broken, Li Fan immediately ordered that the excavation process be carried out with the utmost care. If anything resembling a flying vessel is discovered, report it to me at once. Everyone answered in unison, understood. A short while later, a subordinate reported, Grand Preceptor, among the burial objects there is one item that looks like a flying vessel. Li Fan joyfully turned to look, but when he saw the thing clearly, he could not help feeling puzzled. This is a flying vessel? The so-called flying vessel before his eyes was only a small wooden boat. Yet this very thing was what Li Fan had longed for day and night. Through the section of text carved onto the tomb wall before the tomb owner's death, Li Fan finally understood the whole story. The tomb owner was named Qian Heng, a Foundation establishment cultivator. More than 3,000 years ago, he had been hunted down by enemies and, with no other way out, fled into this immortal forsaken land. He had originally planned to hide here temporarily and then leave. But unexpectedly, there was no spiritual energy here at all, and he himself was a poor cultivator with very few spirit stones on him. Before long, his spirit stones were used up, and without spiritual energy to replenish himself, his cultivation steadily declined. He guessed that when mortals had been exiled here 1,000 years earlier, perhaps 1 or 2 flying vessels had been left behind. So he devoted himself to searching, and after several decades of investigation, he finally found Yi Xingji's tomb. There truly was a flying vessel in the tomb. But what drove him to despair was that the core formation providing power to the vessel had already broken down. He was not skilled in artifact forging and could not repair it. Moreover, even if it could be repaired, given his cultivation at the time and his complete lack of spirit stones, he could not have supplied enough energy to operate it. At that point, Qian Heng had no choice but to give up the idea of leaving the immortal Forsaken Land. Afterward, he concealed his identity and lived as a mortal, passing through an ordinary lifetime. Before his death, he carved the entirety of his life onto the tomb wall, hoping that if any cultivator entered this place, they could take his remains back to the cultivation world. Inside the tomb, he had left behind several items, considered advance payment for the favor. The first was the broken steel fragment used to guard the tomb. A protective formation had been set outside it, so those able to enter were mostly cultivators. Li Fan examined it. It was a broken stone steel fragment, only half a slab remaining, and on it one could vaguely make out a single character, Halt. He reached out and touched it, but returning truth showed no reaction whatsoever, leaving him unable to suppress his regret. Earlier, in order to force his way into the tomb, he had used a large amount of the immortal mortal barrier. Now the broken steel fragment had been affected and had turned into an ordinary stone. Even so, Li Fan did not mind too much. Now that he knew the location of Qian Heng's tomb, he could come back and retrieve it in a future life. The second thing Qian Heng had left behind was 2 jade slips, which recorded 2 cultivation techniques he had painstakingly exchanged from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Lesser Returning Truth Art. Refining Stage Technique. Current number of cultivators. 1. Cloud Water Diagram. Foundation Establishment Stage Technique. Current number of cultivators. 1. Picking up the jade slips and sensing the information transmitted from them. Li Fan's heart suddenly skipped a beat. He almost thought Qian Heng had not died, and that this place was merely a trap. But very quickly, he came to his senses. More than 3,000 years had passed, not to mention a foundation establishment cultivator. Even a golden core cultivator had likely long since turned to dust. As for why these techniques still had people cultivating them now, Li Fan understood after only a brief thought. The Myriad Immortals Alliance naturally possessed the original copies of these techniques. As soon as they discovered that the number of cultivators had dropped to 0, they would know that the previous cultivators had died and their Tao had vanished. At that point, the techniques would be put up for exchange once more. Thinking that over the past 3,000 years, these 2 techniques had no idea how many owners they had passed through, Li Fan could only sigh inwardly. It truly was far too dark. After that sigh, his gaze shifted to the third item, the Grand Evolution Vessel. This object was the tool the Grand Evolution sect had once used to transport mortals. Perhaps it was precisely because this flying vessel had already broken down that it had been left behind. After drifting through time for several thousand years, it had finally fallen into Li Fan's hands, becoming the hope by which he could escape the immortal Forsaken Land. Holding the Grand Evolution Vessel in his hand, Li Fan's heart surged with emotion. After waiting for several hundred years, he had finally obtained what he desired. As for the fact that the Grand Evolution Vessel was damaged, he was not worried in the slightest. Qian Heng did not know how to repair it, and neither did he, but there would certainly be someone who did. 15 years later, in Neoding Year 50, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi once again appeared in Xianjing City. Ko Hong shouted angrily, "Dao Xuanzi, don't push things too far." Dao Xuanzi replied coldly, "Ko Hong, did you think that if you fled to the immortal Forsaken Land, I would let you go? Hand over the technique you snatched that day. Otherwise, today either you die or I do." The two were just about to stake their lives against each other when, from beneath Xianjing City, a burst of hearty laughter suddenly rang out. A voice echoed upward. "It's only a core formation technique. Is it really worth the 2 of you risking your lives like this?" Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi both changed expression at once. Looking downward, both of them shouted warily, "Who speaks with such arrogance?" From below the Grand Preceptor Manor, an old man with silver hair said loudly, "If the 2 of you do not mind, come down here for a visit." Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi looked at one another, kept their distance warily, and then descended together into the Grand Preceptor Manor. The silver-haired old man laughed aloud. "Ha ha, please." He led the 2 men into the main hall and had wine and meat prepared to entertain them. Only then did he slowly speak, his voice carrying a trace of emotion. "Back then, before my ancestor died, he said that in later generations, there might be 2 people who would travel eastward from the Ruin Abyss and set foot in Xianjing City. When that time came, it would be the opportunity for our clan to leave this place. For several thousand years, my clan has always half believed and half doubted it. Now that it has been proven true today, we should drink a great cup in full." The old man laughed loudly and raised the wine cup before him, draining it in one gulp. Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi exchanged looks, their eyes full of doubt. Ko Hong respectfully asked, "May I ask how we should address you?" Li Fan smiled and replied, "This old man is Li Fan." Hearing this, Dao Xuanzi frowned and asked further, "From the meaning in your words, your ancestor predicted several thousand years ago that we would come here. Then what do you mean by an opportunity to leave this place?" After hearing this, Li Fan seemed somewhat displeased and asked in return, "What? You two don't believe me?" Ko Hong shook his head with a smile. "This matter is far too mysterious. The two of us have drifted through the cultivation world for 100 years, yet we have never heard of any art of deduction capable of predicting events 1,000 years in the future." Dao Xuanzi also nodded in agreement. Li Fan straightened his back, raised his head to look at the two of them, and slowly asked, "Have either of you ever heard of the Grand Evolution sect?" Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi glanced at each other as shock appeared in their eyes. One of them replied, "Could it be that ancient sect, famous throughout the world for its art of deduction?" Li Fan let out a slight sigh of relief and nodded. "That's right. This old man's ancestor was indeed a disciple of the Grand Evolution sect." His eyes narrowed slightly as he gazed into the distance, as if lost in memory. "Back then, although my ancestor joined the Grand Evolution sect, he had no interest in cultivation and was instead obsessed with the arts of deduction and calculation. That in itself was nothing unusual. But when heaven and earth underwent great upheaval, mortals were forced to migrate. With my ancestor's early chi refining cultivation, no one could have forced him if he had refused." He paused briefly before continuing. "But seeing the clansmen panicked and uneasy, my ancestor voluntarily took responsibility for relocating the mortals. From then on, he led the family and remained here." By the time Li Fan finished speaking, his voice was full of emotion. After hearing this, Dao Xuanzi replied calmly, "So that's how it was." He hesitated slightly, then asked, "May I ask why you stopped us, fellow Taoist?" Li Fan Siga. "For tens of thousands of years, no cultivator has ever set foot in this place. The moment I saw the two of you today, I knew you were the people my ancestor foresaw before his death, the chance for my clan to escape this predicament." He paused, then continued, "When I saw the two of you about to fight to the death over a core formation cultivation method, I hurriedly spoke up to stop you." Dao Xuanzi said indifferently, "You must think it laughable, fellow Taoist, but perhaps you do not know that cultivation methods are extremely scarce in the outside world. People turning on each other and killing over a single manual is perfectly normal." Li Fan shook his head repeatedly. "How could it have come to this?" Dao Xuanzi probed. "From your tone, fellow Taoist, it sounds as though you possess something extraordinary." Li Fan answered proudly, "Before my ancestor passed away, he left behind a cultivation method that points directly to the Golden Core realm." Dao Xuanzi drew in a sharp breath and asked in a low voice, "May I ask what conditions you have?" Ko Hong grew even more delighted and quickly said, "Excellent. If you can obtain this cultivation method, Dao Xuanzi, then there will be no need for us brothers to continue fighting." Li Fan took a sip of wine and said slowly, "My ancestor's lifelong wish was to return to the cultivation world and go back to the Grand Evolution sect. Before his death, aside from leaving behind that cultivation method, he also passed down a magical artifact called the Grand Evolution Vessel." He paused, then continued, "Although the Grand Evolution Vessel is damaged, according to calculations made through the Grand Evolution Arts, two cultivators would one day arrive here, one skilled in swordsmanship, the other proficient in artifact refinement. Together, they would be able to help my descendants repair the Grand Evolution Vessel and leave this land of desperation." Hearing this, both Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi changed expression. Dao Xuanzi said heavily, "I am skilled in swordsmanship, and Ko Hong is adept in artifact refinement. This Grand Evolution art is truly hard to believe." Ko Hong also stared wide-eyed in shock. To deduce things to such a degree with only chi refining cultivation, it's simply unimaginable. Li Fan smiled, then after a moment said, "Words alone prove nothing. Please come with me and take a look at this cultivation method." Dao Xuanzi immediately revealed a look of joy and rose to follow him. When he saw Ko Hong also intending to come along, he instantly grew wary and said coldly, "What? You already have a core formation cultivation method. Still not satisfied?" Ko Hong looked slightly embarrassed and could only say, "Fine, I won't go. Dao Xuanzi let out a cold snort and quickly followed close behind Li Fan. Seeing that Ko Hong had indeed not followed, just as expected, Li Fan quietly let out a breath of relief, knowing that his plan had already succeeded halfway. He led Dao Xuanzi through a hidden mechanism and into the underground secret chamber beneath the Grand Preceptor Manor. Dao Xuanzi was just about to step inside when he suddenly stopped, drew back his foot, and carefully swept the surroundings with his divine sense. The next moment, he said in astonishment, "Immortal mortal barrier." It turned out that a mortal barrier had been hidden in the mechanisms around the secret chamber, its aura so dense that it was terrifying. Li Fan's milat finally. We mortals can only protect our family's supreme treasure this way. Dao Xuanzi forced a smile, not daring to advance even half a step. Instead, he backed away slightly. Li Fan said nothing and entered the secret chamber himself, taking a jade slip from one of the cabinets. He had not come back out, merely raised a jade slip high enough for Dao Xuanzi to see. Calmly, he said, "Fellow Taoist, please have a look. This is the cultivation method left behind by my ancestor." Li Fan was perfectly calm inside, because he could tell that Dao Xuanzi's mind had been completely captivated by the golden jade slip in his hand. Heavenly mechanism, jade, ring golden chapter. A nascent soul cultivation method. Number of cultivators, none. Dao Xuanzi's breathing gradually became heavy, and a dangerous glint even flashed through his eyes. Seeing Li Fan's half-smiling expression, and then sensing the faint aura of danger emanating from the immortal mortal barrier in the secret chamber, Dao Xuanzi immediately regained his composure. Li Fan smiled and asked, "Well, was this old man telling the truth or not? Earlier, in front of your elder brother Ko Hong, I only said that what my ancestor left behind was a core formation cultivation method. I did that precisely because I feared he might harbor evil intentions." Dao Xuanzi nodded in admiration. "Fellow Taoist, your thoughts are meticulous. I am impressed." Having said that, he added in an excited tone, "Rest assured, fellow Taoist, my elder brother Ko Hong is highly skilled in the art of artifact refinement. I will certainly persuade him to do everything in his power to help you repair the grand evolution vessel. Li Fan lauga fartili. Then I shall be in your debt. Once the matter is accomplished, I will personally present this cultivation method to you with both hands." Dao Xuanzi, he thought to himself. It seems Li Fan was not lying. He really does possess an ancestral core formation cultivation method. Inside the Grand Preceptor Manor, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi secretly communicated through voice transmission. Dao Xuanzi nodded. "That's right. I saw it with my own eyes." A vicious look appeared on Ko Hong's face. "Can't we just seize it directly? He's only a mortal." Dao Xuanzi quickly tried to dissuade him. Although Li Fan is only a mortal, he is still a descendant of the Grand Evolution sect. You saw that terrifying predictive art earlier. It truly inspires fear. If we try to seize it by force, who knows what other methods he might still have. Besides, helping him repair the Grand Evolution vessel is not difficult. Why invite trouble for ourselves? He had another concern in his heart as well. If they pushed Li Fan too far, and he revealed that it was actually a nascent soul cultivation method, the consequences would be unthinkable. The next day, the two of them were shown the Grand Evolution vessel Li Fan had mentioned. The moment Ko Hong saw it, he was utterly entranced and immediately picked it up for careful inspection. As expected of an item from the Grand Evolution sect, the refinement techniques are exquisite, and the formations are profoundly mysterious. They far surpass anything I've ever learned. The more he examined it, the more excited he became. If I can completely repair this, my path in artifact refinement will surely advance by leaps and bounds. Li Fan said solemnly, "Then I must trouble the two of you. If you need anything, just say the word. This old man will certainly comply." Time meant little in cultivation. A wooden boat that looked so small ended up taking Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi nearly an entire year to repair. On the day it was finally completed, the moment Li Fan heard the Grand Evolution vessel had been restored, he immediately came over. Taking it from Ko Hong's hands, he was overjoyed. Ko Hong said with some pride, "The core propulsion formation, the expansion and contraction transformation formation, and the dust cleansing formation have all been fully repaired. Only the defensive and offensive formations could be restored in a rudimentary way because of material limitations." He paused, then continued. "Using it to break through the absolute immortal grand formation will not be a problem. But if you encounter an attack from cultivators, I'm afraid it will be somewhat inadequate." Li Fan did not care much about that. It doesn't matter. As long as I can leave the absolute immortal grand formation and return to the cultivation world, I should naturally be able to find my way back to the grand evolution sect with my ancestors' token. Ko Hong's eyes flickered slightly, and then he enthusiastically explained to Li Fan how to operate the grand evolution vessel. The grand evolution vessel uses spiritual energy as its power source and requires divine sense to control. According to need, it has 3 different form levels. At its smallest, it is about 10 meters long and 2 or 3 meters wide, enough to carry around 10 people. A somewhat larger form is about 100 meters long and can carry several hundred people. And when fully expanded, it reaches over 1,000 meters in length, enough to carry tens of thousands. Ko Hong said, "The 2 of us didn't bring many spirit stones, but the amount I left as fuel should be enough for you to use the second form to leave this place. It's just that operating the grand evolution vessel requires, at minimum, the divine sense of a chi refining cultivator. I wonder whether you need us to do it in your place." Before he could finish speaking, the grand evolution vessel in Li Fan's hand began to slowly enlarge. From a tiny object like a toy, it quickly transformed into a real boat. Ko Hong exclaimed in astonishment, "Fellow Taoist, your methods truly are extraordinary. Even as a mortal, you can actually control the grand evolution vessel." Li Fan smiled. "Just a small trick, not worth mentioning. I should be the one thanking the 2 of you, fellow Taoists. I've been trapped here for 1,000 years, and now that I see hope of escape, it is all thanks to your efforts." Those words came entirely from his heart. Although Ko Hong was curious about how Li Fan could control the grand evolution vessel without divine sense, seeing that the other party did not wish to explain, he let it go. Dao Xuanzi, on the other hand, was already growing impatient. "Now that the grand evolution vessel has been repaired, I wonder." Li Fan burst into laughter. "I have long since prepared it. Just follow me to get it." 3 days later, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi came to bid farewell to Li Fan. Dao Xuanzi said, "Fellow Taoist, we no longer have many spirit stones left, and staying in the immortal Forsaken Land carries the risk of our cultivation declining. So today, we must take our leave." Ko Hong added warmly, "If you leave this place in the future, you may come to the Songyun mountain range, Lingtian City, to find me." As he spoke, he handed Li Fan a map. "This is what you need. Based on memory, I drew a map of the area near the exit of the absolute immortal grand formation. There were no blank jade slips here, so I had no choice but to use paper and brush." Li Fan accepted it solemnly and thanked him repeatedly. After that, the 3 chatted for a while longer. At last, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi turned into 2 streaks of light and departed. While flying, Ko Hong sighed with emotion. This Li Fan has no ordinary mind. He truly is a remarkable man. It's just a pity that his great limit is approaching. Even if he returns to the cultivation world, he probably won't live much longer. Dao Xuanzi replied calmly, "Without attaining immortality, all is illusion. Aren't you and I also fighting over that sliver of hope for immortality?" At that, Ko Hong suddenly asked curiously, "So what cultivation method did Li Fan actually give you?" Dao Xuanzi did not answer. Instead, he smiled and said, "Could it be such a coincidence that it's the same as the cultivation method in your hands?" Then he added, "Don't worry. Once I enter seclusion and break through to the golden core stage, I've already promised to help you with 3 matters. I absolutely won't go back on my word." Ko Hong did not press further, only showing an excited expression. "Once I break through as well, if the 2 of us brothers join forces, who in this Songyun mountain range could stand against us? That protective fog formation still hasn't dispersed. Does elder brother dare make another attempt?" Dao Xuanzi looked at the mist over the ruin abyss and suddenly shot straight into it, clearly unable to wait to return to the cultivation world and comprehend the cultivation method. What is there to fear? With that, he followed right behind and plunged in as well. Eastern Ruin Abyss. At this moment, Li Fan had already settled all affairs and was piloting the grand evolution vessel to hover above the ruin abyss. Ordinarily, One should wait for the once every 15 years moment when the white mist dispersed before exploring this place. But Li Fan was already 71 years old, and the next chance would require waiting another 14 years. By then, he would be 85, with his great limit near at hand. Even walking would be difficult for him, much less controlling the Grand Evolution vessel. He thought to himself, "In this life, I no longer have anything holding me back. Today, I must test the reality of this absolute immortal grand formation." Steering the Grand Evolution vessel, Li Fan slowly descended toward the bottom of the ruined abyss. Without divine sense to guide the way, he could only rely on his eyes to distinguish direction. The mist covered everything, leaving the surroundings a vast expanse of white that gave him an extreme sense of unreality. The silence all around was terrifying. Only the sound of his own breathing remained. With his nerves stretched to the limit, he continued downward. Suddenly, it seemed as though he had struck something, and the hull of the Grand Evolution vessel began to shake violently. Li Fan tensed at once. An enormous invisible force seemed to be crushing the vessel. From outside came waves of sounds like metal scraping against metal, chilling to the bone. Fortunately, the defensive formation activated in time. A layer of pale yellow light enveloped the Grand Evolution vessel, and the hull gradually stabilized. The horrifying sounds also disappeared, leaving only the constantly twisting light screen to show the appalling pressure outside. Beyond the gale layer lay the illusory light layer below. Li Fan recalled what Ko Hong had once said about the absolute immortal grand formation. This grand formation had been established primarily to prevent the exiled mortals from returning to the cultivation world. The gale layer was filled with violent winds, and the wind blades could easily tear an ordinary human body to shreds. Even Foundation establishment cultivators had to carefully defend against it with spiritual power. Li Fan cautiously steered the Grand Evolution vessel, and after half an hour, he finally passed through the gale layer. The moment he entered the illusory light layer, bathed in countless streams of light, Li Fan immediately fell into layer upon layer of illusion. In the illusion, he successfully escaped the absolute immortal grand formation. After reaching the cultivation world, he obtained a rare cultivation method through a fortunate encounter, and in just 100 years cultivated to the Golden Core realm. Later, his path of cultivation grew ever smoother, and 1,000 years later, he attained the Tao and ascended. After arriving in the immortal realm, Li Fan started again from the very bottom, cultivating step by step until he finally became an immortal emperor, looking down proudly upon all under heaven. After that, he shattered the spatial barrier of the immortal realm and ascended to the divine realm. In the divine realm, he began as a mere miner. After 10,000 years of bitter cultivation, he reached the realm of divine king and became a peak powerhouse. Then he continued through hardship to ascend to the primordial divine realm, where he was merely a low-level gatekeeper and once again began from zero. So it went layer upon layer, cycle after cycle. Who knew how many times he had passed through such turns before the illusion finally collapsed? Li Fan awoke, and the memories of what he had just experienced receded like a falling tide, quickly dispersing from his mind, leaving behind only a few vague traces. He thought to himself, everything just now was an illusion of the illusory light layer. Then he suddenly realized, why is the boat upside down? According to Ko Hong's map, he had already left the illusory light layer and entered the third layer of the absolute immortal grand formation, the inversion layer. He guessed, perhaps while I was unconscious, the Grand Evolution vessel automatically left the illusory light layer and brought me here. If that is the case, then I can let it control the direction on its own, while I only need to provide power. A strand of intuition came from the Grand Evolution vessel, as if guiding the direction. Li Fan followed it, no longer deliberately steering, and only increased the spiritual power so the Grand Evolution vessel could advance by itself. The fourth layer of the absolute immortal grand formation, the flowing fire layer. He thought to himself, as expected, relying on the guidance of the Grand Evolution vessel, I have smoothly reached the flowing fire layer. This vessel had originally been used to transport mortals 1,000 years ago. The cultivators of the past must have left some hidden mechanism in it, allowing it to pass through the grand formation automatically. Having tasted the benefits, Li Fan felt even more at ease and no longer interfered at all. He merely maintained the power supply for the grand evolution vessel. Next came the fifth layer, mysterious ice, then flowing fire, mysterious ice, thunderstorm. These places all looked incomparably dangerous, yet the grand evolution vessel always avoided them deftly, gliding past each deadly hazard. The sixth layer, thunderstorm. The seventh layer, darkness. Throughout the journey, there was only alarm, no actual danger, and he smoothly entered the final layer, the darkness layer. According to Ko Hong, this layer held no danger, only an endless region of darkness. The grand evolution vessel moved silently forward through the dense blackness, thinking that the cultivation world he had longed for over 100 years lay just ahead. Even someone with Li Fan's state of mind could not help but feel a trace of excitement. He said to himself, "Once I pass through here, the cultivation world will be right ahead." Suddenly, the surroundings became incomparably silent. In the darkness, for no apparent reason, an ancient, vast, distant, and profound sound rang out. That strange sound spread through the entire darkness layer in an instant, reverberating without end. Then, abruptly, the sound vanished, and everything sank once more into absolute silence. The surroundings were still pitch black, yet somehow different from before. Li Fan suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He knew that the grand evolution vessel had been swallowed by some unknown existence, and the replenishment progress instantly began to drop. He took one final deep look into the darkness outside, then silently invoked returning truth in his heart. This simulation ended. Recovering his awareness, Li Fan thought of the scene just now, and doubt and fear inevitably rose in his heart. What exactly was that thing? Earlier, when Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi passed through the absolute immortal grand formation, they had clearly not encountered such an existence in the darkness layer. So why had his experience been different? Could it simply have been bad luck? Li Fan did not think so. The darkness layer within the absolute immortal grand formation was boundless, and the grand evolution vessel was as tiny as a drop of water in the ocean. The probability of running into that thing was almost impossible. It seemed safer to wait until the mist dispersed and light appeared at the bottom of the ruined abyss before continuing the exploration. Although this attempt had failed at the very last moment, the gains from the previous life had truly exceeded all expectations. Li Fan calculated silently, then chose to keep the grand evolution vessel. Name, Li Fan. Realm, mortal. Physiological age, 286. Mental age, 333/1113. Void transformation recharge progress, 0. Neoding recharge progress, 1. Current number of anchor points, 1. Bound items, heavenly mechanism jade, ring, golden chapter, grand evolution vessel. During the period of waiting that followed, Li Fan's seventh life began. Before returning truth completed its recharge, he would absolutely not take any risky action. In the fourth Neoding year, he led his trusted subordinates and secretly headed to Qianheng's tomb. This time, he used a container holding a mortal barrier to slowly erode it until the power of the broken steel weakened to the point that it could no longer pierce the steel armor. Li Fan donned the armor and entered the tomb. The moment he placed his hand on the stone steel, he immediately realized that this was something that could be used for recharging, though the steel itself was damaged. Returning truth promptly displayed a notification asking whether to proceed with the recharge. Li Fan inwardly sighed in regret, but still chose to absorb it. The broken steel gradually turned into nothingness and vanished without a trace. After absorbing it, returning truth's Neoding recharge progress immediately increased by 25. With only 3 more times, he would be able to unlock the second anchor point. Li Fan was overjoyed, yet deep down he still had a faint sense that matters would not be so simple. The other items in Qianheng's tomb no longer held any value to him. Only after ordering someone to seal the tomb again did Li Fan leave. In the 5th Neoding year, Li Fan finally could not hold back any longer and went to the eastern ruin abyss. He told himself that he would first take a look and not go down. Standing before the endless sea of mist, his gaze seemed to pierce through countless layers of distance, reaching straight to the bottom of the ruin abyss. He stood there silently for a long time. As gust after gust of fierce wind howled, the dense fog gradually dispersed, and the absolute immortal Grand Formation, once full of deadly peril, no longer seemed so frightening. If he controlled the Grand Evolution Vessel now, perhaps he could travel all the way smoothly into the cultivation world. A thought suddenly arose in Li Fan's mind, then rapidly swelled, impossible to suppress, completely seizing his consciousness. That's right, after waiting so long, could it be that he still had to wait another 15 years? So what if returning truth had not yet finished recharging? If he remained so timid and hesitant, how could he ever attain the great Tao? In his previous life, he had already explored this once. As long as he carefully avoided the monster in the darkness layer, he could leave this cursed place. Those overlapping voices, all speaking at once, rang ceaselessly in his ears. Li Fan's eyes gradually lost focus, turning blood red as though he had been bewitched. Step by step, he walked forward, drawing ever closer to the endless ruin abyss. Just as Li Fan was about to be lured by the abyss and fall to his death, a light suddenly shone from its depths, piercing through the absolute immortal Grand Formation and into his sight. The mad red in his eyes was temporarily suppressed. Four great characters abruptly appeared before him. The immortal Tao forgets joy. Boom! All the feverish thoughts from before, his pursuit of the immortal Tao, even the urge to jump down, vanished completely. Li Fan came to his senses, drenched in cold sweat from fright. What was going on? 15 years later, in Neoding Year 20, returning truth finally completed its recharge. With something to rely on now, he returned to the ruin abyss. He piloted the Grand Evolution Vessel, making a perilous journey until he reached the thunderstorm layer, where he stopped above the darkness layer. Fierce winds gradually rose, and the raging thunderstorm seemed to weaken under their influence. In the darkness, faint glimmers of light appeared one after another. Using that precious light, Li Fan searched for the monster hidden in the shadows, but unfortunately found nothing. Seeing that the light was about to go out, he hesitated no longer, poured all his strength into controlling the Grand Evolution Vessel, and shot straight toward the bottom of the ruin abyss. That bizarre sound rang out again and, in an instant, drew near him. Looks like my guess was right. This monster holds tremendous malice toward mortals. Perhaps its very mission is to devour all who approach this place. At that very moment, Li Fan suddenly changed the Grand Evolution Vessel's direction. The vessel traced a perfect arc, shifting in an instant from a direct downward plunge to an accelerating ascent back upward. The Grand Evolution Vessel's propulsion was fully activated. Amid violent howling, it turned and shot back toward the thunderstorm layer. Sure enough, the moment it reached the thunderstorm layer, that thing stopped pursuing him, borrowing the last fading trace of light. Li Fan looked down from above and at last saw the true form of the monster in the darkness. It was a giant whale, so enormous that words could not describe it. Even from a great distance, he could not take in its whole body. That gaping maw alone filled his entire field of vision. Seeing its prey return to the thunderstorm layer, the whale grew bolder, yet could advance no farther. Only after letting out several furious roars to vent its dissatisfaction did it unwillingly close its mouth and vanish back into the darkness. Li Fan piloted the Grand Evolution Vessel back upward above the ruin abyss, his expression somewhat grim, muttering, "What in the world is that thing?" Recalling what had just happened only made his headache worse. Such an enormous whale, while the Grand Evolution Vessel is so tiny, yet every time I pass by, it detects me instantly, like a cat spotting a mouse. Unable to discover the reason, Li Fan could only try other methods. Fortunately, I still have enough chances to experiment. He let out a soft sigh. 15 years later, in Neoding Year 35, Li Fan concealed himself early within the thunderstorm layer. During these 15 years, he had repeatedly tried to force his way into the darkness layer. But with each attempt, the time between his entry and the whale discovering him grew shorter and shorter. Given the speed of the Grand Evolution Vessel, he simply did not have time to escape. So every time he could only struggle for a bit before retreating in miserable defeat. Only on the day when the white mist dispersed did the whale seem restrained by something, requiring some time before it noticed him. Relying on that tiny gap, perhaps he could fly all the way to the bottom of the ruin abyss. This time, Li Fan decided to gamble, going all out and using his fastest speed to cross the darkness layer before the whale could react. The fierce winds gradually rose. The grand evolution vessel unleashed its full power, erupting with astonishing speed, and the light ahead drew ever nearer. Just as he was about to arrive, the whale's terrifying roar sounded out again and rapidly closed in. Only about a quarter of the distance remained. There's no time. Li Fan made his judgment at once. He narrowed his eyes, his ferocity aroused. Instead of continuing toward the bottom of the ruin abyss, he abruptly turned around and charged straight toward the source of the roar. Unfortunately, determination could not change the outcome. There was no collision. In a single instant, darkness engulfed everything around him. Li Fan knew that he had once again been swallowed whole. Grinding his teeth, he shouted, returning truth and this simulation. His consciousness returned, and Li Fan let out a heavy sigh. Only after quite a while did he gradually calm down. This time, he chose to accelerate the recharge progress. At least I still have 748 years left to spend. Li Fan could only comfort himself like this. 8th Life, Neoding Year 4. Li Fan once again opened Qian Heng's tomb and discovered that there was something that could replenish energy, the damaged fragmentary steel. Returning truth prompted him. Proceed with energy replenishment? Seeing the prompt, Li Fan's mood finally improved somewhat. At this moment, the progress of returning truth's Neoding recharge had already reached 51. Li Fan laughed at himself a little. At least this life wasn't wasted. In Neoding Year 5, on the day the white mist dispersed, the progress of its void transformation recharge had nearly reached 90. But unless it reached 100, it made little difference to Li Fan, so he could only choose to continue waiting patiently. Neoding Year 20, Li Fan tried once and failed. Neoding Year 35, he tried again and still failed. However, these attempts were not entirely useless. At the very least, he had become increasingly proficient in controlling the grand evolution vessel and could also last longer under the whale's pursuit. In Neoding Year 50, Li Fan chose not to continue forcing his way into the darkness layer. He was old now. His reactions and spirit had clearly weakened. If he continued, there was no possibility of success. So he decided to meet his two old friends again and see whether he could obtain any clues from them. On Li Fan's 70th birthday celebration, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi arrived as promised. Hearing those familiar voices again, Li Fan suddenly felt a little nostalgic. He still used the pretext of a golden core cultivation method to lure the two men to the Grand Preceptor Manor. After 3 rounds of wine, Li Fan took out a painting. It was an old painting depicting a terrifying giant whale lurking in the darkness, showing only its savage mouth as though it wished to devour its prey. Li Fan probed, "Have either of you ever seen this kind of monster? Before my ancestor died, he said that if there were ever a chance to escape this dead place in the future, nothing else would need to be feared. With the sect's grand evolution vessel for protection, there would naturally be no danger. Only in the final layer is there a hidden whale, and one must be especially careful of it." After looking at the painting, Ko Hong frowned, somewhat unconvinced. In such a pitch-black, empty place, there is actually such a ferocious beast? Why have I never seen it? Dao Xuanzi seemed to recall something. Li Fan asked with some anticipation, "Fellow Daoist, do you know this beast?" Dao Xuanzi shook his head. "I only saw related records in an ancient text. It is said that in ancient times there was a sect called the beast-taming sect. The beast-taming sect had no profound cultivation methods, but relied on a single beast-taming art that allowed them to control the strange beasts of heaven and earth as combat power. At their peak, they were said to rival top sects such as the Supreme Dao sect. Unfortunately, during the great calamity of heaven and earth, the beast-taming sect cultivated only this one method, so it also became the sect that perished the fastest. Among the famous exotic beasts once controlled by the beast-taming sect, there seemed to be this kind of whale. Ko Hong slapped his hand and hurriedly said, "Now that you mention it, I remember. I think it's called a world-cleft whale." Li Fan's heart stirred, and he immediately asked, "Do either of you know how to avoid this world-cleft whale?" Ko Hong and Dao Xuanzi both smiled awkwardly. Dao Xuanzi said, "We've only heard a few sentences about it. This kind of exotic beast has vanished from the cultivation world for thousands of years. How do we possibly know its habits?" Li Fan could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. "It seems I still have to rely on myself." He handed the heavenly mechanism Jade, Ring Golden Chapter to Dao Xuanzi, sent the two of them off, and then chose to end this life. The ninth life began. In this life, Li Fan once again opened Qian Heng's tomb, wanting to absorb the fragmentary steel to replenish energy. Unfortunately, returning truth did not respond at all. Though regretful, Li Fan had long been mentally prepared for this. Thus, returning truth's Neoding recharge progress stopped at 51. Neoding year 20, then 35, then 50. Li Fan tried every method he could think of, yet still could not pass through the darkness layer under the whale's watch. In Neoding year 65, Li Fan was already 85 years old, nearly at the end of his life. This time, he did not hurry to end things early, because he did not know how many more attempts it would take before he could cross the absolute immortal grand formation. Being able to try one more time was better than nothing. Unfortunately, he was too old. His thinking had slowed, and his reactions had become dull. He no longer had the ability to outwit or outfight the whale. Li Fan no longer forced the issue. He simply gave up controlling the grand evolution vessel entirely and let it slowly drift down into the ruin abyss. The gale layer, the illusory light layer, the inversion layer, the flowing fire layer, the mysterious ice layer, the thunderstorm layer, and then the darkness layer. Li Fan drowsily fell asleep. When he awoke, he was shocked to discover that the grand evolution vessel was already close to the bottom of the ruin abyss. Li Fan was astonished. What happened? Why didn't the world-cleft whale appear this time? Though he did not understand, that did not stop him from accelerating. He could not miss this opportunity. He pushed the grand evolution vessel with all his strength and sped toward the flickering light ahead. But the moment he accelerated, the whale's howl suddenly rang out once more. Li Fan frona deeply. Why did it notice me at exactly this moment? In an instant, like lightning ripping through the night, realization struck him. So that's it. This world-cleft whale cannot see, or rather, it ignores objects moving at a constant speed. As long as I maintain a steady speed, I can safely pass through the absolute immortal grand formation. Having grasped this crucial point, Li Fan could not help bursting into loud laughter. Ha ha ha. At last, the final shackle preventing me from leaving this dead place has been broken. This time, the enormous whale could no longer catch the flying vessel. Amid Li Fan's mad laughter and the whale's furious roaring, the grand evolution vessel broke through the crack between the two realms and prepared to return to the cultivation world. The scene around him turned blurry, as though he had crossed the distance between two worlds in an instant and struck a tremendous pressure. Li Fan groaned, blood flowing from his nose and eyes, but he paid it no attention. He only turned his head to look back at the place he had just left, the immortal Forsaken Land. The immense distance seemed to raise his field of vision infinitely high, and Li Fan saw a scene he would never forget in his life. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of world-cleft whales had formed into vast schools, ceaselessly opening patches of pitch-black space within the void day and night. And the immortal Forsaken Land where he had once lived was now moving farther and farther away from the cultivation world. Below, it was a bottomless heavenly chasm. The flying vessel had shot out from it, and from within came a faint aura similar to that of the ruin abyss. The grand evolution vessel broke through the absolute immortal grand formation and appeared amid an endless stretch of mountain ranges. The mountains rolled on without end, clouds and mist curled around them, and the scene was grand and magnificent. Above the highest peak of the range, suspended in the air, was a gigantic city. Li Fan murmured, "So this is the cultivation world?" He wanted to laugh loudly, but could only keep coughing as fresh blood continuously gushed out. He was too old. He had already been on the verge of life and death, and crossing the absolute immortal grand formation this time had directly shattered the last of his life force. But to see the cultivation world before dying meant this life had not been in vain. Returning truth prompted, "This simulation has ended." After the darkness, Li Fan's consciousness gradually recovered. Looking back on his previous life, he had exhausted all his efforts, tried every possible method, and still could not pass through the absolute immortal grand formation. Yet in the end, he had accidentally discovered the way to break through it. After 9 reincarnated lives, in nearly 500 long years, he had finally touched the gateway to cultivation. But when faced with the choice after the simulation ended, Li Fan rarely fell into hesitation. According to his original plan, he had intended to choose accelerated recharge progress in order to complete returning truth sooner and enter the cultivation world as quickly as possible. However, when he looked at the list of selectable items, he hesitated because among them he unexpectedly saw the fragmentary steel. After thinking for a while, Li Fan decided to keep the damaged steel. He wanted to use this opportunity to verify a conjecture in his heart. Thus began Li Fan's 10th life. He continued, waiting another 20 years before returning Truth's recharge was complete. Li Fan was familiar with the path and acted according to the established track of history. In Neoding Year 3, he arrived outside Qianheng's tomb. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan did not choose to use the immortal mortal barrier to break open the tomb. Instead, he directly took out the fragmentary steel from within returning truth. The fragmentary steel brought over from his previous life underwent a wondrous change the moment it appeared in this world. A soft white glow covered its surface, making it seem somewhat illusory. Not long after, it slowly dissipated like snow and ice beneath sunlight. Just as Li Fan had expected, the fragmentary steel inside Qianheng's tomb immediately became much stronger. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, just as I thought, immortal methods cannot be cultivated together, and the same goes for heavenly treasures. There can never exist two identical wondrous treasures in the world. I used returning truth's energy to create an identical one, and the result is that the two treasures automatically merged in the end and returned to a single source. After that, he ordered his subordinates to use the mist-spouting immortal mortal barrier to break the tomb. The strengthened fragmentary steel truly was extraordinary. Even using the immortal mortal barrier, they still had to expend considerable effort before its power was gradually weakened. Wearing heavy armor, Li Fan entered Qianheng's tomb, his gaze stopping on the steel. Its appearance had not changed much, only looking somewhat less damaged. Unfortunately, returning truth still could not absorb it. Li Fan thought to himself, it seems this steel still needs to be repaired more completely before returning truth can continue absorbing it. He stored away the strengthened fragmentary steel in the grand evolution vessel, treating it as an asset for the day he entered the cultivation world. In Neoding Year 20, with returning truth close to finishing its recharge, Li Fan ruthlessly punished a group of corrupt officials, local tyrants, and great landlords, confiscating all the gold, silver, and jewels their families had accumulated over generations. He did this because after entering the cultivation world, he would still need to deal with mortals, so money had to be prepared in advance. In addition, food was also indispensable, but grain was the foundation of the state, and the amount Li Fan needed was far too great. All the officials jointly submitted memorials in opposition, and even the merchants in the capital took the opportunity to raise grain prices, hoping to make a huge profit. Li Fan did not waste words. During morning court, in front of the entire civil and military bureaucracy, he directly expanded the grand evolution vessel to its largest form and suspended it in the sky above the imperial palace. The gigantic grand evolution vessel was like dark clouds blotting out the heavens over Xianjing City. Countless commoners who saw this scene immediately knelt and kowtowed. As for the civil and military officials at court, after witnessing Li Fan's immortal-like methods, all of them changed expression and at once altered their attitude. All the resentment stirred up by Li Fan's killings and confiscations instantly vanished. People even took the initiative to help him prepare food supplies with utmost attentiveness. With the officials assisting him, and with a batch of profiteering merchants removed, the grand evolution vessel was finally filled to the brim, stocked with everything he might need. Li Fan no longer had any concerns in the mortal world. He piloted the grand evolution vessel and once again arrived above the ruin abyss. Relaxing his mind, he let the vessel fly on its own at a fixed speed. It took only a few hours from beginning to end, but to Li Fan it felt as though 100 years had passed. After that seemingly endless wait, Li Fan finally crossed the absolute immortal grand formation and entered the cultivation world. After adapting to the tearing sensation of crossing between the two realms, he looked excitedly out from the grand evolution vessel. Yet when he clearly saw the surrounding scenery, Li Fan froze. Unlike the previous life, when he had seen endless mountain ranges, his current location was above a vast, boundless ocean with no end in sight. Li Fan was dumbfounded. What is going on? Why did I emerge in a different place this time? He took Ko Hong's map from his chest and tried to find the location of this great sea on it. But no matter how many times he compared it, he got no result. Li Fan could only sigh. Forget it. I can only take things one step at a time. I have no idea where things went wrong. Fortunately, I still have the Grand Evolution Vessel as transportation. Otherwise, I would probably be trapped to death here. I just don't know whether I'll be able to find an inhabited place before the Spirit Stones run out. Not one to hesitate, Li Fan quickly acted. He chose a direction and piloted the Grand Evolution Vessel while searching for signs of cities. The ocean was simply too vast. Li Fan flew for 7 days and 7 nights without seeing a single trace of human habitation. Fortunately, the food reserves aboard the Grand Evolution Vessel were ample, so there was no immediate concern for survival. More than 10 more days passed like this. The speed of the Grand Evolution Vessel gradually slowed, clearly on the verge of exhausting its energy. Just when it seemed he had reached the end of the road, Li Fan finally saw the faint silhouette of a ship in the distance on the sea surface. Overjoyed, he immediately lowered the altitude of the Grand Evolution Vessel and slowly approached. Yet when he got closer, he did not know whether to laugh or cry. It really was a ship, but one on the verge of sinking. It seemed to have just been attacked by something. A huge hole had been torn through the hull, and 2/3 of the vessel had already gone under. Around the ship, more than a dozen people were struggling in the sea. They were obviously all crew members. Most of them could not swim and could only cling to broken planks, desperately trying to stay afloat and keep themselves from sinking. Li Fan was still hesitating over whether he should put away the Grand Evolution Vessel and save these people when he heard one of the lucky survivors, a man, shouting at the top of his lungs. "Everyone, don't be afraid. I've already sent a signal to the Immortal Master. He'll be here soon to save us. Hold on a little longer." Immortal Master. Hearing this, Li Fan's heart stirred slightly. He put away the Grand Evolution Vessel, jumped into the sea, and quietly swam toward the group, silently mixing in among them. Li Fan also pretended to be at death's door, struggling weakly for survival. The crowd cried out for help. "Immortal Master, save me. Immortal Master, save our lives." After a while, a streak of light flew in from afar and stopped in midair above them. From the voice, it was a man, but his face seemed to be veiled by a thin layer of mist, making it impossible to see clearly. The man gave a cold snort. Li Fan immediately felt that he could no longer make a sound, though he had no idea what spell had been cast. The others also fell silent all at once. The Immortal Master flew to the side of the sinking ship and gently raised one hand, lifting the vessel, which had already sunk more than halfway, straight out of the water. Another flash of light struck down, and the huge hole in the hull was repaired in an instant. Then he hovered above the crowd, gave another cold snort, and waved his hand lightly forward before lifting it. In that instant, Li Fan and the others felt themselves seized by an invisible hand, lifted into the air, and hurled straight toward the freshly repaired ship. Bang, bang, bang. One after another, they were thrown onto the deck like sacks. Unable to speak, everyone could only let out muffled groans, but their faces were filled with awe and joy at having survived. Not one of them dared utter a word of complaint. Once everyone had been rescued onto the ship, the Immortal Master hovered above them and spoke in an unfriendly tone. "Who was the one that sent me the signal?" The man who had spoken earlier immediately dropped to his knees. The Immortal Master flicked his hand and dispelled the spell on him. The man kowtowed as he said, "This humble one is Su Changyu. I understand all of your rules. Once we arrive, none of this will have anything to do with me. I have never met you, and I do not know who you are." The Immortal Master asked again, "Do you understand?" Su Changyu Cultivato repeatedly. "This humble one understands. The elders in my family already instructed me. I hope Immortal Master is satisfied." After that, no one could tell what spell he used, but the ship immediately began moving quickly in a different direction. Seeing this, most of the mortals revealed shocked expressions. The Immortal Master paid them no attention at all. and went straight to the bow. A strangely oppressive silence fell over the ship. More than half a day passed. By the time night fell, sparkling points of light finally appeared in the distance. It was an island that looked quite prosperous. Though still fairly far away, the sounds of people could already be heard faintly. More than 100 large ships were anchored at the island's docks, creating an extremely imposing sight. Yet Li Fan's ship did not head for the pier. Instead, it circled halfway around the island and went to a less populated area at the rear. The ship quietly followed the current into a natural cavern, then passed through a narrow stretch of limestone tunnel. Only after a long while did it finally stop. As soon as it came to a complete halt, several burly men in black stepped forward to receive them. The men in black seemed unable to see the immortal master at all. Holding weapons, they drove everyone off the ship without saying a word from beginning to end. They led them all into a vast hall. Only then did one of the black-clad men speak. "Tonight, you'll rest here. Enough food has been prepared in the hall. Take what you need yourselves. Tomorrow, someone will take you to register your identities." He paused briefly and added, "Do not make noise for no reason." After giving these instructions, the men in black turned and left. The hall immediately fell silent. Only after a long while did the effect of the silence spell cast by the immortal master gradually fade. Then people began whispering in groups of 3 or 5. One person sighed. "This time we were truly unlucky. We actually ran into a sea monster attack. We set out with nearly 100 people, and now less than half survived." Another complained, "Seeking what? Cultivating what immortality? I really don't understand what my father was thinking, insisting on sending me to this great world to cultivate immortality. If you ask me, cultivating immortality isn't half as fun as listening to singers." Someone else chimed in, "Exactly. Back where I came from, I was at least the son of the prince of Southern Dominion. What glory and wealth did I lack? Why come to this damned place?" Before he could finish, only muffled sounds of MMPH came out because his companion beside him had swiftly clapped a hand over his mouth. At that moment, the man named Su Chanyu spoke up. "Now that things have come to this, what's the point of saying such things? Every family had to pay a great price to send you here. Rather than complain, you might as well cultivate in peace." He continued, "If you can truly become an immortal master, then not only is longevity within hope, you may even have the chance to return home and bring your loved ones away from that place." Li Fan stood quietly in a dark corner, listening to everyone talk, and gradually came to understand who they were. These people were probably the same as him, mortals exiled from the immortal Forsaken Land. It was just that in the places where they had lived, the existence of the cultivation world did not seem to be a secret. It had even formed a fairly complete route for immigration. Li Fan lightly stroked his chin and fell into thought. Just as he was thinking, a somewhat plump young man standing not far away walked over. Patting Li Fan on the shoulder in a rather friendly manner, the youth asked, "Brother, you look unfamiliar. Were you an official in Greatly before, or a wealthy merchant from some province?" With one hand, Li Fan brushed aside the youth's arm resting on his shoulder, then stared at him coldly without saying a word. At once, the plump youth felt as if he had been targeted by a venomous snake. A chill rose up his spine, and he hurriedly excused himself in alarm. Under Li Fan's fixed gaze, the plump youth broke out in cold sweat and thought to himself, "Mother of heaven, that scared me to death." One look was enough to tell that this old man had spent years in a position of power. He was definitely no ordinary person. The next day, before dawn, everyone was awakened. A middle-aged man with a long beard, wearing a blue robe and clasping his hands behind his back, walked up before them. In a cold voice, he said, "In a moment, I will take you to receive your household registration. Once you receive it, you will officially become members of Glazed Glass Island." Hearing the middle-aged man's words, everyone showed excited expressions. Narrowing his eyes, the man added, "Remember this. If something should not be said, then do not say it. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee your lives." Everyone knew that what they had done this time could not stand the light of day, so they all nodded quickly. After that, he taught them a unified story. "You are all residents from the Western Island continent. Your island was destroyed by a wind calamity, so you fled here as refugees. If anyone asks, that is what you say. Next, Under the middle-aged man's orders, Li Fan and the others all changed into ragged clothes. Then, led by the middle-aged man and watched by 4 or 5 hulking black-clad men, the group followed a hidden passage out of the stone cave and up to the surface. Li Fan noticed that although their group numbered more than 10 people and was not small, most of the island's residents merely glanced at them and paid no further attention. Clearly, they were already used to such sights. After walking for an unknown length of time, they finally arrived in front of a manor. They did not enter through the main gate. After the servant at the entrance went inside to report their arrival, he soon returned and led them through a side gate on the left into a large hall. The hall was fairly spacious. Before Li Fan and the others arrived, 2 or 3 other groups had already gathered there, more than 100 people in total, yet it still did not feel crowded. Very soon, it was Li Fan's group's turn. The middle-aged man greeted someone first. Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao looked to be around 50 or 60 years old, somewhat aged in appearance, but his gaze was extremely sharp. He swept his eyes over the group, then said with a smile that was not quite a smile, "These are all refugees here to register for household status?" Sun Zhong, I'd say these refugees are either rich or noble. Sun Zhong showed no panic and merely let out a light sigh in reply. That's right, they all used to be wealthy and noble households on Great U Island. Unfortunately, they had no immortal master's protection. When a heavenly disaster descended, all their glory and riches dissolved like foam. Now they can only travel 10,000 miles to seek refuge here on our glazed glass island. As he spoke, Sun Zhong pulled something from his robe and, without attracting attention, handed it to Steward Zhao. Steward Zhao glanced at it, accepted it casually, and sighed. A few days ago, the wind calamity raged wildly. Even our glazed glass island was affected. The Western Archipelago suffered even more severe losses. I hear more than 200 islands were flattened, and no one knows how many mortals perished at sea. Fortunately, the immortal masters are compassionate and permitted us to aid the refugees. Your heavenly treasure pavilion is so attentive in this matter. Truly a good deed. Don't worry, I will certainly report the details to the island master. When the immortal masters grant rewards, your share will not be missing. Hearing this, Sun Zhong was overjoyed and repeatedly offered flattering words. As Steward Zhao listened, he also processed everyone's registration. Before long, it was Li Fan's turn. Steward Zhao gave him a glance, and a strange look flashed through his eyes as he asked, "What is your name?" "Li Fan Ansura Tunasli, Li Fan." With flowing strokes, Steward Zhao wrote the 2 characters Li Fan on a rectangular object that looked like jade, yet was not jade, and like paper, yet was not paper. He handed it over and said, "Drip a drop of your blood onto it." Li Fan bit his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto it. As if it possessed a spirit of its own, the blood seeped into the 2 characters Li Fan. Steward Zhao instructed him, "Keep this spirit talisman safe. From now on, it will serve as proof of your identity. Everything on the island, excepting work, receiving rations, or responding to inspections, requires you to present this spirit talisman. You absolutely must not lose it." Compared with the others, Steward Zhao was clearly more cordial toward Li Fan and even gave him a few extra reminders. Seeing this, Sun Zhong felt somewhat puzzled, unable to understand why Steward Zhao was showing Li Fan such special concern. The distribution of household registration went very quickly. Before long, the entire group had received glazed glass island household status, and everyone looked excited. After leaving, they did not return to the previous stone cave. Instead, Sun Zhong led them to a building inside the compound. Looking at Su Changyu in the crowd, Sun Zhong said, "Now that the household status is settled, you can sign the contract." Su Changyu cautiously took a thin sheet of paper from his robe, bit his finger, and solemnly wrote his name on it with fresh blood. The moment he finished signing, the sheet burst into flame without fire and turned into a wisp of green smoke that drifted off to parts unknown. After burning, only the final small fragment of the contract remained. Neither servile nor arrogant, Su Changyu said, "Only when all 3 contracts are completed can it be considered finished. Once we are fully settled in the future, I will sign the last part of the agreement as promised." Sun Zhong gave a cold snort, looking somewhat dissatisfied. Dealing with you people across the barrier is truly troublesome. If not for the immortal master's sake, our heavenly treasure pavilion would never have taken on such a money-losing business. Even so, he said nothing more on that matter and instead began explaining to everyone what they needed to keep in mind while living on the island. All residents of Glazed Glass Island could use their household spirit talismans to receive a place to live. Although it would only be in the remote and desolate northern district of the island, at least it would provide shelter from wind and rain. In addition, during the first year after registration, each person could receive a certain amount of food for free every month. Sun Zhong spoke at great length until his mouth grew dry, then paused to rest for a moment. At that moment, Su Changyu suddenly asked, if one wants to cultivate, what must one do? This was precisely what Li Fan cared about as well. Hearing this, he immediately pricked up his ears and listened attentively. Sun Zhong glanced at Su Changyu, then patiently explained, if a mortal wants to cultivate, the toxic qi within the body must first be removed. You are people who have returned from the land of exile, and the toxic qi in your bodies is even denser than in ordinary people. If the toxic qi is not completely expelled, cultivation is impossible. Su Changyu frowned and said, we already knew that much. What we do not know is how this toxic qi is to be removed. Sun Zhong answered, there are many ways to remove toxic qi. The first is the spirit cleansing pool on the island. As long as you soak in the spirit pool for a full day and night, all the toxic qi in your body can be removed. Unfortunately, opening the spirit pool consumes an enormous amount of materials. Although Glazed Glass Island is wealthy, it can only be opened once every 3 years. If I remember correctly, the last opening was 1 year ago. In other words, you would still need to wait about 2 more years. What's more, the number of spots in the spirit pool is limited, and competition is extremely fierce. He shook his head and continued, you are outsiders without any foundation here. How could you possibly compete with the island's own people? Su Changyu continued asking, then what about other methods? Sun Zhong said, the second method is to cultivate the profound yellow clear heart mantra together with medicine and a special diet. If you persist over a long period, your physique will gradually improve and eventually all the toxic qi in your body will be removed. This method takes time, usually 5 or 6 years, but it is stable and does not require too great a price. The profound yellow clear heart mantra and the corresponding medicinal pills can both be purchased from the island's apothecaries. Clenching his hands, Su Changyu frowned and asked further, 5 or 6 years? Is there any other method? Sun Zhong hesitated for a moment before saying, there's a third method. That is to become an experimental subject. At this point, Sun Zheng's expression turned rather ugly, as if he found it hard to suppress his fear, yet he still answered. Su Changyu asked blankly, an experimental subject? Sun Zhong replied, that's right. Some immortal masters are very interested in the toxic qi within the bodies of mortals like us. Every year, they select volunteers from among the island's people to serve as experimental subjects. The immortal masters use special methods to continuously draw the toxic qi out of the subjects' bodies for study. In just a few months, all the toxic qi can be extracted. As though recalling something, his face turned slightly pale before he continued. But the process is unimaginably painful. It can truly be described as a fate worse than death. Most people cannot endure it until the toxic qi has been fully removed. They are driven mad by the torment halfway through. I do not advise you to use this method. It really is not something an ordinary person can withstand. It was unclear whether Su Changyu had actually taken the warning to heart. After a moment of silence, he asked again, are there any other methods? Sun Zhong shook his head. I've heard that mortals who are direct descendants of immortal masters can use heavenly treasures to remake their bodies. Not only would they no longer be troubled by toxic qi, but their cultivation aptitude could also be improved. But such methods are beyond the imagination of people like you and me. Even the island master of Glazed Glass Island may not receive such treatment. This is all I know. If you truly want to cultivate, think it over carefully in the coming days. After speaking, Sun Zhong saw that Su Changyu looked somewhat dazed and absent-minded, so he could not help but offer some advice. I know that all of you suffered untold hardships to return from the land of exile, and all of you carry the desire to seek the Tao. Who wasn't like that in the beginning? But unfortunately, the immortal Tao is far too difficult. Even if you can remove the toxic qi, sensing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth and drawing it into the body is still an exceedingly rare thing. Why trouble yourself so much? There is nothing bad about living as a mortal either. His voice sounded as though he were comforting Su Changyu, yet also as though he were comforting himself. Rather than stubbornly pursuing the immortal Tao, it would be better to enjoy life and live well in the present. With that, Sun Zhang left, leaving behind only Su Changyu, whose expression was firm, as though he had already made some secret resolution. Li Fan did not meddle in other people's affairs. While everyone was still lost in thought, he quietly slipped away, asking for directions along the way. He found the place where free housing was assigned on the island. Li Fan took out his spirit talisman and, under the guidance of the person in charge, proceeded to the northern residential district of Glazed Glass Island. Countless houses were packed closely together there. Some were still empty, while others had already been occupied. Most of these houses consisted of only a single room, though some had an extra wall enclosing a small courtyard. They did not look too shabby. After finding a place, the person who handed Li Fan the key hurried off. Li Fan pushed open the courtyard gate and stepped inside, casually closing it behind him. The room was very simple, containing only a bed and a few tables, which made him feel somewhat unaccustomed. However, he did not care much about such external things. After tidying up a little, Li Fan sat down to rest while at the same time planning what to do next. His luck at the start had not been bad. Without spending much time, he had managed to secure a place to stay, which could be considered thanks to the fortune brought by that group from beyond the barrier. Unfortunately, aside from Su Changyu, the rest of them all seemed ordinary and lacking in aspiration toward the Tao. They were unlikely to accomplish anything great. Next, his top priority was to eliminate the toxic qi in his body. Spots to enter the spirit cleansing pool were precious, but his grand evolution vessel contained countless rare treasures. If he truly wanted to forcefully obtain one slot, it would probably not be difficult. The only problem was that such an approach would attract too much attention. Wealth should not be displayed openly, and he was an outsider with no local foundation. If he were suddenly to reveal such great riches, he would certainly draw covetous eyes. He still needed to calculate carefully. Suddenly, a knock sounded at the door, cutting off his thoughts. Li Fan asked warily, "Who is it?" From outside came a low voice that sounded somewhat familiar. Without changing expression, Li Fan took out the grand evolution vessel, drew a dagger from within it, and hid it up his sleeve. He opened the door a crack and saw clearly who had come. It was the fat fellow who had tried to strike up a conversation with him earlier. Li Fan immediately moved to shut the door again. The plump youth hurriedly reached out to block the door and whispered, "Wait, you're not one of the Li Realm people, are you?" Li Fan froze for a moment. Taking advantage of that instant, the fat man slipped inside. He stared at Li Fan and said in an unfriendly tone, "Who exactly are you? What are you trying to do by sneaking on a glazed glass island?" Li Fan asked in return, "How do you know I'm not from the Li Realm?" The plump youth said disdainfully, "When I fell into the water, I vaguely saw a shadow sneaking around. At first, I thought I was imagining things. But after watching how you acted last night, the more I thought about it, the more something fell off. Sure enough, I only had to test you a little, and you exposed yourself right away." He looked rather pleased with himself. Li Fan Nudda, so you are fairly clever and cautious. The plump youth gave a cold laugh. Of course, aside from me, those idiots somehow failed to notice that an outsider had mixed in among us. Li Fan asked, "Are you certain no one else discovered this besides you?" The plump youth replied, "Of course. How could those fools compare to me?" Before he could finish speaking, he was unable to say another word. A sharp dagger had pierced straight through his chest. Watching the fat man collapse to the ground, Li Fan said coldly and expressionlessly, "You brought this on yourself." As he put away the dagger, he dragged the corpse into the grand evolution vessel, then swiftly cleaned the bloodstains from the floor. After that, Li Fan returned to his room as if nothing had happened. That fat man had clearly failed to grasp the situation. Relying only on a bit of cleverness, he had discovered that Li Fan might have infiltrated the island under a false identity, and he had immediately come to threaten him, perhaps even hoping to squeeze some benefit out of him. But he had not thought it through. Li Fan had indeed mixed in a glazed glass island under false pretenses. Yet weren't those Li Realm people also using the identity of refugees to obtain household registration? In essence, what difference was there? They had only just gotten their island registration, and already they truly saw themselves as natives. Li Fan saw the matter very clearly. Earlier, the immortal masters who had come to receive them had all kept their faces covered, and Sun Zhang of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had also acted with extreme caution. Clearly, they were afraid of being discovered. Evidently, Their identities as mortals from the land of exile could not be exposed to the light. That was precisely why Li Fan had casually killed that foolhardy fat man who had dared come to his door to threaten him. He did not believe Heavenly Treasure Pavilion or those people from the Li realm would make a major issue of this and investigate it to the bitter end. Besides, even if they found out that the fat man had come to see him before disappearing, there was not even a body left now. As long as Li Fan insisted he had never met him, they could do nothing to him. Sure enough, just as Li Fan had expected, several days passed, and, aside from Su Changyu coming to ask about it once, the fat man's sudden disappearance attracted no attention at all. During these days, Li Fan gathered information about all sorts of affairs on the island, while secretly calculating how to make proper use of the treasures inside the Grand Evolution vessel. Gradually, he also gained a rough understanding of Glazed Glass Island. This sea region was called the Songyan Sea. The Songyan Sea was vast beyond measure, with tens of thousands of islands of all sizes scattered across it. Glazed Glass Island lay in the south-central region of the Songyan Sea and was considered medium-sized. The waters around the island produced a kind of delicious fish called the glazed fish, which was how Glazed Glass Island got its name. The glazed fish was not only favored by mortals on the surrounding islands, but was also needed by some immortal masters for alchemy. Occasionally, glazed pearls would even form within the bodies of these fish. Because of this, immortal masters were stationed on the island and collected a fixed quantity of glaze pearls every year. Among all the jobs on the island, going out to sea to catch glazed fish was the most sought after. Not only was it relatively low risk, but the pay was also quite generous. More importantly, of the fish caught, only 70% had to be turned in. The remaining 30% could be kept and sold privately. For that reason, this fishing work had become a highly profitable opportunity. Unfortunately, going out to sea required large ships, and the schools of glazed fish did not move in fixed patterns. Finding them depended on a special spirit guide made on the island. The spirit guide was issued only by Glazed Glass Manor before departure and confiscated again upon return. Unauthorized fishing was impossible, and anyone caught would be executed on the spot. Therefore, glazed fish harvesting could only be carried out with permission from Glazed Glass Manor. A few days earlier, one fleet had gone to sea. Besides catching a great number of glazed fish, they had also accidentally discovered a sunken ship. It was said that the vessel had belonged to a family fleeing a wind disaster and relocating together, so it had carried quite a bit of gold, silver, and jewelry. According to island rules, salvaged goods from a shipwreck were treated the same as glazed fish. 30% could be kept for personal ownership. So after the fleet returned to port, nearly half the island was in an uproar. Even Steward Chien, who oversaw the island's valuables, personally came to inspect the haul. Seeing the fleet members all grinning from ear to ear, many islanders turned red-eyed with envy and quietly began pulling strings, hoping to secure a place on the next voyage. In Li Fan's eyes, he could completely use a similar method to gradually launder his own origins clean. The Grand Evolution vessel held countless treasures, and the level of risk was relatively low. The only major difficulty was how to obtain the qualification to go to sea independently. The existence of the Grand Evolution vessel absolutely could not be exposed. There were simply too many people on the island wanting to join a fleet. After asking around, Li Fan quickly understood where the key point lay. Under the island lord of Glazed Glass Island were 3 trusted stewards. Steward Zhao was in charge of personnel, Steward Qian oversaw wealth and property, and Steward Zhou handled public order. The seagoing fleet quotas were mostly in Steward Qian's hands. Steward Zhao and Steward Zhou had always wanted to get involved, but Steward Qian kept a tight grip on things, so they could only split off 1 or 2 small fleets. Wherever there were people, there was conflict. Li Fan recalled Steward Zhao's reaction when he had seen him during registration and thought there might be an opportunity to meet that man. But with his current status, he could not simply request an audience and expect to get one. So Li Fan decided to try going through Sun Zhong of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. After asking for the location, he went to the entrance of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and requested an audience with Sun Zhong, only to be turned away at the door. Several black-clad men stared at him with cold hostility and said, "Go, go, go. What sort of status does Elder Sun have? You think you can meet him just because you want to? Get lost." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, Li Fan could only leave for the time being. Still, he found it somewhat strange. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was, after all, a place of business. What kind of business drove away a customer before even hearing him out? Moreover, those black-clad men had not even gone inside to ask for instructions before making the decision themselves. It was as though they had known in advance who he was and had clearly received orders to refuse him deliberately. Li Fan guessed that something had likely happened on the Li realm side, causing Sun Zhang to turn hostile at once. After making inquiries, he finally learned the reason. It turned out that in order to rid himself of the toxic qi in his body as quickly as possible, Su Changyu had decisively chosen to become an Immortal Master's test subject. Before leaving, Su Changyu had signed his name on the remaining contract. With that, all 3 contracts were complete, and the contract document vanished entirely. The relationship between the Li realm and Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had also ended, with no ties remaining between them. No wonder the other side had suddenly turned its face and even deliberately avoided them. Li Fan sighed softly, not expecting Su Changyu to be so decisive. The one who answered him at that moment was Xiao Hung, the man who had previously claimed in the stone cavern of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion that he was the son of the king of Southern Pacification. Xiao Hung sighed and said, "We all tried to persuade him not to be so hasty, but he just wouldn't listen." It seemed that Xiao Hung and Su Changyu had been very close, and his expression was utterly listless now. He continued, "If it weren't for the sake of saving his younger sister, who suffers from an incurable illness, Brother Su would never have gambled his life like this." Hearing that, Li Fan's thoughts stirred slightly. Although Sun Zhang had chosen to avoid him, Li Fan had no intention of giving up so easily. From the fact that Sun Zhang had been unable to hold back and had spoken up to advise Su Changyu that day, it could be seen that he was at least not an evil man. His previous coldness had likely only been because he did not want to become too deeply entangled with mortals from the immortal Forsaken Land. Compared with dealing with strangers, Li Fan preferred to interact with someone who knew a little of the inside story. So he returned to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion once more. The black-clad guard at the door glared at him warily and snapped, "Kid, you dare come back? Looking to die?" Li Fan smiled faintly and replied, "I came to do business with your Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Driving people away before even hearing them out. Is that how you treat your guests?" He deliberately spoke loudly, causing the surrounding people to turn and look. The burly man immediately flew into a rage and was about to charge forward, but someone beside him stopped him. Only after going inside to ask for instructions did he return reluctantly and lead Li Fan in. Entering a room, Li Fan sat down and a maid brought him tea. He leisurely took a sip and immediately felt a warm current spread from his stomach through his entire body. In just a moment, he felt as if he were basking in the winter sun at noon and even a little overheated. Li Fan could not help praising it. "Excelente!" Just then, someone walked in with a smile and said unhurriedly, "This is great, you flame dragon tea. It grows on the seabed near the volcanic vents around Great U Island, and there were only a little over a dozen plants to begin with. Now that Great U Island has been destroyed, this tea can be considered an unmatched rarity." The person who had arrived was Sun Zhang. Li Fan replied, "Then I must thank Elder Sunday." He was not polite about it and drained the rest of the tea in his cup. Only after Li Fan set down the cup did Sun Zhang narrow his eyes and slowly ask, "The matter of greatly is already ended. There should be no further connection between you and me. So why have you come looking for me today?" Sun Zhang's tone was not courteous in the slightest, and a trace of killing intent was hidden in his gaze, as if he would strike and kill at once if Li Fan's answer failed to satisfy him. Li Fan ignored Sun Zhang's interrogative attitude and merely smiled. "Elder Sun misunderstands. I really did come to discuss business." Sun Zhang was briefly taken aback, then sneered and looked Li Fan up and down. "Business? You?" Li Fan's expression did not change. He only smiled without speaking. Seeing this, Sun Zhang's expression gradually turned serious. "What business?" Li Fan said slowly. "I wonder whether Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has any interest in a sea-going fleet quota." Sun Zhang replied, "Every time a fleet goes out to sea, even setting aside whatever accidental treasures might be salvaged, the glazed fish and various other special sea products alone are enough to fill one's pockets. To say our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has no interest would be impossible." He paused, then continued, but Steward Qian keeps a tight hold on those fleet quotas. Not only Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, even Steward Zhao has an extremely hard time obtaining an additional slot. You're just a newcomer. What gives you the right to set your sights on this? Sun Zhang stared fixedly at Li Fan, as if trying to read something from his face. Li Fan said calmly, "As long as I'm allowed to meet Steward Zhao, I naturally have a way to persuade him." Seeing Li Fan so confident, Sun Zhang hesitated for a moment. Just then, a lazy voice sounded from outside the room. "Then let him meet Steward Zhao once. That's hardly difficult. If it doesn't work out, just throw him into the sea for the fish to eat." Li Fan's gaze sharpened slightly. He saw only a young woman in pale, yellow clothing enter, her face veiled with silk. Judging by her voice, she seemed to be only 17 or 18, yet her figure was full and curved, giving off a mature and alluring aura. When Sun Zhang saw her, he immediately rose and saluted respectfully. "Greetings, manager." The woman in yellow sat down across from Li Fan and tilted her head slightly, studying him with curiosity. "You look as if you have some real confidence. It doesn't seem like empty boasting." Li Fan cupped his hands and replied evenly, "I have always kept my word. If I say it, I can do it." The woman in yellow gave a soft laugh. "If the matter succeeds, our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion must receive its proper share." Li Fan nodded. "According to island rules, each voyage allows one to keep 30% of the harvest. I will not keep a single portion of that 30%. Half will go to Steward Zhao, and half will be handed to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." His words were startling. The woman in yellow froze, looked Li Fan over several more times, and then said, "Interesting. If that's the case, after putting in such great effort, what exactly do you want?" Li Fan said bluntly, "All I want is one quota to enter the spirit cleansing pool, once every 3 years." The woman in yellow was truly surprised. She looked at Li Fan several times, as though confirming whether she had misheard him. Li Fan looked straight at her, his gaze unwavering, as if she had heard something extremely funny. The woman in yellow burst out laughing. "Sorry, uncle, you're not exactly young anymore, and you still want to imitate others and cultivate immortality?" She laughed for a long while before finally stopping with difficulty. She had barely managed to get out that one sentence before she could not help bursting into loud laughter again. Sun Zhang looked at Li Fan, his face also full of disbelief. Li Fan remained silent, only looking calmly at the woman in yellow. Her laughter gradually faded, until in the end only an awkward, dry chuckle remained before she returned to normal. Li Fan said indifferently, "I seek only longevity. Even in death, I will have no regrets." The woman in yellow was silent for a long time before finally speaking. "Fine, I agree to it. When the appointed time comes, I will send someone to inform you." Li Fan cupped his hands and said, "Then it's settled. I live in house number 7 in the northern district outside the city. If anything comes up, you may find me there." With that, he turned and left. Only the woman in yellow and Sun Zhang remained in the room. After a long silence, Sun Zhang could not help saying, "Manager, although quotas for the spirit cleansing pool are fiercely contested every year, our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion is not without strength. Besides, if he can really secure one seagoing fleet, then just 1 or 2 voyages would be enough to make up the value of a quota. This is clearly profitable." The woman in yellow did not answer. She only frowned slightly, looked in the direction Li Fan had left, and muttered. Sun Zhang asked, "Manager, is something wrong?" The woman in yellow lightly patted her chest as if still frightened and said, "That man's eyes were terrifying." Sun Zhang could not help being startled when he heard that. On the way back, Li Fan stopped by an apothecary and bought the profound yellow clear heart mantra along with the accompanying medicinal ingredients. Even if everything went smoothly, he would still have to wait another 2 years before the spirit cleansing pool opened. Such a long stretch of time could not be wasted. He might as well begin cultivating the profound yellow clear heart mantra first and see what effect it had. Perhaps his aptitude was extraordinary, and he would be able to expel the toxic qi on his own without needing to wait 2 years. During the days that followed, Li Fan stayed at home cultivating while waiting for a chance to meet Steward Zhao. But before he even got to meet the man, he heard a piece of news that took him by surprise. Su Changyu was dead. In the end, he still had not endured it. After only 7 or 8 days, Su Changyu had died. When the corpse was brought back, Li Fan also went to take a look. What lay before him was only a twisted heap of flesh and blood, completely devoid of human shape, horrifying to behold. What was more, that mass of of bloody flesh would occasionally twitch in bizarre spasms, making one's scalp go numb. The newly arrived people from the Lee realm could not even scrape together enough money to buy a burial plot. Everyone had originally planned to give him a sea burial, but Li Fan could not bear it and spent some money so that Su Changyu could be laid to rest in the earth. Everyone was deeply grieved, and among them, Xiao Hong cried the most miserably. Li Fan himself did not feel anything especially intense, only a little wistful. After nearly 300 years of struggling through the cycles of the mortal world, he naturally had his own way of judging people. In his view, Su Changyu was upright in character and firm in will. He could not be called a once-in-a-century hero, but he was certainly no ordinary man either. Among all the people from Li realm, Li Fan had originally thought Su Changyu was the one most likely to accomplish something. Yet he had not even managed to pass the very first step, removing the poisonous miasma in order to cultivate, and had died just like that in silence. The immortal path was truly arduous, and Li Fan could not help sighing over it once more. And during his subsequent cultivation of the profound yellow, clear heart mantra, Li Fan felt this even more deeply. The truth proved that he was not someone blessed with peerless talent either. For nearly a month, Li Fan stayed indoors every day and never went out. Aside from taking on a little work as a cover, he spent all his remaining time in the house cultivating the clear heart mantra. Logically speaking, after half a month of practice, an ordinary person would begin to show signs of improved vitality and clearer thinking, with rather noticeable effects. Yet after a full month had passed, Li Fan had not sensed the slightest change at all. He was not anxious, however, and simply treated it as part of his daily cultivation routine. Another half-month passed, and at last Li Fan was contacted by someone from Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Following the messenger, he went to a courtyard belonging to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion and met Steward Zhao. Li Fan cupped his hands. "Steward Zhao, it has been a long time." Steward Zhao gave him a glance and went straight to the point. "I heard from Heavenly Treasure Pavilion that you want one seagoing fleet slot. Your appetite is not small. What exactly are you relying on?" Li Fan smiled and replied, "A fleet goes out to sea for profit, nothing more." "May I ask, Steward Zhao, how does the profit from catching glazed fish compare with the profit from salvaging treasures from sunken ships on the seabed?" Steward Zhao said, "Salvaging treasures can indeed far exceed the returns from fishing voyages. But how could such good fortune happen every time? I've been on this island for decades, and in all my memory there have only been a few major hauls." Li Fan said evenly, "If I were given control of one fleet, I could guarantee that every voyage would bring back a certain amount of treasure." A strange gleam flashed through Steward Zhao's eyes. He stared at Li Fan several times, then said in surprise, "You're not lying." Now, it was Li Fan's turn to be mildly surprised. "I truly am not boasting, but how did Steward Zhao see that?" Steward Zhao laughed heartily and said, "I was born with unusual pupils that allow me to judge whether a person speaks truth or falsehood. When you just spoke, I saw a gentle white light appear around you, which means you are not lying and harbor no malicious intent. If it had been streams of black chi, that would have meant you had some other scheme in mind." Li Fan was startled. There was actually such a strange art. He suddenly remembered something and asked, "On the day I registered, Steward Zhao seemed to treat me a little differently. Could it be that you had already seen something then?" Steward Zhao smiled faintly. "I could only see the rough outline. I saw that you possessed extraordinary wealth and status, and that you were stained with quite a bit of bloodshed. Clearly, you were no ordinary man. That is why I was somewhat more polite to you. Consider it casually forming a good karmic bond." Hearing this, Li Fan asked again, "Then does that mean that on the day we registered, you had already seen that Sun Zhang's words were not entirely true?" Steward Zhao replied indifferently, "What if they were true? What if they were false? Sometimes being too obsessed with such things is not necessarily good. No matter where you came from, as long as you behave yourselves, I will not make things difficult for you. There is an immortal master stationed on the island, so there is no fear of unrest. Besides, taking in refugees was originally the immortal master's intention. Since Sun Zhang was able to bring so many people to Glazed Glass Island, why would I make things hard for him?" After hearing this, Li Fan more or less understood Steward Zhao's way of handling matters and asked, "Since Steward Zhao has seen that I am not lying, can the matter of an offshore quota be considered?" Steward Zhao lightly tapped his fingers on the table a few times before saying, "You are new here and have no foundation. If I casually hand a fleet over to you, it will certainly stir discontent. How about this? On the next voyage, you go along with them. If you really can salvage treasure on every trip, then it won't be long before the crew naturally submits. At that point, your takeover of the fleet will be entirely justified." Steward Zhao had thought the matter through carefully, and Li Fan had no objections. The woman in yellow said in surprise, "What?" He had actually persuaded Steward Zhao so easily. She could not help but wonder, could it be that the middle-aged man had not been boasting after all? Did he really have the confidence to seize a fleet? Inside Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the woman in yellow rested her chin on her hand, her eyes flickering as she wondered just what Li Fan was relying on. Sun Zhong was equally puzzled. In his eyes, Li Fan was just an utterly ordinary middle-aged man. Suddenly, the woman in yellow spoke. "Given the deed to the vacant little courtyard on East City Street." Sun Zhong froze. Manager, that's not appropriate." Hearing this, Sun Zhong felt a pang in his heart. They had spent a great sum to buy that little courtyard, originally intending to use it to bribe Steward Chien. How could they just hand it over to this brat so easily? Even if they wanted to give it away, they should at least wait until he helped them seize a fleet. Sun Zhong grew somewhat nervous. The woman in yellow glanced at him and said coolly, "If I tell you to go, then go. If you really wait until then, I fear that a mere small courtyard will no longer be enough to win him over." Her tone sank. Sun Zhong muttered a few complaints, but in the end did not dare disobey. He could only obediently hand the deed over to Li Fan. Li Fan did not refuse. He had nothing to pack up, and that very day, he moved into the little courtyard on East City Street. Compared to the slums outside the city, the environment here was far better. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion even sent over several maidservants. From then on, Li Fan stayed in the courtyard, quietly waiting for the fleet's next departure. Suddenly, panicked shouts rang out across the island. "Get home now. The wind calamity is coming. Immortal Master, protect us. Immortal Master, protect us. Where are the children? Hurry home." In an instant, the whole island fell into chaos, and anxious cries could be heard everywhere. Li Fan had no idea what was happening. That day, as usual, he had been inside practicing the profound yellow clear heart mantra when he suddenly heard urgent bell chimes from outside. A strange, shrill sound echoed through the air and quickly spread across all of Glazed Glass Island. Right after that, he saw a blue curtain of light appear in the sky. The light screen was like a giant overturned bowl covering the entire island. The wind calamity had arrived. Previously, in the conversations of the islanders, Li Fan had heard the phrase wind calamity mentioned many times, but he had never paid much attention to it. He had assumed that at worst, it was just a great storm like those he had seen before, only somewhat stronger. But when the wind calamity truly descended, he realized he had been completely wrong. A clear female voice rang out, spreading across the island together with the curtain of light. "The island protecting Grand Array has been activated. There's no need to panic. Everyone stay inside your homes and do not go out. The Immortal Master is merciful," voices cried out everywhere. Li Fan raised his head and carefully observed the island protecting Grand Array. Blue light flowed through it, sealing off the inside from the outside. From time to time, symbols he had never seen before appeared on the screen, looking incomparably mysterious. Then the sound of wind, like the wailing of ghosts, gradually rose. The wind had come. Ripples spread layer after layer across the light screen, blocking all the raging winds outside. Inside, not the slightest breeze could be felt. It was eerily still. Then a torrential downpour began. The dense raindrops nearly formed flowing curtains, slamming against the light screen and sending rings of ripples across it, blocking all the wind and rain outside. Outside, wild wind and violent rain. Inside, perfect calm. Li Fan silently marveled. This was truly the means of immortals. The storm lasted for more than half a shurchen, then gradually eased. The rain stopped, and the wind quieted as well. Just when Li Fan thought the wind calamity was about to pass, he suddenly realized something was wrong. Not only had the sky not brightened, it instead grew even darker. Countless black clouds, from who knew where, came surging in, piling up layer upon layer, as if without end, pressing downward. In the blink of an eye, heaven and earth had turned pitch black. The dark clouds seemed to be brewing something. Glazed Glass Island fell into a brief silence, but that stillness was quickly shattered. Boom! A clap of thunder that seemed to tear apart the sky exploded beside Li Fan's ears. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amid that terrifying shaking sound, Li Fan only felt his mind reel and his vision blur. His chest felt as though a huge boulder were pressing down on it, making it hard to breathe. He reached up and touched his nose, only to discover fresh blood flowing out without end. The world spun around him. Li Fan quickly lost his balance and collapsed to the ground. This was only the residual force of heavenly lightning. For it to strike the island-protecting Grand Array and still retain such astonishing power. Lying on the ground, Li Fan felt as though something were crashing down over and over. The earth shook violently. What else was there? He raised his head and looked up, then witnessed a scene that nearly stopped his breathing. A gigantic wall of water, of unknown height, filled his entire field of vision. Driven by the gale, it carried the force to crush everything and came crashing down from on high, pressing straight toward Glazed Glass Island. In an instant, the monstrous wave was about to descend and bury all life. By instinct, Li Fan raised an arm to shield himself. Boom! The gigantic wave slammed into the blue light screen. The screen immediately twisted violently, seeming on the verge of shattering. But after blue light flowed through it once more, it returned to normal. Li Fan's face was full of shock. Could it be that this life of his would end here? Fortunately, the island-protecting Grand Array proved even sturdier than expected. It continued to hold, never breaking apart. Wave after wave crashed in, seemingly without end. In his dazed state, Li Fan had no idea how much time passed before the giant waves gradually weakened. But they had only weakened, nothing more. The wind calamity came quickly, but retreated slowly. In the storm, it was impossible to tell day from night. Li Fan felt as though 2 or 3 days had passed before the wind calamity finally withdrew. Afterward, from the islanders' discussions, he heard news that shook him even more deeply. The wind calamity Glazed Glass Island had just endured was still considered relatively small in scale. 15 years ago, that wind calamity had been many times more terrifying. At the time, the island-protecting Grand Array had nearly failed to hold. It had been forced to shrink its protective range, and after the calamity passed, Glazed Glass Island was left with less than 1/3 of its former area. Only after several decades did Glazed Glass Island gradually take in refugees from all directions. Only then did it slowly recover its vitality. Li Fan's heart was in endless turmoil. So this was the wind calamity. The might of heaven and earth could actually be this terrifying. A few days after the calamity, every resident of Glazed Glass Island received instructions. Each household was to inspect whether the island-protecting Grand Array had suffered any damage. The method of inspection was fairly simple. Glazed Glass Manor distributed a spirit talisman to every household. One only needed to hang in the house for several days and nights and observe whether any red light appeared. The island-protecting Grand Array had a total of 367,800 critical nodes. Every single point had to be confirmed free of abnormalities. Under the Immortal Master's will, and for the sake of their own lives as well, all affairs on the island were temporarily suspended, with maintenance of the island-protecting Grand Array given top priority. In the past, inspections and repairs of the array had all been personally overseen by the Immortal Master. But this time, it was said that the spirit stones maintaining the array were almost exhausted, so the Immortal Master had returned to 10,000 Immortals Island to fetch more. The Grand Array checked itself by taking 360 flickers of the Spirit Talisman as one minor cycle, and then combining 360 minor cycles into one major cycle. As long as no red light appeared during one major cycle, it meant the Grand Array was still functioning normally. Li Fan also received a Spirit Talisman. He hung it inside his house and carefully sensed it, vaguely perceiving an invisible fluctuation spreading from it. Recalling the instructions given when he received the talisman, he could not help but sigh in admiration. This island-protecting Grand Array was both immense and intricate. It was hard to imagine how it had been constructed. 5 days later, the result made the entire island breathe a sigh of relief. The island protecting Grand Array had not been damaged in the slightest. At the same time, the Immortal Master returned carrying enough spirit stones, and the island's residents were finally completely at ease. Life on Glazed Glass Island gradually returned to normal. Over the following months, refugees from other islands occasionally came seeking shelter. Those who managed to survive were only a small number, because most of the inhabitants of their islands had died in the previous wind calamity. When they learned that Glazed Glass Island had an immortal master stationed there, obvious envy appeared on their faces. In the vast and boundless Sonyun Sea, countless large and small islands were scattered throughout. Only islands with special resources had immortal masters guarding them. During these months, Li Fan had not been idle either. Every day, he persisted in cultivating the profound, yellow, clear heart mantra, and at last he saw results. 3 days later, at the docks of Glazed Glass Island, looking at the ship before him, Li Fan thought to himself, "So this is the far voyage the ship's steward Zhao told me to report to." Among the crew, many were like Li Fan, sailing out to sea for the first time. Their faces were full of excitement, their eyes shining with the hope of becoming rich overnight. The veteran sailors, on the other hand, were completely different. They complained without pause. One grumbled, "Who knows what madness came over the island lord to suddenly hold this assessment? This voyage's haul will definitely be judged a failure for our fleet. After that, we might even lose our qualification to sail. How are we supposed to deal with that?" Someone else chimed in, "Say no more. Isn't it all because of the wind calamity? I heard that south of Coral Island, because their island protecting Grand Array was destroyed, the whole island was flattened. The supplies they were supposed to submit have now all been pushed onto our Glazed Glass Island instead." Someone asked in shock, "What does that mean? How are we supposed to live from now on?" Another explained, "I heard it's only temporary. We just need to make up the previous shortfall." Hearing this, everyone could not help but sigh repeatedly. Just then, a bronze-skinned man strode over and loudly cursed. "Look at yourselves, all drooping like this. Why not think of the bright side? Doesn't first place also get a reward? Our share of the haul goes up from 30% to 50%. Hearing this, one sailor said with a bitter smile, "Boss, stop dreaming. You know our fishing skills. Every time, we barely manage to meet the quota." Another chimed in, "Exactly. If you ask me, this may be our last voyage anyway. Why not just not go back? Wouldn't it be better to become pirates and live carefree on the sea?" Clearly, the crew had a very good relationship with this man. Even after being scolded, they were not afraid. Instead, they noisily joked around. Hearing their nonsense, the man did not get angry. He planted his hands on his hips, looking full of confidence, and said, "Don't worry. This time, we've got a capable man aboard. I guarantee everyone will return in triumph." As he spoke, he pointed at Li Fan, standing behind him. "He's so pale. Has he ever even gone out to sea?" The crew all stared over at him. Disappointment immediately appeared on their faces, and they shook their heads in disbelief. The man flew into a rage and cursed, "You lot are truly blind, unable to recognize a noble person. This is the capable man personally invited by Steward Zhao. Before long, he'll be taking over this ship. All of you had better show some respect." At these words, the far voyage instantly exploded with uproar. A sailor said excitedly, "Boss, you've been captain of the far voyage for so many years. How can they just replace you like that? My life was saved by you, boss. If they want to drive you away, I, Lu San, will be the first to refuse." Just then, the bronze-skinned man turned to look at Li Fan, and a sinister smile flashed at the corner of his mouth. Someone said in a low voice, "Why not wait until we're out at sea, then throw him overboard and let the fish eat him? Out on the vast ocean, what's strange about one man dying?" The emotions on the ship immediately surged. In an instant, Li Fan had plainly become the target of everyone's hostility. The man raised a hand to calm them and said, "Settle down, everyone settle down. I know you all value me, Zhang Haobua, but the far voyage is, after all, Steward Zhao's property. We only work for him. Now that Steward Zhao wants to replace me, what can I do?" As soon as he said this, the crew grew even more furious. Their eyes turned red as they looked at Li Fan as though they wanted to devour him alive. Li Fan snarled inwardly. Such a petty trick. How could Zhang Hao's little scheming possibly fool me? Outwardly, however, his face did not change. Li Fan stepped forward, stood before the crew, and raised his head as he said in a loud voice, "You may not believe me, but do you also not trust Steward Zhao's judgment? Since I have promised Steward Zhao that every time I go to sea, I will be able to find treasure, then I certainly will not disappoint everyone." His voice rang out clearly, immediately drowning out all the surrounding clamor. People began whispering among themselves. Someone said, "Could this fellow really have some skill?" Another replied, "Probably. Steward Zhao has sharp eyes. He's never misjudged a person." But there were also those who refused to accept it. "I don't see anything special about him." "What do you mean? Every time he goes to sea, he'll find treasure." "I don't believe it. He's clearly relying on connections to steal my captain's position. I like to see how this ends." Zhang Hao's heart grew even more enraged. His anger rose with nowhere to vent. He shouted, "Cast off! We're heading out to sea." Without wind, the far voyage moved on its own, slowly leaving port and heading toward the vast ocean. At the same time, more than 100 large ships from Glazed Glass Island also departed one after another, sailing toward their assigned sea regions. The far voyage did not rely on wind, nor did it require manpower, but operated by means of a small array using spirit stones as its power source. The ship was also equipped with a spirit guide. When it detected traces of glazed fish in nearby waters, the spirit guide would produce an indication. However, the ocean was vast, and the spirit guide's sensing range was limited, so experienced sailors were still needed to judge beforehand the likely area where the fish schools might appear. But if they encountered schools scattered by the ravages of a wind calamity, all previous experience became useless. Then it was like searching for a needle in the sea, relying entirely on luck. And the luck of the far voyage did not seem very good. More than half a month passed. Aside from salvaging a few schools of ordinary fish and some common sea minerals, they had no noteworthy gains at all. Not only were the crew dispirited, even Zhang Haobo began to grow anxious. After all, the lowest-ranked team this time would be punished. Looking helplessly at the deep sea, he said, "According to the island's rules, we have to return within 1 month. This time, with only this much gathered, we're probably bottom place for sure. We can only hope for a turn of fortune in the next few days. May the immortal master protect us." Just then, footsteps came from behind him. Zhang Haobo turned around and saw Li Fan walking toward him. He curled his lip and said, "What? You finally decided to come out of your cabin? If I hadn't still seen you taking food every day, I would have thought you died in there." Li Fan ignored the coarse tone. He looked out over the distant sea, his expression grave, then said in a low voice, "I need a small boat. I've seen treasure." Zhang Haobo froze for a moment. "What?" Then he came back to himself and blurted out, "You're not joking, are you?" Li Fan remained calm. "Quickly prepare a small boat for me. I can see jewels shining from the deep sea below, waiting for me to salvage them." Zhang Haobo was still hesitating when he heard Li Fan add, "This chance will vanish in an instant. The treasure's light is already growing weaker. I'm about to lose its position." Hearing this, Zhang Haobo immediately made up his mind and ordered, "Quick, prepare the small boat. You're not to follow me. Wait for my signal." Zhang Haobo still could not help shouting, "Why?" Li Fan replied, "You're too noisy. It could interfere with my sight." The corners of Zhang Haobo's mouth twitched. Thinking back to the cold look Li Fan had just given him, he suddenly felt that perhaps the other man's words were not false. A sailor watched the direction Li Fan had gone and asked in a low voice, "Boss, could he be planning to run off alone?" Zhang Haobo immediately barked, "What nonsense are you talking about? In this vast sea, without provisions, where could he possibly run to?" Time passed. 2 shirtshun had gone by since Li Fan rowed away alone in the small boat. Just then, a red signal suddenly lit up in the distant sky. Zhang Haobo hurriedly gave the order, "Quick, steer the ship over there." The far voyage immediately pushed its power to the limit and sped toward the signal's location. They saw Li Fan standing on the small boat, his face weary. He said, "The treasure is right here." Zhang Haobo and the others looked at one another, half believing, half doubting. After a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and ordered, "Get in the water. Cast the nets." Under everyone's doubtful gaze, one haul after another was dragged up. 1 chest, 2 chests. Before long, a full 16 chests of gold, silver, jewels, and treasure were salvaged from the sea. Under the cold moonlight, every crew member aboard the Far Voyage had red-rimmed eyes and ragged breathing. Even now, they still felt as if they were dreaming. Mr. Lee truly had not been boasting. He really had led them back in triumph. They had spent their whole lives drifting at sea. Yet even in their sweetest dreams, they had never witnessed such a fantastical scene. Zhang Haobo stood there in a daze, his mind completely blank. It was real. It was actually real. That man truly could find treasure sunken on the seabed. Having lived on Glazed Glass Island for more than 20 years, he knew very well that aside from immortal masters, there were still some ordinary people in this world who possessed unbelievable abilities. But he had never imagined that Li Fan would be such an extraordinary person. His heart instantly filled with regret. Zhang Haobo, oh Zhang Haobo, rarely did you ever meet a benefactor, yet not only did you fail to seize the chance, you even mocked him. You thought the other party had come to snatch away your tiny captain's position. At that thought, he wished he could slap himself a few times. No, he had to hurry and apologize. A strange talent like this would be an honored guest wherever he went, if he rose to prominence later and held a grudge over what happened the past few days. The moment they boarded the big ship, Zhang Haobo sincerely clasped his hands and apologized. Li Fan merely responded indifferently, told him to withdraw, and then returned to his room to rest. Now that they had obtained treasure, the Far Voyage no longer continued fishing and immediately turned back toward Glazed Glass Island. After all, the harvest this time was simply too great. Until they safely returned to the island, none of the crew could feel at ease. Sailing at full speed, they saw Glazed Glass Island again after only 2 days. Zhang Haobo gave a solemn order. After returning, they were not to dock first thing. Lu San slipped quietly into the water and go inform Steward Zhao's residence. Tell him to personally send people over to inspect and count everything. If nothing unexpected happens, then among all the fleets that put to sea this time, our haul should be the greatest. Zhang Haobo said in a deep voice, according to the rules, we can claim half of it. If outsiders do the tallying, who can guarantee they won't shave things off and deliberately undercount? Even if only a little goes missing, it pains me terribly. If they're not our own people, we simply can't trust them. The sailors immediately echoed him. Boss is right. After waiting for some time, the Far Voyage reached the dock. The men normally responsible for inventory were blocked by Zhang Haobo and his crew. The other side asked in displeasure, Zhang Haobo, what do you mean by this? You won't let us board? This man seemed to have some grudge against Zhang Haobo, and his tone carried obvious anger. Zhang Haobo could not be bothered with him. Seeing that he got no reaction, the man became even more sarcastic. Looking at the state of your ship, I'd say you came back empty-handed this time. Seems your captain's seat is about to come to an end too. If you can't survive later on, come to my ship. I guarantee you won't starve to death. Hearing their boss insulted, the Far Voyage crew immediately flared up and clamored to retort. But Zhang Haobo raised a hand to stop them. No need to argue with him. After that, no matter what the man said, Zhang Haobo pretended not to hear and simply waited quietly for Steward Zhao to arrive. Standing in the shadows and observing, Li Fan secretly nodded. It seemed Zhang Haobo's ability to firmly sit in the Far Voyage captain's seat was indeed not without reason. He was not as bad as imagined. His background and experience had merely limited him. Very soon, Steward Zhao personally arrived with his men. When 16 chests of treasure were unloaded before everyone's eyes, the entire pier instantly erupted in shock. News that the Far Voyage had obtained an enormous amount of treasure spread rapidly, and before long it had swept across all of Glazed Glass Island. Inside Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, the woman in yellow was intently appraising a newly arrived batch of goods when she suddenly heard hurried footsteps. Sun Zhong, not even waiting to announce himself, rushed in and shouted, "Shopkeeper! Shopkeeper!" The woman in yellow looked slightly surprised. "What is it?" Sun Zhong panted and spoke in broken phrases. "Treasure. More than 10 chests. The Far Voyage." The woman in yellow frowned faintly and replied calmly, "It's only a little over 10 chests of treasure. What is there to be so surprised about? If those things are to be sold on the island, won't they still have to pass through the channels of our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion?" As she said this, her expression suddenly changed. She urgently asked, "Wait, you said the Far Voyage? Is that the ship that Uncle Li Fan is on?" Sun Zhong nodded repeatedly. That's right. This ability is exactly like our head shopkeeper's." His voice held both envy and admiration. The woman in yellow cut him off and instructed, "Go make arrangements immediately. See when you can invite him for a meal. Also, Lu Ting Yu, have someone tidy the listening seclusion tower again, then bring him the deed. Sun Zhong froze for a moment, but this time he said nothing more and hurried off to handle it. Once the room was empty save for the woman in yellow, she murmured softly, a treasure-sensing spirit body. In the legends, anyone possessing a treasure-sensing spirit body would naturally sense the presence of rare treasures as long as they existed within a certain range. The head shopkeeper of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, her elder sister, Yin Yuding, also possessed this special physique. It was precisely because of that heaven-defying ability that in a little over 10 years, Yin Yuding had built Heavenly Treasure Pavilion up from nothing and turned it into a major merchant guild sweeping across the surrounding seas. Li Fan had no idea that the people of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had mistaken him for someone with a treasure-sensing spirit body. At this moment, he was in Steward Zhao's residence. Steward Zhao said with a smile, "Your talent truly is extraordinary. On your very first voyage, you brought back 16 chests of treasure. You really have astonished me." Li Fan merely smiled without replying. He knew Steward Zhao had the ability to distinguish truth from falsehood, so he deftly changed the subject. "The harvest this time was indeed considerable, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to achieve this again in the future." Steward Zhao said unconcernedly, "That's only normal. How could anyone encounter such luck every time?" Then he continued, "But relying on this harvest alone is enough for me to help you operate a fleet of your own." Li Fan nudda. "If that is the case, then many thanks, Steward Zhao." Steward Zhao took a sip of tea and asked, "I heard you went to great lengths for nothing more than a quota to enter the spirit cleansing pool." Li Fan answered, "That is indeed the case. Only after suffering great upheaval did I come to understand that worldly wealth and glory are all like drifting clouds and smoke. No matter how much treasure one has, after 100 years it will all turn to dust. Only by seeking immortality and pursuing the Tao, only by attaining longevity, can one avoid wasting a lifetime in this world." He sighed, full of emotion. Steward Zhao stared at Li Fan for a long while, then gave a soft sigh. "At your age, you still preserve a heart set toward immortality. I am inferior to you." As if recalling old matters, a complicated look appeared on his face. He slowly recounted, "More than 10 years ago, when I was your age, I happened by chance to save an immortal master. That immortal master once asked whether I wanted to follow him and cultivate." He paused, then continued, "But I knew very well that I had already passed the best age for cultivation. Even if I stepped onto that path, I might not achieve much. Besides, the older one gets, the deeper the toxic chi accumulates in the body, and the more painful it becomes to remove." His voice sank lower. "Now, as I grow older and older, I have gradually begun to feel regret. Unfortunately, a mistake made is a mistake fixed. There is no medicine for regret." Steward Zhao sighed endlessly, then looked at Li Fan again in admiration. "There are hundreds of thousands of mortals on Glazed Glass Island, but people like you are truly rare." Li Fan replied, "You praise me too much. I wonder, regarding the quota for the spirit cleansing pool." Steward Zhao shook his head. "I can't help you with that matter. The opening of the spirit cleansing pool requires an immortal master on the island to preside over it, and the quotas are also decided by the immortal master. 1 year before the pool opens, the immortal master will announce the required materials. The various parties will gather the materials on the list and submit them. Then the quotas will be determined according to contribution." After pausing a moment, he added, "But you needn't worry too much. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has branches on every island in the Songyan Sea. In terms of collecting materials, on this glazed glass island, few can compare with them." The image of the woman in yellow flashed through Li Fan's mind, and he nodded slightly. After staying with Steward Zhao a little longer, Li Fan took his leave. As soon as he returned to the small courtyard, Sun Zhong was already at the gate, clearly having waited there for a long time. Sun Zhong said, "My shopkeeper invites you to dine." What a coincidence. Li Fan had also wanted to meet her again, so he readily agreed. As for the deed to the listening seclusion tower that Sun Zhong had brought, Li Fan did not accept it. Night fell, and the lanterns had just been lit. Li Fan stepped into Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. There was only one person in the room. She had changed into a violet silk dress, and her face was no longer veiled. With a light smile, the woman formally introduced herself. "I am Yin Yuzhen, shopkeeper of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion on Glazed Glass Island." Li Fan said, "Li Fan." Yin Yuzhen laughed softly. Uncle, you really do keep things brief. Li Fan replied calmly. A mere mortal truly has nothing worth mentioning. Yin Yuzhen looked at him with a half-smile. Is a treasure-sensing spirit body also not worth mentioning in Uncle's eyes? Li Fan's heart stirred slightly, but his face remained calm. I do not know what this treasure-sensing spirit body is, Yin Yuzhen asked. Then how did you find the location of the treasure in that vast sea? Li Fan replied. It was only a feeling in my heart. Yin Yuzhen frowned and gritted her teeth. And you still say you're not a treasure-sensing spirit body. Seeing that Li Fan truly seemed not to know, she could only helplessly explain the treasure-sensing spirit body to him. After hearing it, Li Fan narrowed his eyes. So your elder sister also has a treasure-sensing spirit body. Then he fired off question after question. How old is she this year? What does she look like? Where was she 20 years ago? Where is she now? The string of questions left Yin Yuzhen somewhat dizzy, and she did not understand why he was asking them. Suddenly, as if thinking of some possibility, her face turned slightly pale as she stared at Li Fan. Could it be that you're the long-lost father of us sisters? But very quickly she denied it herself. No, that's not right. You don't look like us. You're probably just curious. Li Fan ignored the somewhat lively young girl and said flatly, All right. Curiosity toward one of your own kind. Is that it? I understand. Yin Yuzhen put on a knowing look. I understand. She nodded repeatedly. Li Fan was too lazy to explain. Yin Yuzhen let out a breath and slowly said, We originally came from Night Orchid Island in the north. When we were young, our parents died in a disaster, and only my elder sister and I were left to depend on each other. In my memory, we sisters could only survive by begging every day, half-starved and barely fed. But at some point, my elder sister somehow always became able to find valuable things everywhere. From then on, our lives gradually improved. Later, my sister single-handedly built up Heavenly Treasure Pavilion as well. As she spoke, her eyes filled with reminiscence. Unfortunately, I haven't seen my elder sister in many years. Li Fan raised a brow. Where did she go? Yin Yuzhen answered. 3 years ago, my sister was noticed by an immortal master passing through and taken away. At first, she still had people send letters back reporting her safety, but later, there was no more news. Resting her chin on her hand, her voice turned pitiful. Taken away by an immortal master. Could it be that she was brought off to cultivate immortality? Li Fan could not help asking. Yin Yuzhen sighed. If that were really the case, that would be good. In those earlier letters, my sister used code words that only the two of us understood, saying her situation was very dangerous. If contact ever ceased in the future, then it was very likely that something had happened to her, and she instructed me not to look for her. Hearing this, Li Fan asked in a deep voice, Could it be that her treasure-sensing spirit body brought disaster upon her? Yin Yuzhen shook her head. My sister is only immortal. The things she can sense are only objects valuable to mortals. To an immortal master, those things are no different from broken scraps. In the past, it wasn't as though immortal masters had never discovered my sister's talent before, but none of them thought much of it. I don't understand why, in the end, she was still taken away by that immortal master. At this point, she sighed again, threads of sorrow showing in her eyes. After a while, Yin Yuzhen adjusted herself and continued. Although my sister is likely in grave danger, the foundation she left behind still remains. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion was built through half a lifetime of my sister's hard work. I cannot let it be ruined in my hands. She explained, I do not have my sister's abilities. Since her disappearance, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's business has worsened day by day. On top of that, I misjudged goods several times and failed to distinguish the genuine from the fake, causing no small losses. The elders gradually grew dissatisfied with me. They even wanted to join hands with outsiders to drive me out and split up Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's property among themselves. Fortunately, they still fear the fact that my sister was once taken away by an immortal master, so they have not yet dared to act openly. Afterward, I used the excuse of opening up new markets to leave Night Orchid Island and come here to Glazed Glass Island, which counts as temporarily avoiding the worst of the storm. Yin Yuzhen said, Originally, I planned to develop things here for a few years, build up some strength, and then return to settle accounts with them. I never expected that on Glazed Glass Island of all places, I would meet another treasure-sensing spirit body. She was somewhat excited. With your help, I will definitely be able to revive Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Li Fan replied indifferently. Why should I help you? I have no interest in Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's affairs. What I want is only to cultivate immortality. Before, you promised that as long as I helped you seize a fleet, you would let me obtain a quota for the spirit cleansing pool. You are not going back on that, are you? Yushin seemed to have long expected his reaction and nodded lightly. Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has always put credibility first in business. Since we promised you something, we will certainly do it. She paused, and a sly look flashed through her eyes. Lifan Fronat. But what? Yushin smiled. Uncle, so what if you can enter the spirit cleansing pool? Removing the toxic chi from the body is no easy matter. Each year, among those who enter the pool, nearly only half succeed. And the older one is, the higher the chance of failure. She looked at him. Uncle isn't exactly young anymore. Are you 100% certain you'll succeed? A person only gets one chance in a lifetime to enter the pool. If you fail, I'm afraid you may never again have the chance to cultivate immortality. Li Fan said calmly, I know the spirit cleansing pool does not guarantee success, but as long as there is a 50% chance, that is enough for me to try. He stared at Yushin, eyes narrowing. From your tone, it sounds as if there is another method. Yushin smiled smugly. That's right. Along with my sister's final letter, she also left behind a pill called the dust-severing pill. According to her, as long as one takes this pill, the chances of removing toxic chi increase greatly. If used together with the spirit cleansing pool, then even at Uncle's age, there is a high chance of success. Li Fan asked, if there is such a miraculous pill, why haven't you used it yourself? Yushin replied, Uncle, not everyone is like you, determined to cultivate immortality. My only wish is to manage things well and protect the heavenly treasure pavilion my sister left behind. Li Fan slowly nudda. You have your own plans. Yushin looked at him full of anticipation. Well, Uncle, do you agree? Li Fan pondered for a moment, then said, give me time to think. In 3 days, I will give you my answer. Though somewhat disappointed, Yushin still nodded. All right, Uncle, I'll wait for your news. Li Fan stood up, took his leave, and departed. Watching his retreating figure disappear into the distance, Yushin's expression gradually turned serious. She softly said, I hope this time I haven't judged wrong. Li Fan secretly conducted some investigation and confirmed that what Yushin had said about the dust-severing pill was true. 3 days later, he met Yushin again and formally agreed to her request. The two sides came to an agreement. Before the spirit cleansing pool opened, Li Fan would help Heavenly Treasure Pavilion gather a certain amount of treasure at regular intervals. When the pool finally opened, Yushin would hand the dust-severing pill over to him. To show sincerity, Yushin also brought out the deed to the listening seclusion tower. Since an agreement had been reached, Li Fan did not stand on ceremony and accepted it. After that, Li Fan changed residences once more. The listening seclusion tower was located in the central district of Glazed Glass Island. The surrounding area was prosperous and lively, yet thanks to its special architectural design and carefully arranged trees, it was completely cut off from a noise. Though standing in the middle of bustling streets, it felt like a quiet retreat deep in the mountains. During the year Li Fan lived in the listening seclusion tower, he first completed 3 official voyages under Glazed Glass Island assignments. Each time, he brought back several chests of treasure, shaking the entire island while also helping Heavenly Treasure Pavilion secure one fleet quota after another. Afterward, every time a Heavenly Treasure Pavilion fleet went out to sea, Li Fan accompanied it. 1 year passed, and Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's profits overflowed, nearly equaling the total profits of previous years combined. Li Fan's prestige within Heavenly Treasure Pavilion also rose accordingly. Everyone who saw him regarded him with both respect and fear. But he had no great reserve of energy to waste on such worldly matters. Throughout the entire year, whenever he had free time, he devoted himself to the bitter cultivation of the profound yellow, clear heart mantra. It was not only for its ability to remove toxic chi. He had also discovered something that astonished him. The recharge progress of Return to Truth had sped up. Previously, Return to Truth's recharge progress could only increase naturally with time, reaching 100 every 20 years, then slowly climbing to its maximum of 200 before stopping. Li Fan had left Great Xian and entered the cultivation world a little over a year ago. According to the previous pattern, the recharge progress should have been only a little over 6, but to his surprise, he discovered that it had now reached 15. The speed had nearly doubled. Aside from the clear heart mantra, he had come into contact with nothing else that could have affected this. The only explanation was that cultivating the profound yellow clear heart mantra had accelerated return to truth's energy recharge. Although the principle behind it was still unclear for now, that did not stop him from cultivating even more diligently. Besides the recharge progress, Li Fan's age limit had also increased by quite a bit. Time passed. While Li Fan devoted himself wholly to cultivation, everything slipped by in silence. Only 1 year remained before the spirit cleansing pool would open. Yuzhen said to Li Fan with an excited expression, "Glazed Glass Island has already announced the list of materials the immortal masters need this time." At that moment, Li Fan was studying that list together with the people from Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Sun Zhang spoke up. "Most of the materials this time are fairly common. The only one I've never heard of is Star Sea Flowing Sand. It seems the key to competing for a slot this time lies in this item." Yuzhen lightly tapped the table with her finger and said, "I've been doing business for decades, and I've never heard of it either. It looks like we'll have to ask the people from a Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild." Sun Zhang sighed. "Those people are greedy to the bone. I'm afraid the price will be enormous." Li Fan said in a deep voice, "I must obtain a slot in the spirit cleansing pool." Yuzhen said, "The Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild isn't a local guild of the Songyan Sea. It came from a continent tens of thousands of miles away. I heard it has immortal masters backing it, which is why it can cross the endless sea and come all the way here to do business. There's still a year to prepare. The people from the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild will probably pass through the Songyun Sea in about 3 months. I can contact them then," Li Fan said, "but we can't place all our hopes on the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild. Recently, Glazed Glass Island has taken in many refugees from across the Songyun Sea. Perhaps someone among them knows about Star Sea Flowing Sand. We can ask around. The other factions on the island are also searching for this thing. We need to place more eyes and ears. Once they find a clue, we can follow closely behind." After the list of materials for the spirit cleansing pool was made public, Glazed Glass Island still appeared calm on the surface, but hidden currents were already surging underneath. Even ordinary people now knew that the major powers on the island were searching for something called Star Sea Flowing Sand. Li Fan investigated in secret, but found nothing. Just then, he encountered an unexpected visitor, Xiao Hung, whom he had once met in the land of exile. Xiao Hung casually sat down. Li Fan poured him a cup of tea and asked, "I wonder what brings you to me, little brother?" Xiao Hung warily looked around, then leaned closer and lowered his voice. "I heard that Big Brotherly is also looking for Star Sea Flowing Sand. Li Fan's Gazapauza. That's right. I'm already old. If I want to cultivate, I can only rely on the spirit cleansing pool." Xiao Hung swallowed and nodded. "I know where it is. Back when the immortal master descended upon Great Li, he promised that as long as we gathered the materials he needed, he would bring a group of people into the great world of immortal cultivation. Star Sea Flowing Sand was among them." Li Fan was stunned, then said with some doubt, "Was it? Why don't I remember that?" Earlier, Li Fan had also asked the people from Great Li, but all of them had uniformly said they didn't know the details, which was why he had grown suspicious. Hearing this, Xiao Hung said somewhat awkwardly, "When the proclamation was first issued to the whole realm, a few items on the list were omitted. The remaining parts were divided among the great families of Great Li to collect, and my family was specifically responsible for Star Sea Flowing Sand." Li Fan slowly nodded and asked directly, "Speak. What condition do you have?" Seeing Li Fan be so straightforward, Xiao Hung grew a little embarrassed, his face reddening as he explained, "Back then, you paid to bury Changyu, so that counts as a kindness to me. I really shouldn't be doing this, but life on Glazed Glass Island is just too hard. I'm not as capable as Big Brotherly. I still have to live in the slums outside the city, carrying loads every day just to survive." Xiao Hung said all in one breath. Li Fan smiled faintly and interrupted him. "No need to say more. I understand your difficulties. I must have this thing. As long as you provide the clue, ask for whatever you want. I'll do my best to satisfy it." Xiao Hung said gratefully, "Then I'll thank you in advance, Big Brother." He paused, then said somewhat emotionally, "Actually, this thing isn't rare. It's just that the immortal master uses a different name from us mortals. If the list back then hadn't included explanatory notes, I wouldn't have known either. This so-called Star Sea Flowing Sand is actually just meteorites that fell from the sky." After hearing that, Li Fan thought carefully for a while before suddenly understanding. He asked Star Sea Flowing Sand, "So that's what it is. But does any meteorite qualify?" Are there any special requirements? Xiao Hong nodded repeatedly. Yes, yes. Then he slowly explained each requirement in detail. First, the exterior of the meteorite must be intact. If the surface is too uneven, it won't do. Second, each piece must weigh at least 50 jin. Li Fan listened while committing everything to memory. After Xiao Hong finished, Li Fan did not forget his promise and asked, "All right, I understand. Speak, little brother. What do you want?" Xiao Hong replied, "I only want a somewhat better place to live, plus an easier job. If I could have a few servants to help with cleaning, that would be even better." Li Fan could not help but laugh and shake his head. Who would have thought that the dignified son of the South pacifying prince would ask for so little? You can ask for more. I still have some say within Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Xiao Hong shook his head and refused. I know my own abilities well. As long as I have food and shelter and don't have to struggle too hard, I'm already satisfied. If I suddenly had too much wealth and made others jealous, it would only bring disaster upon me. Li Fan nodded faintly and did not press the matter further. The two chatted a little more, then Xiao Hong took his leave. Just before parting, Li Fan suddenly asked, "Do you plan to cultivate? After all, you only reached the great world of immortal cultivation after countless hardships. It would be a waste not to try." Xiao Hong replied listlessly, "Let's talk about that later. I really have no interest in immortal cultivation. That profound yellow clear heart mantra makes me sleepy the moment I read it." After saying that, he turned and left. After seeing Xiao Hong off, Li Fan immediately hurried to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion to meet Yin Yuzhen and recounted everything Xiao Hong had said about Star Sea Flowing Sand. Yin Yuzhen was somewhat surprised. Star Sea Flowing Sand is meteorite iron? Is it really that simple? Can this Xiao Hong be trusted? Li Fan said firmly, "He probably isn't lying, but we still need to verify it." He changed the subject. "Didn't you say the people from a Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild would be arriving at Glazed Glass Island soon? When the time comes, we can confirm the truth from them." Yin Yuzhen nodded. "Good idea. If we can save that expense, even better. But no matter what, we must still secretly purchase meteorites that meet the requirements first. Right now, few people know about this thing, but that may not remain the case." After some thought, she continued, "When buying them, we have to mix them in with other goods to mislead outsiders. At the same time, we can spread false information about Star Sea Flowing Sand in the market and throw the situation into confusion." Li Fan considered it, then patiently added further instructions. Yin Yuzhen looked at the way he arranged everything so methodically, and curiosity flashed in her eyes. "Uncle, you really aren't simple. Before, I only knew you were a treasure-sensing spirit body. I never expected you to be so thorough and calculating in everything." Unable to help herself, she asked, "Uncle, what did you do before?" Li Fan answered vaguely, "I just taught people to read." Yin Yuzhen clearly did not believe him. Li Fan said, "All right, I'll leave this matter to you. I still need to cultivate. Unless something unusual happens, don't disturb me." He added, "As for what I promised Xiao Hong, you can handle that as well." With that, Li Fan left Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Watching his retreating back, Yin Yuzhen's heart trembled. Great fortune? How is even helping Xiao Hong also great fortune? Her eyes filled with astonishment. She thought to herself, could my ability to foresee fortune and disaster have changed? Since childhood, she had been able to vaguely predict auspiciousness and misfortune, even though she lacked her elder sister's ability to sense treasures. But ever since meeting Li Fan, every time she carried out something he instructed, her intuition always indicated great fortune. It should be known that before meeting Li Fan, she had almost never encountered such a sign as great fortune. Although she did not know what sort of achievements this uncle would attain in the future, Yin Yuzhen still chose to trust her instincts and help Li Fan with all her strength. After that, under Yin Yuzhen's planning, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion began operating at full capacity, secretly gathering meteorites. At the same time, to throw outsiders off, they also purchased large quantities of many other materials. The various factions on Glazed Glass Island quickly noticed Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's unusual behavior and secretly sent people to investigate. But because Yin Yuzhen had prepared in advance, they uncovered nothing. Instead, following Li Fan's plan, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion continuously released false information about Star Sea flowing sand. The other factions knew it might be a trap, so at first they chose to wait and watch. But one of them took the attitude of buying first and worrying later, thinking that even if the rumors were false, the goods could always be resold, and so it began purchasing items related to the rumors. Soon after, the other factions also could not sit still and joined the buying frenzy one after another. In an instant, prices on glazed glass, island sword, and the market descended into chaos. Meanwhile, Li Fan, the one who had set everything in motion, remained quietly cultivating in listening seclusion tower. 3 months later, Yin Yuzhen finally managed to contact a traveling merchant from the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild. Early that morning, she and Li Fan boarded a small boat from Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, left Glazed Glass Island, and headed more than 10 li north to the agreed-upon stretch of sea. They saw a black dot in the sky rapidly growing larger. Only when it drew near did Li Fan recognize that it was a flying boat. From within the flying boat rang a hearty laugh. Traveling merchant Wu laughed loudly. Shopkeeper Yin, it's been a long time. The flying boat quickly came over their heads, then slowly descended onto the water surface. Yin Yuzhen glanced at Li Fan and thought to herself, this is his first time seeing a flying boat. Surely he'll be astonished? But unexpectedly, when Li Fan saw the flying boat of the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild, he showed no reaction at all, as if he were already thoroughly familiar with it. Yin Yuzhen felt somewhat disappointed, but also even more curious about him. Hearing the greeting, Yin Yuzhen turned and smiled. Traveling Merchant Wu, the last time we met was 3 years ago. Traveling Merchant Wu sighed with feeling. Time passes so quickly. He looked toward Li Fan and asked, and this is? Yin Yuzhen replied briefly. This is an elder invited by our Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. Traveling Merchant Wu smiled. A pleasure, a pleasure. Then he said, Shopkeeper Yin, let's inspect the goods first. I'm afraid after this, we may not have another chance to meet for a long time. Hearing this, Yin Yuzhen froze and asked, what do you mean by that? Has something happened? Traveling Merchant Wu shook his head. I'm not sure the exact reason either. A few days ago, headquarters suddenly sent notice ordering all traveling merchants in the Songyun Sea to suspend all activity and return as quickly as possible. If I hadn't already arranged this transaction with you, I'd already be on my way back now. So this transaction cannot be delayed. It has to be completed quickly. For a moment, Yin Yuzhen was a little flustered. It had to be known that Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's prosperity on Glazed Glass Island had only been possible because it relied on the backing of the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild. Now that the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild was suddenly withdrawing from the Songyun Sea, what would happen to Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's business in the future? Could she still safeguard Heavenly Treasure Pavilion? And why was it that this time, her intuition had no reaction at all? Yin Yuzhen's thoughts were in complete turmoil, and she stood there blankly. Seeing this, traveling merchant Wu spoke to remind her. Shopkeeper Yin? Yin Yuzhen forced a smile and came back to herself. Sorry, I lost focus. Let's go inspect the goods now, please. The two entered the cabin and began checking the goods for the transaction. 16 pairs of jade discs, 23 bolts of silk, 46 luminous pearls. Li Fan directed the inspection while traveling merchant Wu examined each item in turn with him. When they reached the middle of the inventory, Li Fan said calmly, 3 pieces of Star Sea flowing sand. Traveling merchant Wu was instantly delighted. What? Let me take a look. He hurried over to the few pieces of meteorite iron, reached out to gently stroke them, then turned them over again and again for close inspection. Standing to the side and watching, Li Fan immediately understood that traveling merchant Wu was no ordinary man. Each of these pieces of meteorite iron weighed at least 50 jin, yet in the other man's hands they seemed as light as toys. After a while, traveling merchant Wu finally set them down reluctantly. He exclaimed, Good, good. Shopkeeper Yin, your luck is quite good this time. To think you managed to collect such fine Star Sea flowing sand. Li Fan and Yin Yuzhen exchanged a glance, both inwardly relieved. Xiaoheng had not lied. This time, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had seized the initiative and obtained quite a bit of Star Sea flowing sand. Their chance of securing a slot in the spirit cleansing pool should now be assured. Traveling merchant Wu was extremely satisfied with this batch of goods, and thinking that the two sides might not meet again for a long time, he specially invited Li Fan Fan and Yuzhen aboard the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild's flying boat as guests. After they had eaten and drunk their fill, he led them to the cargo hold of the flying boat. Traveling merchant Wu said with some pride, "These were all collected by me from the islands of the Songyan Sea. Some are worth cities, while for others, even I don't know their use. I just thought they were rare and unusual, so I bought them on impulse. If the two of you are interested, you may each choose a few items." Hearing this, Yuzhen could not help feeling excited. With her ability to seek fortune and avoid misfortune, coming here was no different from a mouse falling into a jar of grain. Li Fan himself was not especially interested, but seeing how eager she was, it would have been awkward to refuse, so he joined her in looking around. Traveling merchant Wu raised his voice and said, "You only have the time of one incense stick." Yuzhen ignored him, but inside she was thrilled, constantly moving through the cargo hold. Li Fan, however, was different. He had lived through 9 reincarnations and drifted through 300 years of rise and fall. What mundane treasure had he not seen before? As long as it was unrelated to immortal cultivation, he simply did not care. Yet while thinking this, the moment his hand touched one particular object, his whole body suddenly stiffened. In his mind, Return to Truth suddenly issued a prompt. A source capable of replenishing energy has been detected. Absorb it. Li Fan kept a calm expression and quietly examined the item in his hand. At first glance, it looked like nothing more than an ordinary blue pearl. But on closer inspection, one could see light flowing within it, as though a deep blue sea were slowly taking shape inside. A wondrous treasure of heaven and earth, sea of azure pearl, newly formed. Where seas drift past, it gives birth to seas of its own. Li Fan had not expected that in this place he would encounter a wondrous treasure of heaven and earth, and moreover one still in the process of gestation, not yet fully formed. He forcibly suppressed his excitement, put the sea of azure pearl back where it had been, pretended not to care in the slightest, and continued looking at the surrounding objects. Not until traveling merchant Wu announced that time was up did Li Fan spare that pearl no further glance. Yuzhen, meanwhile, was both regretful and excited as she came out carrying several items. She looked at Li Fan and asked, "Aren't you going to choose a few things? It's rare for traveling merchant Wu to be this generous. If you miss this chance, there won't be another." Traveling merchant Wu also laughed and said, "Shopkeeper Een is right. To enter a mountain of treasure and return empty-handed would be unreasonable." "Wouldn't that be looking down on me, Wu?" Li Fan replied. "In that case, it would indeed be awkward to refuse." He walked over near the sea of azure pearl, chose a jade statue, and casually picked up that pearl as well. "I'll take these too." The statue was shaped like an ancient tree. Traveling merchant Wu took one look and praised him. "Elder, you truly have a good eye. I found this jade statue on a remote island north of the Songyan Sea. I heard it had been worshipped for thousands of years by a primitive tribe and is quite wondrous. If an ordinary person keeps it at home, it can calm the mind, focus the spirit, and strengthen the body." He went on and on in praise of the statue, but only glanced at the sea of azure pearl once and said no more about it. As Li Fan turned the pearl in his hand, he asked, "What about this one?" Traveling merchant Wu thought for a moment before remembering. That. I bought it from fishermen on Flowing Cloud Island. There's nothing special about it. I just thought it looked unusual, so I picked it up along the way." Li Fan silently committed the name Flowing Cloud Island to memory. While he was still slightly distracted, the transaction between the two sides came to an end. The Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild obtained a large amount of true treasures, while Yuzhen gathered quite a bit of gold and silver. On the way back, although the harvest from this trip had been considerable, the worry between Yuzhen's brows was still hard to hide. Li Fan asked, "Are you worried about Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's future business?" Yuzhen sighed and replied, "That's right. Without the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild, we'll lose an important sales channel. I'm afraid our future profits will decline greatly. I just don't know why the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild is suddenly withdrawing from the Songyan Sea." Li Fan pondered for a moment, then said, "When the cart reaches the mountain, there will always be a road through. There's no need to worry too much." For the moment, he could not think of any particularly good solution either, so he could only offer comfort. After returning to Glazed Glass Island, Li Fan bade farewell to Yuzhen and hurried back to Listening Seclusion Tower. He shut the door tightly, entered his room, and took out the sea of azure pearl. This trip had originally only been meant to confirm whether Star Sea flowing sand was meteorite iron or not, yet he had unexpectedly obtained such a treasure. It truly was a delightful surprise. Looking at the sea of azure pearl in his hand, Li Fan was overjoyed. It was just that he still did not know what use this object had. According to his understanding, every wondrous treasure of heaven and earth represented a particular law between heaven and earth. Then why was this tiny blue pearl called Sea of Azure? Could it be that a whole sea was truly hidden inside it? Li Fan raised the Sea of Azure Pearl and let his gaze sink into the profound blue within it, gradually becoming entranced. A few days later, before dawn on an early morning, he was awakened by a rapid pounding on the door. Who could be disturbing him at this hour? Li Fan immediately became alert. He took out a dagger, hid it in his sleeve, and then went to open the door. He called out, "Who is it?" From outside came Xiao Heng's voice. "Big brother Li, it's me." Li Fan was somewhat surprised and thought to himself, what is this kid looking for me for at this time? Even so, he still opened the door and said, "Little brother, come inside and speak." Xiao Heng stepped in, his face full of anxiety and fear. He hurriedly said, "Big brother Li, this is bad. Our illegal entry from the land of exile has been exposed." Li Fan was a little surprised and asked, "Who leaked the news?" Xiao Heng shook his head. "We don't know either. But right now, everyone on the island knows that we aren't natives of the great world of immortal cultivation, and that we snuck in here through Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. I heard the immortal masters are furious and want to capture all of us and kill us." After hearing this, Li Fan thought for a moment, then smiled faintly. "No need to worry. This matter is not a serious problem." Xiao Heng froze and asked, "Big brother Li, why do you say that?" Li Fan answered calmly, "If they really wanted to kill you, your head and body would have long since been separated. Why would they let you learn the news first, then leisurely flee and discuss countermeasures? In my view, this matter is not aimed at us. The one spreading the rumors is targeting Heavenly Treasure Pavilion." Hearing this, Xiao Heng suddenly understood. Li Fan did not explain further. He merely told him to rest easy, then immediately set off for Heavenly Treasure Pavilion without delay. Inside Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yuzhen said with a grave expression, "I received the news as well. The island's various factions have learned the false claim that the Star Sea flowing sand was taken by us. Unwilling to accept that, they are now spreading word that Heavenly Treasure Pavilion has secretly helped mortals cross the border. Their purpose is nothing more than to force us to hand over a portion of the Star Sea flowing sand. Since we already seized the initiative and gathered plenty, we might as well throw out a portion of it and let them fight like dogs over a bone, tearing at each other. Before long, they'll start battling among themselves." Li Fan gave a cold snort. The next day, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion met with the various powers of Glazed Glass Island and made its demand. They were willing to hand over part of the Star Sea flowing sand, but the other side had to exchange materials of equivalent value. At the same time, the division of that portion of Star Sea flowing sand would be left to the parties themselves. But in the end, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion had to be guaranteed one slot in the spirit cleansing pool. This condition was not overly harsh. After some discussion, both sides quickly reached an agreement. Afterward, Heavenly Treasure Pavilion used more than a dozen pieces of meteoric iron as the price and successfully extricated itself from the whirlpool of chaos. Almost that very same day, the rumors about illegal immigration to the island vanished without a trace. Time passed, and at last the day the pool would open arrived. At Heavenly Treasure Pavilion, Yin Yuzhen handed Li Fan a dust-severing pill and said, "Boss, hurry and take this dust-severing pill. You've waited a very long time for this day." Emotion welled up in Li Fan's heart. "After today, I'll remove the obstruction in my body and officially step onto the path of immortality." He swallowed the dust-severing pill Yin Yuzhen gave him, then, under a guide's lead, entered the central formation at the heart of Glazed Glass Island. There were 13 people entering the central formation in total. Aside from Li Fan, all the others were teenagers barely in their teens. The moment they stepped into the formation, the surroundings became completely different from Glazed Glass Island. It was as if, in the blink of an eye, they had gone from a bustling city street into deep mountains. Lush trees grew all around, green and vibrant to the eye, while birdsong and insect cries rang without end. Looking into the distance, mountain peaks wreathed in mist rose in endless layers. At this moment, Li Fan and the others stood at the foot of a mountain. When they looked up, the summit was buried in dense clouds and could not be seen clearly. Everyone climbed the stone steps upward, continuing without rest for 4 full hours. These youths all had extraordinary physiques. Even after climbing for so long, not one of them was breathing heavily. Li Fan, on the other hand, was no longer young, and he had not trained his body in a long time. He was already drenched in sweat and could only barely keep up without falling behind. After another 2 hours, everyone finally reached the summit. The mountaintop was only a small, open patch of ground. Even standing scattered apart, they still felt somewhat crowded. This was the highest peak in the range. Looking around, all they could see was a vast sea of white clouds. Gusts of wind swept across it, sending the clouds surging and roiling, occasionally revealing mountain peaks jutting out like islands. Suddenly, a voice sounded beside their ears. "What do you think of this scenery?" The youths were startled, but immediately reacted and bowed in unison. "Greetings, immortal master." Li Fan followed suit and saluted as well. The newcomer was Master He, the one stationed on Glazed Glass Island. He looked only around 30 years old, dressed in green robes, with a kindly face and a constant smile. He appeared extraordinarily amiable, every bit the image of a benevolent elder. Seeing that this immortal master was not as terrifying as the rumors claimed, one of the youths gathered his courage and replied, "This place's scenery is unmatched indeed. It truly deserves to be called a holy land of immortals. I have never seen such a wondrous sight before. It sets one's heart ablaze." Master, he smiled and nodded, but his next words instantly silenced all the youths. He said slowly, "When I first came to Glazed Glass Island, this mountain ranked among the lowest of all these peaks beneath the sea of clouds. Do you know that the rivers and mountains under heaven are like people as well? They too can gradually grow taller." Hearing this, all the youths stared with mouths agape, their faces full of disbelief. Some could not help but think, this is far too incredible. Could these great mountains and rivers also be living things? "Master," he continued, "some mountains look towering, but in truth their fate has already run its course, and they cannot advance a single step in all their lives. Others are only small mounds at present, yet their potential is boundless. Who can say that, after some time, they will not become pillars that hold up the heavens?" He lightly pointed beneath their feet and went on, "Like the mountain beneath your feet. It was once utterly unremarkable, yet in only a few decades it has risen high enough to stand above the rest and take in the rivers and lands below. Of course, most are still like those countless peaks beneath the cloud sea, existing only as a backdrop from beginning to end, silently looking up at the peaks above the clouds. If mountains are like this, how much more so people?" "Master," he said slowly, "today you are fortunate enough to enter the spirit cleansing pool and wash away the toxic chi from your bodies. Whether or not you can step onto the immortal path, whether you have the hope of touching the great Tao of longevity, and what achievements you may attain in the future, all of it depends on each person's own fortune." Seeing the youth's confused, half-comprehending expressions, Master, he gave a faint sigh. "No matter what comes later, today you must give it everything you have." With a wave of his hand, he said, "All right, go on." One youth hurriedly asked, "Master, may I ask where the spirit cleansing pool is?" "Master," he replied indifferently, "right here." Everyone looked in the direction he pointed and saw that it was the very edge of the summit, beyond which lay a sheer cliff 10,000 feet deep. One youth could not help crying out, "Immortal Master, surely you must be joking?" Master's expression immediately darkened, and he gave a cold snort. No one saw him make any move, yet that youth's head flew high into the air. His body collapsed with a heavy crash, fresh blood spraying out and splattering all over those nearby. This sudden scene terrified the youths into stupor. Some wanted to scream, but clamped their mouths shut, trembling all over with faces white as paper. Some went limp and dropped to the ground. Others immediately fell to their knees and kowtowed in apology to Master He. Master, he said coldly, "I'll teach you one more lesson. Once you step onto the path of cultivation, discernment is of the utmost importance. Whom you may slight, whom you must never offend, what may be said, and what must never be spoken. You must weigh all of it clearly. Don't wait until body and Tao are both destroyed before blaming me for not warning you today." Li Fan stepped forward, bowed deeply toward Master He, and said sincerely, "I have been instructed." After speaking, he turned and walked toward the mountain's edge. Before him lay a cliff 10,000 feet deep. One misstep would leave him smashed to pieces. But Li Fan did not stop or hesitate in the slightest. His expression unchanged, he stepped 1 foot out into empty air. yet his foot did not fall. The boundless sea of clouds before him seemed to possess awareness, surging together beneath his feet and supporting him steadily. He brought his other foot forward and stood firm upon the clouds. Then his entire body was wrapped in white mist and carried away toward the depths of the cloud sea. Watching Li Fan's retreating figure, "Master," he murmured, "his temperament is quite good. It's just a pity his age is already too advanced. What a shame." Seeing Li Fan ride the clouds and depart, the youths finally came to a sudden realization. They understood that Master He's words had not been deception or exaggeration, and each of them felt somewhat ashamed. Master He's expression softened, and he said, "The earlier one enters the pool, the more spiritual fluid one receives. Hurry and go." Surrounded by the dense cloud sea, Li Fan felt only that he had completely lost his sense of direction. White clouds from all around continuously converged toward him, growing denser and denser. In only a short while, they gathered into streams of white spiritual fluid that wrapped around his whole body. Within the spiritual fluid, Li Fan not only felt no suffocation, but instead an incomparable warmth and comfort, like a fetus within its mother's womb. His mind gradually relaxed completely. Thread after thread of warm breath flowed through every inch of his skin, seeping in through his pores and penetrating deep into his body. His entire body, even his soul, seemed to be soaking in warm water, making him almost unable to restrain a moan of comfort. But almost immediately afterward, that warmth gradually turned scorching hot. The scorching heat became burning, then transformed into the sensation of being consumed by raging flames. Li Fan felt streams of heat surge through his body like molten lava, ravaging it at will and tearing through every nerve inch by inch. This kind of pain completely surpassed the limits of what a human could bear. By instinct, Li Fan wanted to exhale, to let go, but he still gritted his teeth and endured. A powerful thought rang out in his heart. Wasn't this very moment the reason for 300 years of bitter pursuit? No matter what, I absolutely will not let go. I want to cultivate immortality. I want longevity. His consciousness gradually shattered amid the agony, yet a single obsession continued to support him, keeping him from collapsing from beginning to end. The currents of heat within his body circulated without end, as if they would never stop. With every cycle, the destruction and the pain intensified another degree. Later on, the pain reached a level beyond words. His consciousness began to dissipate, but even then, the obsession in his heart still held him upright, never allowing him to give up. Vaguely, he thought, instinct has taken my place. At that very moment, the profound yellow clear mind mantra began operating on its own. As the clear mind mantra circulated, Li Fan's consciousness seemed to find a point of support, gradually condensing and growing stronger again. Though he was still in a hazy, unconscious state, he had become like a reef by the seashore. No matter how violently the waves and storms raged, he remained standing and did not fall. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. Of the 12 people who had entered the spirit cleansing pool, 11 had already emerged. Among them, 4 had succeeded and 7 had failed. At present, only 1 person still remained within the pool, Li Fan. The immortal mortal obstruction lay hidden deep within the bloodline of mortals, existing alongside flesh and blood from the moment a fetus first formed. As people gradually grew up, the immortal mortal obstruction became ever more tightly bound to the body, making it difficult to separate. The formation of the spirit cleansing pool used a method of completely destroying the physical body to force the toxic chi out, then using regenerative power to reconstruct the body anew. This process repeated over and over until all the toxic chi in the body had been removed. The older one was, the harder it was for the body's toxic chi to separate from flesh and blood, and the more cycles of destruction and reconstruction were required to fully eliminate the immortal mortal obstruction. And during that process, the pain one had to endure was almost unimaginable. Given Li Fan's age, He Jinghao had believed from the start that there was no hope of success. At such an age, to persist for 3 full days under the destruction of the spirit cleansing pool meant this man's what was terrifyingly steadfast. If he could successfully cleanse his body, then reaching the foundation establishment stage in cultivation would certainly not be difficult for him. He might even have hope of attaining the golden core realm. A faint flicker passed through He Jinghao's eyes as he thought, perhaps I can forge a favorable bond in advance. Another 3 days passed, and He Jinghao watched as Li Fan still had not emerged from the formation. If he had not still been able to sense Li Fan's stable life aura within, he likely would have charged in long ago. But as things stood, he could only continue waiting. 3 more days passed. He Jinghao's expression gradually became unsightly. He could not understand what kind of monster he had encountered, that someone could persist in the spirit cleansing pool for so long. This spirit cleansing pool had been created by the Eastern Pole Heavenly Sect of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. By all rights, there should have been no possibility of error. Worse still, the materials used to maintain the operation of the formation were about to run out. Once the materials were exhausted, the formation would be forcibly halted, and the consequences would be impossible to predict. Most likely, all previous effort would be wasted. Under normal circumstances, if an accident occurred at this point, it could only be blamed on Li Fan's bad luck and would have nothing to do with He Jinghao. But when he thought of Li Fan's terrifyingly resolute will, He Jinghao's expression shifted again and again. At last, he gritted his teeth. So be it. I'll treat it as a gamble. This boy is destined to be extraordinary in the future. As soon as he spoke, He Jinghao formed hand seals. One item after another flew out from his storage ring and disappeared into the depths of the cloud sea. He muttered, I originally kept these for myself. Boy, you'd better not disappoint me. After another 2 days, the surging cloud sea finally began to calm. The white clouds danced lightly, carrying Li Fan back to the summit, sweeping over him with his divine sense and confirming that there was no longer any toxic chi in Li Fan's body. He Jinghao finally let out a breath of relief and said, Congratulations, little friend. From this day onward, your shackles are gone, and longevity is within hope. He appeared extremely warm and enthusiastic. Li Fan looked at He Jinghao with a puzzled gaze, not understanding why the other man was being so courteous. Understanding what he was wondering, He Jinghao explained, Little friend, you do not know. You remained inside for 11 full days. The formation's materials had already been exhausted, and it was I who spent heavily to replenish them for you. Li Fan was startled. What? I was in there that long. He Jinghao nodded. That's right. Little friend, you had no idea. Hearing this, Li Fan's heart shook violently, but not because of He Jinghao's selflessness. Rather, it was because he discovered that his Return to Truth panel had undergone enormous changes after the toxic chi in his body was removed. He steadied his mind, cupped his hands to He Jinghao, and said, I will never forget Immortal Master's kindness. I will surely repay it in the future. This was exactly the sentence He Jinghao had been waiting for, and his expression became even more genial. Smiling, he said, Little friend, you are too courteous. The Tao is difficult. I merely lent a hand where I could. As he spoke, he took out a book and handed it to Li Fan, explaining, After removing the toxic chi, the next step is to sense the spiritual chi of heaven and earth and guide it into the body. If you can condense the first thread of spiritual chi within yourself, that means you have stepped into the chi refining stage. Only then can you truly be called an immortal cultivator. He pointed to the book and continued. This 5 spirits chi sensing method is a summary of the experiences of predecessors in sensing spiritual chi. You must study it diligently. After that, He Jinghao took out another talisman, glowing solemnly with spiritual light around its edges, and handed it seriously to Li Fan. This is a dust-severing talisman. Before guiding chi into the body, you need to keep it on your person. Only after Li Fan carefully put away the 2 items did He Jinghao explain further. Even though you have removed the toxic chi, that does not mean it is gone forever. You still live in a mortal world and come into contact with mortals every day. Given enough time, it is difficult to avoid being contaminated by toxic chi again. He continued, this dust-severing talisman can help you block out the interference of toxic chi, but its effect is limited. It will only last about 5 years. However, with Little Friend's talent, breaking through to the chi refining stage within 5 years should surely not be difficult. He Jinghao said with a smile, after you break through to the chi refining stage, you may come to the island to find me. At that time, I will take you to Myriad Immortals Island, the Songyun Sea residence of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. There, you can choose a suitable cultivation method and continue cultivating. Next, He Jinghao carefully explained all the matters that required attention during the process of guiding chi into the body. Li Fan, too, listened intently and memorized every point. After everything had been explained, Li Fan tactfully took his leave and departed, hoping that that this trip would bring fruitful results. Watching his figure gradually disappear into the distance, He Jinghao murmured softly to himself. Then he looked down at the mountain beneath his feet, shook his head, and said, "Its potential is exhausted. It's time to change to another mountain." With that, He Jinghao leaped into the air and stood above the cloud sea. He swept his long sleeve and gathered all the rolling layers of clouds into it. Looking down at the overlapping mountain range below, He Jinghao selected the tallest peak, one he estimated would continue growing over the next 100 years. The cultivation method he practiced was called the mountain-seated art. The greatest characteristic of the mountain-seated art was to sit upon a mountain and enjoy its growth. The cultivator chose a mountain, sat upright upon it, and circulated the technique. Over many years, the cultivator's own aura would fuse with a mountain peak. Thereafter, whenever the mountain grew taller by even a little, the cultivator's cultivation would receive a corresponding boost in return. Conversely, if one judged wrongly and the mountain's height failed to increase afterward, then decades of cultivation would have been wasted for nothing. Besides benefiting from a mountain peak's growth, one could also gain benefits from helping others. For example, his aid to Li Fan this time. If Li Fan could break through to the qi refining stage in the future, then in the unseen workings of fate, He Jinghao would also receive feedback from it, thereby increasing his own cultivation. This was not absorbing or plundering the other party's cultivation, but rather like the saying that when one person attains the Tao, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. However much one gives, one will receive it back later. That was why, whenever He Jinghao encountered promising juniors, he had never been stingy and was always willing to lend them a hand. After leaving the central formation of Glazed Glass Island, Li Fan did not alert anyone and quietly returned to Listening Seclusion Tower. Before anything else, he needed to examine that inexplicably appearing profound yellow tempering heart mantra. He searched through his mind once, but did not discover any new method of circulation. Thus, Li Fan still began cultivating according to the practice method of the profound yellow, clear mind mantra. The moment he started circulating it, he immediately noticed the difference between the tempering heart mantra and the clear mind mantra. In the past, when cultivating the profound yellow clear mind mantra, it usually took nearly half an hour before he could gradually steady his mind and clear away all distracting thoughts. But with the profound yellow tempering heart mantra, in only a moment, Li Fan felt his heart become as calm as still water. Not only that, while cultivating the profound yellow tempering heart mantra, he could also clearly sense his spirit strengthening little by little. Although the growth was extremely slight, it truly was increasing without pause. Li Fan was overjoyed, yet countless doubts soon rose in his heart. He wondered why the profound yellow clear mind mantra, originally just an ordinary technique for dispelling obstruction, had turned into such a miraculous profound yellow tempering heart mantra in his hands. Immortal arts could not be cultivated together. So did this tempering heart mantra count as an immortal cultivation technique or not? Only one step remained before he would officially enter the gates of cultivation, and he had also obtained a miraculous technique like the profound yellow tempering heart mantra. So Li Fan's state of mind could not help but surge. He felt somewhat lightheaded with excitement. Yet not long afterward, he received a letter. Its contents struck him like a heavy blow and shattered all the pride in his heart. Xiaohong had successfully guided qi into his body and had already departed from Myriad Immortals Island. Holding the letter in his hand, Li Fan cried out in shock, "What? I have no interest in cultivation." In his memory, when Xiaohong had said those words, his expression had been as clear as if it were right before his eyes. How much time had passed, and yet he had already removed the poisonous qi from his body and broken through directly to the qi refining stage. For a moment, Li Fan was both astonished and bewildered. He read Xiaohong's letter over and over again, then went out to ask around before finally accepting the truth with great reluctance. It turned out that although Li Fan had spoken with complete certainty that day, and comforted him by saying the rumors of illegal immigrants on the island were aimed at Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. After returning, Xiao Hong had still been panicked and unable to sleep peacefully. Whenever he closed his eyes, he seemed to see immortal masters descending from the sky and slaughtering every person from the Li realm. This went on for several days in a row. After learning his lesson, Xiao Hong finally made up his mind. In order to sleep in peace and also to become a cultivator so he would no longer live in fear every day, he began earnestly cultivating the profound yellow clear mind mantra. Unexpectedly, once his mind was calmed, his cultivation speed became astonishingly fast. With the aid of medicine, in less than a month, he had removed all the poisonous qi from his body by himself. Afterward, he felt the spiritual energy of heaven and earth circling him intimately, as if it possessed awareness. After only a single night's sleep, he had successfully guided qi into his body. When he later tried being intimate with one of the family's maidservants, merely giving her a light embrace nearly cost her life. Only then did Xiao Hong confirm that he had become a cultivator, and from that moment on, immortals and mortals were forever separated. Only after Li Fan had entered the listening seclusion tower and master, he had some free time again, did Xiao Hong get a chance to meet him. After hearing of Xiao Heng's experience, Master he carefully examined him and confirmed that he was not lying. At first, he was overjoyed, but immediately afterward he slapped his thigh in regret. He lamented, "I already used up all my materials to build goodwill with that old fellow. If I'd known earlier, I would have saved them for this moment." Then he clutched his head and sighed. This brat's talent is clearly 100 times stronger than that old man's. After a while, Master he finally calmed down. Unable to wait any longer, he immediately took Xiao Hong to Myriad Immortals Island. Xiao Hong was deeply grateful for the many times Li Fan had helped him, so he wrote in the letter, "That I have reached this day is all thanks to your protection, brother. Now that I hear you have already removed your obstruction, I'm sure it will not be long before you break through to the Qi refining stage as well. I will go one step ahead and await you on Myriad Immortals Island. When we meet again, if you have any command for me, I would not dare refuse even at the cost of 10,000 deaths." Hung kowtows in gratitude. Li Fan set Xiao Heng's letter down and slowly let out a long breath. So this was the legendary, sort of overwhelming natural talent. Without any help at all, relying only on his own exploration, he had actually managed to break through to the Qi refining stage and had even sensed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth circling him intimately. So what if his talent was extraordinary? Li Fan understood clearly that what he relied on had never been talent, but return to truth, which had given him countless chances to start over. With return to truth in hand, he was confident he could crush any genius. It was only that the process might be very long, requiring plot after plot across lifetime after lifetime. As the tempering heart mantra circulated, the distracting thoughts in Li Fan's heart gradually settled. He told himself that at present, the most important thing was to guide Qi into his body. First, he had to look through the 5 spirits Qi sensing method that Master he had given him. The manual recorded that in ancient times, there existed something called spirit roots. Back then, only mortals with spirit roots could cultivate. There were the 5-element spirit roots of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, as well as unusual attribute spirit roots such as lightning and wind. Those with only one type of spirit root cultivated extremely quickly in the early stages. If they specialized in the matching technique, they could also easily reach great accomplishment. Spirit roots were originally an inborn talent bestowed by heaven. Only those favored by the heavens could perceive the laws of heaven and earth and were qualified to attain the Tao and become immortals. But there were countless mortals under heaven, while the number of people with spirit roots was only a tiny minority. For the vast majority, the path of cultivation could only be watched from the outside, forever beyond reach. Was that not far too unfair? Fortunately, in ancient times, an immortal venerable spread the Tao. The 5 spirits Qi sensing method recorded that at that time, the immortal venerable towered between heaven and earth, and when faced with countless mortals who sought immortality in despair, he imparted the path of longevity. The immortal venerable once said, "If I wish to become an immortal, why must I beg heaven for it? If heaven will not give it, I will take it myself. To follow the immortal is ordinary. To defy the immortal is true immortality." If a mortal wished to seek longevity, there was no need to pursue any so-called unity between man and heaven. One only needed to contend with heaven. Afterward, the immortal Venerable explained his Tao, which was also the cultivation path followed by today's cultivation world. The path of immortality was this: absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in order to control Qi, borrow the wonders of heaven and earth to establish a Tao foundation, glimpse the laws of heaven and earth to forge a golden core, seize the essence of heaven and earth to become a nascent soul, draw out the marrow of heaven and earth to reach even higher realms, sacrifice the soul of heaven and earth so that one's body may unite with the Tao, oppose the laws of heaven and earth, and thereby attain longevity. Clatter. The five spirits' Qi sensing method slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. Li Fan picked it up with trembling hands, unable to suppress the shock in his heart. The cultivation path of this world was completely different from what he had imagined. It was even enough to make one angry. No wonder that ever since he came into contact with the cultivators of this world, he had always felt that something was wrong. The heavenly Tao of this world seemed to harbor an immense malice toward cultivators. From the rule that immortal arts could not be cultivated together, to the phenomenon that when a cultivator died, the sky for thousands of miles lit up like a grand announcement, and then to the strange mortal obstruction within ordinary people's bodies. Something that was extremely harmful to cultivators, all of it had been quietly pointing to that conclusion. Today, after finally coming into contact with the cultivation world, Li Fan at last saw the answer. He murmured softly, "Defy the principles of heaven and earth to attain longevity." The section in the manual introducing the origins of the cultivation world ended there. What followed was the actual method of five spirits Qi sensing. If a mortal had already removed their obstruction, but still could not guide Qi into the body, then they could nourish their own five spirits, forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and refine it, thereby breaking through to the Qi refining stage. The so-called five spirits were the five innate emotions of human beings: greed, fear, rage, bitterness, and wicked thoughts. These five emotions lay hidden deep within the human heart, inexhaustible and endlessly generating themselves. The five spirits Qi sensing method used these very emotions as fuel to nourish the root of heaven and earth within the Dantian. The root of heaven and earth connected a cultivator's Dantian to heaven and earth. Once formed, the cultivator could use it to forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and convert it for personal use. Compared with the ancient method of cultivation, which placed great importance on natural aptitude, the five spirits Qi sensing method excelled in stability. A person with exceptional aptitude could form the root of heaven and earth and step onto the path of cultivation in just one day and night. Even someone with no aptitude at all could, through steady accumulation day after day, form their own root of heaven and earth within at most 10 years and grasp the method of guiding Qi into the body. From then on, Li Fan shut himself in his house every day and cultivated the five spirits Qi sensing method behind closed doors. Although he had long been mentally prepared that his path of cultivation would not go smoothly, as the days passed one after another and 3 years slipped by in the blink of an eye, he still had not succeeded in guiding Qi into his body. Five spirits Qi sensing required those five emotions as fuel to drive the formation of the root of heaven and earth. Yet Li Fan cultivated the profound yellow tempering heart mantra, which caused those five emotions to accumulate only in the slightest amounts. After staying inside for too long, one day Li Fan felt stifled and wanted to go out for a walk. Just then, a somewhat familiar voice sounded from behind him. "Li." Li Fan turned around, looked clearly at the other party, and was briefly stunned before remembering. It was Zhang Haobo, the captain of the merchant voyager from Glazed Glass Island, whom he had met once before. Looking at Li Fan, Zhang Haobo said with both reverence and delight in his eyes, "Elderly, it has been a long time." He continued, "I heard that Elderly has cleansed all the poisonous Qi from his body and will soon become an immortal master, admired by all." Li Fan smiled and replied, "So it's you. We haven't met in many years. How have you been lately?" Zhang Haobo did not dare delay and answered honestly. Thanks to Elder Lee's blessings, our fleet has been doing very well these past few years. In particular, the matter of Elder Lee bringing back large amounts of treasure every time he went to sea has attracted many young people who want to join the fleet. He went on, our benefits and status on the island have risen because of it as well. I don't know how many people envy us. Then Zhang Haobo paused before continuing. However, the brothers on the Merchant Voyager have recently been discussing leaving Glazed Glass Island, and I too have faintly had such thoughts. Li Fan was somewhat surprised. Oh, if life has been good, why suddenly think of leaving? After a moment, Zhang Haobo looked around and lowered his voice. To be honest with Elder Lee, we brothers have run into all sorts of strange things at sea lately. On our last several trips, every time we cast the nets, we caught more than 1,000 gene of fish. 9 out of 10 hauls were like that. And there were all kinds of fish, as if every fish on the seabed were fleeing disaster and gathering in one place. He continued, we brothers grew up on Glazed Glass Island and know the reefs around it very well, but recently we discovered that more reefs have been rising up around the island. Zhang Haobo spoke with a serious expression. In the past, the water level changed every year, but this year, it's a little abnormal. All the brothers are somewhat worried. Then he added, there's one more thing that makes us even more uneasy. For the past 3 years, there hasn't been a single wind calamity, not only in the waters around Glazed Glass Island, but throughout the entire Songyun Sea. We've already exchanged information with fleets from the other islands, so there's absolutely no mistake about it. Afraid Li Fan would not believe him. He hurriedly added this explanation. Li Fan stroked his beard lightly and asked in thought, the wind calamities have disappeared entirely? Zhang Haobo replied, since the day I was born, wind calamities have never stopped. In bad years, there were over a dozen, and even in light years, there were at least 2 or 3. Yet now there haven't been any for 3 full years. Some people on the island are even clapping and praising it, saying the immortal masters are protecting us. But my brothers and I don't think so. He said with certainty, this is far too abnormal. Something major is definitely about to happen. Li Fan thought for a while and then spoke to reassure him. The island has its grand protective formation, and Master he is here as well. Even if something happens, he should be able to deal with it. Zhang Haobo smiled bitterly. What Elder Lee says makes sense. Many people on the ship think the same, but I still feel uneasy. No matter what, I just can't rest easy. Seeing this, Li Fan could only say, leaving one's homeland is no small matter. You should still think it over carefully. Zhang Haobo nodded, and Li Fan said no more, taking his leave of him. Afterward, he wandered around the market district for half a day before returning home. This period passed quickly. Li Fan continued devoting himself wholeheartedly to cultivation, and as time flowed on, another year quietly passed. Yin Yuzhen finally accumulated enough strength and returned to Night Orchid Island in high spirits. After many twists and turns, she ultimately reclaimed her position as the chief shopkeeper of Heavenly Treasure Pavilion's headquarters. Once matters on Night Orchid Island had stabilized, there were still many trivial affairs to handle. To guard against petty schemers causing trouble again, Yin Yuzhen had to remain on Night Orchid Island these past few years and could not return, only sending people to deliver news to Li Fan. As for Xiao Hong, he occasionally sent people with letters asking after Li Fan's recent situation. It was said that his progress was astonishingly fast, and he was now already at mid-stage qi refining cultivation. As for Zhang Haobo, half a year earlier, he had ultimately chosen to leave the Songyun Sea together with some of the brothers from the Merchant Voyager. This matter stirred quite a commotion on the island, and people also began to feel uneasy. As the world shifted and changed, Li Fan remained like a bystander, watching coldly while focusing solely on cultivation. One day, his heart stirred slightly. A thread of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth slowly flowed through the root of heaven and earth into his dantian, then quickly spread throughout his entire body. In the 7th year after entering the cultivation world, Li Fan finally stepped into the qi refining stage. The moment he broke through, he clearly felt a heaven-shaking transformation within his body. As spiritual energy circulated, it silently nourished and repaired his somewhat aged body. The fine wrinkles on his face gradually disappeared. His skin became smooth again, and the vitality he had seemed to lose returned. making him feel as though he had gone back to his prime, full of vigor, rejuvenation. His physique had clearly been strengthened. More importantly, Li Fan could now finally control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Under his command, thread after thread of spiritual energy changed into all kinds of forms. After experimenting for a while, he dispersed the spiritual energy in his hand and then focused his attention on the return to truth panel. Name, Li Fan. Realm, early chi refining. Physical age, 47/199. Mental age, 510/2169. After breaking through to the chi refining stage, Li Fan's lifespan limit had reached 199 years. The Five Spirits Chi sensing method had mentioned that although cultivators lived much longer than ordinary people, compared with ancient times, their lifespan was still greatly restricted. After that, Li Fan took out the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter from the tie-in boat. He had long since obtained this technique from Ko Hong, but because he had lacked divine sense, he had been unable to inspect it and could only keep it in mind. Now that he had finally stepped into the chi refining stage, he could not suppress his desire to know its contents. Heavenly Mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter. Na sul stage cultivation technique. No current cultivator. Holding the jade slip, the introduction to the technique automatically appeared in his mind. The moment his divine sense touched it, an endless flood of text and images surged into Li Fan's consciousness like a tidal wave. It was his first time reading a jade slip, and he was still unaccustomed to it. He only felt as if too many things had been crammed into his head at once, and both temples ached faintly. Fortunately, his divine sense was far stronger than that of an ordinary chi refining cultivator, and he adapted quickly and recovered. He immediately calmed his mind and carefully examined this cultivation technique. After a long while, Li Fan finally understood the general outline. The heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter was the cultivation method of the ancient heavenly mechanism sect. That era valued harmony between man and heaven and earth. The heavenly mechanism sect believed that all things in heaven and earth were like human beings and each possessed their own thoughts. But under ordinary circumstances, these were difficult to detect. Yet just as a human reveals killing intent when murderous thoughts arise, all things in heaven and earth would occasionally release a trace of imposing aura when killing chi surged within them. When heaven gives rise to killing intent, all things wither and the stars shift from their courses. When earth gives rise to killing intent, seas become mulberry fields and dragons and serpents rise upon the land. By grasping and refining the various currents of chi within heaven and earth, one could trace them back to their source and reach a state of resonance and unity. The heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter was precisely the technique used to sense and refine those currents of chi and turn them into one's own power. When cultivated to great accomplishment, one could not only borrow the killing intent of heaven and earth to injure others, but also deduce the flow of chi and foresee the future. This technique was extraordinarily powerful, but at the same time exceptionally dangerous. How vast was the will of heaven and earth? Merely drawing upon a single strand of its chi current already surpassed a cultivator by hundreds of thousands of times. If one came into contact with it rashly, it was all too easy to suffer backlash from the chi current or even be unknowingly assimilated and become a puppet of the will of heaven and earth. This technique required one to nurture one's own killing intent, while also sensing the life force of all things as spring returned. It further required gathering countless chi currents from the spiritual things of heaven and earth to conceal oneself and throw heavenly workings into disorder, thereby deceiving the will of heaven and earth. In theory, if cultivated to the limit, one could merge with heaven and earth and transform into the Tao itself. Unfortunately, that was only theory. In reality, even with all sorts of opportunistic methods, cultivating the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter was still incredibly difficult. The ancient heavenly mechanism sect's inheritance lasted 10,000 years, and the number of people who cultivated this technique reached into the tens of thousands. Yet the highest any of them attained was only the nascent soul realm. If that was the case in ancient times, then all the more so now, when heaven and earth were filled with malice toward cultivators. However, with return to truth to aid him, Li Fan did not need to worry too much about the dangers of cultivating this technique. He pondered for a moment. There was no need to rush the choice of a primary cultivation method. He could first go to Myriad Immortals Island, observe the state of the current cultivation world, and decide afterward. Thus, Li Fan went to the central formation of Glazed Glass Island, intending to pay a visit to Master He. At that moment, Master He was seated upright in the small pavilion on the mountain peak. When he saw Li Fan, his face lit up with delight. I had just sensed a disturbance in the island's spiritual energy and knew it must have been your breakthrough. Although it took a bit long, you finally succeeded. Sensing a trace of increased cultivation in Li Fan's body, he smiled and continued. You came to see me because you want to go to Myriad Immortals Island, correct? Li Fan nudda. That's right. I no longer have any worldly entanglements and can set off at any time. Master, he said, good. If so, then come with me. His figure flickered, and he appeared before Li Fan, reaching out to grasp his shoulder. Master, he reminded him, don't struggle. Hearing this, Li Fan dispersed the protective spiritual energy around his body. Carried along by Master He shot straight into the sky. The speed was incredibly fast. In the blink of an eye, they pierced through the sea of clouds and arrived above the mountain range. With one hand, Master He formed a spell sign and pointed down at the undulating mountain range below. A moment later, countless mountains within sight shot out beams of white light, which converged before him and formed an enormous sphere of light. Master He raised his hand, and the glowing sphere immediately shot upward in the direction he pointed. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a pillar of light linking heaven and earth, striking straight at the sun. The sun's surface twisted, then split apart, revealing a teleportation gate inside. Master He said, let's go. The sound of wind whistled past their ears, and the scenery before them spun endlessly, blurred and hard to make out. After a long while, Li Fan finally recovered. Master He casually explained that everyone was like this the first time they used a teleportation array, and that he would get used to it. Li Fan silently nodded and observed the surroundings. Before him seemed to be an enormous plaza. At the front of the plaza stood a giant statue, shaped like an old man with a long beard and a tall crown on his head. Beneath the statue, there were more than 10,000 stone statues of all sizes throughout the plaza. Without exception, all of them were looking up toward that old man. The teleportation array Li Fan had emerged from his position directly in front of one of those stone statues. Master He introduced the place. This was the Dharma Transmission Plaza, built to commemorate the day the Immortal Venerable had once spread the Tao. Every branch of the Myriad Immortals Alliance had such a plaza. He continued, saying that flying was not forbidden on Myriad Immortals Island, but one's altitude could not exceed the height of the Immortal Venerable statue. Otherwise, one would definitely be attacked by the Grand Formation. Even a nascent soul cultivator would likely be reduced to dust within half a quarter hour. Master He's expression turned serious as he carefully warned him. Li Fan committed it all to memory. Master He continued, although flying isn't prohibited on the island, I advise you not to fly around recklessly. Cultivators from across the Songyun Sea gather here, and there are quite a few powerful golden core and nascent soul cultivators. If you fly over their heads and provoke them, it will be easy for them to bear a grudge. Once you leave Myriad Immortals Island, they can casually kill you, and you won't even have the chance to argue your case. Master He led Li Fan onward, quietly explaining the various things he needed to pay attention to on Myriad Immortals Island as they walked. Anything related to life and death, Li Fan memorized point by point. After walking for a while, the two passed through a natural corridor woven from tangled vines and entered a secluded forest of green vines. In an open space within the forest stood a large ancient mirror. From time to time, cultivators hurried through the mirror's surface, going who knew where, while others stepped out from within it and quickly left. Master He introduced it, saying, this mirror is the heavenly profound mirror of our Myriad Immortals Alliance. According to legend, before the Immortal Venerable spread the Tao, the heavenly profound mirror was merely an ordinary mirror. After the Immortal Venerable preached the Tao, This mirror reflected the immortal Venerable's image and unexpectedly gave birth to a sliver of its own will. From then on, it learned to cultivate like an ordinary cultivator, slowly evolving from a mortal object into the spiritual treasure of heaven and earth it is today. Master, he lowered his voice and reminded him, most of the affairs of cultivators like you and me within the Myriad Immortals Alliance are handled by the heavenly, profound mirror. I've heard it has a bad temper, so be careful and don't speak carelessly. After saying this, Master, he took Li Fan and flew upward. Master, he said, come, enter the mirror. The moment he stepped in, Li Fan's vision went dark. It was as if he had fallen into an independent space. Not a single cultivator could be seen, and all around him was void and darkness, like being suspended in the middle of empty space. Master, he pointed at Li Fan and said, this person is a newly advanced cultivator. This time he has come to Myriad Immortals Island to join our Myriad Immortals Alliance. Master, he continued, recommending an early-stage Qi refining cultivator earns medium merit, equivalent to 50 contribution points. Current contribution total, 920 points. A voice rang out within the space. Master He's expression remained normal, while Li Fan grew slightly thoughtful. When Master He saw that he had received the contribution points, a trace of delight flashed across his face. Master, he said, now that you've arrived here, little friend, I can rest easy. If you have any questions, just ask the heavenly profound mirror. Normally, it will explain things to you in detail. I still have my island guarding duties and cannot stay long. With that, Master, he hurriedly left, leaving Li Fan alone inside the heavenly profound mirror. Around him, a flicker of light flashed through the darkness and vanished again. A slightly strange voice sounded out. Spiritual sense fluctuations recorded. Independent space established. Cultivator, please state your name. Li Fan Ruplia, Li Fan. The voice said, Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As a joining benefit, you are gifted 20 contribution points free of charge. You may use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, cultivation techniques, magic treasures, and so forth. You may obtain contribution points through methods such as submitting materials, completing missions, or trading with others. Likewise, if you encounter a problem you cannot resolve, you may also spend contribution points to post a bounty. Your current contribution point total is 20. As a cultivator newly joined to the Myriad Immortals Alliance, you may stay inside the heavenly profound mirror free of charge for 30 days. After 30 days, if you wish to continue staying, you must pay contribution points. The fee is 10 contribution points per 30 days. Of course, you may also choose to spend contribution points to purchase a cave dwelling on Myriad Immortals Island. The heavenly profound mirror patiently explained life on Myriad Immortals Island to Li Fan. After listening for a long while, Li Fan suddenly asked, if I don't want to remain in the Myriad Immortals Alliance, can I leave and join the Five Elders Association? The heavenly profound mirror's voice abruptly fell silent, as if someone had choked it off. After a moment of silence, it continued, you have already joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance and cannot join the Five Elders Association. The reverse is also true. If violated, you will be jointly hunted down by both sides. This time, it was Li Fan who fell silent. He asked, it seems I have not yet agreed to join your Myriad Immortals Alliance, have I? The heavenly profound mirror replied, once one enters the heavenly profound mirror and one's spiritual sense is recorded, that is equivalent to voluntarily joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Li Fan asked again, can I leave the Myriad Immortals Alliance and, without joining the Five Elders Association in the future, choose to become an independent cultivator? The heavenly profound mirror was silent for a moment before replying, yes. However, if you choose to leave, all items obtained from the Myriad Immortals Alliance will be forcibly reclaimed. Please consider carefully. Li Fan continued asking, can gold and silver be exchanged for contribution points? The heavenly profound mirror replied, yes. The specific exchange rules are listed in the exchange catalog. Li Fan kept asking one question after another. After a long while, he finally stopped. For now, I have no more questions. The heavenly profound mirror replied, very well. Cultivator, if you have new questions, you may call for me at any time or search for the answers yourself using your spiritual sense. The space became quiet again. At Li Fan's mental command, the dark surroundings gradually transformed into a room in an ancient style. The furnishings inside were almost identical to his Grand Preceptor's residence in Great Xian. Li Fan reached out and touched the decorations. Everything felt so real that it was almost impossible to tell truth from falsehood. He thought to himself that the heavenly profound mirror truly was an unfathomable treasure. Based on the exchange just now, he had already gained a general understanding of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Using his spiritual sense to open the technique exchange catalog, Li Fan discovered that even the simplest Qi refining stage cultivation techniques required 1,000 contribution points. When he opened the mission board and selected tasks suitable for early stage Qi refining cultivators, the reward for each mission was only around 5 to 10 points. An indescribable feeling gradually arose in his heart. The path of immortal cultivation truly was difficult and full of thorns. Just then, the heavenly profound mirror's voice suddenly rang out. "You have a new image message. Please check and receive it promptly." Li Fan was somewhat surprised. He had only just arrived on Myriad Immortals Island, so who could have sent him a message already? When he opened it, a familiar figure immediately appeared. It was Xiao Hong. Compared to 4 years ago, he seemed like an entirely different person. Dressed in a white robe, with long hair flowing behind him, he vaguely carried an unworldly aura. Xiao Hong smiled and said, "Big Brother Li, you've finally arrived." He continued, "Back on Glazed Glass Island, I received a great deal of care from you, but I never had the chance to repay you. That day, after I broke through to the Qi refining stage, I left without saying goodbye, and I've always felt guilty about it. Only after arriving on Myriad Immortals Island did I learn how hard it is to obtain cultivation techniques in the present cultivation world, especially for newcomers to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. It usually takes 1 or 2 years of accumulating contribution points before they can exchange for a Qi refining stage technique. I was the same back then. Fortunately, once my strength increased, the ways to earn contribution points also became more numerous, and my situation gradually improved. Since stepping onto the path of cultivation, I've also encountered quite a few lucky opportunities." Xiao Hong said, "A year ago, I had just broken through to the late Qi refining stage, but now I've hit another bottleneck." He continued, "I plan to go to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins in the center of the Songyun Sea to search for heavenly and earthly wonders in order to perfect my Dao foundation. Such wonders are hard to find, so this trip may mean I won't return for many years." Xiao Hong went on, "Before leaving, I've left you a water aspect cultivation technique. Myriad Immortals Island lies in the Songyun Sea, where water Qi is the most abundant. Cultivating a water aspect technique is the easiest there, and its power is far from ordinary. Big Brother Li, remember to cultivate well. If you haven't broken through to the middle stage of Qi refining, it's best not to leave the island rashly. After I return, I'll definitely drink to our heart's content with you." Xiao Heng's figure gradually faded away, leaving behind only a jade slip. Li Fan checked it. It was the minor evolving water art. Cueil refining stage cultivation technique. Current number of cultivators practicing it, none. After examining it carefully, he discovered that the technique Xiao Hong had given him only went up to the middle Qi refining stage and was incomplete. Even so, if exchanged through the heavenly profound mirror, it would still cost 800 contribution points. A trace of warmth rose in Li Fan's heart. Even though Xiao Hong had now surpassed him in cultivation, he still had not forgotten him. It seemed this man's character truly was quite good. Li Fan remembered this in his heart. He had never been the sort to repay kindness with enmity. Along with the minor evolving water art, there was another small jade slip, the supreme primordial true scripture. Li Fan had once heard Ko Hong mention before that by cultivating this technique, one could freely disperse one's cultivation without losing too much of one's realm. This was something nearly every immortal cultivator in the current age had to learn. With the minor evolving water art and the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter in hand, plus the supreme primordial true scripture, Li Fan quickly made his decision. On the surface, he would cultivate the minor evolving water art to deceive others, while secretly cultivating the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter in private. Of course, it would be best to find a chance to leave Myriad Immortals Island before beginning the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter. Although the heavenly profound mirror might not pay attention to a minor Qi refining cultivator like him, it was always better to be cautious. Taking advantage of the free residence time still remaining in the heavenly profound mirror, Li Fan began cultivating the minor, evolving water art. He had already understood the benefits of cultivating within the heavenly profound mirror. By spending contribution points, one could activate assisted cultivation mode. In this mode, the density of spiritual energy doubled compared to the outside, nearly matching a top-grade blessed land. Moreover, it could be transformed into whatever elemental spiritual energy the cultivator needed, almost inexhaustible and sufficient for cultivation without fear of shortage. At the same time, the heavenly profound mirror also bestowed an enlightened state upon the cultivator. In that state, one's comprehension was greatly enhanced, making cultivation techniques much easier to practice. This almost cheating-like method of cultivation left Li Fan somewhat dazed. He even had the feeling that he was an unmatched genius, and cultivation gradually turned into a kind of enjoyment. Li Fan immersed himself in it and could barely restrain himself. A day passed quickly. When the time limit ended, Li Fan abruptly withdrew from that smooth, flowing cultivation state. When he circulated the technique again, he could clearly feel the difference. Cultivating under assisted mode was 30 times faster than cultivating on his own. That profound sense of contrast nearly made Li Fan unable to resist exchanging for another day. But when he looked at the 10 contribution points he had left, he forcibly endured it. A flicker of greed rose in Li Fan's heart. A treasure of this level ought to belong to me. Unfortunately, for now, he could only think such thoughts. The heavenly profound mirror was the supreme treasure of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the foundation of its very existence. It was fundamentally not something a tiny chi refining cultivator like him could hope to possess. Compared to that, taking missions to earn contribution points was far more realistic. Li Fan suddenly understood why the heavenly profound mirror offered assisted cultivation in the first place. Any cultivator who had experienced that superlative cultivation state would find it very hard to resist trying it again. And when combined with the fact that the same amount of time was spent either way, accumulating contribution points, and then activating assisted cultivation was still somewhat faster overall than bitterly cultivating on one's own. Techniques, resources, assisted cultivation. The Myriad Immortals Alliance truly had cultivators firmly in its grasp now. While thinking this over, Li Fan also searched for missions suited to him. Earning contribution points was secondary. His main purpose was still to find an opportunity to go out and recover the Great Expansion boat hidden inside Return of Truth. Inside the boat were quite a bit of gold, silver, and jewels, along with a heavenly and earthly wonder, the fragment of the broken steel. It should be worth quite a few contribution points. As for why he did not simply take them out directly on Myriad Immortals Island, he was not stupid. Doing so would be no different from telling others that he carried a rare treasure. Li Fan believed that every inch of land on Myriad Immortals Island lay within the heavenly profound mirror's range of surveillance. If he attracted its attention, trouble would surely follow. Although Return to Truth could turn the real into the unreal, it still required his own conscious control. What if some great power acted and directly immobilized his spiritual sense, rendering him unable to think? No matter what, caution was Li Fan's foremost principle. Just then, he suddenly saw a few familiar words among a string of missions. Glazed Glass Island. Delighted, Li Fan hurriedly accepted the mission first, then carefully examined its contents. It turned out that within the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the specialty product of Glazed Glass Island, glazed glass pearls, had been used up. According to regulations, the next delivery would have to wait another half year. But alchemy was urgently in need of them, so the Pill Chamber had issued a commission recruiting someone to go to Glazed Glass Island and obtain at least 20 glazed glass pearls. The payment would be determined based on the quality and quantity of the pearls. Since the moment Li Fan had first set foot on Glazed Glass Island, he had heard of glazed glass pearls. These pearls could form at random inside the bodies of glazed glass fish. No one knew what kind of pill they were used to refine, but this mission was perfectly suited to him. After spending 5 contribution points to buy a small storage ring for concealment, Li Fan did not hesitate. He left the heavenly profound mirror and headed straight for the Dharma Transmission Plaza. Retracing the path he had taken before, he stood in front of the stone statue as he had last time. After deducting 1 contribution point, Li Fan activated the teleportation array. He ordered to Glazed Glass Island. Upon arrival, he met Manager Qian, who was in charge of finances. Immediately send people to gather glazed glass pearls for me. The more, the better. Manager Qian immediately replied, "As you command, immortal master." Right after that, he swiftly brought forth all the glazed glass pearls currently in stock on the island. Manager Qian said somewhat fearfully, reporting to Immortal Master, "The island currently has only 23 glazed glass pearls left. This is already the entire amount that can be gathered in the near term. If Immortal Master needs more, I'm afraid we'll have to wait about another year and a half." Li Fan asked, "Oh, did something happen?" Manager Qian did not dare conceal anything. "I would not dare deceive Immortal Master. According to reports from the fishing fleets, it seems to be due to overharvesting. The schools of glazed glass fish are becoming fewer and fewer. We may need to wait for them to naturally recover for a while before fishing can continue." Hearing this, Li Fan gave a slight nod, but in his heart he recalled what Zhang Haobo had once said. "I understand," he thought to himself. Afterward, Li Fan stored the glazed glass pearls in the storage ring. He did not return immediately, but first went to the listening seclusion tower. Entering the room, he waited for a moment and then released his spiritual sense to investigate. After confirming that Master he was not secretly watching him, he took out the great expansion boat and quickly completed the transfer of the gold, silver, jewels, and the fragment of the broken steel inside. After finishing everything, Li Fan returned once more to the protective Grand Formation, preparing to head straight back to Myriad Immortals Island. Just then, a voice sounded behind him. "Little friend, please wait a moment." Li Fan's hair immediately stood on end. He spun around at once, looking warily toward Master He. Master He paused slightly, not understanding why Li Fan had reacted that way, but he quickly smiled and said, "Don't be nervous. I only wanted to ask whether little friend would be interested in guarding an island. Not Glazed Glass Island, but Taiyan Island to the west. The person guarding Taiyan Island is on fairly good terms with me, but he is currently facing a cultivation bottleneck and wants to go out in search of opportunity. Because of his duties, he cannot leave, so he asked me to find a suitable person. I happened to run into you." After explaining, Master He saw Li Fan ask in slight surprise, "Wouldn't guarding an island normally require at least foundation establishment cultivation? I'm only at the early chi refining stage. Could I really take the position?" Master He shook his head. "It's not an official island guarding post. Rather, my friend wants to issue a commission task. You would only be temporarily taking over for him. Besides, Taiyan Island isn't some major island. There's an island protecting Grand Formation there, so a chi refining cultivator is entirely sufficient to watch over it for a period of time. Little friend, there's no need to worry. Moreover, as the person who recommended you, I would naturally receive a certain share of the reward as well." Master He warmly explained it all to Li Fan. "During the period of taking over island guarding duties for someone else, how long can I leave at most?" Li Fan asked again. Master He replied, "The island protecting Grand Formation operates once every 5 days. If you need to go out, it's best to return within 5 days. Over the course of a year, it's best not to leave more than 3 times." Seeing that Li Fan seemed worried would affect his cultivation, Master He added, "After receiving your annual contribution points, you can exchange them in the heavenly profound mirror for 5 days of assisted cultivation. Those 5 days can usually make up for more than half a year of ordinary hard cultivation." Li Fan knew this was a good opportunity and immediately agreed. "But first I have to return to Myriad Immortals Island to turn in my mission," he said. Master He replied, "Naturally. Little friend may go first. In a few days, once Taiyan Island has made the proper preparations, I will come find you on the island." Afterward, Li Fan bade Master He farewell and returned to Myriad Immortals Island. He did not need to go to the medicine hall. He only had to submit the glazed glass pearls within the heavenly profound mirror. A while later, the medicine hall confirmed and accepted the 23 glazed glass pearls. Because the quality of the batch varied, Li Fan ultimately received 20 contribution points. His total contribution points now stood at 26. Far too few, only enough for 2 days of cultivation. Li Fan shook his head, took out the gold, silver, and fragment of the broken steel from the storage ring, and requested that they be exchanged for contribution points. Before long, the heavenly profound mirror delivered the results. One tael of gold and silver was exchanged for 235 contribution points. Heavenly and Earthly Wonder, fragment of a damaged steel, quality impaired, exchanged for 1,968 contribution points. Once the exchange was confirmed complete, the gold, silver, and damaged steel fragment immediately vanished, while Li Fan's contribution points increased by 2,294. He had struck it rich in an instant, but Li Fan was in no hurry to spend it. Instead, he first asked the heavenly profound mirror a question that had been weighing on his mind. Would any disaster befall the waters near Songyun Sea in the near future? Li Fan fully recounted all the abnormalities Zhang Haobo had mentioned. The heavenly profound mirror fell silent for a long time before finally replying, "Cultivator, please do not worry. These are all normal disturbances of heaven and earth. According to my calculations, no major catastrophe will descend within the next 10 years. Hearing this, Li Fan felt much more at ease. Afterward, he continued searching for information related to the glazed glass pill. The glazed glass pill was an auxiliary medicinal pill for cultivators from the qi refining stage to the foundation establishment stage. Taking it could make the mind as clear and transparent as glazed glass, producing an effect similar to spiritual awakening, increasing the speed of comprehending techniques in cultivation, and also resonating with the heavenly profound mirror's assisted cultivation mode. Since the vast majority of cultivators in the Myriad Immortals Alliance spent all year running about outside to accumulate contribution points, cultivation time was especially precious, making the glazed glass pill all the more valuable. Among qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators, each pill was priced at around 5 to 6 contribution points. Li Fan looked down the list. The current price was 6 points per pill. Since glazed glass fish had nearly gone extinct for unknown reasons, the price of glazed glass pills would surely rise with the tide. After thinking for a moment, he directly spent 2,100 contribution points and, in an instant, bought 350 glazed glass pills from the heavenly profound mirror. Only then did he report the news that the school of glazed glass fish at Glazed Glass Island had nearly disappeared for no apparent reason. Right, I suddenly remembered something. The school of glazed glass fish at Glazed Glass Island has almost vanished, and no one knows why. The heavenly profound mirror fell silent for a while, emitting only faint ripples. A moment later, Li Fan received 1 contribution point as compensation. This meant the heavenly profound mirror had confirmed the truth of the information. It was important intelligence, yet it gave only a single contribution point. Perhaps in the heavenly profound mirror's eyes, Li Fan's actions counted as speculation and hoarding, so the reward had been reduced. Li Fan did not mind. Sure enough, this heavenly profound mirror seemed to possess a will of its own, reacting to the market with extreme sensitivity. The price of the glazed glass pill immediately surged in a short time, jumping from 6 points per pill to 9 points per pill. This fluctuation quickly drew the attention of those who had not yet gotten the news, and after making inquiries, they learned that the glazed glass fish were on the verge of extinction. At once, another wave of people rushed in to buy. The price of glazed glass pills continued to be pushed upward, reaching 12 points per pill in the blink of an eye. Seeing that the time was right, Li Fan decided to unload all the glazed glass pills in his hands. Naturally, he still sold them directly to the heavenly profound mirror. Because there were too many buyers, the purchase price this time was not forced down as harshly as it had been last time with the damaged steel fragment. Instead, it remained at a high level of around 10 points per pill. Li Fan did not get greedy and decisively sold all 350 glazed glass pills, taking in 3,500 contribution points. Together with the previous 129 points, his total contribution points reached 3,629. The glazed glass pill craze was actually only caused by the market being briefly thrown off balance by sudden news. Once everyone gradually calmed down, the price quickly returned to a more reasonable and stable level of around 8 points per pill. At this point, Li Fan bought another 100 glazed glass pills for cultivation, spending 800 points and leaving himself with 2,800 829 contribution points. After this series of operations, although his contribution points had increased, he had also spent quite a lot. He continued by purchasing things such as introductory array formations, beginner's alchemy, foundations of artifact refining, and an illustrated compendium of treasures of the cultivation world. Whether he would use them immediately or not, he bought them first. He also did not hesitate to buy all sorts of commonly used items for cultivators, such as protective robes, concealment talismans, beginner combined formations, and a basic alchemy set. Meanwhile, his storage ring gradually filled up, while his contribution points continued to drop, until only 346 remained in the end. Li Fan did not feel the slightest pain over it. After finishing his spending, he swallowed a glazed glass pill and reopened assisted cultivation mode. Immediately afterward, he began cultivating the minor evolving water art, and the water-attributed spiritual energy in his body instantly surged violently. Once again, Li Fan clearly experienced what the cultivation speed of a genius truly meant. The heavenly profound mirrors assisted cultivation mode, combined with the effects of the glazed glass pill, caused his cultivation progress to skyrocket at an unbelievable pace. In only 2 days, Li Fan broke through to the early Qi refining stage. 3 more days later, he had cultivated the minor evolving water art all the way to perfection at the middle Qi refining stage. There were no bottlenecks. Everything flowed naturally, and his progress was so smooth it was intoxicating, yet still not truly satisfying. At just this moment, he received a request for a visit from Master He. Li Fan thought for a moment, then took out the concealment talisman he had just bought from his storage ring and placed it on himself before allowing Master He inside. The moment he saw Li Fan, Master He said with some excitement, "I've already spoken with the 2 parties regarding the guarding of Tyne Island. Next, I'll take you to meet him. Once you accept the commission, that'll do." Afterward, Master He took out a spirit talisman and handed it to Li Fan. "Wear this on you. Remember, when we meet later, there's no need to say much. Just leave everything to me." Li Fan took the spirit talisman and glanced at it. His expression immediately darkened. This talisman was called a Displera talisman, and its function was completely opposite to that of the concealment talisman. If he had not just bought an identical one earlier, he might not have recognized it at once. The concealment talisman hid one's cultivation, while the Displera talisman was used to disguise one's self as a cultivator of a specific realm. Clearly, the reason Master He had given him this talisman was to have him masquerade as a foundation establishment cultivator. As expected, the claim that a Qi refining cultivator could also guard an island had only been empty talk. It was all part of Master He's calculations. He had long planned to have Li Fan pretend to be a foundation establishment cultivator, accept the commission to guard Tyne Island, and profit from the difference. One had to know that hiring a foundation establishment cultivator and hiring a Qi refining cultivator consumed contribution points on an entirely different scale. This man is quite scheming, and his cultivation is higher than mine. I absolutely cannot associate with him too deeply, Li Fan thought to himself. On the surface, however, he revealed nothing. Master He paid no attention to Li Fan's expression and continued smiling as he introduced the island guard of Tyne Island, Chu Qingang. Li Fan was in no position to expose him and could only force a smile in greeting. Chu Qingang seemed fairly satisfied with Li Fan and directly handed the commission over to Master He. After Master He accepted the commission, he turned around and reassigned the task to Li Fan. During the time Chu Qingang was away seeking a fortunate opportunity, Li Fan would guard Tyne Island in his place. The pay was 800 contribution points per year. Fortunately, Master He had not gone too far. At this point, Li Fan had no choice but to accept the mission. After Chu Qingang handed a Jade Command token to Master He, he left impatiently to seek his own breakthrough opportunity. Seeing this, Master He also let out a sigh of relief, then immediately passed the token to Li Fan and said seriously, "This is the Guard Command token of Tyne Island. With this, you can control the island's protective grand formation. Little friend, you must keep it safe and be careful not to lose it." Li Fan accepted the token, then traveled with Master He through the teleportation array to Tyne Island. Tyne's protective grand formation did not possess the majestic aura of glazed glass island. Instead, it had only towering peaks interspersed with a city that looked fairly prosperous. What surprised Li Fan was that the residents in the city all had human faces, yet there was something strangely eerie about them. This was the specialty of Taiyan Island, Taiyan fruits. These human fruits resembled real people. They lived, worked, married, and had children within the city conjured by the formation. They lived out an entire human life, and when their lives came to an end, it also meant the Taiyan fruit had ripened. Once ripened, a Taiyan fruit could increase the lifespan of cultivators at Foundation establishment or below by 5 years, though it only worked the first time each person consumed one. Master, he said regretfully, the number of Taiyan fruits that must be handed in each year is 30. Any surplus can be kept, which counts as a benefit of the guard post. On average, you can keep about 2 fruits a year. He continued, within the heavenly profound mirror, the price of a Taiyan fruit fluctuates between 90 and 100 contribution points. Calculated that way, little friend, the compensation for serving as island guard is not low. After speaking, Master, he laughed heartily and explained further to Li Fan. Li Fan nodded slightly. Though he knew the other party had played a few small tricks, those words were not wrong. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks, senior." "Not at all, not at all. Master," he replied with a smile. "You came from the island I guard. It is only natural for me to lend you a hand. As long as your cultivation improves in the future, my efforts will not have been wasted." As he was speaking, he suddenly paused and gave a soft, "Oh." His eyes carried a trace of surprise as he looked at Li Fan. "You've already broken through to the middle chi refining stage?" Li Fan's heart jolted. He had not expected to be seen through even after using the concealment talisman. He immediately nodded and admitted it frankly. "That's right. I have a fairly good relationship with Xiao Hong. Before he left me a water-attributed technique. This technique suits me rather well, so my cultivation has progressed quickly. I only just broke through a few days ago." Master, he laughed loudly. "Little friend is quite cautious. If not for my technique being rather special, I almost wouldn't have noticed you were using a concealment talisman either." Li Fan nodded slightly, but inwardly understood that it was always better to be more careful. In the cultivation world, there was no shortage of people with sinister intentions. As he spoke, Master, he suddenly noticed that Li Fan's gaze at him had become somewhat unusual, so he hurriedly laughed and changed the subject. "I didn't expect your relationship with Xiao Hong to be that good. He even specifically left a technique for you. Xiao Hong truly is a heaven-defying prodigy. After cultivating for only a few years, he is already close to Foundation establishment. His future is impossible to predict." Clearly, Master, he had been paying close attention to Xiao Hong all along. At this time, when Master, he mentioned Xiao Hong, his face was full of emotion and envy. In the future, he may well reach the golden core stage. Even nascent soul is not impossible. Little friend, the fact that you get along with him so well truly shows a deep blessing of fate. His tone grew warmer and warmer. Li Fan casually replied, "Being able to meet a senior like you is also my good fortune." Hearing this, Master, he burst into hearty laughter, looking extremely pleased. Right then, his footsteps suddenly stopped. Turning to look toward another area of the city, he said, "A Taiyan fruit has ripened right now. I'll let little friend see how a Taiyan fruit is harvested." Li Fan nodded and followed Master he to the front of house. Before they had even stepped into the courtyard, he heard waves of mournful crying. After entering, Li Fan discovered that there were more than 10 human-faced fruits inside the house, all kneeling, wearing mourning headbands and funeral clothes. In the middle was a coffin, and inside it lay another human-faced fruit. It looked as though it were in a deep sleep, the corners of its mouth curved upward in an eerie smile, its body motionless. The human-faced fruits around it paid no attention whatsoever to the arrival of Li Fan and the other man, grieving only over the death of their relative. Only when he drew closer did Li Fan smell a strange fragrance wafting from the coffin. Master, he stood beside the coffin, murmured something under his breath, and then tapped a finger against the center of the smiling face fruit's brow. A gentle glow enveloped the smiling face fruit. It slowly rose from the coffin, floated in midair, then shrank down and transformed into a tiny red fruit. At the same time, the human-faced fruits, dressed in mourning, suddenly quieted down. The white funeral garments on their bodies gradually disappeared, and their expressions shifted from grief to blank confusion. They stared dazedly around for a while, then finally dispersed in silence. "Well, what do you think?" Master, he handed the Taiyan fruit to Li Fan. Watching the harvesting process just now, Li Fan felt an inexplicable chill in his heart and only answered briefly, "Very strange." He held the Taiyan fruit in his hand and examined it carefully. Its shape was exactly like the apples in his memory, only its red color was so vivid as to be almost glaring. "Little friend, have you never eaten a tine fruit before? Why not try one first?" "Master," he suggested. The fruit's aroma seemed to gather more and more densely. While Li Fan was still hesitating, the fragrance had already grown richer. Under its influence, a sense of hunger rose from deep within him. After only a short while, Li Fan no longer hesitated and swallowed the tine fruit whole. The feeling of hunger instantly vanished. Though it was only a small fruit, after eating it, Li Fan felt as though he had just enjoyed a grand feast. He checked his return to truth interface, and sure enough, the maximum limit of his physical lifespan had increased by 5 years. Smacking his lips, Li Fan savored the aftertaste of the tine fruit and said, "This is the first time I've seen such a strange thing that can increase lifespan. It truly is extraordinary. It's just that its appearance is rather bizarre. Since it looks like a person, it makes one feel somewhat creeped out." Master, he smiled and replied, "This tine fruit was originally transformed from human, so of course it looks like one." Hearing this, Li Fan's expression instantly stiffened. Forcing down the roiling sensation in his stomach, he asked in shock, "Are all the tine fruits in this city real people?" Master, he showed a slight look of disdain at Li Fan's reaction. But considering that Li Fan had only entered the cultivation world not long ago, he did not take it to heart and continued explaining. "Strictly speaking, in truth, tine fruits are a type of fruit, not human beings. To explain this matter, we have to start from their origin. About 500 years ago, Tine Island was originally just a completely ordinary island. There were countless small islands like it in the Songyun Sea, but from one day onward, everything suddenly changed. First, the surrounding mortal residents discovered that they had not seen anyone from Tine Island for a very long time. In the past, merchants would still occasionally travel back and forth, but for more than a full year, not a single shadow of anyone had been seen. Driven by curiosity, some people sailed to Tine Island to investigate, but everyone who went never returned. Realizing the situation was not right, people hurriedly reported it to the island guard at the time. The guard back then was already a golden core cultivator. However, after seeing the situation on the island with his own eyes, even he fell into deep terror. All the mortals on the island had vanished, and the city, once the place where the people gathered, had at some unknown point become overgrown with countless dense trees, like a primeval forest. Those branches were laden with human-faced fruits. Whenever the wind blew past, those faces would reveal frightening smiles. As Master, he described it, Li Fan seemed to see countless faces smiling at him. Thinking of how he had just eaten that kind of fruit, goosebumps spread all over his body. Master, he continued, after his shock, the Golden Core Guard calmed himself and entered the city to investigate. Not a single mortal remained alive on the entire island. All of them had transformed into human-faced fruits. But as for why such a bizarre thing had happened, even he could not determine the cause, so he could only report the matter upward. The Myriad Immortals Alliance afterward sent specialists to investigate, but no one knows what the results were. It was only afterward that all the giant trees in the city were cut down and the city restored to its original appearance. Yet those human-faced fruits continued to exist in the same way as before, as if nothing had ever happened. Generation after generation, it has continued all the way to today. The Myriad Immortals Alliance also set up a grand formation here and sent people specifically to guard the place and harvest these fruits. After hearing this, Li Fan could not help asking, "Then by that reasoning, aren't tine fruits actually people?" Master, he shook his head. "How could they be people? They possess no self-awareness at all. They act only according to instinct. If anything remains, at most it is only a trace of human obsession." Li Fan pondered for a while, but ultimately did not refute him. This matter was far too mysterious, and he himself did not know how to define the true nature of these tine fruits. But ever since cultivators discovered their lifespan-extending effects, those questions had ceased to matter. Never mind tine fruits. Even if they were real mortals, if eating them could increase one's lifespan, they would likely still find it difficult to escape the fate of being consumed. Li Fan fell into thought. From then on, he remained on Tine Island. It had to be said that the responsibilities of guarding this island were truly quite light. All Li Fan needed to do was occasionally inspect whether the island's protective grand formation was operating normally, harvest and preserve Taiyan fruits in time, and take care of a few other trivial matters. The rest of the time was entirely his to use freely. Naturally, Li Fan devoted most of it to cultivation. Starting from 100 basic spells and elementary explanations of spiritual energy techniques, he began acquainting himself with the fundamental knowledge of cultivation and gradually mastered a few simple spells. After that, he began cultivating the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter. This technique of the ancient heavenly mechanism sect was indeed obscure and difficult to understand, completely different from the minor evolving water art he had cultivated before, almost as though it did not belong to the same system at all. Even with the aid of the glazed glass pill to increase his comprehension, Li Fan still needed more than half a year before he could barely get started. And so 1 year passed. Li Fan returned to Myriad Immortals Island, received the 800 contribution points of pay from the agency handling the island guard assignment, and then exchanged for the late Chi refining portion of the minor evolving water art. Afterward, he entered the heavenly profound mirrors assisted cultivation mode for 5 days before returning once more to Taiyan Island. Those 5 days of rapid cultivation made Li Fan vaguely feel that he was already very close to the late Chi refining stage. On Taiyan Island, within the island's protective grand formation, Li Fan flipped through the cultivation journal he had just bought, his brows knitting slightly. Ever since returning from Myriad Immortals Island a few days earlier, he had not interrupted his cultivation for even a moment. At first, he had wanted to use that momentum to charge straight into the late Chi refining stage. Yet even though it clearly felt as if only a single step remained, that tiny distance was like a heavenly chasm blocking his path. After carefully consulting the cultivation journal, Li Fan finally confirmed that he had encountered a bottleneck. Even in ancient times, cultivation already had the concept of bottlenecks. During training, one's cultivation could become stuck at a crucial point and be unable to advance further. In the current age of immortal cultivation, the effect of bottlenecks on cultivators had become even more obvious. This kind of bottleneck could not be broken through by bitter training alone. One had to seek out a fortuitous opportunity personally, and only by resolving it could one successfully break through. The appearance of a bottleneck undoubtedly greatly suppressed a cultivator's speed of advancement, like a calamity descending from the heavens to block the path of cultivation. Because of this, the world of cultivators called it a heavenly obstruction. Knowing that this was not something he could force in the short term, Li Fan did not grow impatient. He temporarily stopped cultivating the minor evolving water art and instead continued with the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter. Now that the minor evolving water art had run into a bottleneck, he began focusing on the second layer of the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter. According to the technique's description, once the second layer was cultivated successfully, one could grasp the divine ability of mechanism discernment. While Li Fan devoted himself to cultivation, a year passed, yet the progress of the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter was almost non-existent. But Li Fan was not discouraged in the slightest. The second time he went to Myriad Immortals Island to collect the reward from his major assignment, he used 800 contribution points and 5 Taiyan fruits accumulated over 2 years to exchange for several ancient cultivation insights. After that, Li Fan activated assisted cultivation mode in the heavenly profound mirror. Instead of directly cultivating the technique, he simply read through those insights and compared them with the experience he had accumulated over the past year. It was as if enlightenment had been poured straight into his mind. All the doubts that had once remained unsolved, no matter how much he pondered them, were now answered. Only then did Li Fan truly understand the meaning of the saying, "Hear the Tao in the morning and die content by evening." 5 days passed quickly. Li Fan gained no small number of insights and hurried back to Taiyan Island to continue his seclusion. This round of cultivation was indeed completely different from before. Every obscure part of the technique became clear, and cultivation no longer met with obstacles. Very soon, Li Fan's mind was wholly immersed in training. In cultivation, one knows not the passing of years. One day, within Li Fan's dantian, a strand of spiritual energy suddenly appeared, utterly different from water-attributed spiritual energy, golden in color like bone. Li Fan abruptly opened his eyes joy plainly visible on his face. At last, he had cultivated the second layer of the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter. Li Fan let out a long breath of relief. With a thought, the golden spiritual energy gathered in his eyes, and he used mechanism discernment. Now that I have comprehended the divine ability of mechanism discernment, let me see what exactly the chi dynamics of heaven and earth are. With a trace of excitement in his heart, Li Fan looked toward Taiyan Island. But in that very instant, he saw a scene that terrified him out of his wits. The entire Taiyan Island was shrouded in a layer of black, deathly aura, thick as dark clouds. How could this be? It was clearly daytime, so why did it look like the underworld? Li Fan was alarmed and uncertain. He hurriedly withdrew the spell and cast it again several times. The result did not change. He confirmed that he had not seen wrongly. The doubts in his heart did not lessen. Suddenly remembering something, Li Fan at once used the illusory water mirror art and looked at his own reflection in the mirror. In the water mirror, the deathly aura above Li Fan's head was gathered so densely that it was 100,000 times greater than that of the mortals on the island. When the world was going on, because his mind was so shaken, Li Fan's water mirror art shattered with a crash. His head buzzed, and for a moment he fell into chaos. Only after long, while did Li Fan gradually recover his calm. Could there be something wrong with the heavenly mechanism Jade Ring Golden Chapter? After all, he was currently inside the island-protecting grand array of Taiyan Island, and Taiyan Island lay in the central region of the Songyun Sea, within the sphere of influence of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. How could such dense, deathly aura possibly appear here? The unease in his heart grew stronger and stronger. Li Fan made a swift decision. Regardless of whether this was real or not, he had to leave first and return to Myriad Immortals Island before making further plans. Thus, he immediately activated the teleportation array to return to Myriad Immortals Island. Yet what made his heart sink was that the teleportation array showed no response whatsoever. Li Fan's expression darkened slightly. He then took out the message Talisman Master he had once given him and tried to make contact. Senior He, can you hear me? Spiritual energy was poured into it, but there was no reply at all. At that point, everything was clear. Some eerie upheaval had indeed occurred. If he remained on Taiyan Island, there was only death ahead. He could not afford to sit and wait any longer. Li Fan summoned the Grand Evolution Boat, took out the map of the Songyun Sea, and prepared to pilot the flying vessel away himself. By his calculations, traveling from Taiyan Island to Myriad Immortals Island would take at least 2 to 3 months. Fortunately, he had previously stockpiled quite a few spirit stones, enough to sustain the journey. He no longer cared about his guard assignment and directly started the flying boat, preparing to leave. But just as the Grand Evolution Boat was about to fly out of the island-protecting Grand Array, Li Fan suddenly sensed boundless killing intent pouring in from outside. No, it was a kind of killing intent like tens of thousands of razor-sharp blades spread throughout heaven and earth. Li Fan's heart trembled, and he immediately stopped the Grand Evolution Boat. The sense of danger in his heart told him that the moment he stepped out of the island-protecting Grand Array, he would certainly die. Narrowing his eyes, he looked outside. The open sea was still calm, showing no sign of danger at all, but that very calmness only made it even more unsettling. In the end, Li Fan chose not to take the risk and put away the Grand Evolution Boat. I can't leave now. I've been in seclusion too long and know nothing of the situation outside. I might as well ask the people on the island. Inside the Island Lord's residence on Taiyan Island. The moment the Island Lord saw Li Fan, he dropped to his knees and repeatedly kowtowed on the floor, crying out, "Immortal Master, have mercy! Immortal Master, have mercy! Please save us!" Tears streamed down his face, and his forehead was already bleeding from the repeated blows. Li Fan's expression turned gloomy as he barked. What exactly happened? Speak now. Still kowtowing and weeping, the Island Lord wailed, reporting to Immortal Master, "We truly can't survive like this any longer. For half a year, not a single drop of rain has fallen from the sky. The island's fresh water and food supplies are nearly exhausted. If this continues, everyone will starve to death. Half a year without rain?" Hearing this, Li Fan suddenly recalled what Zhang Haobo had told him many years ago, and his heart grew even heavier. He feared that this time a great upheaval really was about to happen. The Island Lord continued weeping and lamenting. "The fish near shore have all been caught clean, and the weather is scorching hot. Not a single one of the fishing boats that went out to sea has returned. Everyone is truly about to starve to death. Immortal Master, have mercy, please save us. The more Li Fan listened, the more irritated he became, and he glanced at the man again. Though slightly thinner, he was still as plump as ever. Li Fan immediately shouted coldly, "You say half the islanders are dead, so why haven't I seen you lose even a little weight?" After sweeping his divine sense through the kitchen in the island lord's residence, the anger in his heart surged even more violently. The island lord's face turned pale as he was about to explain. "Immortal Master, please spare." Before he could finish, Li Fan struck out with a palm, smashing him directly into a puddle of blood and flesh. Li Fan snurta coldly. An idle parasite like him did not die unjustly. Immediately afterward, Li Fan borrowed the power of the Grand Array to broadcast his voice across the entire island. "The island lord has been dealt with by me. All stewards are to come at once to the island lord's residence to see me." Not long after, several mortal stewards came trembling before Li Fan. Seeing that all of them were thin and haggard from hunger, the killing intent in his heart finally eased somewhat. Through their tearful accounts, Li Fan at last came to understand what had happened during the 1 year he had spent in seclusion. The drought had begun half a year ago. At first, it was only a stretch of many rainless days, and no one regarded it as serious. But when 2 full months passed without a single drop of rain, the islanders finally began to panic. There had originally been a source of fresh water on the island, but the long absence of rain caused it to gradually dry up. As for food, at first they could still rely on fishing near shore, but as the weather grew hotter and hotter, almost no fish remained around the island. Later, the entire fleet of deep-sea fishing boats sailed out and never returned, plunging Taiyan Island into true famine. In less than a month, 1/3 of the island's population had died. Countless tragedies took place, and those who remained alive were merely struggling to last another day. If Li Fan had emerged from seclusion even a little later, there likely would not have been many survivors left on the island. Since matters had come to this, Li Fan could not simply watch without helping. Back when he had left Great Xian, aside from a few holds filled with gold, silver, and jewels, most of the space aboard the Grand Evolution boat had been stocked with food. That had originally been a preparation habit for exploring the world of immortal cultivation. The boat also had a dust cleansing formation, so the food had not spoiled at all. Li Fan immediately expanded the Grand Evolution boat to its maximum size and ordered the people on the island to urgently move part of the food out. When the islanders saw that the Immortal Master had brought life-saving provisions, they instantly knelt to the ground in excitement and repeatedly kowtowed in thanks. Li Fan paid them no mind and let them cheer as they pleased. If used sparingly, the amount of food in the Grand Evolution boat would be enough for these people to hold out for several more months. Half a month later, a simple desalination array was completed. Supplies of water and food gradually recovered, and the fortunate survivors on Taiyan Island slowly regained their strength. After personally constructing a formation himself, Li Fan could be said to have barely stepped onto the path of formation arts. Only then did he discover that the island-protecting Grand Array on Taiyan Island was deteriorating at an abnormal speed. It seemed that some kind of upheaval was happening outside, with violent spiritual energy wreaking havoc everywhere. If he rashly left this place, there would only be death. But if he stayed on Taiyan Island and the formation broke down, that would be no different. He had to think of some way to leave this place. Advance or retreat. He found himself trapped in a dead end. Is this the killing intent of heaven itself? Li Fan stared at the island-protecting Grand Array in the sky, feeling only that he was like an insect caught in a spider's web, unable to move, able only to struggle in vain. The mortals on Taiyan Island have recovered their strength, so I could be said to have fulfilled my duty as its guard. Though unwilling, I no longer have any other choice. Li Fan gazed somewhat wistfully at Taiyan Island one last time, preparing to end this life. Just then he froze, because when he looked down at the mortals below, who were gradually recovering their vitality, he suddenly thought of something. No, the violent spiritual energy outside did not seem to be targeting mortals. According to the islanders, aside from the weather outside the Grand Array being somewhat scorching, there was no other particular danger. If he crippled his own cultivation and temporarily returned to the state of a mortal, would he not be able to continue surviving? Li Fan thought of the supreme, primordial, true scripture. With that wondrous art, dispersing one's cultivation and rebuilding, it caused almost no loss of cultivation at all. One only needed to find a safe place, and before long, one could recover one's original realm. Then he thought even more deeply. At present, he was cultivating two techniques. One was the minor evolving water art exchange from the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and the other was the heavenly mechanism, Jade, Ring, Golden Chapter of the ancient heavenly mechanism sect. One was a new method, and one was an old method. New method cultivation followed the path of plundering heaven and earth, and for that very reason incurred the malice of heaven and earth. Right now, heaven and earth were filled with killing intent, and its primary targets were cultivators who practiced the new methods. If he only dispersed the minor evolving water art and kept the realm of the heavenly mechanism, Jade, Ring, Golden Chapter, then what? Would the killing intent of heaven and earth lessen? Li Fan had always been a decisive person. The Grand Array could collapse at any moment, so he made his decision immediately. Spiritual energy circulated within his body as the supreme, primordial true scripture began to operate. The supreme is nameless. Return to the origin. As the technique flowed, the water-attributed spiritual energy cultivated from the minor evolving water art gradually dissipated like melting ice, transforming into a stream of pure energy that gathered in Li Fan's dantian. In only half a day, the minor evolving water art had been completely dispersed, yet Li Fan felt no discomfort at all. As expected, the supreme primordial true scripture is profoundly mysterious. With a sigh of admiration, Li Fan flew to the side of the island protecting Grand Array. Sure enough, this method was effective. He could clearly feel that the killing intent of heaven and earth filling the outside had weakened greatly, and a trace of joy rose in his heart. Unfortunately, the heavenly mechanism Jade, Ring, Golden Chapter was still, in the end, a cultivation technique that followed the same path of plundering heaven and earth. Because of that, while the killing intent of heaven and earth had diminished by quite a bit compared to before, it had not disappeared completely. Realizing that there would still be mortal danger even after leaving, Li Fan decisively continued dispersing his cultivation. Very quickly, another stream of pure energy formed in his dantian. The two streams of energy had originally come from two different techniques, yet now they were able to fuse together without rejecting one another in the slightest. According to the records of the supreme primordial true scripture, the pure energy left behind after dispersing cultivation could remain in the dantian for about 100 years. At this moment, Li Fan's realm had returned to that of a mortal, but he was not overly worried. As long as he returned to Myriad Immortals Island, he would be able to cultivate from the beginning again very quickly. Without any hesitation, Li Fan immediately piloted the Grand Evolution boat slowly out of the island protecting Grand Array. Violent spiritual energy rampaged everywhere, dyeing the distant sky a reddish orange. But Li Fan was now immortal, so that terrifying spiritual upheaval merely brushed past him without attacking. He let out a long breath of relief, immediately chose a direction, and drove the Grand Evolution boat at maximum speed toward Myriad Immortals Island. Along the way, Li Fan passed quite a few small islands, but all the mortals on them were already dead, with not a trace of life remaining. He was secretly horrified and pushed the flying boat even faster. 3 months later, Li Fan arrived at the location where Myriad Immortals Island had once stood. He took out the map and checked it against the surroundings 4 or 5 times, but he still could not believe what he was seeing. The vast Myriad Immortals Island of the past had completely vanished, leaving only a gigantic black pit suspended amid the sea. The surrounding seawater continuously poured toward the black pit, but the moment it reached the boundary, it was instantly vaporized into white mist. The air above the black pit was warped by extremely high temperatures, and thick steam billowed upward, forming a bizarre scene of intermingled black and white. Li Fan controlled the Grand Evolution boat and hovered in midair, observing everything. Suddenly, his heart was overwhelmed by endless fear. Myriad Immortals Island had simply disappeared like this. What sort of power could possibly accomplish such a thing? The malice of the heavenly Tao? Scenes from his past on Myriad Immortals Island surfaced one by one in his mind. The Myriad Dharma statue, towering in the Dharma Transmission Plaza. The endless stream of cultivators coming and going, and the magnificent structures in the center of the island said to have been left behind by mighty cultivators at the spirit transformation stage. All of it had vanished just like that, leaving not even a grain of dust behind. Before a sudden disaster, cultivators became just like mortals, no different from insects. Once fear arose in his heart, it was very hard to restrain. Only one thought remained in his mind: run. Escape this cursed place. He had to flee inland, far away from this sea region that had become a living hell. Li Fan's eyes turned bloodshot as he drove the grand evolution boat and madly rushed westward through the Songyun Sea. In this state of mental confusion, he did not know how long he had flown. Bang! The grand evolution boat seemed to crash into something and was forcibly brought to a stop. Fortunately, it still had a protective formation. Otherwise, the boat would have been destroyed and he himself killed on the spot. The aftershock of the collision left Li Fan with several light injuries, but because of that he gradually regained his senses. He looked outside. There was nothing unusual around the grand evolution boat, and in the distance stretched a continuous coastline. This place was no longer far from the mainland. Li Fan continued to control the boat and try to fly straight ahead. Bang! An invisible force blocked him right in front. He tried charging forward several times, but could not advance a single step. Changing directions to other sides made no difference. Everywhere, he was blocked by an invisible barrier that separated the Songyun Sea from the mainland despite their close distance, allowing entry but not exit. Li Fan stared blankly. Then suddenly a thought escaped his lips. It seems I've become a fish in a basket. He raised his head to look at the sky, and an indescribable chill surged in his heart. After that, his mind gradually became hazy again. He piloted the grand evolution boat as it drifted across the Songyun Sea, passing Night Orchid Island. Like the other places, the island was a scene of apocalypse, without a single living soul remaining. Passing Glazed Glass Island, the island protecting Grand Array had shattered. Chu Qingong's whereabouts were unknown. Corpses lay scattered everywhere, and there was no sign of life. Flowing Cloud Island, Double Ninth Island, all of them had become lands of death. From time to time, he encountered a few surviving cultivators fortunate enough to have lived through the disaster as he had, but all of them had gone mad with terror. The moment they saw Li Fan, it was as though they had seen a ghost. They screamed and fled. In the end, for reasons even he did not understand, Li Fan returned to Taiyan Island. Only here did he feel a trace of life that he had not sensed in a long time. Perhaps in the entire Songyun Sea, only this handful of people remain alive. He walked along the main road, observing the mortals of Taiyan Island. They still did not know what upheaval had occurred outside, and their faces still carried smiles born of surviving disaster. But no one knew that what awaited them ahead might be an inescapable calamity, or perhaps ignorance was also a kind of blessing. He continued walking when suddenly waves of devout prayer reached his ears, and a unified voice rang out, "Compassionate and world-saving immortal master, bless us. Bless the days ahead with favorable winds and timely rains and food every year. Compassionate and world-saving immortal master, bless us. Protect my little Ewer and let her grow up safely." Li Fan stopped short and turned toward the source of the sound. It turned out that at some unknown time, a temple had been built on Taiyan Island. Inside the temple was a statue, and on the tablet in front of it were carved several words: "Compassionate and world-saving immortal master." The statue resembled Li Fan. Its eyes were lowered, its gaze full of pity directed toward the kneeling people below. Compassionate and world-saving immortal master. Li Fan remained silent for a long time. After a while, he let out a faint sigh and said, "Very well. I will protect you for as long as I can. But to protect mortals in a world that heaven and earth itself wishes to destroy was never an easy thing to begin with." He had thought this disaster was already over, but unexpectedly, the true calamity had only just begun. 1 year, 2 years, 3 years passed, and still the sky showed no sign of rain. The sea level began to fall, and the seawater continuously receded farther and farther from the island. Even with the Grand Array reducing the salinity of the seawater, it became harder and harder for the mortals of Taiyan Island to find water sources. Li Fan, too, had no solution. Heaven and earth had changed too drastically. How could he possibly withstand it? The only good news was that over these 3 years, perhaps because most of the cultivators in the Songyun Sea had died out, the killing intent of heaven and earth directed at immortals had gradually dissipated as well. Because of this, Li Fan once again had a chance to cultivate from the beginning and recover to the middle stage of qi refining. When the time comes that I no longer have the strength to protect you, I will leave. For him, being prayed to day and night by a crowd of mortals was also a strange experience. He activated the divine ability, mechanism discernment, and looked at the increasingly dense death aura above those mortals' heads, making his decision in silence. Suddenly, he paused slightly. Wait, why was there a thread of white hidden within the Black Death aura? Li Fan was stunned. For some reason, this time he saw a trace of vitality that he had never noticed before. Where did that vitality come from? He pushed the heavenly mechanism, Jade, Ring, Golden Chapter to its limit and discovered that the life chance of the people on Taiyan Island was actually connected to himself, which left him even more puzzled. Only after repeated confirmation did Li Fan realize that the vitality did indeed originate from him, but not from his body. It came from an object on him, something he had almost forgotten. A wondrous treasure of heaven and earth, the vast sea pearl. Unlike when he had seen it decades ago, it had now turned a deep blue-green and was overflowing with dense water vapor, as if a true sea were being conceived within it. Where one sea perishes, another sea must be born. Li Fan stared blankly at the vast sea pearl in his hand, suddenly seeming to think of something. He drove the grand evolution boat high into the sky, straight upward to an altitude of over 10,000 meters, and looked down from above. Below, the Songyun Sea had been drained by the prolonged drought, exposing enormous stretches of continental shelf. The underwater mountain ranges had also become clearly visible. The little islands that had once dotted the Songyun Sea had now become the highest peaks of those newly risen ranges. At that moment, Ko Hong's warm and enthusiastic face suddenly appeared before Li Fan's eyes. He had once told Li Fan that if fellow Taoist ever left this place, he could go find him in soaring Heaven City in the Songyun mountain range. Hearing that, Li Fan smiled faintly. Songyun Sea, Songyun Mountains, it turned out they had always been the same place. In his previous life, when his lifespan was nearly exhausted, Li Fan had, through a strange coincidence, broken the seal of the immortal extinction grand array and entered the cultivation world for the first time. What he saw then was an endless stretch of mountain ranges and a majestic city suspended in the sky. But in this life, after stepping into the cultivation world, he had appeared in a vast, boundless sea instead. Before this, Li Fan had not thought much of it and had only assumed that something had gone wrong during the teleportation process. Only today, after seeing the Songyun Sea dry up and witnessing the birth of the sea's wondrous treasure, did he gradually understand everything. There had been no accident at all. The place he arrived at after passing through the immortal extinction grand array had always been the same location. The only difference was the point in time at which he entered the cultivation world. In his previous life, Li Fan had entered the cultivation world at the age of 85, corresponding to anchor year 65. In this life, he entered the cultivation world at age 40, after the void transformation charging progress had reached 100, corresponding to anchor year 20. Across that gap of 45 years, one side was the sea, the other a mountain range, complete opposites. If he had connected Zhang Haobu's warnings about abnormalities with the difference between the two occasions, he might have realized long ago that heaven and earth had undergone a transformation. But it was also because of this that he had once seen a glimmer of hope for ending this calamity. In anchor year 50, Ko Hong and Dao Xuanji came to Great Xian. At that time, they claimed to be from soaring Heaven City in the Songyun mountain range, which proved that the drought would eventually become a thing of the past. The sea would dry up and transform into mountains overflowing with life. And now it was anchor year 34, already very close to that point in time. Nothing is more tormenting than hope that never comes. But once he knew the final outcome, that seemingly endless great drought no longer felt as terrifying as before. Li Fan steadied his emotions and returned once more to Taiyan Island. Looking at the panicked mortals, who were almost unable to endure even one more day and could only pray and worship day and night, he gradually became somewhat numb as well. He transmitted his voice across the whole island and told them that this calamity would eventually come to an end. Upon hearing the immortal master's words, the islanders rejoiced as if mad, and hope of survival once again arose within them. As for Li Fan, he went back into seclusion and took out the vast sea pearl once more. Was this where that sliver of hope for survival lay? He observed the deep blue-green, wondrous treasure of heaven and earth. His divine sense poured into it, yet sank like a stone into the bottom of the sea, disappearing without a trace. It seemed that using it would still require quite a bit of effort. Li Fan said thoughtfully, wondrous treasures of heaven and earth were the key to achieving the Tao foundation, and understanding and using them was experience of immeasurable value. At this moment, without the heavenly profound mirror, Li Fan could only explore on his own. After that, he carried out many experiments, infusing it with spiritual energy, nourishing it with divine sense, even using external force to attack it, and trying the method of refining it with blood. He tried all of them, but the vast sea pearl remained motionless, utterly unable to draw out the immense water vapor hidden within it. At last, Li Fan suddenly remembered that the heavenly mechanism, Jade Ring Golden Chapter, contained methods for sensing and refining the chi signatures of various spiritual objects of heaven and earth. He immediately activated mechanism discernment and examined the vast sea pearl again. He saw a layer of deep blue light shrouding it, ancient, profound, and filled with an indescribable vitality. Though the vast sea pearl was small, the chi signature within it was extraordinarily complex, even suppressing all the living beings on Taiyan Island combined. It was only because it was still in a state of gestation, hidden deep within, that it was difficult to notice without careful observation. Li Fan cautiously sensed its chi signature. The moment he touched it, he immediately felt as though his body had vanished, as if he had been lifted straight into the ninth heaven, looking down through a prism at the ocean below. From ancient times until now, the Songyun Sea had nourished countless living beings, but on a certain day, a will between heaven and earth suddenly descended. From then on, the ocean began to walk the path of destruction. What heaven creates and heaven destroys is naturally the proper order. If heaven wished to burn the sea could not resist, but the spirit refused to submit. And so, though one vast sea had died, another vast sea was born. Boom! Li Fan broke free from that wondrous state, but his spirit had yet to steady itself. After witnessing what he had just seen, he felt weak all over to the point that he could barely stand. When he checked himself, Li Fan was horrified to discover that silver strands had appeared in his hair without his noticing, and a few fine wrinkles had faintly formed on his face as well. All of it had happened because he had only just touched the chi signature of the vast sea pearl. He hurriedly opened the Return to True panel, then sucked in a sharp breath of cold air. Name, Li Fan. Realm, middle stage of chi refining. Physiological age, 89/199. Mental age, 517/2280. In that single brief instant, his physiological age had leapt from 54 to 89, as though 35 years had passed in the blink of an eye. No wonder, even among the cultivators of the ancient heavenly mechanism sect, few practiced this technique. He had merely come into contact with the will of one region of sea, yet his lifespan had been consumed at an astonishing rate. If the rapid decline of his lifespan had not triggered his body's own warning response, he might have already been assimilated by the sea's consciousness without ever realizing it. By then, whether he would still have been able to activate Return to True and go back to the beginning would have been hard to say. Looking back on what had just happened, Li Fan immediately felt lingering fear. No, this definitely could not be the way to control a wondrous treasure of heaven and earth. He had used the wrong method. Human perception of time and the scale on which heaven and earth, rivers, mountains, and seas experience time were fundamentally not on the same level. So just how was one supposed to control a wondrous treasure of heaven and earth? Li Fan clenched the vast sea pearl tightly, his expression dark and uncertain. Day after day passed, but from beginning to end he still could not find a way to use the vast sea pearl. Meanwhile, the weather grew hotter and hotter, as if carrying out a final purification of the Songyan Sea. The mortals on the island gradually lost even the strength to pray. Li Fan understood well that if this continued, those mortals would likely die before the drought ended. He could not help feeling a little uneasy, and distracting thoughts sprouted in his mind like weeds. In order to steady himself, he activated the mysterious yellow heart tempering mantra, which he had not used for a long time. He had not focused on cultivating this technique for a very long time because it did not directly help raise his cultivation, and even without consciously operating it, it would still circulate slowly on its own. Thus, Li Fan had previously set it aside. Now, as the heart-tempering mantra began to circulate, the negative emotions in his heart, unease, fear, haste, gradually dispersed and became nourishment for his Tao heart to grow stronger. His mind became calm once more. Li Fan suddenly felt that the opportunity for his breakthrough also seemed to lie precisely in this vast sea pearl. He had been stuck at the middle stage of qi refining for many years without the slightest progress, and after cultivating 2 techniques to this realm, he had still never found his own opportunity. Yet now, when he looked at the vast sea pearl, he vaguely sensed a chance for breakthrough. He would still use the old method, letting his consciousness come into contact with and comprehend the vast sea pearl. Li Fan naturally understood how dangerous this was. It was basically no different from courting death, but danger always came with opportunity. Perhaps operating the mysterious yellow heart-tempering mantra could help him resist assimilation by the will of the vast sea. Soon after, he made his decision. Li Fan lifted the vast sea pearl with both hands and gently placed it near his dantian. He sat cross-legged. The heavenly mechanism, jade, ring golden chapter, and the mysterious yellow heart-tempering mantra circulated at the same time. His mind gradually grew hazy, as if he had once more transformed into a stretch of vast sea, watching the changes of the world. The sun rose and set, stars shifted, rain ceased, and clouds drifted. Everything seemed to be accelerated by thousands, tens of thousands of times as it swept past before his eyes. In a single thought, it seemed that several hundred years had gone by. The aura of ancient vastness gradually invaded Li Fan's consciousness. He began to grow accustomed to seeing the world from the perspective of the sea, and then, little by little, he forgot that he was human. At that very moment, a cool stream of aura suddenly poured forth, like a clear spring in the mountains, slowly washing away the mottled traces of time. Li Fan's consciousness also gradually recovered. The consumption of lifespan was still many times greater than in normal cultivation, and human emotions such as joy, anger, love, and hatred were all diluted to an almost infinite degree. But of course, it was not without benefits. At this moment, he was already able to mobilize a trace of the vast sea pearl's power. His divine sense had been strengthened 100,000-fold. With the slightest movement, it could effortlessly envelop all of Taiyan Island. And that was not all. Li Fan's consciousness spread outward like ripples. One lifeless island after another appeared in his mind. Through his divine sense, he saw that beneath one island, a volcano that had long gone dormant because of the drought was slowly reviving. He saw, on nearby Glazed Glass Island, a gigantic fish skeleton lying amid countless human corpses. At the center of that skeleton, an enormous glazed pearl was sparkling under the sunlight. He also saw that in the hidden corners of the Songyan Sea, a few cultivators still remained alive, though he had believed they had all perished. He even saw many secrets that had long been buried in ordinary times, only revealed now at the end of the Songyan Sea. But none of that had anything to do with him anymore. Not the slightest greed arose in his heart. His divine sense quickly withdrew, and at the same time, he directed the vast sea pearl to absorb the remaining moisture between heaven and earth and within the Songyan Sea, gathering it toward Taiyan Island. Thus, the survivors on Taiyan Island saw dark clouds slowly forming in the sky. Rumble. When the heavy rain poured down, everyone was so overjoyed that they cried, embracing one another and rolling about in the rain. The rain lasted for half an hour. Above Taiyan Island, a faint trace of cloud still remained in the sky, not yet fully dispersed. This was because Li Fan was controlling it. Every half-month, he would regularly draw water vapor from the vast sea pearl to make it rain over Taiyan Island, ensuring the survival of all the mortals there. After finishing all this, Li Fan silently gazed at the sky. He became the sea, quietly observing this world, sensing each current of aura, sensing the will of heaven and earth. 1 year, 2 years, time no longer seemed important to him. The more he observed heaven and earth, the deeper his understanding became. One by one, his former notions were overturned. He had once believed that the murderous aura of heaven and earth in the Songyun Sea had gradually dissipated, but only now did he discover that the killing intent of heaven and earth had never lessened in the slightest. It still remained, even now. Cultivators seize from heaven and plunder from earth, and so the heavenly Tao inevitably gives rise to killing intent. Yet the heavenly Tao will not act directly, because cultivators themselves are also a part of the heavenly Tao. Everything will unfold according to corresponding laws, harmonizing with the killing intent of heaven and earth. At this moment, Li Fan saw a strange scene appear above the Songyun Sea. A translucent crimson figure was coldly looking down below. In its hand, a tiny flame danced ceaselessly, scorching the Songyun Sea. A colossal manifestation of the heavenly Tao's laws. The heaven and earth soul, Crimson Flame, had come into being in response to fate. Its mission was to kill cultivators, those who defied heaven and earth. The moment he saw that crimson figure, an enormous flood of information suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. A heaven and earth soul was the outward manifestation of a certain law between heaven and earth. Relying on instinct, it devised plans to eradicate cultivators. To cultivators, heaven and earth souls were extremely dangerous. Once one was targeted by them, it almost meant falling into utter despair. But at the same time, as incarnations of great Tao laws, heaven and earth souls also represented immense opportunities to cultivators. The saying went, sacrifice a heaven and earth soul, merge your body with the Tao. If a cultivator could sacrifice even one heaven and earth soul, then regardless of what their previous cultivation had been, they could immediately reach the Tao integration realm. They were the natural enemies of cultivators, yet at the same time possessed an allure beyond compare. At this moment, upon personally seeing the heaven and earth soul Crimson Flame, boundless greed surged up from the depths of Li Fan's heart. Subdue the spirit, and you can prove the great Tao. Subdue the spirit, and you can ascend to immortality. That greed was like a demon whispering endlessly in his ears. Sensing Li Fan's gaze, Crimson Flame turned its head and looked directly at him. In an instant, the seawater within the vast sea pearl began to boil violently, and Li Fan immediately withdrew his gaze. As he tried with all his might to soothe the scorching sensation transmitted from the vast sea pearl, he also frantically circulated the mysterious yellow heart-tempering mantra to dispel the greed churning in his heart. Fortunately, in Crimson Flame's eyes, Li Fan was merely glanced at once before its gaze withdrew. To Crimson Flame, Li Fan was only a not-yet-formed sea consciousness, so even if it had noticed his gaze, it did not care too much. At this moment, reason and desire began tearing at Li Fan's soul. The two opposing thoughts, like yin and yang, seemed as if they wanted to split his consciousness into two halves. Li Fan could only struggle to keep the mysterious yellow heart-tempering mantra in motion, doing his utmost to preserve his Tao heart. He did not know how much time had passed before the storm caused by greed gradually calmed. Li Fan still felt lingering fear and did not dare continue peeking. This time, being able to witness heavenly secrets and still preserve clear consciousness was already fortunate enough. A trace of confusion flashed through his heart. Just as his consciousness was about to leave the vast sea pearl and return to his body, he discovered an extremely difficult problem. Merely dispelling the greed brought about by the heaven and earth soul had already cost Li Fan more than half a year. His consciousness had fused with the vast sea pearl for far too long, exceeding the limit that a chi refining cultivator could endure. At this moment, while his consciousness was still linked with the vast sea pearl, he was fine. But if he returned to his original body, he feared that it would not be long before he rapidly weakened and died. Just a distant glance had brought such terrifying consequences. It seemed that this path of cultivation of his would also have to stop here. Though he felt some regret, Li Fan was not remorseful at all. Learning the truth of why the Songyun Sea had undergone such a drastic transformation, encountering the heaven and earth's sole crimson flame, and personally comprehending an opportunity bestowed by heaven and earth, Li Fan's gains could not be said to be small. Even if it ended here, he could accept it. What was more, at present, he still had no intention of using Return of True to end this life. Since he was already here, he might as well calmly accept it. In any case, his consciousness was trapped within the vast sea pearl, so he might as well take this opportunity to continue comprehending the chi of heaven and earth. As long as he did not seek death on purpose, did not continue spying on the heaven and earth soul, and only quietly comprehended the chi flow, nothing should happen. Now, his body had already run out of lifespan. With no body to nourish it, his consciousness was like water without a source, a tree without roots, and would slowly wear away inside the vast sea pearl. According to Li Fan's calculations, at most he could only endure for another little more than 10 years. If he made good use of that time, it was not impossible that he might still gain something. Li Fan summoned a trace of the vast sea pearl's pure power to protect his body, preventing it from decaying. Then his consciousness once again sank into the vast sea pearl's field of vision. He observed the flow of the chi of heaven and earth. He observed the rise and fall of the sun, moon, and stars. He watched the remaining life in the Songyun Sea die off one after another. He felt the cold, indifferent, eternally unchanging killing intent of heaven and earth. And so, in the blink of an eye, 5 years passed. In Anchor Year 40, the Songyun Sea had long since dried up completely, becoming a true land of death. Only on Taiyan Island, protected by Li Fan, did a few fortunate mortals still survive. One day, Li Fan suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He looked toward the sky. The crimson figure that had stood there for more than 10 years had finally vanished. The deity's mission had been completed, so it naturally dissipated as well. No one could be certain that, somewhere in the cultivation world, on some future day, it would not appear once more. Li Fan gazed intently at the place where crimson flame had disappeared, and then his mind once again sank into the stillness of the vast sea pearl. As time passed, Li Fan's consciousness grew weaker and weaker, and his thoughts became slower and slower. He had lost the ability to think independently and could only silently observe this world through the vast sea pearl's vision. In the second year after Crimson Flame vanished, several cultivators in green Taoist robes entered the Songyun Sea. As one spell after another was cast, the sky finally poured down a heavy rain that had not appeared for a very long time. After that, more and more cultivators arrived. Green light blossomed across the dried continental shelf, and vegetation, the symbol of life, began to appear on the earth. A cool breeze swept by, and trees sprang up from the ground one after another. In only a year, the barren land once again became full of vitality. The Songyun Sea also completed its transformation, turning into the Songyun mountain range. A floating city began to be built above those mountains. Once it was completed, it attracted more and more cultivators from all directions. In Anchor Year 48, a Foundation Establishment cultivator returned to the Songyun Sea. He went to the former Glazed Glass Island, now the Glazed Glass Mountain Range, his expression filled with sorrow. Not far away, Li Fan's divine sense swept past and saw the scene, and he too could not help but sigh with emotion. Li Fan knew this man. It was Zhang Haobo, who had previously decided to leave the Songyun Sea because of his unease. More than 20 years had passed, who knew what he had experienced, but now he had actually become a Foundation Establishment cultivator. The scenes Li Fan had experienced in this life flashed through his mind in rapid succession. His consciousness was on the verge of dispersing. Before completely vanishing, Li Fan's consciousness returned to his own body. After several decades of comprehending the chi dynamics of heaven and earth, the bottleneck blocking his breakthrough suddenly dissolved. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into him, and Li Fan's cultivation immediately broke through to the late chi refining stage. The smile that had just appeared on his face instantly froze. His body rapidly grew old and feeble. When a gust of wind blew past. His body turned to dust and scattered between heaven and earth. Before return to true dissipated completely, a thought echoed in Li Fan's mind. This simulation has ended. You may choose one of the following options. Retain one item in your possession during this simulation. Retain your cultivation realm from this simulation. Retain the simulation memories of one person closely connected to you in this simulation, and allow that person to inherit those memories. Or give up the above options to accelerate charging progress. Li Fan chose to retain his cultivation realm. After all, cultivation was the foundation of everything. Besides, he knew that the vast sea pearl was still on Flowing Cloud Island. He only needed to find a suitable time to retrieve it. After making his choice, two familiar streams of spiritual energy suddenly appeared in his dantian. An indescribable fluctuation descended upon Li Fan. A moment later, the spiritual energy in his dantian surged like a river, flowing through his entire body, remolding it and raising his realm. Li Fan clearly felt that ever since that inexplicable fluctuation descended, the mortal-immortal obstruction within his body had, in an instant, vanished like smoke in clouds, disappearing completely. The effect far surpassed the forced expulsion achieved in his previous life with the Spirit Pool Purification Array. When he carefully recalled that fleeting moment, Li Fan vaguely felt that this kind of fluctuation was somewhat familiar. Then it dawned on him. It was the consciousness of heaven and earth, the power of laws. In his previous life, through the vast sea pearl, he had observed the operation of the chi dynamics of heaven and earth for decades. Although he was still very far from refining and controlling them, recognizing them was still possible. If the mortal-immortal obstruction was caused by the will of heaven and earth, forever separating immortals from mortals, then the fluctuation just now was its complete opposite. The mortal-immortal obstruction had plagued the cultivation world for more than 1,000 years. Yet now it had disappeared as easily as turning over one's hand. Return to true was indeed beyond imagination. The path of cultivation was already difficult, especially in this world where cultivators had to struggle against heaven and earth themselves were filled with killing intent. In my previous life, I had only just stepped into the cultivation world when I met Su Changyu. I thought his mind was extraordinary, that he was wholeheartedly devoted to the Tao and would surely achieve great things. Who could have expected that within only a few short days, he would die for no apparent reason? By contrast, Xiao Hung at his side, who had never seemed particularly outstanding, actually possessed heaven-defying talent. In just a few years, he had already shown hope of establishing a Tao foundation. Master He and I both believed that he would surely reach the great Tao of the Golden Core stage. But who could have guessed that heaven and earth had long since laid out their killing intent? The countless living beings of the Songyun Sea, whether triumphant or frustrated, whether cultivators or mortals, had long been fated to find it hard to escape death. Only that ordinary fisherman Zhang Haobua, after surviving one calamity, encountered another opportunity and became a foundation establishment cultivator. The unpredictability of worldly affairs goes no further than this. So when heaven's killing intent is aimed at cultivators, cultivators have no way to sense it at all. This was also why, when I once asked the heavenly profound mirror whether there would be disaster, it gave no answer. The heavenly secrets had been concealed. Then why was it that the Myriad Flowers Merchant Guild seemed to have sensed it in advance and ordered all of its subordinates to withdraw from the Songyun Sea? And why did they not warn the Myriad Immortals Alliance, but simply sat by and watched countless lives perish? There had to be hidden circumstances behind it. If there's a chance in this life, I must investigate it thoroughly. After carefully assessing himself for a long while, Li Fan began making plans for this life once more. The cultivation world was extremely dangerous. Before the charging for return to True's void transformation was complete, it was best not to set foot there lightly. Now that he was cultivating the mysterious yellow heart-tempering mantra, his charging speed had increased very quickly. There was no longer any need, as before, to spend 20 years to complete it. Now, within only 10 years, it could reach 100%. He clearly remembered that within the next dozen years or so, a major upheaval seemed destined to occur in the Songyun Sea, so he could prepare in advance. And in this life, relying on his foreknowledge of everything, Li Fan believed he would definitely be able to go farther. In Great Xian, Mount Jelly towered high, several thousand meters tall, as if split by a blade and thrust straight into the blue heavens. On the steep mountain path along its slope, two youths advanced one before the other. The one in front was a skinny boy wearing a straw hat with a resolute face. The boy behind him looked a few years younger, but he was sturdily built, with thick brows, large eyes, and an honest, simple air. At this moment, the sturdy youth wiped the sweat from his forehead and dropped down to sit on the ground. Panting, he said, "Erlang, let's rest a bit. We've been walking for more than half a day. I really can't go on anymore." The skinny youth turned around, handed him a water flask, and said, "This is deep in the mountains. Fierce tigers and wild beasts appear from time to time. It isn't safe to rest here. I know there's a fairly concealed cave not far ahead. If you're really tired, we can rest there." The sturdy youth took the flask, drank several large gulps, let out a long breath of relief, and then asked curiously, "Erlang, are there really immortals in this mountain?" Erlang raised his head and looked toward the peak hidden in the clouds, his voice certain. "There definitely are. I saw one with my own eyes." The sturdy youth looked disdainful after hearing that. He said, "Ever since last year, you've been like you're possessed, running into Mount Jelly whenever you have free time. I don't even know how many trips you've made back and forth, and yet you really intend to go looking for immortals. I'm telling you, you should get rid of that idea sooner rather than later. Seeking immortals and asking the Tao is far too vague and illusory. If you ask me, you'd be better off practicing martial arts like I do." Before he could finish, Erlang cut him off with a frown. Unhappy, Erlang said, "Wang Xuanba, why are you as nagging as my mother? If you keep talking nonsense, you can go back down a mountain by yourself." Embarrassed, Wang Xuanba scratched his head and immediately shut his mouth. The two of them continued along the mountain path and climbed toward the summit. Not long after, a sinister wind suddenly rose in the mountains. A disturbance appeared ahead. Erlang closed his eyes, just about to open his mouth in warning when he suddenly froze. A giant python appeared, its enormous maw gaping open as wave after wave of foul wind rushed toward them. Covered by the white python shadow, seeing that his head was about to be swallowed, Wang Xuanba finally could not endure it any longer. He roared, the muscles all over his body swelling as his frame instantly grew a full size larger. He spun around, sprang to his feet, and slammed a punch into the white python's head. Clang! The sound rang out like striking metal. At the same time, Erlang also made his move. He stomped hard on the ground, shattering the mountain rock, and his figure blurred. In an instant, he appeared behind the white python. He changed his fist into fingers and thrust out dozens of times in rapid succession. Clang, clang, clang. A dense series of impacts rang out, but the attacks of the two still could not break through the white python scales. The white python let out a howl, twisted its body, and lashed violently at Wang Xuanba. Boom! Wang Xuanba was sent flying at once, crashing into the mountain wall and scattering fragments of stone everywhere. The white python did not pursue him. Instead, it tilted its head and opened its mouth to bite at Erlang. Erlang had no time to dodge and could only raise both hands, forcibly bracing against that huge maw. The white python let out a strange roar and suddenly increased its strength. Erlang's body seemed about to be swallowed whole into its mouth, but he still groaned and struggled to hold on. Crack! Under the corrosion of a venom, his skin and flesh were torn open, revealing a faint golden glow inside. Erlang cried out in pain, and in the end he could no longer endure it. He was flung aside by the white python and fell next to the unconscious Wang Xuanba. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, barely propped himself up, and looked at the approaching white python with a trace of unwillingness in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, Erlang said, "Damn it, are we really going to die here?" Ever since that evening in Mount Jelly, when he had personally witnessed the peerless bearing of an immortal flying through the sky, he had never been able to forget the thought of seeking immortality and asking the Tao. Time and again he had gone deep into the mountains, all to find that immortal and take him as his master. Because of this, he had even fallen into conflict with his mother, Who could have thought that not only had he failed to find an immortal, he would instead lose his life in the jaws of this beast? At that very moment, a sound like surging tides suddenly echoed through the mountains. Erlang froze, raised his head, and saw a rare sight. In the sky, countless birds from every corner of the mountain gathered together, flocking like dense black clouds as they came rushing this way. Down below, mountain rats, reptiles, even apes, tigers, leopards, and countless animals Erlang had never seen before all came charging out from all directions at once, forming a beast tide that suddenly crashed toward the white python. Only then did Erlang react, his face turning slightly pale. Faced with the siege of countless beasts, the white python let out a terrified cry. It seemed unable to understand why it had been surrounded by innumerable wild animals, trapped with nowhere to advance or retreat. Those beasts seemed to have gone mad, trampling over one another as they fought to tear at the white python's body. Erlang was shocked to the core. What was going on? Why had so many wild beasts suddenly rushed out to attack the white python? He swallowed with difficulty and only recovered himself after a long while. Then, as if thinking of something, he turned his head, looked around, and shouted loudly, "Immortal Master, is that you? It must be you, right?" He assumed this abnormal beast tide must have been caused by the immortal living in seclusion within Mount Jelly. Erlang was both excited and anxious. Unfortunately, he quickly shouted himself hoarse, yet still saw no sign of the immortal master. In the end, he sank into deep disappointment. Not far away, Li Fan was smiling as he watched him. This child isn't bad. His physique seems somewhat special, and his heart's pursuit of the Tao is fairly steadfast as well. Looking at Erlang, a trace of appreciation appeared in Li Fan's eyes. Li Fan gently shook his head and said with a smile, "Unfortunately, I myself have not yet secured my own footing. How could I know how to teach you? It would be better to wait for the future. When the time is ripe, I will grant you some good fortune." My 9 years of painstaking study were not wasted. This formless killing intent is indeed extraordinary. In this life, because he already possessed late chi refining cultivation, and in order to avoid the effects of the mortal-immortal obstruction, he had simply gone into seclusion in Mount Jelly. While waiting for return to True to finish charging, he devoted himself fully to cultivation. Because this land of immortal severance had no spiritual energy, he spent most of his time comprehending the chi dynamics of heaven and earth that he had observed for an entire lifetime. Over these 9 years, through tireless effort day and night, and after expending countless amounts of thought and energy, he finally achieved understanding and from that created a move, formless killing intent. Once formless killing intent was used within a certain range and degree, it could disguise itself as the killing intent of the heavenly Tao. When heaven releases killing intent, all sorts of fatal calamities inevitably follow. Once formless killing intent locked onto a target, Li Fan would not need to act personally. The other party would naturally fall into a killing tribulation and perish. Take the red-eyed white python from just now as an example. After being locked onto by Li Fan's formless killing intent, it became the target of the heavenly Tao's killing intent within the bounds of Mount Jelly. Heaven and earth give birth to and nourish all things, and the consciousness of heaven and earth governs the vast majority of living beings in the world. Thus, countless animals were driven to produce boundless killing intent toward that white python all at once. This killing intent would not dissipate until the python was completely dead, to borrow false heavenly fate for one's own use. This was the true terror of formless killing intent. Not only was formless killing intent extraordinarily powerful and sinister in method, it was also extremely well concealed. It inherently resembled the killing intent of heaven and earth, close to pure law and will. So ordinary cultivators simply could not detect it. With so many advantages gathered into one, it was truly a fine product, essential for killing others and seizing treasure. After making some simple preparations, Li Fan looked at return to True's void transformation charging progress, which had already reached 99%. It was time for him to step back into the cultivation world. This time, Li Fan had no more worries. He passed smoothly through the immortal severance grand array and returned to the cultivation world. When he saw the verdant Songyun Sea again, he could not help but feel as if lifetimes had passed. He took out Qian Hong's remains, transformed them into bone ash, and scattered them into the vast sea. A sudden phenomenon arose in the sky. Petals drifted down from the tips of branches, floating ceaselessly with the wind. Foundation establishment cultivator Qian Hong, in the 265th year of his cultivation, achieved his Dao foundation through the wondrous flying spirit plum. He wandered away from home for 3,670 years. Now his soul returns to his native land, returning the Dao to heaven. The phenomenon lasted for about the time it takes to drink half a cup of tea before gradually fading. After the phenomenon disappeared, Li Fan keenly sensed that some inexplicable change seemed to have occurred to him. But after carefully examining himself, he still could not determine exactly what it was. Even so, the feeling did not seem to be a bad thing. Li Fan temporarily paid it no mind and merely kept the matter in his heart. After determining his location, he discovered that this did not seem to be the place where he had appeared in the cultivation world in his previous life. The nearest place here was Glazed Glass Island, so Li Fan decided to go there first. After fixing his direction, he did not summon the Grand Evolution boat, but instead used the wind-riding art and flew toward Glazed Glass Island. The identity he intended to use this time was that of an independent cultivator in the Songyun Sea who had encountered a fortunate opportunity by chance, cultivated to the late Qi refining stage, and wanted to break through to Foundation establishment, but had no means to do so, so he planned to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. For the identity of an independent cultivator, the Grand Evolution boat was still far too conspicuous. To avoid unnecessary trouble and suspicion, Li Fan chose to fly by controlling the wind himself. Although the speed was somewhat slower, he was not in a hurry. It was a good chance to reacquaint himself with the surrounding environment. Suddenly, Li Fan's expression changed drastically. His heart shook. What is this? A strand of killing intent had appeared in the distance and locked firmly onto him, rapidly rushing closer. The aura was extremely powerful, at the very least that of a Foundation establishment cultivator. It was too fast. There was no other choice but to expose the Grand Evolution Pearl. Li Fan did not hesitate. He directly summoned the Grand Evolution boat, pushed its speed to the limit, and shot straight toward the nearest Glazed Glass Island. The other party seemed not to have expected Li Fan to possess such a flying treasure. At first, he hesitated slightly, but immediately afterward he increased his speed and continued the pursuit. Inside the Grand Evolution boat, Li Fan's face was gloomy. He thought to himself, damn it, I've already pushed the Grand Evolution boat to maximum speed, yet he can still shorten the distance. Li Fan hesitated for a moment, but in the end he still unleashed a strand of formless killing intent toward the other party. Formless killing intent borrowed false heavenly fate for its use. Instantly, a stream of black Qi wrapped itself around the pursuer behind him. In that moment, Li Fan's vision blurred and indistinct whispers rang in his ears. The surrounding scenery twisted, as if countless eyes were secretly watching him. Fortunately, the illusion came quickly and went quickly as well. Li Fan's expression darkened as he thought. Just now, at the instant I used formless killing intent, it seemed as though countless eyes were staring at me. Is this the side effect of using it across realms? Or did borrowing heavenly fate alert the will of heaven and earth? Fortunately, for now, I only crossed one major realm, so the problem is not too serious. He continued to speculate. The will of heaven and earth merely glanced at me and made no further move. If I were to use it across too many realms, I fear the soul of heaven and earth would appear directly and erase me on the spot. After formless killing intent was released, at first there was no obvious change. But very soon, Li Fan discovered that a fierce wind had suddenly arisen between heaven and earth. The wind kept spiraling along the other party's path, and in no time formed into a tornado. Carrying a faint blue glow, the tornado was like a great dragon roaring as it charged straight at that person. Caught off guard, the other party was swept into the tornado. Seizing the opportunity, Li Fan accelerated and fled. Not long after, deafening explosions came from behind him. The other party seemed to have broken free from the tornado, accelerated again, and continued the pursuit. The killing intent grew heavier and heavier. Just as he was about to catch up to Li Fan, a gigantic crocodile suddenly burst out from beneath the sea and opened its jaws to swallow him whole. The crocodile immediately dove back down, sending spray high into the air. Boom! A great blaze erupted from beneath the sea. The crocodile was burned until not even bones remained. That man flew out of the sea in a miserable state, looking a little crazed. After sensing Li Fan's location, he accelerated again and gave chase. But every time he was about to close the distance, some unexpected mishap would occur. And so the two of them, one in front and one behind, continued the chase without end. Although the other man's speed far surpassed Li Fan's, strangely enough, he could never catch him. After cautiously observing his surroundings for a while and seeing that no more sudden accidents seemed likely to happen, he finally let out a sigh of relief. His expression turned serious as he prepared to cast a Dao technique to kill Li Fan. At that very moment, in broad daylight, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended and struck him squarely. If not for the flash of light that burst from his body at the critical instant and neutralized most of the lightning's power, he likely would have lost his life on the spot. Even so, he was scorched black, his flesh charred to the point that he no longer looked human. At this moment, Glazed Glass Island was already right before his eyes. Seeing this, Li Fan hurriedly flew straight toward the center of the island's guardian grand array. He thought to himself, if I can get Yi Jinghao's help, I may still have a way to survive. The man paused in midair for a moment, then slowly advanced. Both fearful and furious, he shouted loudly, Yi Jinghao, get out here and help me kill this little thief. From Glazed Glass Island, a familiar voice rang out. Yi Jinghao spoke. Protector One, how did you end up in such a state? Hearing the exchange between the two, Li Fan, who had been flying toward the island, immediately stopped. Surrounded front and back by the two of them and seeing no way out, Li Fan cursed inwardly, then silently recited in his heart, "Return to true, end this simulation." When his consciousness returned, Li Fan could not help but feel speechless. This had been the shortest life since he had begun the return to true cycle, only 9 years before he had been forced to end it. All his grand ambitions and countless plans had not even had the chance to unfold. He had only just stepped into the cultivation world, yet for no reason at all he had been hunted down. Even stranger, his pursuer had been someone from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. He himself did not know the man's identity, and had even planned to run to Glazed Glass Island to seek Yi Jinghao's aid. In the end, he had instead been caught in a direct pincer attack by 2 Foundation establishment cultivators. The pursuer had come from afar, and it was obvious his goal was to kill him. Why would members of the Myriad Immortals Alliance hunt him down? And why right after he had entered the cultivation world? Li Fan frowned and sank into deep thought. If he could not resolve this issue, then all his future calculations would be nothing but empty talk. At present, the Songyun Sea was still under the control of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Moreover, the other side clearly had some method of locking onto his position. So where exactly was the problem? Li Fan inspected the items on his body one by one, and in the end fixed on a single suspect, the minor water derivation art. After thinking it over and over, this technique was the only suspicious thing. After all, at present he had almost no connection left to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Only this technique had been passed down from the Myriad Immortals Alliance in his previous life. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and considered it carefully, and an answer gradually formed in his heart. This minor water derivation art, and perhaps even all techniques within the Myriad Immortals Alliance, were likely monitored at all times. If they suddenly discovered an extra person cultivating a technique without any corresponding record, they would immediately know that the technique had been leaked. Afterward, Li Fan did not hesitate in the slightest. He circulated the supreme, primordial, true scripture and dissolved the late Qi, refining cultivation of the minor water derivation art. Then he redid everything as in his previous life. In the 9th year of Anchor, Li Fan once again entered the cultivation world. After passing through the immortal Severance Grand Array, he stood in place and waited for quite a while. Sure enough, his judgment had been correct. If he did not cultivate the minor water derivation art, he would not attract pursuit from the protectors of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Only then did Li Fan slowly head toward Glazed Glass Island. When he flew into the sea region near Glazed Glass Island, an image from his memory suddenly surfaced. He immediately stopped and looked downward. His gaze pierced through the water and reached all the way to the deep seabed. There, schools of glazed glass fish were dragging the corpses of mortals, people who had died in the constant sea for all sorts of reasons, and presenting them to a gigantic golden glazed glass fish. The golden glazed glass fish swayed its plump body and swallowed the corpses brought back by its underlings mouthful by mouthful. After chewing and gulping them down, it spat out broken bones, an expression of dissatisfaction even showing on its face. Its large eyes greedily stared toward the sea surface, as if wanting even more living prey. Seeing this scene, Li Fan let out a cold snort. Formless killing intent moved with his thoughts. The golden glazed glass fish was somewhat displeased and was just about to teach its little brothers a lesson when it suddenly noticed that the surrounding schools of fish had become abnormal. Red light flashed in their eyes as they all fixed their stare on it. The golden glazed glass fish instantly sensed danger and wanted to flee, but it was already too late. Countless glazed glass fish went mad and surged forward to surround it completely. The golden glazed glass fish's figure quickly vanished within the school. Streams of golden blood slowly floated up to the sea surface. After the golden glazed glass fish died, Li Fan held a glazed glass pearl the size of a pigeon egg in his hand and examined it carefully. Unfortunately, it was not a heaven and earth treasure, but carrying it on one's person produced an effect similar to using a glazed glass pill. That was still fairly good. Satisfied, Li Fan put it away and continued flying toward Glazed Glass Island. When he was almost there, he stopped in midair and released his spiritual energy outward. Not long after, a voice came from afar. The voice said, "Which fellow Taoist has come to my Glazed Glass Island?" At the same time, He Jinghao's figure also appeared. Though he was a Foundation establishment cultivator, when facing a late Qi refining cultivator who had come to his door of his own accord, he showed no arrogance and addressed him as fellow Taoist instead. Li Fan cupped his hands and smiled. "Greetings, fellow Taoist," He Jinghao was momentarily stunned, not yet understanding the situation. Li Fan said, "I am Li Fan, a rogue cultivator of the Songyan Sea. Cultivating all the way to late Qi refining has already been exceedingly difficult. I know full well that for a rogue cultivator, there is little hope of reaching Foundation establishment, so I wish to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance and seek a Foundation establishment technique." He paused, then continued, "I have heard of your benevolence, fellow Taoist, and that you often help others, so I have come specially to pay my respects and ask for your recommendation. If I succeed, I will surely repay you in the future." When He Jinghao heard that Li Fan wanted to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance, he could not help being stunned. He had never expected that such a stroke of good fortune would one day fall right into his lap. Then, when Li Fan said he would certainly repay him in the future, He Jinghao became even more overjoyed. He Jinghao waved his hand and said, "Oh, what are you saying, fellow Taoist? We cultivators all know how difficult cultivation is. If I can help, then I help. Just put your mind at ease. Leave joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance to me." Li Fan smiled faintly and said, "Your title of Timely Reign is truly well-deserved. I admire you greatly." He Jinghao had been about to explain that he did not actually have a nickname, Timely Reign, but on second thought, the name suited him quite well. If it spread outward, it would also benefit the sitting mountain art he cultivated, so he did not deny it. The two smiled at each other. Li Fan stood in the void, observing Glazed Glass Island in the 9th year of Anchor. At this moment, he was waiting for He Jinghao to return from Myriad Immortals Island. According to He Jinghao, cultivators at late Qi refining or above who entered without permission would be automatically attacked by the Myriad Immortals Grand Array. Thus, He Jinghao had gone ahead first to take care of the transit procedures for Li Fan. However, he did not keep Li Fan waiting for long. In only a short while, He Jinghao returned. He Jinghao said, "Fortunately, I have not failed in my task." As he spoke, he handed Li Fan a jade spirit talisman in the shape of swastika and continued, "Fellow Taoist only needs to leave a strand of your aura on the transit talisman." Li Fan accepted the spirit talisman and sent spiritual energy into it. A flash of light flickered across the swastika on the talisman and then vanished, afterward flying off to who knew where. Seeing this, He Jinghao nodded and said, "That settles it." He added a warning. "After fellow Taoist officially joins the Myriad Immortals Alliance, remember to return the transit talisman. You absolutely must not lose it. Otherwise, you will have to compensate for it with the corresponding contribution points." Bringing Li Fan into the island-protecting Grand Array, He Jinghao activated the teleportation array. After a wave of dizziness, Li Fan finally arrived at Myriad Immortals Island once again. The two entered the space of the heavenly profound mirror. He Jinghao looked at Li Fan and said, "This is the late Qi refining rogue cultivator I reported in advance. He wishes to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance." A moment later, a voice rang through the space, recommending a late Qi refining cultivator. Merit assessment, upper grade, equivalent to 300 contribution points. Current total contribution, 1,340 points. When He Jinghao heard this, he was first stunned. Then a strange glint flashed through his eyes. He stared at Li Fan for a while before speaking to ask, "Excuse my boldness, but may I ask how old you are now, fellow Taoist?" Li Fan thought for a moment before replying. 29. He Jinghao drew in a sharp breath, his face full of astonishment. A rogue cultivator, only 29 years old, had already reached late Qi refining. Such talent was truly rare. Immediately afterward, he became incomparably delighted. He Jinghao said, "Your natural talent is extraordinarily high, fellow Taoist. It is something I have rarely seen in my life." He immediately took out a mountain-shaped communication talisman and handed it to Li Fan, then continued, "You have only just arrived, so you will surely run into many problems. If there is anything you do not understand, just ask me. I will definitely tell you everything I know without holding anything back. If you encounter trouble you cannot resolve, you can also come to me for help." He Jinghao added with a smile, "Though I'm only at mid-foundation establishment, my network is quite broad. In the Myriad Immortals Alliance, I can still be said to have a little face." Hearing this, Li Fan nodded lightly in thanks. Only after He Jinghao gave a few more instructions and then left with an excited expression did Li Fan return to his normal look. The treatment this time was much better than in the previous life. Li Fan lightly stroked He Jinghao's communication talisman. In the cultivation world, most cultivators went about alone, so someone like He Jinghao was truly uncommon. What was more, just because Li Fan's cultivation talent was a bit better, the man had shown such enthusiasm. It was indeed somewhat excessive. Li Fan could not think of the reason for the moment. After recording his divine sense fluctuations, an independent space was formed. Within that space, the voice of the heavenly profound mirror rang out. "Cultivator Li Fan, welcome to the Myriad Immortals Alliance. As a benefit, you're being given 100 contribution points free of charge. You may use contribution points to exchange for spirit stones, techniques, magical treasures, and more." The heavenly profound mirror began introducing the related functions. Although Li Fan was already extremely familiar with them, he still listened seriously while comparing them with the situation in his previous life. He discovered that after advancing to late Qi refining, the contribution required to activate the assisted cultivation mode had risen from 10 points per day to 30 points per day. After spending 10 contribution points to buy a large storage ring, Li Fan went out once through the teleportation array. In an uninhabited place, he placed into the ring the gold, silver, jewels, and a broken steel fragment he had looted from the tie-in ship, then quickly returned and requested an exchange. The batch of gold and silver was exchanged for 863 contribution points. Heaven and Earth treasure, broken steel fragment, flawed quality, may be exchanged for 1,968 contribution points. A moment later, the heavenly profound mirror's notification appeared. Li Fan sighed with emotion, then took out the glazed glass pearl obtained from the body of the glazed glass fish. Exquisite glazed glass pearl may be exchanged for 850 contribution points. After thinking it over, he realized that the exquisite glazed glass pearl was equivalent to a weakened version of the glazed glass pill. Though its effect was a bit inferior, its advantage was that it was not consumed. He would definitely use it in future cultivation. Therefore, Li Fan chose not to exchange it and instead put it away. Looking at the total of 2,831 contribution points in hand, Li Fan shook his head and muttered, "Still not enough. Far too little." After considering for a short while, he began browsing the bounty tasks issued by other cultivators through the heavenly profound mirror, his gaze sweeping rapidly across them. When he saw one particular task, Li Fan immediately stopped. With a slight movement of divine sense, he carefully examined the details. A task from Elder Chun of the Medicine Hall. Due to alchemy needs, he required a supplementary ingredient, blue blood coral. The reward was currently open to all cultivators of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Anyone who provided relevant information would, after verification, receive 1,000 contribution points. Anyone who directly provided blue blood coral would be rewarded with 3,000 contribution points. Li Fan looked through the other tasks once more. Among the things he knew, only this one offered the richest reward, so he decided to accept it. Li Fan reported. In the northwestern waters of the Songyun Sea, more than 200 li west of Crofong Island, I once saw this kind of coral on the seabed. Unfortunately, a sea serpent was guarding it. I did not know its exact strength, but even from a distance, it gave me a fatal sense of danger. Li Fan fabricated an explanation to complete the task, trusting that with the work efficiency of Myriad Immortals Island, the authenticity of the information he provided would soon be verified. Sure enough, in less than half a day, Li Fan received the task reward. What was worth noting, however, was that the bounty task for blue blood coral was not removed because of this and still remained. It seemed that the quantity of blue blood coral Elderchin needed was by no means small. As for what kind of pill he was refining, Li Fan was merely a little curious. Temporarily suppressing that curiosity, Li Fan focused his attention on the most eye-catching task among the many bounty missions. This was also the reason he had been in such a hurry to raise his own strength. Task: bounty for the Cloud Water Catalog. Reward: 100,000 contribution points. There were only those two simple lines, without any further explanation. Yet the number of 100,000 contribution points alone was enough to shake the minds of every cultivator who saw it, making it almost impossible to remain calm. Unfortunately, this task had been hanging there for more than 10 years. Not to mention completing it. Even what exactly the Cloud Water Catalog was, no one understood clearly. And the person who had issued the task was extremely mysterious, never showing themselves from beginning to end, nor offering any explanation, as though using this method to tell everyone. Those who understand will naturally understand. For those who do not, explanations are useless. In the current Songyun Sea, no one knew where the Cloud Water Catalog was except Li Fan. Cloud Water Catalog, Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. Li Fan repeated these two names over and over in his heart. The Cloud Water Catalog was worth as much as 100,000 contribution points, and that value lay within the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, or more precisely, the ruins of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, was the place Xiao Hung had mentioned in the letter from Li Fan's previous life when he had gone searching for a heaven and earth treasure. The reason no one knew this secret yet was simply because the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace had not yet emerged into the world. In his previous life, it was also because of the letter Xiao Hung left behind that Li Fan became interested in the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, and thus remembered this major event that was about to shake the Songyun Sea. The Cloud Water Heavenly Palace was located offshore, and it was said to have been the most powerful sect within the Songyun Sea region in ancient times. When the great catastrophe of heaven and earth descended, the disciples of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace went through a bout of mutual slaughter, and not a single one survived. The lucky few who remained decided to activate the sect-protecting Grand Array and from then on hide themselves away from the world. Thus, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace was always concealed by formation and hidden within the central sea region of the Songyun Sea. It was not until the 11th year of Anchor, when the formation dissipated, that the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, hidden for 10,000 years, reappeared in the world. However, even though it had chosen to hide itself away, the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace still could not escape the fate of destruction. When a group of Songyun Sea cultivators entered its interior, they discovered that this place had long since become a desolate ruin, filled with eerie anomalies. At that time, the first group to enter the ruins numbered more than 100 cultivators, most of them at the Qi refining and foundation establishment stages. They had originally thought it was merely an ordinary ruin, but unexpectedly, the inside of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace was fraught with sinister dangers. Caught unprepared, those cultivators suffered severe losses with devastating casualties. In the end, fewer than 1/10 of them survived and made it back out, and among them was a man named Sikong-yi. This person had only late chi refining cultivation and looked completely ordinary, with nothing unusual about him. Everyone assumed he had merely survived by luck. No one expected that it would be this utterly inconspicuous Sikong-yi who, after returning to Myriad Immortals Island, would submit the Cloudwater catalog and complete the bounty task worth 100,000 contribution points. After receiving the reward, Sikong-yi immediately left the Songyun Sea through an ultra-long distance teleportation array and vanished from everyone's sight. From that point on, he never appeared again. Li Fan recalled the knowledge from his previous life, while also consulting information related to eerie anomalies and sect ruins through the heavenly profound mirror. He was not stingy, immediately spending 100 contribution points to buy the survival guide to sect ruins. This guide, the most widespread of its kind, mentioned that the sect ruins worth exploring in the current cultivation world could be divided into two major categories, one type without eerie anomalies and one type with eerie anomalies. If it was a place without eerie anomalies, then as long as one was careful of formations and mechanisms, there generally would not be too much danger. But if it was a place where eerie anomalies existed, then one had to be extremely cautious. So-called eerie anomalies were strange phenomena existing within ruins that could not be judged by common sense. They seemed not to belong to this world and often had their own distinct rules. These anomalies also varied in strength. In the world of cultivation, people privately ranked their intensity according to the highest realm they could affect, dividing them into chi refining level anomalies, foundation establishment level anomalies, golden core level anomalies, and so on. If a cultivator was within the area covered by an anomaly and their cultivation was lower than the strength of that rule, then they had no choice but to obey its strange law. Once they violated it, death was all but certain. After reading the survival guide to sect ruins, Li Fan felt that these 100 contribution points had been very well spent. With this experience, when he explored the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace 2 years later, he would be much more confident. In his previous life, after the news spread that Sikong-yi had obtained the Cloudwater catalog from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace and received 100,000 contribution points, it immediately set off a fever among the cultivators of the Songyun Sea to explore the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Although the Cloudwater catalog had already been taken, the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace was so vast that it certainly contained far more than a single treasure. Moreover, because so many people had gone in one after another to explore it, most of the strange rules inside the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had long since ceased to be secrets. In his previous life, Li Fan had heard many versions as well, but as for exactly how Sikong-yi had obtained the Cloudwater catalog, there had never been any clear conclusion. Therefore, if Li Fan wanted a plot for the Cloudwater catalog in this life, the best method was to secretly follow Sikong-yi. When the other party was about to succeed, he would strike and snatch it first. There were still 2 years until the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opened. During that time, he could secretly gather all kinds of information about Sikong-yi and truly know both himself and his enemy. At the same time, he also had to do everything he could to raise his own strength. Right now, I only have formless killing intent. I still need to cultivate more offensive techniques. Li Fan turned his gaze to a row of chi refining techniques in the heavenly profound mirror that specialized in killing. He quickly skimmed their introductions, selecting those that suited him. Flowing water sword art, lesser steel wind sword, crimson falling star. Suddenly, his eyes stopped on one technique, bright spirit illusion art. After reading its description several times, Li Fan's heart began to race. According to the introduction, this was a technique centered on illusion arts. The cultivator could visualize and nurture an illusion spirit within the mind. In battle, this illusion spirit could be released to bewilder the opponent. Once the illusion spirit grew strong enough, it could even invade another person's sea of consciousness and launch direct spiritual attacks. This technique was practically made just for him. He did not know how his spiritual sense compared to that of other cultivators. But after several hundred years of reincarnation, along with the enhancement of the profound yellow heart tempering mantra, it certainly would not be weak. Moreover, when it came to visualizing and nurturing an illusion spirit, a crimson figure suddenly appeared in Li Fan's mind. If he used Crimson Flame as the original model for his visualization, then the power of the resulting illusion spirit would surely be extraordinary. After some silent thought, Li Fan immediately decided to buy this technique. But when he saw the price, his eyelids twitched violently. 2,500 contribution points, almost the same price as a foundation establishment technique. No wonder this technique looked so powerful and yet had been hanging here all this time without anyone showing interest. Even so, in the end, Li Fan still gritted his teeth and bought the Bright Spirit illusion art. In an instant, his contribution points dropped to only 1,321. Contribution points came quickly, but they went even faster. He had originally planned to buy an escape technique as well, but now he could no longer afford it and would have to wait until later. The urgent matter at hand was to cultivate the Bright Spirit illusion art to the late Chi refining stage. Activating the cultivation assistance mode of the heavenly profound mirror and placing the exquisite glazed glass pearl by his side, Li Fan began cultivating. His mind was as clear as a bright mirror. To his eyes, the obscure and profound text of the technique seemed to receive a double blessing, becoming as easy to understand as an elementary school textbook. In less than a day, the Bright Spirit illusion art had already been cultivated to the middle Chi refining stage. Upon reaching the middle Chi refining stage, he could begin visualizing an illusion spirit within his mind. Though it was called an illusion spirit, the object of visualization could not be something completely fabricated. It had to be based on something that truly existed within the cultivation world. Li Fan seemed to return once more to the moment in his previous life when he saw crimson flame burning the sea. A phantom image gradually appeared in his sea of consciousness. It was only an unformed phantom, yet Li Fan could already clearly feel his body temperature soaring. Sweat poured out like rain. He frowned and forcibly circulated the heart-tempering mantra to suppress the scorching sensation, continuing to visualize crimson flame's form. As the crimson flame illusion spirit gradually took shape, his body temperature rose ever higher. As the visualization continued, the burning sensation became increasingly terrifying. Finally, when the temperature reached its limit, the state of visualization suddenly collapsed. The phantom image in his sea of consciousness instantly scattered. Li Fan spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he was not discouraged in the slightest and thought to himself, as expected, a heaven and earth soul cannot be underestimated. Even using it as the template for condensing an illusion spirit does not work. There must be some restricting rule involved that I do not yet understand. With that thought, Li Fan began searching the heavenly profound mirror for information related to heaven and earth souls. Heaven and earth souls were manifestations of the laws of heaven and earth. The flame in crimson flame represented laws related to fire. Then what special meaning did the crimson in crimson flame carry? Aside from crimson flame, were there other kinds of flame as well? Li Fan decided to experiment, still using a heaven and earth soul as the basis. He recalled the aura of the figure from his memories, an aura completely identical to crimson flames. But this time, he changed the color from red to green. This time, the illusion spirit formed smoothly, but it was extremely weak, like a hollow shell with no offensive power whatsoever. He immediately dispersed the newly formed illusion spirit from his sea of consciousness and continued experimenting. This time, the color changed from green to black. Black flame was like crimson flame in that the illusion spirit could not take shape, but the difference was that during the process of visualization, he did not feel the same scorching heat as before. After that, Li Fan kept trying every color he could think of and discovered 4 different situations. The first was like crimson flame. It could not take shape, and during the process of visualization, one would feel an intense burning sensation. The second was like green flame. It could take shape, but seemed to have no substance, carrying no power at all. The third was like black flame. It could not take shape, but no abnormal phenomenon appeared during visualization either. As for the fourth type, it was the most special of all. In Li Fan's sea of consciousness, a phantom similar to crimson flame slowly condensed, but its color was blue. As the blue flame illusion spirit gradually emerged, the temperature around his body began to drop rapidly. Layers of frost and snow spread outward from where Li Fan sat. His hair and brows were covered in white frost, and his body gradually became as stiff as a block of ice. Yet his consciousness fell into a strange state as if his soul had left his body and was standing outside, observing every change happening to himself without the slightest emotional ripple. A premonition rose in Li Fan's heart. In this state, even if his body were destroyed and vanished in an instant, he would not feel the slightest fear. It was a state of absolute clarity and reason. In that state, Li Fan silently watched as his body became completely frozen, as though he had fallen into the void and sunk into perfect stillness. At the same time, within his sea of consciousness, the blue flame illusion spirit had completely taken shape. The temperature did not rise, but life force rapidly appeared in his body instead. It seemed that the icy cold could not cause him any harm at all. With a slight movement of his spiritual sense, the blue flame in his sea of consciousness trembled faintly, and the cold on his body instantly dispersed. In the blink of an eye, Li Fan returned to his original state. He withdrew from that rational state, and the chill felt like nothing more than an illusion, leaving no trace behind. So this is the power of blue flame? Time passed quietly in cultivation. Before long, Li Fan suddenly exited the cultivation assistance mode. It turned out that after prolonged consumption, his contribution points had dropped to just a little over 100. Only yesterday, he had held more than 3,000 points in his hands. Yet in the blink of an eye, they were nearly exhausted. There were still 2 years before the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opened. Before that, he had to find a way to earn more contribution points and strengthen himself. With that thought, Li Fan took out the message talisman He Jinghao had given him and sent over a message. Li Fan asked, "May I ask, fellow Taoist He, is there any way to quickly obtain contribution points?" A moment later, laughter came from the other side. He Jinghao laughed and said, "Ha, our Myriad Immortals Alliance is just like this. Newly joined cultivators usually have to work hard for several years before they can exchange for even one technique. Everyone goes through it." He paused, then continued, "But since I was the one who introduced fellow Taoist to the Alliance, of course I should help you. After all, I also hope that fellow Taoist enters the Foundation establishment stage as soon as possible. It's just that this matter isn't convenient to discuss through a message talisman. If fellow Taoist is willing, you may make a trip to Glazed Glass Island, and we can talk in person." Li Fan had only asked casually, yet he had not expected He Jinghao to agree so readily. A thought flashed through his mind. This really was timely help, but nothing ever came without a reason. Inside the island-protecting grand array of Glazed Glass Island, He Jinghao was already seated in a cool pavilion atop the mountain, leisurely drinking tea as if he had been waiting for a long time. Seeing Li Fan arrive, he burst into laughter. "It seems, fellow Taoist, that you are in quite a hurry." He Jinghao clapped his hands and stood up, then walked down toward the foot of the mountain with Li Fan. Immediately afterward, Li Fan suddenly saw the surrounding scene change in a strange way. But he quickly realized that it was not that other mountains were rising up. It was that the mountain he was standing on was sinking. The speed of the descent was extremely fast. Before long, it had sunk completely underground, entering an expansive space veiled in faint white clouds. Li Fan looked upward. The island-protecting grand array amid the endless mountain ranges now looked like stars suspended above their heads. The mountains and rivers were scattered, yet they seemed to form a single whole according to some law. They appeared motionless, but in truth were constantly in operation. Seeing the expression on Li Fan's face, He Jinghao said somewhat proudly, "Fellow Taoist, what do you think of my Mountain River Star Dipper array?" In his previous life, Li Fan had never seen the island-protecting grand array of Glazed Glass Island. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he could not help but say sincerely, "The Mountain River Star Dipper array is indeed extraordinary. But why is the island-protecting array of Glazed Glass Island like this?" He Jinghao seemed to have guessed what he wanted to ask and grew even more pleased with himself. "That is because this grand array of Glazed Glass Island was created by me personally. So naturally, it is unlike those of other islands." Li Fan was immediately astonished. "I did not expect fellow Taoists to also be proficient in formations. But this Mountain River Star Dipper array is so large in scale. Can a Foundation establishment cultivator really create something like this?" He Jinghao coughed lightly and said with a serious face, Naturally, others helped me, but I was the one directing the formation layout. To be frank with fellow Taoist, my foundation establishment wonder is the Mountain River 100 Veins formation chart. Because of that, my formations cannot be compared with those of ordinary talented cultivators. In terms of formations alone, even a typical nascent soul formation master may not necessarily surpass me. He Jinghao spoke with complete confidence. So that's how it is. Li Fan nodded, then asked, "May I know what matter fellow Taoist mentioned? Why does it require such secrecy?" Li Jinghao smiled with narrowed eyes. "Actually, it is nothing major. It merely violates a taboo. I want to ask fellow Taoist to make a trip to the land of immortal severance, the Li realm." "You mean you want me to go to the Li realm?" Thinking of this, Li Fan immediately asked, "Why does fellow Taoist you want me to go to the land of immortal severance?" He Jinghao explained, "In fact, quite a few things of value can be found in those minor worlds, and they can be exchanged for a large number of contribution points. But relying on one person to gather them is both time-consuming and labor-intensive, while the efficiency is low." He continued, "However, in those minor worlds, there are often influential mortals who rack their brains trying to return to the cultivation world. So we can use that as a condition and have them help us collect supplies. As it happens, I know of one such minor world called Greatly. It is fairly vast inside and can produce some valuable treasures. There is even quite a lot of Starsea quicksand there." A few memories from his previous life surfaced in Li Fan's mind. Crossing from the Li realm, Starsea, quicksand, the immortal master working with the Heavenly Treasure Pavilion. It really was He Jinghao. Starsea quicksand was a common material for setting up formations. Normally, each gene could be sold for 2 to 3 contribution points. After one round of collection lasting more than 10 years, a minor world could be exchanged for around 2,000 contribution points. If there were many such minor worlds, would that not mean a steady source of income every year? Seeing that Li Fan did not object, He Jinghao immediately became extremely pleased. "This matter is very simple. Fellow Taoist only needs to go to the Li realm in my place and bring back the supplies I had the people there collect over the past 10 years. After these materials are sold, the contribution points obtained will be split equally between us." "Good. I agree to this matter." Li Fan cupped his hands and said. He Jinghao smiled in satisfaction, then took out a small wooden boat and a spirit talisman, handing them to Li Fan. Li Fan accepted them and examined the wooden boat. It was somewhat similar to the Grand Evolution boat, but much rougher, merely a wooden boat reinforced with a few simple formations rather than an actual magic artifact. As for the spirit talisman, it was an invisibility talisman, stronger than a chi-concealing talisman. Below the nascent soul stage, none would be able to see through it. Once everything had been prepared, Li Fan set out for the Li realm. From He Jinghao's words, he learned that this world contained a gigantic volcano. Every 200 to 300 years, the volcano would erupt once, causing countless casualties. But in recent years, the frequency of its eruptions had been increasing, and their scale had been growing larger and larger. The Greatly Court feared that one day the volcano would turn this entire world into a hell of molten lava. Thus, they were trying every possible means to send their descendants away from this place. When Li Fan flew to the capital of Great Li, he saw below him in the square that the Emperor of Great Li and all his civil and military officials were kneeling all over the ground, shouting in unison. From high above, Li Fan asked coldly, "The appointed day has arrived. Have you gathered all the supplies?" The Emperor of Great Li hurriedly replied, "Reporting to Immortal Master, all the items on the list have been fully prepared." Li Fan nodded. "If so, then lead me to them." Under the guidance of the Emperor of Great Li, Li Fan entered the Imperial Treasury. Inside, all the various materials He Jinghao had requested had already been sorted and neatly stacked. Each type had a label attached, clearly stating its name and quantity. Li Fan swept them with his spiritual sense and nodded slightly in satisfaction. Not only was nothing missing, but there was even a little extra of each type. He stored everything into his storage ring. This mission could be considered a complete success, smooth and without any setbacks. Afterward, Li Fan handed the wooden boat engraved with formations to the Emperor of Great Li. Seeing the joy clearly written on the other party's face, he suddenly spoke and asked, "Where is Shao Hung, the son of the South Pacifying Prince? Take me to see him." Through the Emperor, he learned that Xiao Hong was being fostered in Scholar Su's residence. Not long after, Li Fan arrived there. In the residence, everyone filled the courtyard on their knees and shouted in unison, "Greetings, immortal master." Li Fan said indifferently, "All of you may rise." "Which one is Xiao Hong?" An old man in the courtyard immediately pointed at a child beside him and respectfully replied, "Reporting to immortal master, he is Xiao Hong." At this moment, Xiao Hong was only a child of 7 or 8 years old, being stared at by so many people. His little face showed a trace of tension. That small figure overlapped with the memory in Li Fan's heart. He smiled faintly. "I see that this child possesses extraordinary talent. In the future, he surely will not remain something trapped in a pond." Hearing this, everyone in the courtyard showed different expressions, and all their gazes turned toward Xiao Hong. The child was still innocent and had no idea what was happening. After that, Li Fan lightly extended one finger and touched Xiao Heng's forehead, passing on to him the method of using the profound yellow clear heart mantra, as well as the medicine to be used alongside it. He glanced at the others and said coolly, 10 years from now, I will return and personally take him away." The Emperor of Greatly caught the implication in his words and hurriedly answered, "Immortal Master, please rest assured. I will definitely take good care of him." Li Fan nodded in satisfaction. The matter in the Li realm was finished, and he was just about to leave when he suddenly heard a childish voice ring out from the crowd. "Please, Immortal Master, save my younger sister." The owner of that voice was very determined. Without the slightest fear, he loudly repeated, "Please, Immortal Master, save my younger sister." Li Fan looked toward the source of the voice and recognized him as Su Changyu, around a dozen years old. Only then did a middle-aged man react. He hurried forward, pressed the boy down to his knees, and shouted in panic, what are you doing?" The middle-aged man also collapsed to his knees, forcing Su Changyu to kowtow, while he himself said with a trembling voice, "My child is ignorant. I beg Immortal Master to forgive him." Li Fan said nothing. That silence threw the entire royal house of Great Li into panic. Under the lead of the Emperor, all of them knelt down together. Xiao Hong also kowtowed carefully and said, "Please forgive him, Immortal Master." A memory flickered through Li Fan's mind. In his previous life, he had once heard Xiao Hong mention that Su Changyu had a younger sister suffering from an incurable illness. Originally, he had intended to go take a look anyway. After a long while, Li Fan finally spoke slowly. "Very well, then lead me there. There will not be a next time." Not long afterward, Li Fan saw Su Xiaomei in a cellar. An infant, seemingly born not long ago, lay quietly on a small jade bed. Piles of ice were stacked beside the bed, yet the baby's body radiated astonishingly high heat. Seeing this strange scene, Li Fan narrowed his eyes. He stepped forward and swept Su Xiaomei's body with his spiritual sense. His expression immediately stiffened. He placed his hand on the baby's scorching body, separated out an extremely fine thread of spiritual energy, and sent it into her body. Only after it completed one full circulation and returned did Li Fan confirm it, and a look of shock appeared on his face. In Su Xiaomei's body, there was actually no barrier between immortals and mortals. Not only that, what kind of constitution was this? The thread of spiritual energy he had just sent and had been noticeably amplified after making one circuit. Li Fan guided that thread of spiritual energy to gather at his fingertip and discovered that it was completely different from the spiritual energy in his own body. It carried an intensely scorching sensation, yet it was not the same kind of extreme heat as the crimson flame he had once seen. This was not the temperature brought by fire. Li Fan carefully analyzed the strand of spiritual energy at his fingertip, and only after a long while did he arrive at a rough judgment. His expression became rather strange. This was extreme heat born of anger. Li Fan looked at the deeply sleeping Su Xiaomei, his eyes filled with confusion. Could this be the inborn immortal body that even heaven and earth envied? Everyone in the cultivation world knew that mortals were born with an immortal mortal barrier hidden within their bodies. And if they wished to cultivate, they first had to remove all of this obstructing energy. But when two cultivators united, there was a certain chance that their child would be born without the immortal mortal barrier. Such people were called those with an innate immortal body. Those born with an innate immortal body had extraordinary compatibility with all kinds of cultivation methods and Tao techniques, and their talent for cultivation was also extremely high. With both factors combined, their cultivation speed became frighteningly fast, and when they used techniques, their power would naturally be amplified. Then there were those envied by heaven. In the cultivation world, there was a type of person born with innate divine powers. For example, some are born with 3 eyes and could see through falsehood. Some are born with unusual bones, limitless potential, and life force that was almost inexhaustible, while others were born able to control water, fire, lightning, and so on. People who carried such innate divine powers were usually correspondingly envied by heaven according to the strength of those powers. And from the moment they were born, they had to bear all kinds of tribulations. If they could pass through each ordeal, they would naturally become stronger after every tempering. But if they could not endure them, then they could only die while carrying all those divine powers within them. This was both heaven's restriction and its trial for such people. Those who possessed innate divine powers were not necessarily exceptionally fast in cultivation, but when fighting others, they were usually invincible among those of the same realm. In fact, quite a few with powerful divine abilities could kill cultivators of the same realm as easily as slaughtering chickens, and even fighting above their level was not impossible. Both of these constitutions were 1 in 10,000 rarities. And now, what had Li Fan seen? These two constitutions had appeared simultaneously in a single infant. There was not the slightest immortal mortal barrier in her body, clearly marking her as one born with an innate immortal body, and the power constantly burning within Su Xiaomei was her innate divine power, with the fire of anger inside her continuously burning away her own life force. Even if she hid in an ice cellar all day long, Su Xiaomei would absolutely never live to adulthood. No wonder Su Changyu had been so anxious in his previous life, not hesitating to turn himself into an experimental subject for the immortal mortal barrier just to quickly step onto the path of cultivation. In his eyes, as long as he became one of the legendary immortal masters, perhaps he could save his little sister's life. What a pity. Li Fan looked at Su Xiaomei as the illusory spirit blue flame in his sea of consciousness suddenly awoke from its deep sleep. If she had not met me, even a golden core cultivator would not be able to preserve her life. A pale blue figure appeared before Li Fan. It was like a thin layer of mist as it slowly drifted toward Su Xiaomei's tiny body, then reached out and gently placed a hand on her head. The searing heat on the infant's body immediately dispersed, and her tightly furrowed brows gradually relaxed. Su Xiaomei smacked her lips lightly and slowly turned over. The illusory spirit blue flame left behind a trace of power within Su Xiaomei's body to help suppress the fire of anger inside her, then returned to Li Fan's sea of consciousness. Just that much was enough to make Li Fan feel a wave of exhaustion. This time, it could guarantee her peace and safety for 10 years. If, in this life, Li Fan could safely withdraw from the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace and obtain the Cloudwater catalog, then he would definitely come back for her first. Regaining his composure, Li Fan left the cellar. He informed everyone that Su Xiaomei had already been treated, told the others to disperse, and kept only Scholar Su behind to ask about her circumstances. Scholar Su's face flushed red. After hesitating for a long time, he finally stammered out the whole story. It turned out that Su Xiaomei was not Scholar Su's daughter, but the child of his younger sister, Su Yuqing. Su Yuqing was much younger than Scholar Su. Last year, when she became pregnant with Su Xiaomei, she was only 16. At the time, her unexplained pregnancy had caused a huge uproar in the Su residence because she had not yet married, and becoming pregnant before marriage was something very hard to accept. What angered Old Master Su even more was that Su Yuqing could not say who the father of the child was. Only when her belly grew larger day by day could the matter no longer be concealed. Naturally, the Su family did not believe this absurd explanation. Old Master Su flew into a rage and wanted to abort the child, but Su Yuqing showed the firm resolve of a mother and refused no matter what. Thus, after enduring countless hardships, she finally gave birth to Su Xiaomei. Su Yuqing's body had already been frail to begin with, and after becoming pregnant, she was not properly cared for. After all that torment, her health deteriorated even further. So only a few days after giving birth to Su Xiaomei, she died with lingering regrets. Who would have thought that not long after Su Xiaomei was born, she would be struck by a strange illness? Her entire body burned with heat, and she even had to constantly use ice to cool herself just to endure it. The Su family invited every famous physician in the capital, but all of them were helpless. It was only when Li Fan appeared that things changed. After hearing Scholar Su's account, Li Fan raised his head and looked at the sky of this world as if deep in thought, born in response to the mandate of heaven. Perhaps that could explain why Su Xiaomei's talent was so astonishing. It was just that, according to the original course of history, no matter how peerless her gifts were, she would still have found it difficult to escape death in the face of tribulation. Throughout the entire cultivation world, how many people with talents as heaven-defying as Su Xiaomei's had ultimately died in obscurity, just like ordinary people? From this perspective, the heavenly Tao was indeed fair. The matter here was finished. Li Fan let out a soft sigh, summoned the grand evolution boat, and swiftly departed. Before long, he returned smoothly and safely to Glazed Glass Island. Within a Mountain River Star Dipper array, Li Fan handed the storage ring to He Jinghao. He Jinghao seemed distracted, merely giving it a casual glance before putting it away, then turning his attention back to an ancient mirror in front of him. Judging from its appearance, it somewhat resembled the heavenly profound mirror. Following He Jinghao's gaze, Li Fan saw a line of small text displayed on the mirror surface. Spirit Mistgrass, current price, 15 contribution points per stock. The number 15 kept fluctuating, sometimes jumping to 16, sometimes quickly dropping back to 14. He Jinghao stared fixedly at the mirror as if he had encountered something unbelievable, muttering non-stop, "Increase. Go on, increase some more. Let me see you rise." Li Fan asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist, what are you doing?" He Jinghao's eyes remained glued to the mirror. He sighed, looking vexed. "There's something you don't know, fellow Taoist. A few days ago, not long after you left, I received a reliable piece of news." He continued, "An island that grew spirit mist grass was attacked by sea beast, and more than half the grass on the island was destroyed. At the time, the news had not yet spread, so I wanted to seize the chance and make a fortune. I poured all my assets in the heavenly profound mirror into hoarding a large quantity of spirit mist grass. At first, the price of spirit mist grass really did rise a little, from 20 points per stock to 25. But who would have thought that before I could even sell it, the price would suddenly collapse? It dropped all the way from 25 to 13 points in one go, nearly cut in half." As he spoke, He Jinghao looked heartbroken. Fortunately, the price had risen a little recently and returned to around 15 points. Hearing this, Li Fan could not help but say, "In that case, fellow Taoist, why not take the opportunity to sell off all the spirit mist grass in your hands? At least you could recover some of your capital." He Jinghao immediately shook his head. "How could I? Nearly 100 years of savings have all gone into this. At the very least, I have to wait until it rises again before I sell." Li Fan thought to himself that this man was beyond saving. Before He Jinghao had even finished speaking, he suddenly cried out, "Why is it dropping again?" The numbers on a mirror jumped wildly. 13, 12, then 8, still falling. In the blink of an eye, the price of spirit mist grass collapsed like an avalanche, plunging from 15 points per stock straight down to 6 before finally stabilizing with difficulty. He Jinghao stood frozen, looking as though his soul had left his body, his face full of bewilderment as he muttered, "It'll rise again, right?" Seeing him like this, Li Fan could only offer a few words of comfort. This unusual fluctuation in the price of spirit mist grass had already caused a huge uproar on Myriad Immortals Island. After making a few inquiries, Li Fan quickly understood the source of it. As expected, true Lord Verdant Genesis had set a trap and ruthlessly harvested all those cultivators like He Jinghao who wanted to profit from the opportunity. It was true that the island growing spirit mist grass had been damaged, and so once the news was confirmed, many people immediately rushed in, hoping to make a profit. But what they did not know was that the Myriad Immortals Alliance had recently discovered a grotto heaven that had been sealed for 1,000 years. It was said that the place was filled with astonishingly rich wood aspect, spiritual energy, and densely packed with all kinds of precious spiritual plants. Spirit mist grass covered the place in abundance. One could kill several stalks just by walking a few steps. Previously, only the upper levels of the Myriad Immortals Alliance knew about this matter. It was not until the market had already fought itself bloody over Spirit Mistgrass that the news was suddenly released. No wonder the price of Spirit Mistgrass then dropped off a cliff. Li Fan shook his head and laughed with regret. It seems, fellow Taoist, he has no hope of recovering his capital. He then thought to himself that that big shot truly did not do things very kindly. The market really was dangerous. In the end, Li Fan received 1,171 contribution points from He Zhenghao, and together with the remaining 125 points from before, it was barely enough for him to get by for a while. After thinking for a bit, Li Fan did not choose to enter seclusion immediately. Instead, he went to look for information on Sikong Yi. Earlier, he had heard that this man was able to obtain a large number of invisibility talismans from the Myriad Immortals Alliance offices, which clearly meant he had some means. Taking advantage of the chance, Li Fan planned to buy a few talismans while also testing whether he could learn anything related to Sikong Yi from him. Following the information he found in the Heavenly Profound Mirror, Li Fan arrived at the corresponding location, 1,000 Miles Hall. Looking up at the somewhat crooked signboard, Li Fan stepped inside. The shop was not large, and all kinds of miscellaneous items were strewn across the floor. From inside came the voice of a man, somewhat indistinct but full of irritation. I'm telling you, these 10 invisibility talismans have to be traded at the price we agreed on before. I don't care how low the market price has fallen now. What? You want to cancel the transaction and even forfeit the deposit? Bang! The sound of a hand slamming a table rang out. The man shouted angrily, "Bastard, do you think I, 2 yuan, am easy to bully?" He was a dark-skinned man with patchy facial hair. But the moment he finished shouting, he immediately wilted and muttered, "It's over. It's over. I, 2 yuan, have never done business at a loss before. Who would have thought that this time I'd be stuck with a whole pile of invisibility talismans?" Only then did he notice that someone had entered the shop, but he could not see the person's appearance clearly. Obviously, the other party was using an invisibility talisman. Li Fan spoke and asked, "How much are the invisibility talismans?" 2 yuan's eyes immediately lit up and his spirits rose. 10 contribution points per talisman. How many do you need? If you buy more than 10, I'll give you 20% off. If you buy more than 100, I'll give you 50% off. Li Fan Lauga. Why would I buy that many? 5 or 6 are enough. After a pause, he added, "Besides, there's a problem with your price. Before coming here, I just bought one from the Heavenly Profound Mirror. An invisibility talisman that can block the probing of a golden core cultivator is only 20 points right now. How can low-quality goods like yours be sold at such a high price?" Hearing this, 2 yuan's face twitched, and he hurriedly changed his offer. 8 points per talisman. It can't go any lower. You should know that talisman making also has costs. Li Fan said, "Fine, give me 6. He did not haggle further. No need to return the change. After putting away the invisibility talismans, Li Fan casually asked, "Do you take jobs investigating cultivators?" Upon hearing this, 2 yuan immediately grew wary and stared at Li Fan for quite a while. After hesitating, he gritted his teeth and said, "I do." Then he sighed. "Why wouldn't I? With my business taking such a huge loss, how can I survive without taking on some side work?" Lowering his voice, he asked, "What's the name? And what cultivation level?" Li Fan replied, "Sikong Yi, mid-stage Qi refining." Hearing that it was only a mid-stage Qi refining cultivator, 2 yuan instantly relaxed and patted his chest. "Don't worry, he's just a minor Qi refining cultivator. I guarantee I'll investigate his background thoroughly for you." He hesitated a moment. "It's just that the price." Li Fan smilat finely. "He's just a Qi refining cultivator. It shouldn't be very expensive, right?" 2 yuan looked like he wanted to slap himself and said awkwardly, "This line of work is dangerous, one way or another. How about 80 contribution points? Or 40 points? It really can't go any lower." Li Fan shook his head. 2 yuan quickly said, "You're driving the price down too hard. How about 60 points? Otherwise, this will be another deal at a loss." Seeing Li Fan turn to leave, he hurriedly cried out, 50 points. "Take it or leave it." Li Fan said calmly, 50 points. 2 yuan could only grit his teeth. "Fine, fine, fine. Pay me 10 contribution points in advance first." As he spoke, he handed Li Fan a message talisman. "When I get results, I'll use this to notify you." Li Fan accepted the talisman, then took out a mid-grade spirit stone and gave it to 2 yuan. After leaving 1,000 Miles Hall, he returned to the Heavenly Profound Mirror activated the Cultivation Assistance module, and began closed-door cultivation, deciding to first train the Bright Spirit Illusion art to the late stage of Chi refining before considering anything else. 1 month later, in the sea region of the Flame Star Islands east of the Songyun Sea, in order to test the might of the Illusion Spirit and incidentally earn some contribution points, Li Fan accepted a mission to hunt Crimson Flame sharks and collect the beast cores from their bodies. Deep beneath the sea, he concealed his aura and silently followed a school of Crimson Flame sharks. This school had more than 10 sharks and was surrounding and hunting a stray crimson seat whale. The crimson seat whale was enormous and fed year-round on flame crystals at the bottom of the sea, its hide and flesh as hard as a layer of rock. The crimson flame sharks, meanwhile, had sharp teeth, great speed, and extremely tight coordination. Looking at the scene before him, Li Fan knew the time had come. He circulated the Bright Spirit Illusion art, and the illusory spirit blue flame appeared, transforming into a thin streak of blue light. In an instant, it shot through the more than 10 crimson flame sharks and the crimson seat whale, then swiftly returned to his sea of consciousness. In just a moment, both the crimson flame sharks and the crimson seat whale froze in place. Immediately after, a surge of cold chi poured out from within their bodies, freezing them from the inside out. Their bodies remained in the same postures they had held while alive, but every trace of life had completely vanished. The power of the illusory spirit blue flame truly was extraordinary. Most of these sea beasts were equivalent to chi refining cultivators, and their thick hides and sturdy flesh made them difficult to hunt by ordinary means. Yet before the spiritual sense attack of the illusory spirit blue flame, they were like lambs awaiting slaughter, utterly unable to resist. Li Fan Nudda. This first test of the illusion spirit's killing power left him extremely satisfied. He was just about to go forward and harvest the beast cores from the crimson flame sharks when he suddenly sensed an enormously massive figure rapidly approaching from the deepest part of the seabed. Li Fan's expression changed immediately. He gave up the beast cores that were right within arm's reach and retreated at once. A dark brown deep-sea behemoth with a savage appearance suddenly emerged from the darkness of the ocean floor. On its forehead was a faintly protruding, strange growth. It resembled a dragon, yet was not a dragon. It resembled a fish, yet was not a fish. Opening its mouth wide, it swallowed the more than 10 crimson flame sharks and the crimson seat whale in a single gulp. Li Fan suddenly froze. This giant beast seemed to be the same one that had destroyed the island planted with spirit mistgrass before. As if remembering something, Li Fan was instantly stunned. Earlier, when he had accepted the mission to hunt crimson flame whales, he had happened to notice another bounty mission. Because that mission had some connection to him, he had looked at it carefully. It was a mission to hunt a dragon whale, worth 2,000 contribution points. He had never expected that this dragon whale would appear before him of its own accord, and not only that, it had even stolen the results of his mission. According to the bounty notice, it was this very dragon whale that had attacked and destroyed the Spirit Mist Grass Island before. The cultivator stationed on the island had been in Foundation establishment, yet had been completely unable to do anything to it. Later, a golden core cultivator from the Myriad Immortals Alliance had slowly made his way there. Yet even after taking a blow from that golden core cultivator, the dragon whale had not died. It had only been severely injured before escaping once more into the deep sea. Li Fan gave a soft laugh, narrowing his eyes. A Foundation establishment cultivator couldn't do anything to it, but that doesn't mean I can't kill it. The formless killing intent immediately locked onto the dragon whale. He muttered, "A dragon whale worth 2,000 contribution points dares to steal the fruits of my labor? How could I possibly endure that?" The whispering in his ears and the illusory scene before his eyes appeared once again. It was that same sense of being watched, but this time the side effects were much lighter than before. Li Fan quickly recovered. Looking at the dragon whale's figure about to disappear ahead, he immediately activated an invisibility talisman and silently followed behind it. The dragon whale had no idea at all that it had already been tightly marked by a strand of killing intent. For the next 20-odd days, the dragon whale was continuously attacked by countless strange beasts from the seabed. In a panic, it fled again and again, gradually growing exhausted and left on the verge of death. Taking advantage of the moment when its consciousness became muddled, Li Fan activated the illusory spirit blue flame and delivered the final killing blow. Afterward, he dismantled the dragon whale's corpse, gathered the miscellaneous items in its stomach, and stored them in his storage ring. There were also quite a few glazed glass pearls in the beast's stomach. After confirming that there would be no future trouble for himself, he quietly left. After appraisal, the Myriad Immortals Alliance confirmed that the dragon whale corpse Li Fan had submitted was indeed the same one that had attacked the island before. Thus, the reward of 2,000 contribution points belonged to him, plus the 450 points from before. At present, Li Fan had a total of 2,770 contribution points. With this amount, he could fully afford to choose a suitable cultivation method. What he currently lacked was a means of concealing his aura, something convenient for tracking others. Such cultivation methods were relatively rare, but if it was only at the Qi refining level, 2,770 points was enough. Li Fan began selecting within the heavenly profound mirror. At the same time, within the Myriad Immortals Alliance, the mission to hunt down the strange beast dragon whale, which had left quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators helpless, had actually been completed by a Qi refining cultivator. Some were astonished and asked, late-stage Qi refining, Li Fan? Who is this person? Others were puzzled. Wasn't it said that this dragon whale could forcibly withstand the attacks of a golden core cultivator? How did Li Fan manage to kill it? Could this person be concealing his cultivation? His true strength is indeed late-stage Qi refining. That's correct. I had someone verify it. Not long ago, he was recommended by He Jinghao to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Huh, and how exactly did he do it? Could he be carrying some precious treasure? Stop guessing. Zhou Peng sighed and said, according to the latest internal news, that kid was just lucky, that's all. As soon as those words were spoken, they immediately drew countless gazes. Someone asked, fellow Taoist Zhou Peng, what do you mean by that? Others chimed in as well. Exactly. How could it be possible if it was only luck? Zhou Peng shook his head and sighed. I can hardly believe it myself, but it's true. After the dragon whale's corpse was delivered to the Heavenly Secrets Hall for Elder Gongsuen's analysis, his conclusion was that before it died, it had already fought at least 3 giant beasts of the same rank beneath the sea. He continued, most of the wounds on its body were caused by those giant beasts. Before it died, that dragon whale was already at the end of its strength. Even if that kid hadn't struck, it wouldn't have lived much longer. After hearing this, the people around them immediately fell silent. Though it was somewhat hard to believe, everyone had heard of Elder Gongsun of the Heavenly Secrets Hall, so his conclusion was still highly credible. Someone sighed, that little Qi refining brat is unbelievably lucky. It makes people jealous. That's 2,000 contribution points. Everyone around nodded in agreement. After a long period of searching and comparison, Li Fan finally identified the cultivation method he wanted, the shadow following art. The essence of this method was perfectly reflected in those 4 words, shadow following form. It excelled at tracking and concealment. Once it locked onto a target, it could cling to them like a shadow, making escape nearly impossible. The cultivator could also hide within darkness like a true shadow, rendering themselves undetectable to others. With such wondrous effects, the price was naturally not cheap, 1,800 contribution points. Li Fan did not hesitate in the slightest and bought it directly. Just as he was preparing to enter seclusion and cultivate, He Jinghao's communication spirit talisman suddenly sent a message. He Jinghao said excitedly, fellow Taoist Li Fan, I never expected that the cultivator who killed the dragon whale was actually you. I thought it was just someone with the same name, same surname, and the same cultivation level as you. He continued, someone came to ask me about your situation, and only then did I confirm it. Haha, good. Consider it a way to vent my anger for me. You have no idea. These past few days, every time I closed my eyes, all I saw was the price of spirit mist grass crashing. Li Fan was silent for a moment before replying. It was just good luck. While carrying out a mission, I happened to run into the dragon whale fighting giant beasts, so I picked up a little profit. Not long after, He Jinghao immediately replied, luck is also a part of strength. With talent and fortune as extraordinary as yours, fellow Taoist, you will surely step onto the great Tao in the future. Before Li Fan had even thought of how to answer, another message from He Jinghao arrived. He Jinghao said, as it happens, there's something I'd like to ask your help with. I wonder if that would be possible. Li Fan asked, oh, what is it? He Jinghao replied, well, I want to ask you to take over for me as the warden of Glazed Glass Island. I wonder what you think. Acting island warden? Li Fan was a little curious. He Jinghao hurriedly explained, because of the spirit mist grass incident, I've practically lost all the savings I accumulated over many years. I can feel myself getting farther and farther from the nascent soul technique I want to redeem, and I'm truly unwilling to accept that. By coincidence, several friends recently discovered an ancient cave estate and invited me to explore it with them. According to them, this cave estate was probably sealed off before the Great Calamity descended. There should definitely be quite a few rare treasures inside. It's even possible that cultivation techniques may exist there. If I can gain something from it, then at least I may be able to make up for some of my losses. So I've decided to risk it. Li Fan pondered for a moment. Instead of answering immediately, he asked, "How long do you need me to act as island warden?" He Jinghao quickly answered, "Not long. At the least, 2 years. At most, around 3 or 4 years. I'm sorry, but I truly can't help with this matter. I have a premonition that I'm about to break through. Within 2 years, I will definitely have to go out and seek opportunities, so there's no way I can stay stationed on Glazed Glass Island for that long." With just over a year left before the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace opened, Li Fan would never miss the chance to enter first over a mere bit of contribution points from guarding the island, so he decisively refused He Jinghao's request. He Jinghao said regretfully, "I see. Then I can only find someone else. I also wish you an early success in reaching Foundation establishment." The communication spirit talisman fell silent again. Li Fan did not mind the expenditure of contribution points and directly activated assisted cultivation mode to begin cultivating the shadow following art. With the dual enhancement of Spirit Awakening and the exquisite Glazed Glass Pearl, Li Fan reached late stage Qi refining in less than 10 days. At that point, Li Fan began testing the effects of the shadow following art. He spent 100 contribution points to simulate a pursuit against a late-stage Qi refining cultivator within the heavenly profound mirror. The surrounding space transformed into an unbroken mountain range. In the forests, a figure was rapidly fleeing into the distance. That was the pursuit target. Watching the opponent's back grow farther and farther away, Li Fan moved his divine sense slightly. His body suddenly darkened, as if covered by a layer of black veil, making his presence even harder to detect in the shadows. Compared to merely riding the wind in flight before, Li Fan's speed had now clearly increased, as if some vague connection had formed with the target he had locked onto. When the other party was just about to completely vanish from sight, Li Fan suddenly accelerated and flew after him. The faster the other party moved, the more Li Fan's speed increased accordingly to a certain degree. He was like the other party's shadow itself, making escape impossible, and at the same time he could continuously pass through patches of darkness on the ground to pursue them. In this way, before long, Li Fan had caught up to the figure ahead. The surrounding scene gradually blurred. The illusion of rivers and mountains, along with the cultivator, simultaneously dissolved, and the space once more returned to total darkness. The pursuit had ended. Li Fan was very satisfied with the shadow following art. Everything was now ready. All that remained was to wait for intelligence from Xiao Tuxuan. As the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace officially prepared to open 2 months later on Myriad Immortals Island at 1,000 Miles Hall, after receiving Xiao Tuxuan's message, Li Fan hurried over as soon as he activated the invisibility talisman. The moment they met, Li Fan pretended to be angry and said, "Is this how your 1,000 Miles Hall does business? He's just a minor Qi refining cultivator, yet it took you this long to find information. I thought you'd forgotten all about this matter. I was just about to find someone else to handle it." Xiao Tuxuan looked somewhat embarrassed and quickly pulled Li Fan inside, while also activating the shop's formation to block outside probing. Only then did he lower his voice and explain, "Keep your voice down. There really is a reason this was delayed so long." Li Fan gave a light snort, his expression shifting slightly as he waited for him to continue. Xiao Tuxuan gave a bitter smile. "To tell you the truth, the difficulty of this mission was beyond my expectations. The 50 contribution points we agreed on last time were really too little. Do you know? This time, I even had to ask a late-stage Foundation establishment senior for help before it was completed." He stared at Li Fan, his meaning all too obvious. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and asked coldly, "You want to go back on our agreement?" Xiao Tuxuan hurriedly waved his hands. No, it's just, give a little more." Li Fan turned and prepared to leave. Xiao Tuxuan cried out in panic, Don't. He jumped up and said anxiously, "Oh, my dear grandpa, I'm really having a hard time here. I've lost money on 2 deals in a row." Fine, we'll stick to the agreement. 50 it is. grinding his teeth, he said, "Including the deposit from before, that makes exactly 50 contribution points." Li Fan coldly tossed out 4 medium-grade spirit stones. Xiao Tuxuan accepted them with a pained expression and muttered, "Making a bit of money off you really isn't easy." As he spoke, he handed Li Fan a jade slip. Li Fan accepted it and scanned through it with his divine sense. A strange look appeared on his face. 2 people? He frowned slightly and immediately felt that this might be troublesome. According to the intelligence Xiao Tuxuan had gathered, Sikong, he usually lived in seclusion and rarely showed himself. He had a close friend named Bailey Chun, also a male cultivator whose strength was slightly weaker, only at mid-stage chi refining. The relationship between Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun seemed extremely close. Whenever they went out to act, the two were always together, inseparable as shadow and form. Normally, both of them stayed on Myriad Immortals Island. Aside from doing missions to accumulate contribution points, they hardly ever went elsewhere. But during Xiao Tuxuan's investigation, these two suddenly vanished under mysterious circumstances. After leaving Myriad Immortals Island, they disappeared without a trace, and no one knew where they had gone. Who is this Bailey Chun? Why do I have no impression of him at all? Li Fan thought carefully, but still could not find any information about Bailey Chun in his memories. It seemed highly likely that this man had died within the ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. He simply had not expected that this time the target would not be only one person. It seemed that what he had prepared beforehand was still not enough. Fortunately, there was still plenty of time. Thoughts churning in his mind, Li Fan began making plans again from the beginning. Watching Li Fan's departing figure, Xiao Tuxuan stroked the spirit stones in his hand and let out a cold laugh. He muttered, "One of you is mysterious and of unknown origin. The other never shows his face and has unclear motives. I really want to see what exactly the two of you are plotting." 1 year later, in the 11th year, at the center of the Songyun Sea, thunderstorms that had lasted for months still roared endlessly across the sky. Layer upon layer of dense clouds, like towering walls, encircled the center of the vortex. This abnormal phenomenon naturally drew countless cultivators to gather there. Over the past several months, the number of cultivators assembled there had steadily increased. This was precisely the place where the ruins of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace were about to emerge. Naturally, Li Fan was among them as well. His gaze swept across the crowd, then paused on Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun, though he revealed no sign of it. After that, he spotted Xiao Tuxuan's figure again. Xiao Tuxuan was staring intently at the cloud vortex in the sky, his expression somewhat excited. As the vortex continued to spin, it seemed that some incomprehensible suction force was gradually taking shape. The clouds above the entire Songyun Sea were being pulled over, converging toward the center. The scale of the vortex grew ever larger, filling the entire field of vision. Merely looking up at it made one feel suffocated. The frequency of the blue bolts of lightning at the center of the vortex increased along with it. Finally, when everything reached its limit, the blue light at the center suddenly erupted, and a ring of blue radiance spread outward from the center. The halo expanded at an astonishing speed. When everyone first saw it, it was still within the vortex, but in the blink of an eye, it had already swept across every cultivator present. Before anyone had time to show shock, all the cultivators touched by the blue light slowly vanished in place like phantoms. The blue light continued spreading outward. The battle at the front lines is tense, and all the great sects have suffered heavy losses. Our Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, as the leader of the sects of the Songyun Sea, must shoulder even greater responsibility. Who knows how many senior and junior brothers have already died on the battlefield. Before I left, Marshal Uncle the Sect Master entrusted me with the task of gathering resources outside, and I absolutely must not fail that trust. Fortunately, this trip has yielded quite a lot. He raised his head and looked around, only to see that on a vast plaza lay hundreds of cultivators sprawled all over the ground. However, All of their clothing had transformed into a style interwoven with blue and white, and on them the two faint characters for cloud water could be seen. Looking at the scene before him, Li Fan recalled the memories from his previous life and immediately confirmed that he had successfully entered the interior of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. Thus, he secretly concealed his aura and remained motionless. As time passed, the cultivators on the plaza gradually woke up one after another. After seeing their surroundings clearly, some immediately grew agitated. One person asked in confusion, "What's going on? Where is this place? I remember we were beside that cloud vortex." Another said in shock, "Also, what's with the clothes we're wearing?" Among the crowd stood a man in white robes, upright, with sword-like brows and bright eyes, muttering something to himself. The white-robed man was rather handsome, but his expression carried a few traces of carelessness. Looking around, the others discovered that he alone was obviously different from the rest of the cultivators. At that moment, someone spoke up and demanded, "Hey, you in white, did you bring us here? Who are you and what do you want?" Only then did the white-robed man stop muttering. Looking at the crowd, he broke into a cheerful smile. He said, "So you finally all awakened. Next, stay quiet. I have a few things to tell you." Before he could finish, an impatient cultivator cut him off. "Enough nonsense. Tell us where this place is." The corners of the white-robed man's mouth lifted slightly into a smile. He shook his head, seeming somewhat helpless. No one saw him make any clear movement. With only a fleeting glance, a streak of blue light flashed. In the next moment, the head of the person who had just spoken fell to the ground. The plaza, which had still been noisy moments ago, became utterly silent in an instant. Every cultivator showed fear, and all at once understood the situation they were in. The white-robed man looked at the now silent crowd in satisfaction, then calmly continued. At last, some peace and quiet. "Then I'll continue. My name is Chin Tang. I am a chief of the transmission pavilion of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. You may call me Senior Brother Chin. All of you are outer disciples I recruited during this trip outside. Over the next few months, as long as you pass the various trials I set, you may officially join the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace." He paused, then continued. "Of course, there are a few things you absolutely must remember. First, you must show me sufficient respect. Whatever I say, you do. You have just seen the consequences of defying me. Second," Chin Tang continued speaking at length. The cultivators below appeared very quiet on the surface, but in reality they had long since begun communicating with one another through divine sense. Someone asked, "Does any fellow Taoist know what exactly this situation is?" "It's truly bizarre," another replied. "This Cloud Water Heavenly Palace is probably a sect ruin-shrouded in strangeness." Someone else questioned, "That Chin Tang, what exactly is he? A real person or something else? He's definitely not alive. Didn't you notice that there isn't the slightest aura on him?" Someone tried to calm the others. "Don't panic, everyone. Strange phenomena have their own rules. As long as we follow what Chin Tang says, there shouldn't be any danger for now." Li Fan silently observed Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. The expressions of both men remained as calm as ever, as though they had long known they would encounter such strangeness, or rather, they had already prepared for it in advance. Then he looked toward the white-robed Chin Tang again. At this point, Chin Tang finally finished speaking. He clapped his hands and said, "It's getting late today. I'll take you to rest first. Early tomorrow morning, we'll officially begin the trials. Follow me." With that, he turned and left the plaza. Most of the cultivators, including Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun, obediently followed behind Chin Tang. Li Fan also silently followed. Only a few people exchanged glances. Instead of following the crowd, they turned in the opposite direction and shot off elsewhere, intending to leave this place. Someone said in a low voice, "This place isn't fit to stay in for long. If we remain, it's death for sure. We might as well explore elsewhere in the ruins. Maybe there are treasures to be found." Chin Tang seemed not to notice these people's little actions at all, showing absolutely no reaction. Those who wanted to flee flew faster and faster, Yet they failed to notice that the farther they got from Qin Tang, the more blue light poured out from their bodies. In the end, once they had flown a certain distance, all of them turned into shriveled corpses and fell heavily to the ground. The cultivators walking behind Qin Tang were horrified at the sight. Someone said coldly, "What a bunch of idiots." They already knew they had encountered strangeness, yet they still dared run. They truly don't know how the word death is written. Another asked in confusion. There were Foundation establishment cultivators among them too. Why was there no heavenly phenomenon after they died? Someone explained, "Is this your first time hearing of strangeness, fellow Taoist? When strangeness covers a place, it forms its own rules. Most common laws stop working, which is why we have to be even more careful." As they walked, everyone continued exchanging messages with divine sense, each wearing a different expression. Before long, Qin Tang led the group to a towering building. At its center was a straight passageway, with small rooms distributed on both sides. Inside each room, there was no decoration at all, only 5 crude wooden beds. Qin Tang turned back and said, "All right, you'll rest here tonight. Gather at the plaza tomorrow morning. Now, choose your own rooms." After speaking, he shook his head, turned, and left. His voice faintly drifted back from a distance. "Oh, right. Remember to go to sleep early." After Qin Tang left, Si Kong, Yi, and Bailey Chun naturally stayed together. Li Fan had no choice but to select a room near theirs. He did not take the initiative to greet anyone. He lay directly on the bed and began circulating the profound yellow, clear heart mantra. The distracting thoughts in his heart quickly dissipated. Before long, he had fallen into a deep sleep. Seeing this, the other cultivators also gradually quieted down and forced themselves to go to sleep. But not everyone realized the danger that was about to arrive. Quite a few still gathered together, discussing what they had witnessed that day. Their expressions were excited, and it was hard for them to fall asleep. Time passed silently, and no one knew how long had gone by. Suddenly, all the light in the towering building vanished. In the darkness, Qin Tang's voice vaguely sounded out. These newcomers really don't listen. I already said you had to go to sleep early." He continued, "Why are there still so many people not resting at this hour? It won't be good if tomorrow's trial is delayed. Since you can't sleep, then let me help you." Immediately afterward, a succession of muffled popping sounds rang out, enough to make one's hair stand on end. No one knew how many cultivators died without even having time to let out a single scream. Only then did the remaining people realize that Qin Tang's instruction, "Remember to go to sleep early," had absolutely not been a joke, but was already too late. One by one, the cultivators' auras vanished from perception. Slaughter and death spread throughout the darkness. After the killing was done, Qin Tang's mood seemed to improve somewhat. He muttered, "This work is really tiring. If Marshal Uncle the Sect Master and all my senior brothers and senior sisters were here, it wouldn't be my turn to do this. How boring. There's nothing interesting at all. I might as well go drink." His voice drifted near and far, then gradually disappeared. Only now did the cultivators who had survived inside the building finally let out sighs of relief. This so-called sleep was something those who often suffered from insomnia understood all too well. If there were no worries weighing on the heart, then the moment one wanted to sleep, one could fall asleep at once. But the more one forced oneself to sleep, the harder it often became to drift off, sometimes even jolting awake right before falling fully asleep. What was more, quite a few of the cultivators here had long been accustomed to replacing sleep with closed-door cultivation, and had almost completely lost the ability to sleep naturally. Thus, even though they knew very well that failing to sleep meant death, many of them still could not fall asleep. And although they understood that Qin Tang might return at any moment, they had no other choice. Unfortunately, in Qin Tang's eyes, sleep and unconsciousness were obviously two entirely different concepts. So, in the middle of the night, Qin Tang appeared once more, bringing with him a storm of blood and slaughter. Early the next morning, when Li Fan woke up, what he saw were corpses strewn all across the floor of the building. Just as expected, Xiao Tushuan had failed to pass this ordeal. His corpse lay there silently, head severed from body. Li Fan naturally felt not the slightest bit of pity. Without any hesitation, he immediately headed straight for the square from yesterday. Having learned their lesson from the previous night, the cultivators were no longer scattered about and had obediently gathered in the square. Their numbers had clearly thinned, with only about 2/3 remaining compared to yesterday. The trial had not even officially begun, yet the losses were already this severe, leaving all the survivors in a gloomy and pessimistic state of mind. Li Fan knew very well that this was only the beginning. In the crowd, he spotted Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. His gaze merely swept over them once before withdrawing, and he quietly waited for Qin Tang to appear. Not long after, Qin Tang manifested before everyone. He held a wine gourd in his hand, raising his head as he walked and drinking from it. He shouted cheerfully, "Good wine, good wine." Then he looked at the surviving cultivators and said, "Good. It seems everyone has arrived. Then let us begin the first trial." He narrowed his eyes slightly, as though recalling something, and continued, "Master once said that in cultivating immortality and seeking the Tao, there are three most important things: talent, temperament, and fortune. Master believed talent was the most important, but I do not think so. In my view, temperament is what matters most. Therefore, the three trials I have arranged all relate to temperament." As he spoke, Qin Tang led everyone into a pavilion. The pavilion had 3 floors. On the first floor, where everyone now stood, were more than 100 bookshelves, each packed full of books. The crowd stared closely and discovered that every single volume was a cultivation method. Instantly, everyone's breathing grew rapid. At the same time, the same thought arose in every mind. This time we have truly stumbled upon great fortune. Just taking a little of this out would be enough to make up for decades of bitter cultivation. Greed gradually swelled in their hearts. Although they desperately coveted the cultivation methods on the shelves, remembering Qin Tang's previous display of power, no one dared act rashly. Qin Tang seemed not to notice the changes in everyone's hearts at all. Looking at the rows of bookshelves, a trace of nostalgia flashed through his eyes as he said slowly, "The heart that points toward the Tao lies in focus, in courage, and in perseverance. This first stage is a test of how concentrated you can be." He continued, "There are a total of 36,541 cultivation methods here. Over the coming period, you are to remain here and copy every one of them in full. The time limit is 3 months. Qin Tang said calmly, "After 3 months, I will make a combined assessment and examine both the quantity and quality of the methods you have copied." Hearing this, the cultivators present were overjoyed. So many cultivation methods, and they were actually being allowed to copy them. If they could record even a few of them, then even if they gained nothing else later, this venture would already have been more than worthwhile. Qin Tang seemed not to care in the slightest about everyone's reaction. He casually pointed to one side of the pavilion. Immediately, more than 100 sets of tables and chairs appeared, and on the tables were already placed brushes, ink, and paper. He said indifferently, "All right, begin. I hope you do not disappoint me." After speaking, he stretched and yawned, then added, I'm going to sleep first. Last night tired me to death." As soon as he finished speaking, he leaned against the wall and remained motionless, as though he had already fallen fast asleep. After hearing those words, the cultivators could no longer restrain themselves. They rushed toward the bookshelves and hurriedly pulled down cultivation methods to inspect. Someone said excitedly, "Quick, find the cultivation methods. We absolutely have to choose the strongest ones." After a while, a noisy uproar filled the pavilion. Someone cried out in shock, "How is this possible? The Golden 8 Blazing Fire art is a fire tribute cultivation method. It can be cultivated directly all the way to the nascent soul stage." Another shouted excitedly, this one, and this one too. They're all nascent soul cultivation methods. Haha, we've struck it rich. This time we've made a huge profit." Watching the cultivators act as though they had gone mad, Li Fan could not help but sneer inwardly. He casually took a cultivation method, chose a table and chair, sat down, and began copying. He did not study the contents in depth at all, merely patiently transcribing sentence after sentence, word after word, because he knew these cultivation methods were all illusory. In his previous life, the cultivators had explored this stage countless times and reached a conclusion about the cultivation methods that appeared here. During the trial, no matter what method one used to obtain them, one could indeed record the cultivation methods. But the moment one left the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, all such records would vanish, as if they had never existed. Although the cultivators here could all vaguely guess the truth, with nascent soul true methods right before their eyes, how many people could truly resist the temptation and refrain from reading them carefully? They copied, but as they wrote, they stopped. After stopping, they wrote again. In the end, unable to hold back, they turned fully to reading and abandoned copying altogether. There were even one or two who became directly immersed in the mysterious profundities of the cultivation methods, dawdling without any intention of copying them. Day after day passed like this. Continuous copying was, after all, a dry and exhausting task. With Chintang's previous lessons hanging over them, no one dared use spiritual power to gain an advantage anymore. Before long, some people could no longer endure and had no choice but to stop and rest. Some closed their eyes briefly to recover, then immediately continued copying. Others rested fully and carefully before returning. Only Li Fan had not rested for even a single moment. Besides him, there were still 2 or 3 others who also seemed tireless. Their endurance and spirit were exceptionally strong, perhaps thanks to cultivation methods they practiced. So even going without sleep or rest for long periods produced no abnormalities. As for Li Fan, he was enduring purely by force of will, because he knew that Chintang's evaluation in this stage concerned not only the number of cultivation methods copied and the number of mistakes contained in them. More importantly, there was another criterion as well: the length of time from the moment one picked up the brush to the moment one set it down. As Chintang had said earlier, the trial in this stage tested focus. Once one began copying a cultivation method, stopping for any reason whatsoever counted as an interruption of that focus. Li Fan did not let his attention wander in the slightest and completely immersed himself in copying the cultivation methods. All physical and mental exhaustion was forcibly suppressed by his powerful will. Who knew how much time had passed when Chintang's voice suddenly rang out beside everyone's ears. Oh, what a good sleep that was. He stretched lazily in the paper and brush before Li Fan suddenly disappeared. Chintang said calmly, "Time is up. Let me see how all of you performed." He clicked his tongue a few times and shook his head, truly getting worse and worse. Suddenly, he narrowed his eyes slightly, as if searching for something. Then Chintang softly uttered an "oh." Then he said, "Wait a moment, this is interesting." As though he had discovered something, he glanced at Li Fan, a smile curling at the corner of his mouth. However, Chintang said nothing further and quickly withdrew his gaze. Chintang announced, "The first trial has ended. Rest for a day tomorrow. The day after, we begin the second trial." With a wave of his hand, Li Fan felt something shift before his eyes. In the blink of an eye, everyone had returned to the tall building where they had previously rested. Chintang's figure no longer appeared, and only then did the cultivators finally relax. Their expressions were full of excitement as they began exchanging words with one another. Someone said enthusiastically, "This really is a great opportunity." I copied while memorizing at the same time and managed to remember 15 cultivation methods in total. Most of them are golden core methods, and I even memorized quite a bit from a few nascent soul methods. Another retorted, "What use is remembering so many? You still have to stay alive long enough to get out." Yet another disagreed. "You can't say that either. With my ability, if nothing unexpected happened, I would only ever reach foundation establishment in this lifetime. But now I was fortunate enough to glimpse the marvels of nascent soul methods. Even if I die tomorrow, I will have no regrets." Aside from such discussions, a few cultivators also turned their attention to the belongings left behind by those who had died earlier. Unfortunately, after checking, all of them looked disappointed. Li Fan even heard someone not far away sneer coldly, "Stop thinking about it. I saw it that night. After Chintang killed them, all their storage rings and magical artifacts vanished completely. Nothing at all was left behind." Hearing this, Li Fan shook his head slightly. He was just about to return and get a good rest when he accidentally saw a corpse and could not help but freeze. It was Xiao Tuxuan's corpse. Now that 3 months had passed, the body had gradually revealed something abnormal. It did not look like an ordinary flesh and blood human body, but more like withered wood, displaying a dry, desiccated color. Li Fan tested it with a kick, and the sound it made was just like kicking a piece of wood. At that moment, a voice sounded behind him. "This is only a puppet, not his true body. It's one of Xiao Tuxuan's usual methods. No need to be surprised, fellow Taoist." Li Fan turned around and saw that the speaker was a qi refining cultivator. He cupped his hands and said, "Many thanks for your guidance, fellow Taoist. Are you also from the Myriad Immortals Alliance?" "Iya Malifan. From the way you speak, fellow Taoist, it seems you know this Xiao Tuxuan." The man nodded. That's right, I am Chunin, and I have been in the Myriad Immortals Alliance for more than 30 years. Chunin said with a smile. I wouldn't say I know him well, but after living on the island for a long time, one naturally learns a few things worth knowing. As for this Xiao Tu Xuan, he runs a general store on the island called Thousand Miles Hall, selling all sorts of things. I heard he has channels opened up through the Myriad Immortals Alliance, so he has done quite a bit of business in good goods. Besides that, he often sells information as well. It's just that this man never puts himself in danger. He always uses puppets to lead the way. Hearing this, Li Fan slowly nodded. Greedy for wealth and afraid of death, so that's how it is. Chunin laughed loudly. Fellow Taoist summarizes it perfectly. Those 4 words, greedy for wealth and afraid of death, really do describe Xiao Tu Xuan very accurately. After laughing, Chunin suddenly said, earlier, when I was copying cultivation methods in the library, everyone else was the same. When tired, they rested, recovered their strength, and then continued copying. Only fellow Taoist went on without pause for all 3 months. I truly admire that. I wonder what meaning there was in your actions this time. At that rate of copying, once body and mind grew exhausted later on, I fear it would have been hard for you to compare with those who rested often. I wonder if fellow Taoist could resolve this confusion of mine. After speaking, Chunin bowed slightly in inquiry. Li Fan pondered for a moment before replying, I wouldn't dare say there was some grand meaning to it. It was only intuition. The first test Qin Tang spoke of was focus. Only when the heart thinks of nothing else and is not disturbed by external things can one achieve absolute concentration. Is bodily and mental exhaustion not also an external disturbance? If one stops because of that, then would that not mean one is no longer fully focused? These are merely some personal thoughts of mine. Fellow Taoist may listen to them if you wish. Li Fan spoke modestly. Hearing this, Chunin appeared thoughtful. Li Fan said nothing further and returned to his room to rest. On the second day, Qin Tang indeed did not appear. By the morning of the third day, Qin Tang staggered into everyone's presence while drinking wine. He laughed heartily. Good wine, good wine. He squinted as he sized up the cultivators, then said, Today we begin the second trial. This time, I want to test your courage. The immortal path is long, with countless hardships and sufferings. Do you have enough courage to face them all? Everyone only felt their vision blur. In the blink of an eye, they had left the pavilion and appeared by the seashore. Their cultivation realms and all their spiritual power had been sealed, making them no different from mortals. But Qin Tang himself was nowhere to be seen. Only his voice drifted over from afar. I will be waiting for you on the opposite shore. Use your courage to cross this ocean. Hearing this, everyone looked at one another. One bold cultivator stepped to the shore and took a step outward. The seawater immediately froze into ice, supporting his body. Seeing someone take the lead, the others also stopped waiting and entered the sea one after another. Li Fan saw that Bailey Chun had also stepped into the sea. Only Sikong Yi remained standing at the shore, still making no move. Li Fan paid no further attention, focused his mind, and slowly stepped onto the surface of the sea. Beneath his feet, ice gradually formed. Within his field of vision, the figures of the others had already vanished. The sea stretched vast and boundless, and in a short while he was the only one left, alone and solitary. Li Fan's expression remained calm as he advanced step by step. The moon overhead gradually climbed higher. Who knew how much time had passed, yet the surrounding scenery remained unchanged. This ocean seemed to have no end, even though Li Fan already knew the answer in advance. A trace of helplessness and hesitation still rose in his heart. Right at that moment, he could clearly feel that the ice beneath his feet was gradually becoming thinner. Taking a deep breath, Li Fan dispelled the fear in his heart. He continued resolutely forward, and the ice beneath his feet thickened once more. This second stage tested courage, but not only the courage to face the external world, it also tested the courage to face one's own heart. On the boundless sea, he walked for a very long time and still could not see the far shore. As he walked, Li Fan asked himself, Am I worried that I have lost my direction? Am I worried whether this ocean has an end at all? Am I afraid of losing courage? Or have I already begun to resign myself and no longer wish to go on? Step by step, he temporarily forgot external things and only kept interrogating himself. This frozen sea was like the immortal path. The road ahead was hazy, with no end in sight. Time flowed on, seemingly without limit. Even knowing this was a test, and that it would eventually end, Li Fan's heart still wavered many times. Because this journey across the sea was truly far too long. 1 year, 2 years, then several decades passed. Li Fan's hair turned completely white, and his body gradually bent with age. Yet he still did not stop and continued onward. Whenever his heart wavered, he would strengthen his conviction once more and take another step. Only when his aged body had grown too weak to walk any farther did he finally collapse, exhausted, onto the surface of the sea. His vision gradually blurred. Before his consciousness faded, Li Fan seemed to see, not far ahead, Qin Tang standing there on the shore in white robes. Qin Tang raised his wine flask toward him, smiled, and then took a drink. When he opened his eyes, Li Fan discovered that he was still inside the building with the other cultivators. It was only that, in memory, they had gone through a very long stretch of time, causing dazed expressions to appear on many faces. Only after a long while did they gradually recover themselves. Qin Tang said, "Crossing the river of ninefold nether is easy. Crossing the sea within one's heart is what is difficult. The second stage, the test of courage, has ended. Tomorrow morning, we will conduct the final test." After saying this, he kept hold of the wine flask and staggered away. And so, the second day passed very quickly. On the morning of the third day, Qin Tang appeared before everyone as usual. But this time, he was not drinking, nor was he drunk. Instead, he looked extremely sober. Qin Tang looked at the cultivators seriously and said, "Today is the final trial. On the path of cultivation, you will encounter countless hardships and temptations. Can you persevere to the end without changing your original heart? Let me wait and see." As he spoke, everyone only felt darkness descend before their eyes, and then they lost consciousness. In a remote little village, Li Fan lay on a rooftop watching the evening glow gradually fade, always feeling that he had forgotten something. He grew up in a mountain village. Every day, he lived a plain and ordinary life. He worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Thus 15 years passed in peace and ease. If life continued like this, it did not seem there was anything bad about it. Yet, deep in his heart, there was always a subtle stirring, as though his life should not end so ordinarily. A voice called out, "Fanner, Fanner, where are you? Come home and eat." Li Fan was indifferent to his mother's call. He tilted his head back and looked up at the sky, watching the flocks of birds soar freely, watching the sun and moon move in their courses, subject to no one's control, and fell into a trance of thought. Not until night descended and the stars filled the heavens did he, standing beneath the vast universe, suddenly feel himself incomparably small. He simply kept watching like that the whole night through. When dawn was about to break, he suddenly awoke to clarity, turned over, and jumped down. He walked into the house and said loudly to his still slumbering mother, "Mother, call off the marriage arrangement with the second daughter of the neighboring family. I do not want to marry. I want to cultivate immortality." After saying that, amid his mother's crying, he packed his things, stepped out the door, and set foot on the road in search of immortals. Half a year later, while exploring deep in the mountains, Li Fan unfortunately died beneath a tiger's claws. Before a dilapidated Taoist temple, firelight flickered without end, and weeping echoed everywhere. Li Fan stood there, utterly bewildered. A timid voice sounded beside him. "Senior brother, Master is dead. What will become of our cloud-rising temple from now on?" Li Fan was just about to speak when angry voices rose all around him. "What else can we do? Of course we divide up the things in the temple and head down the mountain. We only suffered through all that hardship to come worship here because we thought we could become immortals." Who would have thought this old Taoist was just a fraud? Someone else chimed in, "That's right. If he were really an immortal, how could he suddenly fall ill and die?" The more everyone spoke, the more agitated they became. Li Fan himself did not know how to explain it. Was Master truly a swindler? Not long after, everyone looted the Taoist temple clean. Only Li Fan remained alone on the mountain. Clouds drifted across the endless sky. Could it be that what his master had taught him had also been a fabrication? Li Fan refused to believe that. He still felt that immortals truly existed. In the end, he did not go down the mountain. Even after growing old, he remained at the Taoist temple, watching clouds gather and winds sweep by. sky, the sun and moon shifting with the years. He devoted himself to comprehending it. Clouds drifted across the endless sky. But even after passing 50, he still failed to advance a single step. What a pitiable ending. A voice suddenly rang out. The tribulation clouds above Soaring Cloud Peak have gathered for so long and still have not descended. Could the might of this heavenly tribulation be even greater than when the sect master ascended back then? Another voice replied, "Of course. When it comes to talent and strategy, Little Martial Uncle has been hailed as the greatest person the Lishan Sword sect has seen in the past 1,000 years." Feeling the tribulation clouds above his head continuously building in power, Li Fan was filled with heroic spirit. 300 years of cultivation. What was there to fear from heavenly tribulation? A streak of sword light shot from Soaring Cloud Peak straight into the azure sky, splitting apart the tribulation clouds that filled the heavens. Sunlight pierced through the gap in the clouds and shone down upon the peak. Heavenly blossoms rained down in wild profusion, and the gate to the immortal realm suddenly opened. Li Fan leaped up and rushed into the immortal gate without the slightest hesitation. After entering the immortal realm, Li Fan discovered in anger that the seniors who had ascended and left the mountain long ago had all been slain by some unknown enemy. While cultivating, he also searched for the culprit behind it all. He brooded over it for 100 years, yet gained nothing. Then, during a secret exploration of an ancient hidden realm, he was ambushed by his own trusted companion and died in utter shock and unwillingness. The Northern Immortal Domain. Ever since 2,000 years ago, after Emperor Fan unified the Azure Heaven Immortal Domain, he began a bloody campaign of conquest. In recent years, with 5 immortal emperors and 16 immortal kings under his command, Emperor Fan's achievements had grown ever more peerless, his name shaking the world. In the end, only the Northern Immortal Domain remained in the entire immortal realm, barely clinging to life. Now that the great army had arrived, this domain would likely be completely destroyed within a year. It seems you have something you wish to ask me. Speak freely. There is no need to hesitate. Qin Tang stared at him and voiced the doubt in his heart. Since your majesty was still immortal, you endured untold hardships before becoming the heavenly emperor of one domain, wielding boundless power. The immortals of the immortal realm tremble at the mere mention of your name. But why is it that from beginning to end, your majesty has never once intended to stop? What is it that you are truly pursuing? After slaying the foolish heavenly emperors and unifying the entire immortal realm, what does your majesty plan to do afterward? Li Fan smiled faintly and said, "I seek only 2 words, eternal life." His voice was calm. Qin Tang froze, as if unable to believe his ears. Eternal life? With your majesty's current cultivation, is that still not eternal life? Unless something unexpected happens, living for several million years should not be difficult for your majesty. His face was full of astonishment, yet he could not understand it at all. Li Fan smiled and asked in return, "Living several million years, can that be called eternal life?" Then he continued in a cold, resolute voice, "What I want is to stand above gods and immortals alike, to endure as long as heaven and earth." His words were firm, allowing no rebuttal. Qin Tang wore a shocked expression, but then merely fell silent before revealing a satisfied smile. It was as if he had understood something. He knew that in this immortal realm, there was nothing left to test. Qin Tang thought to himself, "At this point, there is no need to continue the trial. The eternal trial is over." He knew that there was nothing more that could test this person. In this trial, an anomaly had appeared. Even if he created an endless world, he feared it still would not wear down this man's will to advance and never retreat. A trace of indescribable sadness flashed through Qin Tang's eyes. He thought to himself, if Master were still here and could see such a prodigy, he would surely be overjoyed. Amid a sigh, everyone gradually awakened from the illusion. It was still the original plaza. Some had just woken and were pale as sheets, while others had fallen into a state of enlightenment and gained some benefit. Looking at the varied reactions of the cultivators, Li Fan smiled and said, "All 3 trials have ended. Among you, some performed beyond my expectations, while others were utterly worthless." He looked over the crowd, his expression gradually softening as he said, "Martial Uncle Sect Master once said that our cloud water Water Heavenly Palace does not accept many disciples. Li Fan said calmly. In that case, half of you will remain. The cultivators, who had just been showing joy, immediately changed expression upon hearing this. Someone shouted in alarm. What do you mean by that? In their hearts, they all knew very well how they had performed in the 3 rounds of trials. Hearing Qin Tang say that half the cultivators would be killed, everyone was both frightened and enraged. Some thought to themselves, back then I only focused on copying down cultivation methods and didn't manage to record much at all. Others worried, I barely made it a few steps in the second trial before falling. This time I'm definitely dead. Still others panicked, thinking that in the illusion they had only indulged in pleasure, so they were probably among those to be eliminated. Driven into a corner, they all launched attacks at Qin Tang. Someone roared, we're going to die anyway. Let's stake it all against him. Li Fan was not angry at all and only sneered faintly. Qin Tang, chief of the transmission pavilion of Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, invites all of you to enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed hand seals. Following his movements, blue figures suddenly appeared around half of the cultivators. These figures were identical to their originals in appearance, aura, and even strength. The moment they appeared, they immediately attacked their targets and would not stop until death. Li Fan slowly said, Martial Uncle Sect Master is a strict man, but Master once taught me that one should not be utterly merciless. If you can survive against the mirror images of yourselves, I will not make things difficult for you. The half of the cultivators who were not attacked, including Li Fan, chose to retreat far from the battlefield to avoid being dragged in. Standing in a safe place, Li Fan observed the situation in the plaza. Those blue mirror images attacked with extreme ferocity. They knew no fatigue and could not be injured. Ordinary cultivators were no match for them at all. In a short time, they were pushed into complete disadvantage. Before long, quite a few cultivators had died miserably at the hands of their own mirror images. As one person after another fell, those still struggling sank into despair. Knowing they could not hold out much longer, they furiously cursed Qin Tang. Someone shouted, Wake up! What disciples are you talking about? Cloudwater Heavenly Palace collapsed. Who knows how many years ago? Master, Martial Uncle, it's all fake. Another person yelled. When the great calamity descended, didn't everyone slaughter each other? Hearing this, Qin Tang shook his head. Slaughter each other? The members of our Cloudwater Heavenly Palace respect and cherish one another with one heart. Even if we had to sacrifice ourselves for our fellow disciples, senior brothers, and junior brothers, we would never hesitate. How could we possibly slaughter each other? His voice gradually grew softer as he muttered, Great calamity, great calamity. He frowned as if suddenly remembering something. Great calamity. He kept repeating those 2 words. The sky above the plaza suddenly darkened. The blue mirror images attacking the cultivators also began to mutate as streams of black chi continuously poured out from within them. In only a moment, every mirror image had been dyed pitch black, making one's heart tremble with fear. These black mirror images were far more savage than before. In the blink of an eye, half of the cultivators who had already been resisting to exhaustion died, leaving only a few still struggling to prolong their lives. Qin Tang, meanwhile, had not yet recovered from his panic and kept muttering, Great calamity, great calamity. The ground of the plaza began to shake violently, while dark clouds rolled in overhead and thunder boomed without end. Even those who had not been attacked by the mirror images and were watching from the outside gradually began to feel that something was wrong. Someone said in panic, What's going on? Those people are already dead, so why haven't the mirror images disappeared? Another cried out in alarm. This is bad. They're targeting us now. These mirror images can't be killed at all. What are we supposed to do now? At that moment, Qin Tang seemed completely out of control, still muttering endlessly, Great calamity, great calamity. Just then, Li Fan slowly walked over to him. Holding a wine flask, he lightly patted Qin Tang on the shoulder and offered it to him. Qin Tang, caught in his panic, turned his head to look. Li Fan smiled and said, Senior brother Qin, have a drink. There's no need to worry. There is no great calamity at all. Qin Tang was stunned. Almost instinctively, he accepted the flask, raised it to his nose, sniffed it, and took a sip. Then he looked at Li Fan in confusion and muttered, No great calamity? Li Fan nodded, his voice certain. That's right. There was never any great calamity at all. Qin Tang's eyes gradually brightened. Holding the flask, he took a large gulp and kept murmuring, "No great calamity, no great calamity." After a long while, he burst into loud laughter. "Ha, you're right. There was never any great calamity at all." At last, Tang returned to normal, and the strange phenomena in the plaza vanished with it. The clouds dispersed, the winds calmed, and everything returned to its former state. Seeing this, everyone let out a long breath of relief, their eyes filled with gratitude as they looked toward Li Fan. Li Fan's heart stirred slightly. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had known how to resolve Tang's loss of control. Otherwise, this time there would likely have been more danger than safety. At that moment, he discovered two faint killing intents fixed on him. Though those two strands of killing intent were extremely weak, Li Fan was exceptionally sensitive to such things and could not possibly mistake them. Their owners were none other than Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. Faced with the killing intent of the two men, Li Fan pretended not to notice. But in secret, he silently used his formless killing intent to lock onto them in return. This brief interlude soon passed, and the slaughter between the cultivators and the mirror images also came to an end. In the end, only a few lucky survivors remained. Tang looked gently at those who had survived and said, "The trial is over. You may go." The cultivators had not yet understood what was happening, and just as they were about to speak, their bodies gradually turned faint and slowly disappeared from the plaza. Before long, only Li Fan remained alone in the plaza. Tang looked at him, a complicated expression appearing in his eyes, and asked, "Why haven't you left yet?" Li Fan smiled calmly and replied, "Senior brother still owes me a flask of good wine." As if not expecting such an answer, Tang was briefly stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. "Ha, that's right. I still owe you a flask of good wine." Tang's expression suddenly changed, growing serious. He raised his right hand and lightly tapped Li Fan's glabella with his index finger. In a deep voice, Tang said, "This Cloudwater dream art is a heart-blood creation that I alone developed over the course of my entire life. I hope you will not let it be lost." A moment later, Tang withdrew his hand, and Li Fan's figure also gradually began to fade. Li Fan said, "I will certainly not fail Senior Brother's trust." In the vast plaza, only Tang remained alone, though for the past several thousand years, it had always been this way. Lonely, he looked around in all directions and softly called out, "Martial uncle, master, senior sister." No one answered. Tang lifted the wine flask and took a drink. Li Fan's consciousness gradually returned. Before him stood a towering gate, upon which were written 4 large characters, "Cloudwater Heavenly Palace." Beneath the gate stood a stone statue. The statue had weathered into a miserable state, covered in cracks and breaks, and at the position of its heart was a large hole, as if it had once been pierced through. The face of the stone statue was blurred, but one could still make out a few traces of Tang's appearance. Li Fan silently gazed at the statue for a while, then took out a flask of wine from his storage ring. He gently placed it before the stone statue, then stepped through the gate and entered Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Inside, everything was shrouded in dense mist, making directions hard to distinguish. Most of the cultivators, after waking from Tang's illusion, had already left Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Only a few went deeper inside to continue exploring, gradually vanishing into the fog. Li Fan activated the shadow-following art and quickly followed the direction locked onto by his formless killing intent, searching for the traces of Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. It did not take long for him to find them. Hiding not far away, he concealed his aura and quietly followed behind. But strangely, Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun seemed very familiar with the layout of Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Every time they moved forward, it was as if they could see through the dead ends hidden in the mist and find new paths. Their goal was clear as they continuously skirted one fog-covered building after another and pressed deeper inside. Suddenly, the two of them stopped. Right after that, Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chin split up and quickly headed off in opposite directions. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and thought to himself, a divide-and-conquer tactic? Have they discovered me? After hesitating briefly, he still chose to pursue Sikong, Yi. Passing through the mist, he headed straight toward a building shaped like a tall tower. Sikong, Yi suddenly stopped at the foot of the tower, turned to look at Li Fan, and revealed a provocative smile before immediately darting inside. Li Fan let out a cold laugh and muttered, "Interesting. You want to use a deadly place in Cloudwater, Heavenly Palace, to kill me? If that's your plan, I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. With that, he also stepped into the demon refining tower. Looking at the towering structure hidden in the white mist and radiating a sinister aura, memories from Li Fan's previous life gradually surfaced in his mind. The demon refining tower was one of the most dangerous places in Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. In the 10 years since Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had opened, no cultivator had ever left this place alive. In his previous life, it was not until the 21st year, when a grand alchemy master encountered danger after entering this place, that the bizarre rules within were finally understood. The lower levels of the tower were lined with prison cells. After what seemed like an extremely long passage of time, only heaps of strange bones remained inside them, all carrying a demonic aura. The moment one stepped inside, waves of cold, gloomy wind could be felt blowing over, accompanied by a thick stench of rot and decay. Li Fan continued onward, heading straight toward the top of the tower. From afar, he heard a muttering voice repeating without cease. All my senior brothers and senior sisters are fighting and killing on the front lines, but I alone can't help at all. I must refine more pills. Only then can I help them increase their strength. Every day, I must refine one pill so that the senior brothers below can become stronger and stronger. But all the demons in this demon refining tower are already dead. There's no material left for alchemy. What should I do? A disheveled man in a loose green Taoist robe was sighing with a baffled expression. Beside him, 3 people were suspended in midair, tightly bound by invisible cords. One of them was Sikong-yi. The other 2 were cultivators who had also entered Cloudwater Heavenly Palace this time, though it was unclear why they had appeared here. Before Li Fan could make any move, he felt as if his hands and feet had been tightly bound, leaving him unable to move. Right after that, he was pulled upward and fixed in midair, exactly like the other 3. Because he had anticipated this situation, Li Fan did not panic at all. Only then did he hear clearly what the other 2 were saying. One cried out in panic, "Why is this happening? Didn't I already choose to leave? How'd I end up tied here the moment my vision blurred?" The other said in despair, "I'm finished. I clearly already left Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, yet I was still dragged back here." Just then, the man in the Taoist robe seemed to snap awake from his endless muttering and repeated, "Alchemy, alchemy." The man reached into his broad sleeve and, after a moment, took out 2 black pills. Scratching his head, he murmured, "I've finished refining this batch. I wonder how the medicinal effects are this time." Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. "Right? Didn't I catch a few bugs this time? Perfect. I'll use them to test the medicine." As he spoke, he looked toward Li Fan and the others who were bound in the air, his gaze sweeping across each of them. As that gaze passed over them, everyone felt a vicious chill, and no one dared move, holding their breath in silence. After watching them for a while, the man said, "Let's choose this one." His gaze settled on Sikong-yi. He stretched out his hand, picked up a pill, and looked coldly towards Sikong-yi. Li Fan immediately focused his mind. He wanted to see just what Sikong-yi's scheme was that he dared to lure him into this death trap. Sikong-yi's body floated toward the man in Taoist robes. During the process, his body gradually shrank. In the end, after turning into a tiny flying insect, he landed in the man's palm. The head of the flying insect vaguely showed a human face, wearing an expression of extreme terror. The robed man lightly caught the little insect as it frantically beat its wings, but all struggle was useless. One hand pinned the insect down while the other held the black pill. The pill was many times larger than the insect, yet it was still forced down its throat. The human-faced insect writhed in agony, and its belly quickly swelled, puffing up into a grotesque round lump. What surprised Li Fan was that Sikong-yi showed absolutely no resistance at all. After the pill entered its belly, it seemed to be digested very quickly. The swollen bulge gradually shrank, and then it directly turned into a puddle of green liquid. The man in Taoist robes shook his head, his face full of regret, and muttered, "Looks like this experiment failed too. The medicinal power was too strong." Sikong-yi died. Li Fan's heart jolted slightly. What had happened? Where had the change appeared? Could it be that, because he had followed him, everything had developed differently from his previous life? He quickly rejected the idea. No, that wasn't right. Sikong-yi had clearly lured him here to the demon refining tower on purpose. How could he die so easily, knowing full well that this was a deadly place and still bringing him here? Could it really have only been to trade lives? Just as Li Fan was still full of doubt, he suddenly sensed something and immediately looked up. He thought to himself, wait, his formless killing intent had once again locked onto a target outside the tower. Seekong Yi had clearly died, yet he had appeared outside the demon refining tower. It did not look like a puppet avatar. Li Fan stared intently at the pool of blue water, and a smile gradually appeared at the corner of his mouth. It seemed the two of them were hiding an even greater secret than he had imagined. But once he had set his eyes on them, that secret would be uncovered sooner or later. With his formless killing intent locking onto them, he was not worried that they would escape. For now, however, the most important thing was to find a way to leave this demon refining tower. The robed man's actions seemed to follow a pattern of their own. Li Fan could not interfere, so he could only wait patiently. Very soon, the second round of experiments began. The robed man looked at the two pills in his hand and muttered, "These two, let's try them one more time." At those words, the remaining two cultivators immediately showed extreme terror. But then he shook his head and put them away. Refined from the same furnace. They should be the same. The bound cultivator beside him trembled in despair, thinking that he would rather die at Qin Tang's hands. At least that would be a swift death. Standing nearby, Li Fan inwardly marveled. This bizarre creature swallowed pills, yet suffered no effects whatsoever. At this moment, the robed man took out another black pill and said, "Next, let's try this one." His gaze swept across them, as though choosing a target. He muttered, "Which one should I pick?" "This one, then." This time, he still did not choose Li Fan, leaving Li Fan unsure whether to count himself lucky or unfortunate. The cultivator who had been selected was immediately dragged forward through the air. Just like Seekong Yi before him, his body gradually shrank, turning into a human-faced worm. The robed man clamped the worm tightly in one hand, while with the other he directly stuffed the black pill into its mouth. As soon as the pill entered, it seemed to be digested instantly. The worm's belly began to shrink, and countless tiny black specks continuously burrowed out from inside. After escaping its body, those black specks did not scatter. Instead, they latched onto the human-faced worm and greedily gnawed at it. In only a few moments, the human face had been completely devoured, leaving nothing behind. The bizarre creature sighed, opened its mouth, and sucked all the densely packed black specks into its stomach. The robed man sighed again and muttered, failed again. Very soon, the third round of medicine testing arrived. Once again, Li Fan was not chosen. The bizarre thing took out 2 pink pills and stuffed them into the human-faced worm's mouth. Instantly, the human face exploded into a cloud of pink mist. Within that mist, faces twisted in agony continuously emerged. In the end, amid the bizarre creature's muttering, all the mist was sucked into his body as well, finally ending that seemingly endless torment. At this point, Li Fan was the only one left in the demon refining tower. The bizarre creature seemed ready to use him to test medicine. Right then, Li Fan opened his mouth and said, "Junior Brother Chong, I heard you no longer have enough materials for pill refinement." The robed man froze for a moment, then came to himself and said, "That's right. I really don't have enough pill refining materials. It's been a very long time since I refined any new pills." As if remembering something, his eyes lit up. "So it's Senior Brother. I thought it was some insect. Senior Brother, forgive me. I'll let you down at once." Daoist Chong hurriedly acted, and the ropes binding Li Fan were immediately undone. He held his head and lowered it, as though too ashamed to face his senior brother. Muttering, he said, "I messed things up again. It's always like this. I can't refine pills properly. My cultivation progresses too slowly, and I only drag everyone down." Li Fan stepped forward and said gently, "Don't say that, Junior Brother Chong. The pills you refine are very effective. Everyone likes them." Hearing this, Daoist Chong immediately raised his head and asked with eyes full of joy, "Really, Senior Brother? Everyone likes the pills I refine." Li Fan said sternly, "Do you not believe your Senior Brother's words?" Daoist Chong hastily shook his head. "No, if Senior Brother says so, then of course I believe it." But immediately afterward, he lowered his head dejectedly again. "It's just that I have no more pill refining materials, so I can't make pills for everyone anymore." Li Fan said softly, "It's all right. I won't be staying here either. Just refine your senior brother into a pill. That way everyone will still have pills to use." Daoist Chong was stunned. "Senior brother." Li Fan sighed and continued. Although I entered the sect early, my talent is lacking and my cultivation has always been low. The senior brothers and senior sisters are fighting and killing on the front lines, and only I am unable to help at all. Whenever I think of it, my heart aches, and I hate myself for being useless. So refine me into a pill. That way I can still be of some help. As he spoke, Li Fan grasped Daoist Chong's hand, his voice full of emotion. Daoist Chong looked at him with trembling eyes and said, "So senior brother is the same as me. But senior brother is even greater. You are willing to sacrifice yourself to help the senior brothers and senior sisters, while I only know how to hide, only know how to cower inside this tower." He clutched his head in pain, yanked at his hair, then said firmly, "No, I absolutely cannot stand by and watch senior brother sacrifice himself." As though suddenly thinking of something, Daoist Chong said excitedly to Li Fan, "Senior brother, I can refine pills for you. As long as you eat the pills I refine, your strength definitely won't stay low. At that time, you can still go to the front lines and help." As if he had found a purpose, Daoist Chong muttered, "I want to refine pills." He reached into his wide sleeve, and after a slight motion, before long he took out 2 golden pills. Smiling brightly, Daoist Chong presented them with both hands and said, "Senior brother, these are for you." Li Fan did not take the pills. Instead, he reached out and pulled open Daoist Chong's robe. Beneath that huge robe, there was only an empty skeleton with barely a little flesh and blood clinging to the bones. He was using his own flesh and blood to refine pills. Looking at the shocking scene before him, complicated emotions briefly rose in Li Fan's heart. This was what a bizarre existence was. Something trapped between life and death, between clarity and madness, bound by obsession, only able to operate according to fixed rules, repeating forever, unable to break free. Qin Tang was like this, and this Daoist Chong was no different. Seeing that Li Fan did not react, Daoist Chong raised the 2 golden pills and shook them in front of him, saying expectantly, "Senior brother, the pills." Li Fan shook his head lightly and said with regret, "My aptitude is too poor. Even if I eat these pills, my cultivation likely won't increase by much, so I cannot use them. It would be better to save them for the senior brothers with better aptitude. They would produce greater effects in their hands." Daoist Chong looked a little disappointed and was about to try persuading him, but Li Fan continued, "However, I would like to ask Junior Brother for a favor. I wonder if Junior Brother would agree." Hearing this, Daoist Chong brightened again and hurriedly replied, I agree. Whatever request Senior Brother has, just say it." Li Fan said slowly, "I want to learn from Junior Brother the method of catching insects." Every bizarre existence had its own rules. If one did not follow them, one would certainly die at their hands. But if one thoroughly grasped those rules, not only could one remain unharmed, one could also gain benefits. For example, with Qin Tang's stone statue earlier, if one performed well 3 times during his trial, then before leaving, one could offer a gourd of fine wine and request guidance. Based on one's performance, Qin Tang would either help increase one's cultivation or pass on a cultivation art. As for Daoist Chong, if one chose to swallow this golden pill, one could obtain his method of pill refinement. Only this was not an ordinary alchemical path, but the path of insect pills. Its materials were mostly taken from various bizarre flying insects, and the pills it produced also took the form of insects. Even more dangerous was that the more insect pills one refined, the more the refiner would gradually transform, eventually becoming like Daoist Chong, a being no longer quite human, yet not quite a ghost either. Therefore, Li Fan did not choose this golden pill as his reward. Instead, he chose another method, one whose value was in no way inferior to the path of insect pills. Hearing Li Fan say this, Daoist Chong looked a little embarrassed. "Senior Brother, that insect binding net, I usually only use it for play. Why would you want to learn that?" Li Fan explained seriously, "The senior brothers are fighting on the front lines. It is inevitable that some blind insects will harass them. Although my strength is low and I cannot personally charge in a battle to kill enemies, if I learn your insect-binding divine power, I can still assist from the side and help the senior brothers clean up those hateful insects." Hearing this, Daoist Chong seemed suddenly enlightened. "I never thought the insect-binding net could be used that way. Senior Brother, you're truly clever." He continued, "Senior Brother, I'll pass on the net-weaving method to you." As soon as he finished speaking, a few buzzing sounds came from behind Daoist Chong, and 4 pairs of transparent wings appeared. He reached his hand behind him, tore off one wing, and handed it to Li Fan, still stained with blood. The moment Li Fan touched the transparent wing, it immediately transformed into streams of radiance and was absorbed into his body. This was the innate divine power of insect binding. At the same time, before Li Fan's eyes, countless crisscrossing lines seemed to appear throughout heaven and earth. He felt as if he could manipulate these lines at will, weaving them into a giant net capable of capturing any living being within its range. The phantom image of the net gradually vanished, but Li Fan knew that he had already grasped an extremely powerful divine power. Having obtained the divine power, Li Fan did not wish to delay any longer. He said, "Junior brother Chong, I've already learned the net weaving method. I'm going to the front lines to find the senior brothers. Take care of yourself." Daoist Chong urged him on reluctantly. "Senior brother, you absolutely must be careful. You must return safely." After Li Fan disappeared from sight, the worry on his face gradually faded as well. No one knew how much time passed before Daoist Chong's muttering voice once more sounded within the silent demon refining tower. "All the senior brothers and senior sisters are on the front lines killing enemies, and only I am unable to help. I must refine more pills. Only then can I raise their strength." After leaving the demon refining tower, Li Fan sensed the locations of Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. They had already approached the central region of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, the Hall of Supreme Unity. Watching the two of them, it seemed that for some reason they had been forced to stop, advancing toward the center with turtle-like slowness, step by step. Li Fan immediately understood and let out a cold laugh as he sped toward them. In front of the Hall of Supreme Unity, countless broken swords were planted across the ground. Their blades intersected one another, forming a sword forest that blocked the front of the Great Hall. At this moment, Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun were stepping on sword hilts, moving one step at a time toward the Hall of Supreme Unity. Every time they advanced a single step, a corresponding phantom of the broken sword beneath their feet appeared above their heads, then stabbed straight through their hearts. No blood splashed out. After piercing through them, the phantom immediately vanished, causing no true injury, leaving behind only pain. But that pain made their entire bodies tremble without end, and sweat on their foreheads fell like raindrops. It took them a very long time to recover from each indescribable wave of agony. Then they would take a deep breath and continue stepping forward along the sword hilts. Another sword phantom would stab through them. This was the reason the two of them were advancing so slowly. Yet despite the extreme suffering, not a trace of retreat could be seen in either man's eyes. What they had struggled so hard to obtain was right ahead, practically within reach. How could they simply give it up? Firming their resolve, they gritted their teeth and continued forward. Just then, they sensed someone approaching from behind. Turning back to look, the shock in their hearts instantly became impossible to suppress. And both of them cried out at the same time, "It's you? How is that possible? Impossible. How could you come out of that hellish place alive?" The two spoke in unison, their faces filled with disbelief. Before the sword forest, Li Fan folded his arms and looked at the stricken Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun. He only sneered without answering, then stepped onto a sword hilt as if he meant to catch up to them. A phantom stabbed through him, and an intense, heart-rending pain immediately followed. Li Fan nearly lost control of his body and almost fell. Falling from the sword hilt would not kill him. It would merely teleport him back to the outermost edge of the sword forest, forcing him to start all over again. Of course, if anyone was foolish enough to try walking directly across the tops of the swords, then they would truly learn what it meant to have 10,000 swords pierce the heart. This was the trial of the sword forest before the Hall of Supreme Unity. Unlike other places in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, as long as one did not court death here, there was no fatal danger. At worst, one would simply experience the sensation of being pierced through the heart by one sword hilt after another. In his previous life, quite a few cultivators had gritted their teeth and endured the excruciating pain to pass through the sword forest and enter the Hall of Supreme Unity. Yet the Great Hall had been completely empty. There had been nothing inside. Could it be because the true treasure within the Hall of Supreme Unity had already been taken by Sikong, Yi from the very beginning? The opportunity inside this Hall of Supreme Unity was the Cloudwater Atlas. Although Li Fan could use the insect-binding divine power to capture the two of them right now, he could not guarantee that he would be able to force out of them exactly how the Cloudwater Atlas was obtained. As far as Li Fan knew, The ancient cultivation world had possessed a vicious, soul-searching technique that could forcibly read a cultivator's memories. Unfortunately, Li Fan did not yet know it. Therefore, to be safe, it was better to wait until these two had taken out the Cloud Water Atlas first. As Li Fan considered this inwardly, Lin Fan's illusory spirit suddenly appeared within his sea of consciousness, and his body temperature gradually dropped. Li Fan felt himself becoming incomparably calm and rational. No external thing could disturb the state of his heart. He stepped forward onto another sword hilt. Although he could still feel the pain, Li Fan felt no fear. He walked forward several steps in succession. Then, so as not to frighten Sikong, Yi, and the others too badly, he finally stopped and pretended to rest. Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun were already deeply shocked that Li Fan had not died. Now, seeing him getting closer and closer, their shock could not help but turn into anxiety. They immediately steeled themselves, gritted their teeth, and fiercely charged several steps forward. For sharp swords pierced through them at the same time, and the pain they brought was far from a simple addition. The layered agony multiplied several times over, making it almost impossible for the two to keep their footing. Fortunately, just as they were about to fall, they supported each other and barely stabilized themselves. Li Fan advanced 3 steps as well, then again put on the appearance of someone struggling to hold on. In this way, Li Fan always maintained a certain distance from them, lowering their guard, yet at the same time seeming eager to catch up, giving them a constant pressure, like prey being pursued by a hunting hound. Step by step, Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun drew closer and closer to the Hall of Supreme Unity. At last, they reached the end of the sword forest and jumped down from the sword hilts. The two collapsed to the ground as if all strength had left them. But with Li Fan pressing closer and closer from behind, they had no time to rest. In desperation, Bailey Chun pulled a blue token from his robes and shouted toward the Hall of Supreme Unity. The 165th generation direct disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, Bailey Chun, seeks an audience with Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity. Bailey Chen's voice echoed without end. Li Fan suddenly stopped mid-step and stared fixedly ahead. The majestic Hall of Supreme Unity seemed to come alive, slowly rising into the sky amid a deep rumbling. The ground beneath them began to shake. Boom! Boom! For enormous legs, like heavenly pillars, stretched out from beneath the Hall of Supreme Unity and slammed onto the earth. A monstrous head, savage beyond compare, appeared before Li Fan's eyes. The broken swords in the sword forest trembled endlessly, as if accompanying some eerie howl, and at last a gigantic black tortoise fully revealed itself. The Hall of Supreme Unity rested upon the giant tortoise's back, and as the tortoise slowly lifted itself, 2 black giant serpents emerged from within the hall. One wound forward around the head and neck, while the other extended behind, opening its bloody maw wide as the tortoise's tail. If this enormous turtle serpent-fused monster was already shocking enough in appearance, then the sight upon its body made Li Fan feel physically uncomfortable. Every inch of the creature's surface was covered with shattered swords stabbed into it. They were packed so densely that it was impossible to tell just how many blades had been driven into the monster's body. At a glance, it seemed as though the creature itself had been made entirely of swords, while the tiny sword forest before the Hall of Supreme Unity looked like nothing more than an utterly insignificant portion that had fallen from its body. The Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. After all these years, was he still alive, or had he become a bizarre existence like Qin Tang and Daoist Chon? Li Fan could not be sure. In his previous life, there had not been the slightest rumor about this Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity either. For a moment, Li Fan did not dare act rashly and only observe from afar. Bailey Chun was overwhelmed with excitement upon seeing the Patriarch's form. He knelt down and kowtowed repeatedly. "You call yourself Bailey Chun, a direct disciple of my Cloudwater Heavenly Palace?" An aged voice rang out. The turtle serpent monster slightly lowered its head, as if trying to see Bailey Chen's appearance clearly. Reporting to Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity, this disciple belongs to the Soaring Cloud lineage. Bailey Chun answered in a trembling voice. Soaring Cloud. The aged voice seemed to sink into memory. The aura is indeed that of the Soaring Cloud lineage. So that little fellow still left descendants in this world. The turtle serpent monster faintly felt that something was wrong, but he was already too old, so old that even simple thought had become difficult. The pain brought by the countless broken swords embedded in his body was like a vicious curse, constantly affecting his mind. After a moment of fruitless thought, he slowly spoke again. "Then why have you awakened me?" Bailey Chun seemed to let out a breath of relief. Suppressing his excited expression, he hurriedly said, "This disciple wishes to ask Patriarch to bestow the Cloud Water Atlas." "The Cloud Water Atlas? What is that? Let me think." After a moment, "So it's this. It's not something all that extraordinary." There was a trace of reminiscence in the tortoise serpent monster's voice. "Back then, Hanhai once said this thing could only be handed to disciples of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace. If you're a descendant of Floating Cloud." At this point, the tortoise serpent monster hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, "Then giving it to you does not seem inappropriate." Bailey Chin's face lit up with wild joy, and he could not stop himself from kowtowing. "Thank you, Patriarch. Thank you, Patriarch." Just as the tortoise serpent monster was about to hand the Cloud Water Atlas to Bailey Chun, a voice suddenly rang out. "Wait!" Bailey Chun and the tortoise serpent monster both looked toward the source of the voice. They saw Li Fan riding a banana leaf sword, rapidly approaching. Sword phantoms kept piercing through his body, but the pain seemed to have no effect on him at all. Li Fan hurried forward and quickly passed through the sword forest. He drifted down lightly, let out a breath, then cupped his hands toward the tortoise serpent monster. Disciple Li Fan is also a direct disciple of the Cloud Water Heavenly Palace, and I too ask Patriarch to bestow the Cloud Water Atlas upon me. As he spoke, he had already begun circulating the Cloud Water Dream Art, seeing the treasure about to fall into his hands. Only for an unexpected complication to arise at the most critical moment, Bailey Chun could not help but feel both shocked and furious. He glared at Li Fan and shouted angrily, "Where did this swindler come from? The disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace all died out long ago." Halfway through speaking, Bailey Chun realized the impropriety in his words and forcibly stopped himself. "Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity, please judge clearly. There is no way this man could be any kind of direct disciple," he said through gritted teeth to the tortoise serpent monster. But the tortoise serpent monster ignored him and instead carefully distinguished the aura of the technique circulating within Li Fan. The Cloudwater Dream Art. I never thought Chin Tang's boy would actually have a successor. Good. Perhaps because he was so excited, the tortoise serpent monster's enormous body trembled slightly, and the ferocity on his face eased a little. "That's right. My technique was personally transmitted by senior brother Chin Tang. So naturally, I count as a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace as well." Li Fan nodded and said calmly, without changing expression. Bailey Chun had never imagined that Li Fan's words were actually true, and his face immediately darkened. He and Si Kong simultaneously fixed Li Fan with a deadly stare, killing intent surging in their eyes. Sensing the rapidly swelling, killing intent from them, Li Fan bared his teeth in a smile in response. You're a direct disciple, and this boy is also a direct disciple. Both of you want this Cloudwater Atlas. This is truly troublesome." The tortoise serpent monster looked somewhat confused, his gaze moving back and forth between Li Fan and Bailey Chun. After a while, with his thoughts slowly turning, he finally came up with a solution. "In that case, let things proceed according to the sex rules. The two of you should compete against each other. Whoever wins, I will give this Cloudwater Atlas to him." The tortoise serpent monster seemed very pleased with his own idea. He shook his body and moved his stiff frame a little. One broken sword after another fell from his body and, following a highly unusual trajectory, descended to the edge of the sword forest below, expanding the size of the forest. Disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace respect and cherish one another. When the two of you spar, be careful to stop at the proper point, the tortoise serpent monster reminded them in that aged voice. Then countless broken swords flew out from his body and planted themselves into the ground around Li Fan and Si Kong, leaving only an empty area in the middle and forming a natural arena. You may begin, the tortoise-serpent monster said heavily. Li Fan smilat finely. Patriarch, rest assured, I will definitely spare junior brother Bailey's life. Bailey Chan did not answer, but the killing intent in his eyes had already reached its limit. Above his head, 21 constantly spinning blue water swords suddenly appeared, forming a sword formation. In an instant, they whistled toward Li Fan. Li Fan merely stretched out his right hand and lightly grabbed toward Bailey Chun. Everything was over. Even if he had 1,000 other methods, at this moment he could no longer use any of them. As if tightly wrapped by an invisible giant net, Bailey Chun was bound in midair in an instant, unable to move. The 24 water swords also dissipated halfway through their flight. Supreme Unity, who had been asleep for several thousand years, was now enthusiastically giving commentary. Yet because his thoughts seemed rusty, his explanations were always a beat too slow. Only after Bailey Chun had already been subdued by Li Fan did his voice slowly arrive. Not bad. It is the ocean-stilling sword art. He has already cultivated 21 swords. He is not far from major accomplishment. And this is that little insect's self-binding technique. I never thought he would actually pass it on to an outsider. As the tortoise-serpent monster explained, expressions of extreme shock appeared on the faces of Bailey Chun and Sikong at the same time. They naturally knew exactly what this effortless method Li Fan had used to restrain Bailey Chun was. It was clearly identical to the technique used by that strange Taoist inside the demon refining tower. Escaping from the hands of that bizarre Taoist was one thing, but to have even learned his divine ability as well. How had he done it? Could this man really be a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace? Otherwise, none of this could be explained at all. But the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had clearly all died in the great calamity thousands of years ago. Who exactly was he? Endless doubt and terror rose in the hearts of Bailey Chun and Sikong Yi. No, this man was far too mysterious. If they fell into his hands, looking at Li Fan's kind-looking face, the two of them suddenly came to the same thought. Escape. Then, under the watchful eyes of the tortoise-serpent monster and Li Fan, a bizarre scene occurred. Bailey Chun, who had been fixed in place by the insect-binding net, underwent a sudden transformation and in the blink of an eye became Sikong Yi. Meanwhile, Sikong Yi, who had been standing to the side watching the battle, now turned into Bailey Chen's appearance. It was not merely their appearances that were exchanged. Their auras, cultivation, and even the lock established by Li Fan's formless killing intent all switched in an instant. Li Fan's expression changed, and then he heard that Bailey Chun loudly say, "My skills are inferior to yours. I admit defeat. Let the Cloudwater Atlas go to senior brother. Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity, please send me out of this Cloudwater Heavenly Palace." The tortoise-serpent monster was also somewhat curious about the scene before his eyes and was just about to think it over when Bailey Chen's shout interrupted him. "You want to leave this place?" Leaving is good. Leaving is good." Amid the tortoise-serpent monster's sigh, a layer of blue light enveloped Bailey Chen's body. His figure twisted, and after shooting Li Fan a hateful glance, he vanished without a trace. As for the Sikong Yi whom Li Fan had bound, he lost all life in an instant. Under Li Fan's gaze, he slowly turned to ash, exactly like what had happened not long ago in the Demon Refining Tower. Within Li Fan's perception, outside the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, Sikong Yi once again appeared beside Bailey Chun. The two were fleeing this place at top speed with all their might. You want to escape? It won't be that easy. Under the lock of the formless killing intent. So long as they were not too far away, no matter what they did, they could not escape Li Fan's grasp. But instead of rushing after them, Li Fan asked the tortoise-serpent monster in front of him, "Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity, may I ask what technique Junior Brother Bailey was cultivating?" That exchanging a live person trick was truly rather miraculous. It seems familiar. I feel like I've heard of it somewhere. After a moment, he still said regretfully, "I'm old. My memory is not very good. I can't remember." While I still remember, I'll hand the Cloudwater Atlas over to you." The black snake coiled around Supreme Unity's skull opened its mouth, and a miniature Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, glowing with 5-colored light, slowly floated before Li Fan. Li Fan took it in hand, and sensed the information flowing into his mind, unable to help feeling somewhat stunned. This was it. This was also worth 100,000 contribution points. It turned out that the Cloudwater Atlas really was exactly what it appeared to be, merely a shrunken model of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Every major building and scene within the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had been faithfully reproduced in meticulous detail. Moreover, hidden inside were traces of the divine sense left behind by the disciples of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace from back then, preserved in a special way and turned into tiny little figures moving about within this miniature Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. If one sent one's divine sense through this 7-colored model, it would feel as if one were personally touring the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace of old. But aside from that, this Cloudwater Atlas truly did not seem to have any other special use. Perhaps the Cloudwater Atlas would be more appropriately called the Cloudwater Illustrated Record, or perhaps some other secret was hidden within it. Otherwise, why would someone offer a reward of 100,000 contribution points for it? Quite a few doubts immediately rose in Li Fan's heart, but this was not the time to get to the bottom of them. Putting the 7-colored model into his storage ring, Li Fan cupped his hands toward the tortoise serpent monster. Grand Patriarch of Supreme Unity, please send me out as well. I still have business to attend to with Junior Brother Bailey. After a moment, Supreme Unity's aged voice sounded. Leaving is good. Leaving is good. It was exactly the same reaction as when he had just sent Bailey Chin away. A burst of blue light enveloped Li Fan, and then Li Fan's figure disappeared as well. Song Yin Si. Li Fan's vision blurred, and he felt himself return to the Emerald Sea once more. Only now he was already outside the range of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace ruins in the Central Sea region. Sensing the positions of Sikong, Yi, and Bailey Chun, Li Fan activated the shadow-following art and sped after them. At the same time, the formless killing intent he had been hiding all along suddenly launched. Sikong, Yi, and the other man were instantly struck, their speed slowing sharply. Meanwhile, Li Fan's speed continued to increase. The distance between them grew smaller and smaller. Before long, he could already vaguely see their figures. Who exactly are you? I already yielded the Cloudwater Atlas to you, so why do you keep hounding us? Sikong Yi's furious voice carried over. Li Fan did not reply, merely accelerated again. You really go too far. Seeing this, Sikong Yi actually gave up fleeing and turned to meet Li Fan head-on. A pity, I prepared for this long ago. Li Fan stared at the two of them, an inscrutable light flashing in his eyes. Ever since learning from Sikong Yuan that Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun often moved together, Li Fan had intentionally purchased some targeted magic artifacts in the Heavenly Profound Mirror to better deal with the pair. Li Fan took out a black chain from his storage ring. He aimed one end at Sikong Yi and the other at Bailey Chun. With a light toss, the black chain rapidly extended and, with lightning speed, bound Sikong Yi and Bailey Chun together. The chain suddenly tightened. Bailey Chun, who had been fleeing as fast as lightning, was violently yanked back and rolled towards Sikong Yi. Soul locking chain. Li Fan had spent 958 contribution points to commission a Foundation Establishment Artificer of the Myriad Immortals Alliance to custom forge it. Once two people were locked by the chain, they could no longer separate by too great a distance. Finally, looking at the two now chained together, Li Fan took out another formation diagram. Azure Wood Violet Flame Formation. A full 1,500 contribution points. Its power was formidable. Once activated, an ordinary chi refining cultivator would not last even half an hour before being reduced to ashes. Li Fan's face remained expressionless as he activated the Grand Formation and trapped Sikong Yi and Bailey Chin inside. Though it seemed lengthy in description, in truth in the moment Li Fan blocked Sikong Yi's golden sword chi. To the moment, he trapped the two inside the formation. Only an instant had passed. The pair had no time to make any response at all before becoming fish in a barrel with no way to escape. Who exactly are you? Seeing that every move Li Fan made was extremely targeted, how could Sikong Yi still fail to understand that this had been premeditated for a long time? Li Fan did not answer. He used the insect-binding divine power to restrain Bailey Chun. Azure Wood Violet Flame Formation. Li Fan activated the Grand Formation and burned Sikong Yi. Amid wave after wave of miserable screams, Sikong Yi was reduced to ashes. But no anomaly appeared in the sky overhead. Immediately afterward, just as Li Fan had expected, the familiar scene appeared. Beside Bailey Chun, a shadow slowly emerged. The phantom twitched faintly, then gradually condensed into a solid body. Sikong Yi had revived again. Li Fan narrowed his eyes and sneered. You really can resurrect? I refuse to believe you can keep coming back forever. He activated the Grand Formation once more. The screams continued without end, and Seekong died again. Under the burning of the azure with violet flame formation, Seekong died again and again. In the end, Li Fan discovered the problem as well. Each time he revived, his cultivation dropped. From late stage Qi refining to mid stage Qi refining, then to early stage Qi refining. Li Fan snada. Very soon, under his torment, Seekong Yi's cultivation had already fallen from late stage Qi refining to early stage Qi refining. A look of despair appeared on Seekong Yi's face. He was nearly broken and began begging Li Fan for mercy. Trembling, Seekong Yi said, "Whatever you want to know, I can tell you. Just stop torturing me." In order to stay alive, he chose to reveal all the secrets he carried. Seekong Yi hurriedly said, "I can't revive anymore. If you activate the formation again, both he and I will die. The technique I cultivate is the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art. It can create a split body, different from an external incarnation. This split body has its own appearance, aura, soul, realm, and cultivation. When creating a split body, if you add the remains of a deceased cultivator or mix in the essence blood of a living cultivator, you can steal a portion of the talent and fortune that originally belonged to the other party and graft it onto the split body. I happened to discover the corpse of a disciple of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, and that is how I made this split body, Bailey Chun. Through this split body, not only did I obtain a technique called the Ocean Stilling Divine Sword, but I also learned some of the secrets of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace for back then. Later, I discovered a bounty mission worth as much as 100,000 contribution points. The target was the Cloudwater Atlas within the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. The mission details were to recover the Cloudwater Atlas for a reward of 100,000 contribution points. So when the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace reappeared, I immediately rushed over. I had intended to obtain the Cloudwater Atlas and claim the 100,000 contribution points, which would make my path of cultivation far easier. I never expected to run into you. Staring at Li Fan, he asked in a trembling voice, "Who exactly are you? How did you set your sights on me?" Li Fan listened in silence, his expression shifting constantly. After a while, violet flames flickered. Li Fan said coldly, "You are not qualified to ask me questions." After dying 3 times in succession, Seekong Yi finally could no longer revive, and Bailey Chun, after Seekong Yi's death, also turned to ash. Qi refining cultivators truly made far less of a commotion than foundation establishment cultivators. There were no magnificent heavenly phenomena like brilliant fireworks. Only 2 streaks of red cloud suddenly appeared. Qi refining cultivator Seekong Yi, who cultivated for 35 years, was slain by Qi refining cultivator Li Fan in the Songyan region. Qi refining cultivator Bailey Chun, who cultivated for 3 years, was slain by Qi refining cultivator Li Fan in the Songyan region. Now their bodies have perished and their Tao has vanished, and they return to the heavens. At the place where Seekong Yi vanished, a black token floated silently in midair. Li Fan reached out and took the token, and immediately a stream of information surfaced in his mind. Heaven-stealing, sun-swapping token. Whoever holds this token becomes the master of the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping sect. This was the supreme treasure of the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping sect, a mysterious sect that had existed since ancient times. The sect had no fixed location, and in fact, each generation had only a single inheritor. The heaven-stealing, sun-swapping token had been created several thousand years ago by Seekong Yu, the 38th sect master. This token possessed wondrous functions and contained an extremely vast storage space. After refining it, it could freely move between the main body and the split body, ignoring the limitations of spatial distance. Most importantly, through the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping art, the owner could transfer the entire life essence of both the main body and the split body into the token. So long as the token was not destroyed, even if either the main body or split body was killed, one could consume the essence blood accumulated within the token to reconstruct a new body and thereby complete a resurrection. For several thousand years, relying on this bizarre token and the split body technique, no matter what danger they encountered, the people of the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping sect were always able to retreat with their lives intact. However, the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping art was not perfect and possessed fatal flaws. For example, the distance between the main body and the split body could not be too great. The greater the distance, the more the split body's strength would decline, from late-stage chi refining to mid-stage chi refining, then again to early-stage chi refining. If the limit was exceeded, in the end it could only retain the lowest cultivation of early-stage chi refining. In addition, because the essence of life was maintained inside the token, after death, part of a heaven-stealing, sun-swapping sect member's remnant soul would be bound within it and unable to break free. These remnant souls often retained certain important memory fragments from life. In moments of danger, the token's master could release them to deal with enemies. Li Fan sent his divine sense into the token. The storage space was vast but empty, and only Sikong E and another remnant soul, whose features could no longer be clearly seen, floated silently in midair. Li Fan's divine sense transformed into a giant hand and seized these two remnant souls, reading the memories that remained within them. Through this, he also clarified why the 1,000-year inheritance of the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping sect had declined to such a state. The entire cause had to begin with Sikong Yi's master, Sikong Bo. On a distant continent, Sikong Bo, a foundation establishment cultivator, was searching for materials to refine a split body. In a small village, he came across a child of 5 or 6. This child possessed an inborn immortal body. Not only was its strength immense, but its cultivation speed was terrifyingly fast as well. At that age, it had already reached the peak of chi refining and was preparing to step into foundation establishment. After secretly observing for some time, Sikong Bo discovered that this child's fate was astonishingly formidable. Every time it went alone into the deep mountains to hunt, it always returned with all kinds of heavenly treasures. If he could seize this child's fate, the split body he created would surely be extraordinary. So one night, while the child was fast asleep, Sikong Bo tried to seize its vital blood. Unexpectedly, the child had long since been chosen by a mighty nascent soul cultivator. That nascent soul expert's lifespan was nearly exhausted. Knowing he had no hope of breaking through, he had traveled everywhere in search of a body to possess. By chance, he discovered this exceptionally gifted child. Using an extreme method, he transformed himself into a rare natural treasure of heaven and earth, waiting until the child reached foundation establishment so he could merge with it perfectly. When Sikong Bo tried to seize the child's vital blood, the nascent soul expert immediately flew into a rage and revealed his true form, a sacred willow, intent on killing Sikong Bo on the spot. A natural treasure of heaven and earth, transformed from a nascent soul cultivator, had suffered a drastic decline in strength, while the other side, though only at foundation establishment, carried the legacy of a mysterious sect that had endured for 1,000 years, with layer upon layer of methods at his disposal. The two sides fought for a long time, and in the end, both were gravely injured. At that very moment, the child suddenly appeared. Its expression was cold and indifferent, completely unlike the innocent demeanor of the 5 or 6-year-old child from before. Its entire cultivation had already reached the limit of chi refining. With only a natural treasure of heaven and earth, it could step into the foundation establishment realm at any moment. The sacred willow sensed something was wrong and wanted to flee, but it was already too late. While he had been sleeping, the child had already planted all kinds of restrictions on him. They erupted all at once, and the little one immediately drew the sacred willow into its body and refined it in an instant. Seeing this, Sikong Bo was terrified beyond measure and turned to run. Naturally, the child had no intention of letting him go. Though it had only just entered foundation establishment, every movement carried the bearing of a grandmaster. Every strike landed on Sikong Bo's fatal weaknesses, and it even seemed to know his background extremely well. The two chased each other all the way. Sikong Bo, already heavily wounded, was driven into a dead end. Left with no choice, he released all the remnant souls of the sect elders preserved within the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping token to block the child's path. Those remnant souls did indeed create some interference, buying Sikong Bo enough time to flee farther away. From a distance, he saw a bolt of purple lightning descend from the sky and blast all the remnant souls into utter annihilation. That sight sent Sikong Bo into a panic, and he fled desperately in one breath all the way to this remote region of the Songyan Sea. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe. Not long after arriving in the Songyun Sea, the limit of his lifespan came due. Before dying, Sikong Bo found Sikong Yi, accepted him as his disciple, hastily passed the heaven-stealing sun-swapping art and the token onto him, and then died. If not for Li Fan, Sikong Yi would very likely have succeeded in obtaining the Cloud Water Atlas, exchanged it for 100,000 contribution points, and then used an ultra-long distance teleportation array to leave the Songyun Sea before anyone could react. No, that's not right. Recalling what had happened in his previous life, Li Fan shook his head. Perhaps Sikong, he had never actually left the Songyun Sea at all. In front of everyone, he had only pretended to teleport away, then used the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping art to return to some hidden location within the Songyun Sea. Not a bad method. Perhaps in this life, I can do the same. After all, the temptation of 100,000 contribution points is simply too great. Li Fan put away the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping token into his storage ring. There was another point that caught his attention. From the memories just now, it could be seen that cultivators could also be refined into natural treasures of heaven and earth. In fact, many such treasures were originally formed from cultivators after death. When a cultivator dies, it is not merely an empty saying that they do not simply vanish into nothingness. After being transformed by heaven and earth, cultivators become special rare objects that continue to exist between heaven and earth. If they cannot be used while alive, they are still exploited after death. This was heaven and earth's attitude toward cultivators. This trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace has yielded far too much, almost more than I can absorb. I need to spend some time returning to Myriad Immortals Island and digesting it all. Thinking this, Li Fan flew toward a nearby island. Through the teleportation array, he returned to Myriad Immortals Island. News of the appearance of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had already spread everywhere. Look, a strange sect buried in dust for 1,000 years has reappeared in the mortal world. That gentle senior brother is trying to do bad things again in the middle of the night. Top secret intelligence, 10 contribution points per copy, fair to young and old alike. Xiao Xiu Yuan was hawking intelligence. What he was selling concerned only Qin Tang's first trial, but because it was first-hand information, it was still sold at a high price, 30 contribution points per copy. The cultivators all rushed to buy it, earning Xiao Xiu Yuan a considerable sum. Li Fan returned to the heavenly profound mirror and began taking stock of his gains. This time, he had obtained the Cloudwater Dream Art taught by Qin Tang, the insect-binding divine power, Daoist Chan's Cloudwater Atlas, and Sikong Yi's ocean-stilling sword art, heaven-stealing sun-swapping art, and heaven-stealing sun-swapping token. The Cloudwater Dream Art had countless wondrous uses and would be of great help to his next plan, so he definitely had to cultivate it. As for Sikong Yi's things, the ocean-stilling sword art could be cultivated all the way to the Golden Core realm. At great completion, one could condense 108 ocean-stilling swords in the Dantian. In a one-on-one battle, 100 swords could be unleashed at once. Against groups, they could form the ocean-stilling sword formation. This was a top-tier killing art with extraordinary power. But for now, there was no need to cultivate it in haste. Right now, it was the 12th year after the anchor. In his previous life, the crimson flames boiling the sea would appear in the 31st year. Before, he had still hesitated over whether to involve himself in that great event. But now, with this stroke of fortune in hand, if he combined a split body with the Cloudwater Dream Art, then even if he hid on a distant continent, it was not impossible for him to stir up storms in the Songyun Sea. Finally, there was the Cloud Water Atlas. Li Fan thought to himself that if he had not personally taken this from the hands of Supreme Unity, he himself would not have believed that this was the legendary Cloud Water Atlas. There might truly be some secret hidden within it, but if it could not be deciphered, then holding it was no different from keeping tasteless scraps. Exchanging it for 100,000 contribution points was still the most suitable choice. If my true body submits it directly, that would be far too conspicuous. It would be better to refine the split body first and decide the rest later. Fortunately, most of the materials needed to refine a split body were not too expensive. After preparing everything, Li Fan left Myriad Immortals Island and, following Sikong Yi's memories, found a small, uninhabited island. Just as he was about to refine the split body, he spotted Xiao Shuyuan again. Li Fan immediately used an invisibility talisman to conceal both his form and aura. At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out, "What are you doing?" Xiao Shuyuan turned around and looked behind him, where a figure concealed by invisibility had just appeared. He probed carefully. Fellow Taoist Sikong? Clearly, he had mistaken Li Fan for Sikong Yi. Li Fan simply went along with it and said coldly, "Earlier, you sent people to secretly follow us. You intended to sneak into my cave dwelling while I was away." Xiao Shuyuan laughed loudly. "A misunderstanding, just a misunderstanding." His eyes darted around, and he quickly asked, "May I ask where fellow Taoist Bailey is?" Li Fan did not answer. He directly took out the azure wood violet flame formation and trapped Xiao Shuyuan inside it. Violet flames flickered. Amid miserable screams, Xiao Shuyuan turned to ashes. A faint scorched odor, like burnt wood, drifted through the air. As expected, it was still only a puppet. Li Fan was not surprised. He flew deeper into the uninhabited island, stopped in front of a completely ordinary-looking coconut tree, and reached out to touch it lightly. After confirming the aura, he felt a pulling force and followed it into the trunk. It was called a cave dwelling, but in truth, it was extremely simple. Still, Li Fan was only borrowing this place temporarily, so he did not care much. He wasted no more thought on trivialities, took out all the necessary materials, adjusted his breathing, calmed his mind, and began refining. This time, when refining the split body, Li Fan did not intend to expend too much effort seizing another cultivator's fate. In his plan, this split body was only meant to serve as a decoy, drawing everyone's attention so that he could smoothly exchange for the 100,000 contribution points. Bones, organs, flesh, skin, hair all gradually took shape. After that, Li Fan adjusted the split body's appearance. Sometime later, a face with a somewhat dazed expression appeared before him. Li Fan stared at it for a long while, then nodded twice lightly. For a first time refining a split body, it's not bad. Next came the final step, severing the connection between the split body and his destiny. Li Fan focused his mind, raised a finger to the split body's crown, and slashed downward. The connection of destiny was severed, and the split body finally became a complete independent entity. Li Fan and the split body looked at each other. An extra body, an entirely new perspective. This feeling was truly somewhat wondrous. After a moment, Li Fan slowly adapted to it. The split body bowed toward the true body and said, "Greetings, fellow Taoist." The true body smiled faintly. "From this day on, your name is Lin Fan." Split body Lin Fan was one minor realm lower than the true body, possessing only mid-stage Qi refining cultivation. After handing the Cloud Water Atlas to the split body, Li Fan controlled him to join the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Then the two headed back to Myriad Immortals Island by different routes. In the eyes of outsiders, they had never had any contact with each other. Lin Fan entered the heavenly profound mirror, took out the Cloud Water Atlas, and chose to complete the mission worth 100,000 contribution points. After waiting a long time with no response, Li Fan almost thought that something had gone wrong. At last, the voice of the heavenly profound mirror sounded again, unable to determine the authenticity of the Cloud Water Atlas. "Please wait a moment. The person who issued the mission requests a visit to your space. Do you accept?" Lin Fan froze for a moment, then immediately chose yes. "Accept." A moment later, an elderly man with graying hair and a kindly face appeared behind Lin Fan. There was not the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura on him. He looked like an ordinary mortal. Lin Fan carefully bowed. "Greetings, Senior." The white-haired old man laughed warmly in reply. No need to be so formal. I am merely an old man who should have died long ago, but hasn't. Lin Fan thought to himself that the silver-haired elder looked somewhat familiar, yet he could not remember where he had seen him before. From the other party, he could not sense the slightest aura of a cultivator. He was exactly like an ordinary mortal. There was no doubt about it. This man's cultivation was far too high, far beyond the range Li Fan could currently perceive. After a pause, the kindly white-haired old man asked, "Are you the one who wishes to hand over the Cloudwater Atlas?" Lin Fan nodded and then presented the 7-colored miniature model. "Yes, senior. Please have a look." The white-haired elder said, "That's right, this is it." He accepted the miniature Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, examined it carefully, and his eyes filled with endless nostalgia. "Anhai, supreme unitu, fin." It has been a long time. Hearing those words, Lin Fan's heart trembled slightly. Judging from the meaning behind them, this old man was someone of the same generation as Grand Patriarch Supreme Unity. The Cloudwater Heavenly Palace had been destroyed who knew how many years ago, yet this man had somehow survived until now. After the Great Calamity, cultivators were usually targeted by the malice of heaven and earth and could no longer enjoy the same long lifespans as ancient cultivators. To live 1,000 years was already unimaginably difficult. Just what level of cultivation was required to live this long? Then the old man asked, "What is the state of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace now?" Lin Fan described how Qin Tang had turned into a leaf statue, how Daoist Chong had refined his own body into a pill, and how Supreme Unity had been pierced all over by countless broken swords. After a long silence, the old man let out a boundless sigh. "Good. If not for certain special reasons preventing me from entering the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, I would not have had to watch them suffer like that all this time." He sized Lin Fan up and praised him. "To have survived coming out of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, you truly do possess a bit of intelligence and caution." Lin Fan replied modestly, "It was only luck." The white-haired elder suddenly asked, "I have one more commission. Would you be willing to accept it?" Lin Fan said, "Please speak, senior." The white-haired old man took out a small white jade statue and handed it to Lin Fan. "If you have time, make another trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace for me and place this object there. Since I cannot personally enter the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace, let this statue remain by their side in my stead." At this point, he pondered for a moment and then continued, "As for your compensation." As he finished speaking, the old man raised a hand and pointed at Lin Fan's glabella. In an instant, countless pieces of information appeared in Lin Fan's mind. With only the divine sense strength of a mid-stage chi refining cultivator, he could not help but feel dizzy, disoriented, and as if his head were swelling with pain. By the time he recovered, the old man's figure had long since disappeared from the heavenly profound mirror. The 100,000 contribution points had already been transferred into his account. Unexpectedly, the old man had even given him extra compensation of his own, the Celestial Physician Immortal Canon. This was not a cultivation art, but a medical canon. The amount of information was so vast that if he only read through it once, it would probably take at least 10 years or more. Its contents covered not only human physiology, pathology, diagnosis, treatment, and medicinal substances, but even extended to all kinds of animals and plants of heaven and earth as objects of study. It could truly be said to encompass everything under the heavens. Such an immense and precious treasury of knowledge. And that old man had transmitted it to me so casually. It really is a good thing. But unfortunately, learning it would consume far too much energy. For now, I can only set it aside temporarily. As for the old man's commission, I dare not delay. After all, he already paid me in advance. So I made another trip to the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. I had thought that upon entering again, I would once more experience Senior Brother Qin Tang's dream trial. But unexpectedly, I appeared directly before the main gate of the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Perhaps because of this white jade statue, I did not fall into Qin Tang's illusion. The moment I took out the statue, it floated into the air by itself and, like melting snow, slowly dissolved and vanished. A while later, no abnormal phenomenon appeared anywhere in the Cloudwater Heavenly Palace. Lin Fan thought to himself, the mission should count as completed this time. If anything, it was too simple, too smooth, since he had no idea what that statue actually did and could see no hidden mystery in it whatsoever. whatsoever, he could only leave. Returning to the heavenly, profound mirror, I looked at my balance of over 100,000 contribution points and fell into thought. 100,000 contribution points. Originally, after the split body obtained this amount, I had planned for it to directly exchange for the cultivation arts and treasures I needed, then hand them over to my true body. But after seeing that silver-haired old man, I abandoned that idea. Now it seemed that it was better for the split body and the true body not to have any connection whatsoever. Although the split body could not purchase things for the true body, these 100,000 contribution points also could not be wasted in the split body's hands. After all, in this world, the most precious thing was all kinds of knowledge, including cultivation arts. When the split body read and absorbed knowledge, it was equivalent to the true body absorbing it as well. Therefore, I controlled the split body to purchase information related to the cultivation world and begin memorizing it. After deducting various expenditures, the split body headed to Glazed Glass Island. My true body also took advantage of the night to travel by teleportation array to Glazed Glass Island. He Jinghao had likely gone to investigate that cave dwelling and had not yet returned. I concealed myself and quietly made my way to the ship Captain Zhang Haobu's house. At this time, there were still 19 years left before the crimson flames boiling the sea. The split body had already finished refining certain things, so some arrangements could be made in advance. The Cloudwater Dream art was activated. Zhang Haobu suddenly jolted awake from a nightmare, his whole body drenched in cold sweat. He panted heavily, the fear in his heart still not gone. He told himself, this is Glazed Glass Island. Could all of that really have been just a terrible dream? But what kind of dream could be that real? In the dream, during one of his fishing trips at sea, he had salvaged a corpse, and with that corpse there had also been a book. Though it had been soaked in seawater, the writing on it was still perfectly clear. On the cover were the words, Ocean Stilling Sword Art. Relying on that cultivation art, in the dream, within little more than a dozen years, his cultivation had advanced at a meteoric pace, carrying him all the way from an ordinary mortal to the late stage of chi refining. He had originally had hope of reaching foundation establishment, but unexpectedly, a translucent crimson figure suddenly appeared in the sky above the Songyan Sea. In its hand was a tiny flame, looking extremely weak, yet burning brilliantly. It was that very flame that, over the next dozen years, slowly boiled the entire Songyan Sea dry. My family, my friends, my homeland, everything around me was completely destroyed. The Songyan Sea became a dead zone that no one could enter or leave. Torrents of scorching fire descended from the sky, burning myriad immortals' island to ashes. There the nightmare ended. For a long while, Zhang Haobu still could not calm down. He asked himself, was that really only a dream? How could a mortal like him dream with such clarity? Myriad immortals' island, the heavenly profound mirror. These were things he had never even imagined before. And there was even that cultivation art as well. Zhang Haobu's eyes suddenly focused. Wait. The ocean-stilling sword art suddenly surfaced in his mind. Every word and sentence incomparably clear. All of that was not a dream. His heart shook violently. I was reborn. He had read quite a few strange novels before, stories in which someone died and was reborn decades into the past. He had never imagined that one day such a thing would happen to him. He immediately told himself, no, I have to calm down and think carefully about what happened in my previous life. But after a while, that crimson figure was still all that filled his mind. Of the events of his previous life, only a few major incidents still remained somewhat clear in his memory. But even so, this was already enough. He turned to look at his wife, still fast asleep, and his gaze gradually became resolute. There was still more than 10 years before that tragedy would occur. In this life, he would definitely prepare early and protect his loved ones and his homeland. In the darkness, Li Fan watched He Jinghao's expression changing nonstop. Seeing that he had no intention of immediately fleeing, Li Fan gave a slight nod. Li Fan thought to himself, the so-called rebirth that Zhang Haobu imagined was in truth just the effect of his Cloudwater dream art. Using the future he had truly experienced as a template to fabricate a false dream and deceive a mortal was not difficult to begin with. Unfortunately, his current cultivation was still low, and there were still many flaws in the construction of the dream. To increase its credibility, he had even paid a considerable price, arranging for the ocean-stilling sword art to appear at the Foundation establishment stage. Also that Zhang Haobo would push the Myriad Immortals Alliance into confronting the Crimson Flames in his place. Of course, to prevent Zhang Haobo from being so frightened by the might of the Crimson Flames that he simply ran away, Li Fan had also planted psychological suggestions into the dream, making him feel a sense of responsibility and a desire to stop the tragedy for the sake of his family and friends. At the same time, he had adjusted the strength of the Crimson Flames so that it no longer felt invincible, but rather something that could be defeated. For now, the effect seemed quite good. In the future, every so often, he would come back here and continue reinforcing it with the Cloudwater Dream Art. Thinking this, Li Fan secretly locked onto Zhang Haobo with his formless killing intent in case he tried to sneak away, then prepared to return to Myriad Immortals Island. Suddenly, while flying, Li Fan sensed that something was off. He stopped and secretly observed. Under the night sky, most of the people on Glazed Glass Island had already fallen asleep. The island was pitch black, but why was Steward Zhao's residence still lit and hung all over with white mourning cloth? Li Fan immediately swept the area with his divine sense, then descended into Steward Zhao's courtyard and entered the mourning hall inside. Li Fan stared blankly at the inscription on the spirit tablet, lost in thought. Spirit tablet of the late immortal master He Zhenghao. He Zhenghao was dead? Li Fan was not especially shocked. Instead, he was filled with deep puzzlement. He could not help but ask, how did fellow Taoist he die? Steward Zhao was startled at first, but immediately turned around and respectfully replied, reporting to Immortal Master, I heard that when Immortal Master he was exploring a cave estate, he triggered a mechanism and unfortunately lost his life. It has been 56 days now. Li Fan could not help recalling how He Zhenghao had once sent word. A few friends recently discovered an ancient cave estate and invited me to explore it with them. I heard that this cave estate was sealed off before the great calamity descended. There are certainly many rare treasures inside, perhaps even cultivation techniques. In his previous life, when he met He Zhenghao again, it was more than 10 years later, and at that time the man was still alive and well. So why had he died now this time? This meant that in his previous life, He Zhenghao had not taken part in this cave estate expedition. The reason for the change was that the contribution points He Zhenghao had accumulated over half a lifetime had been wiped out in a single bet. To exchange for a nascent soul cultivation method, he had decided to take a gamble. And the reason he lost his entire fortune was that the island region producing spirit bone grass had been destroyed by the strange beast long whale, making him think he had a chance to earn a huge profit. In other words, none of this had happened in his previous life. So what had caused the attack by the strange beast to occur? A thought suddenly flashed through Li Fan's mind. Inside the long whale's stomach, he had once found many glazed glass pearls that had not yet been fully digested. Glazed glass pearls were the main material for refining glazed glass pills. After taking a glazed glass pill, one could produce an effect very similar to spiritual awakening. It was precisely because this long whale had swallowed a large quantity of glazed glass pearls that it gradually developed intelligence. By a twist of fate, it came across an island region where spirit bone grass was cultivated. That spirit herb must have had some kind of benefit for it. So the long whale launched a surprise attack and swallowed most of the spirit bone grass on the island. The reason it had been able to swallow so many glazed glass pearls was because in his previous life, when he transformed into the Songhai, he had once seen the gigantic skeleton of a glazed glass fish. Inside its remains was an enormous glazed glass pearl glinting under the sunlight. Therefore, in this life, when he happened to pass by, he casually killed that glazed glass fish leader. Once the school of glazed glass fish lost its leader, it became like a headless dragon, left completely helpless before the long whale's predation. In that case, it was precisely one of his earlier unintentional actions that had led to He Zhenghao's death, and perhaps not He Zhenghao's alone. He killed the glazed glass fish leader, causing the entire school to lose its ability to resist other creatures hunting, which in turn allowed the long whale to swallow a large quantity of glazed glass pearls and develop intelligence. After the long whale gained intelligence, its cultivation rose sharply, and it destroyed all the spirit bone grass on an entire island. The spirit bone grass was destroyed and then further manipulated in secret by others, causing countless people to lose everything. The final result was that many Foundation establishment cultivators died ahead of their time. So even Foundation establishment cultivators could be killed so easily. This was the true way to employ the killing intent of heaven and earth. Li Fan could not help but feel a surge of emotion, his thoughts racing in all directions. Inside the heavenly profound mirror, while immersed in all sorts of secret records, Lin Fan's expression suddenly changed. To kill someone, there was no need to act personally. With the foresight and premonition granted by returning to truth, he could completely do as he had done in killing He Jianghao, through arrangement and setup, crossing time and space, taking another's life from 10,000 miles away or even several years in advance. If not for He Jinghao's accidental death, he likely would have needed a long time yet before realizing this. Life and death were linked. Thinking this, Li Fan sincerely offered a stick of incense before He Jinghao's spirit tablet. Li Fan said softly, "Fellow Taoist, your death can at least be said to have had meaning. Rest assured, in your next life, I certainly won't treat you poorly." At that moment, Steward Zhao cautiously asked, "This immortal master seems to have had a rather good relationship with immortal master He." Li Fan had intended to answer at once, but suddenly remembered something. After pondering for a moment, he said, "Immortal master He and I have known each other for about 40 years. He often took care of me. This time I was away on business and did not know that he had passed away. Today, by chance, I saw fellow Taoist He's spirit tablet. It truly came as a shock." At this point, Li Fan shook his head and sighed. Steward Zhao also said with emotion, "Since I learned that immortal master He had died and set up this mourning hall for him, 26 days have passed. Immortal master, you are the first person and also the only person to come offer him respects. Recently, more than a dozen immortal masters have come to the island. If they weren't here to search for his belongings, then they were here to compete for the position of resident immortal master of Glazed Glass Island. Now that the new resident immortal master has already taken office, I'm afraid even my position as steward will be hard to keep. I have still not fulfilled immortal master He's dying instructions. I truly feel ashamed in my heart. Fortunately, I met you today." As he spoke, Steward Zhao looked as though a great burden had been lifted. Li Fan froze. "Fellow Taoist, He's dying instructions?" Steward Zhao nodded. "That's right. Before his death, fellow Taoist, he entrusted an item to me and instructed that if anything happened to him in the future, I should hand that item over to the first fellow Taoist to come offer respects after his death." Hearing this, Li Fan asked with some surprise, "Why would he entrust something to a mortal like you?" Steward Zhao replied, "I won't hide it from Immortal Master. When I was young, by a stroke of chance, I once saved Immortal Master He's life. Originally, Immortal Master He wanted to guide me onto the path of cultivation, but I was afraid that the road of Tao cultivation would be too arduous, so I only asked for a job. For all these years, I have served by Immortal Master He's side, and so he came to trust me." As he spoke, Steward Zhao took out a box and offered it up with both hands, saying uneasily, "The item inside this box is Immortal Master He's possession. As for what it does exactly, I do not know." Li Fan opened the box and saw only a spirit talisman engraved with the character Myriad. This was a past talisman from Myriad Immortals Island, but what was special about it? For a moment, even Li Fan could not tell. Seeing that Steward Zhao was somewhat nervous and uneasy, Li Fan thought for a moment and then said, "As for the matter with the new resident master, I will help speak a word for you. But whether you can keep your post or not, I cannot guarantee." Hearing this, Steward Zhao was overjoyed and quickly dropped to his knees, kowtowing again and again in thanks to the immortal master. At last, a burden in his heart had been lifted. The man before him was not lying, and was the first person to come pay respects to Immortal Master He. Handing the relic over to him could be considered the completion of the instructions he had received. After a long silence, Steward Zhao said in a low voice, "Immortal Master, cultivating all the way to the end only to die even earlier than I do, with no one even collecting the bones, it really seems meaningless." Li Fan entered the island protecting Great Formation and met the new resident master. He told the man that steward Zhao was an old acquaintance of his and asked that he be allowed to keep his post managing the affairs of Glazed Glass Island, since in the end it was only a mortal's position. The other party considered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. After the two exchanged communication talismans, Li Fan hurried back to the heavenly, profound mirror. After some searching, he finally came to understand the purpose of that past talisman. Besides serving as proof for entering and leaving Myriad Immortals Island, a past talisman could also be used to store evidence. The stored item was not kept inside the heavenly profound mirror, but in a place known as the Myriad Treasury Pavilion. This Myriad Treasury Pavilion was not on Myriad Immortals Island, but on Hidden Orchid Island to the north of the Songyan Sea. After understanding the talisman's use, Li Fan did not delay. He immediately made a trip to Hidden Orchid Island and finally retrieved He Jinghao's relic. It was a jade slip. Inside the jade slip was an unfinished work by He Jinghao explaining the 100 Meridians array diagram. It recorded in detail all kinds of special insights, along with some of his innovative ideas regarding formations. Along with the jade slip was a message left by He Jinghao. He Jinghao's message said, "In this life, I have loved only the Tao of formations. I devoted myself to it for several decades and went through countless hardships, only barely managing to complete a little more than half of the details of the 100 Meridians array diagram." He Jinghao continued, "This time, in going to explore the cave estate, the risk should not be great in principle, but one is never afraid of 10,000 things, only of the one exception. If I truly meet with misfortune, then death itself is not worth mentioning. What I fear is that the labor of my entire life, this 100 Meridians array diagram, will be buried forever and vanish into obscurity." He Jinghao said, "Therefore, I have made arrangements in advance. I hope that the cultivator who receives this spirit talisman, if he is an acquaintance, can deliver this array diagram to any formation grandmaster on Myriad Immortals Island, in the hope that it may be completed." Finally, He Jinghao spoke of his own private thoughts. He Jinghao said, "The cultivation method I practice is called the mountain sitting art. Its greatest characteristic is that one sits on the mountain and enjoys the fruits of others' labor." He Jinghao sighed. As for the benefits of the mountain sitting art, there are indeed many. Unfortunately, cultivating it is extremely difficult. If not for that, I would not need to risk entering this ancient cave estate merely to exchange for another cultivation method. Li Fan said softly, "Fellow Taoist, you truly left me with a difficult problem." He put away the jade slip, and a strange light flickered in his eyes. To sit on the mountain and reap the rewards. He had never expected there to be such a cultivation method in this world. Unfortunately, He Jinghao had only mentioned it in passing and had not left the method itself behind. Could fellow Taoist's remains still be found? The mountain sitting art truly suited him too well. It could maximize the advantage of returning to truth's foresight. Before, not knowing of it was one thing, but now that he knew its wondrousness, then this cultivation method was something he absolutely had to obtain. No one could stop him. Thus, Li Fan began investigating information on the ancient cave estate where He Jinghao had died. Of the group that had gone with He Jinghao, all 5 Foundation establishment cultivators had perished. Only one golden core cultivator had fortunately survived. This cave estate was located inside an undersea volcano. In the past, because the volcano had lain dormant, it had never been discovered. Only when it suddenly erupted not long ago did passing cultivators discover the cave estate hidden within it. Based on the information they had obtained, this place was merely the cave estate of an ancient golden core cultivator named True Man Tianyang. Logically speaking, when exploring the cave estate of a golden core cultivator, even if He Jinghao's group could not return laden with treasure, it should not have been too difficult for them to escape danger with their lives intact. But after they penetrated deeper into the cave estate and accidentally activated a restriction, they discovered that this True Man Tianyang was far from ordinary. What he cultivated was actually the art of mechanisms from ancient times, long since lost today. In an instant, more than 10 Firestone puppet mechanisms were activated and surrounded the entire group. In the end, only the golden core cultivator Zheng Xiyun escaped alive, and only after desperately enduring heavy injuries. The remaining 5 Foundation establishment cultivators all died miserably at the hands of the mechanism puppets. This shocking news not only failed to reduce people's desire to explore the cave estate, but instead stirred their enthusiasm even more. Quite apart from the priceless mechanism puppets inside the cave estate, the inherited belongings left behind by those 5 Foundation establishment cultivators alone were enough to make many people's eyes turn red with greed. It was said that the second exploration team was already gathering. This time, the leader was a nascent soul great power, Goshuan True Lord. Whether this expedition would succeed or not was unknown, but all of its participants were major golden core and nascent soul cultivators. Li Fan thought to himself that he did not intend to join in. No matter how many treasures there were, it would not come to the point that anyone would fight him over fellow Daoists' remains. Perhaps he could issue a bounty mission. The mountain-sitting art was unlike the cultivation methods exchanged from the Myriad Immortals Alliance. It was a method from before the Great Calamity. If no copy remained, then it was very likely to be truly lost. And with the heaven-stealing, sun-swapping art, he had hope of reconstructing a lost cultivation method from a cultivator's remains. First, he would retrieve fellow Daoists' bones and consider the rest afterward. To issue a bounty mission, he needed contribution points, so he had to take missions and earn more. The matter of refining split bodies could only be done personally, so this task was more suitable for his true body. Thus, he selected a bounty mission and used memories from his previous life to provide information in exchange for 1,000 contribution points. The instant the points were in hand, he immediately posted a bounty mission with a reward of 500 points. In the mission, he said that he had shared a friendship of more than 40 years with He Jianghao and that they had been very close. He could not bear to see the other's corpse abandoned in the wilderness, and so wished to recover his remains for burial. Not long afterward, someone accepted the mission. After handling everything, Li Fan continued cultivating the Cloudwater Dream Art. To prevent Zhang Haobo from straying from the path of growth he had arranged, Li Fan had to adjust the dream for him from time to time. At present, Zhang Haobo was still only immortal, so controlling him was not difficult. But once he truly stepped onto the path of cultivation, Li Fan would need to break through the Cloudwater Dream Art to the second layer before he could continue influencing his thoughts. 3 months later, on Glazed Glass Island, aboard the Songhai, Zhang Haobo stood at the bow, facing the sea wind and looking out over the distant surface of the water, his brows slightly furrowed as though searching for something. Suddenly, he noticed a reef ahead that looked somewhat familiar. Overjoyed, he immediately leaped off, diving straight into the sea and making all the nearby sailors cry out in alarm. Zhang Haobo quickly adapted to the dim underwater environment and dived deep toward the seabed. He kept swimming along the bottom. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, his speed surged, and he shot toward a corpse half buried in the mud, digging the body out of the silt. Zhang Haobo indeed found a book at its chest, The Ocean Stilling Sword Art. Zhang Haobo stroked the cover in astonishment. Everything was exactly the same as in his memory. He muttered, so it really wasn't a dream. I truly was reborn. I can't delay any longer. I have to raise my cultivation as quickly as possible. Only then can I stop this calamity. He continued speaking to himself. Chi refining cultivation alone definitely won't be enough. My status is too low, and my words carry too little weight. I won't be able to make others believe me. At the very least, I have to reach Foundation establishment, perhaps even Golden Core. His gaze gradually became resolute as Zhang Haobo tucked the book into his chest. On the Songhai, Li Fan remained concealed, silently observing Zhang Haobo from afar. Sure enough, his fate had undergone a marvelous change. The path of cultivation was originally one where each step was faster than the last. In this life, under Li Fan's guidance, he had begun cultivating more than 10 years earlier. Once fate changed, it would move on its own, like standing at the mouth of the wind. The strong would only grow stronger. In a sudden moment of realization, Li Fan could not help but let out a low laugh. Li Fan said softly, "Perhaps you truly will bring me a surprise. I very much look forward to your performance." In a relaxed mood, Li Fan slowly flew back toward Glazed Glass Island. Just as he was about to use the teleportation array to return to Myriad Immortals Island, he saw Yuan Xing with an unusually grave expression. This was the new resident master of Glazed Glass Island. Yuan Xing Li Fan politely asked fellow Daoist Yuan, Were you looking for me for some matter? Yuan Xing came back to himself, looked at Li Fan, and sighed. Something has happened. The cave estate expedition led by Goshuan True Lord has been completely wiped out. Even Goshuan True Lord himself did not make it out. Li Fan stared in shock and asked, how could that be? Wasn't it said to be only the cave estate of a golden core cultivator? Why would even a nascent soul major cultivator die there? Yuan Xing shook his head. No one knows the exact situation. We only know that the cave estate entrance has been temporarily sealed off. After speaking, he sighed again. On all of Myriad Immortals Island, there are only a little more than 10 nascent soul cultivators in total. Now, one has suddenly been lost. The damage can be said to be enormous. Not to mention that before this, for Golden Core cultivators and 5 Foundation Establishment cultivators had already died one after another in the 2 expeditions. Li Fan saw that Yuan Xing seemed troubled and thought to himself that the man's worry appeared to have another cause as well. But since Yuan Xing did not say it, Li Fan could not very well ask further. After exchanging a few more words, Li Fan returned to Myriad Immortals Island through the teleportation array. Only after making inquiries did he learn the reason for Yuan Xing's anxiety. It turned out that the backer behind Yuan Xing had been none other than Goshuan True Lord, who had just died. It was precisely because of that connection that he had been able to become the resident master of Glazed Glass Island. His seat had not even grown warm before his backing fell first. A nascent soul great power had died, so that cave estate was indeed extremely dangerous. It would be very difficult to recover fellow Daoist his remains in a short time. Li Fan had originally thought so, but a few days later, the situation seemed to change again. The first team, led by Golden Core cultivators, faced puppets that were all at the Golden Core level. The second team, led by a nascent soul cultivator, encountered puppets that had all reached the nascent soul level. The Myriad Immortals Alliance had uncovered one rule of True Man Tianyang's cave estate. These puppet mechanisms possessed a bizarre trait. They were weak against the weak and strong against the strong. This trait clearly had its limits. After all, when he was alive, True Man Tianyang had only been at the Golden Core realm. If they were weak against the weak, that also meant that if a chi refining cultivator entered the cave estate, the puppets would only be at the chi refining level. In the chi refining stage, would he not be almost invincible? His insect burst divine ability and blue flame illusory spirit could both render those puppets completely defenseless. Thinking of this, Li Fan could not help feeling tempted and wanted to personally explore this cave estate. But immediately afterward, he rejected the idea. If those puppet mechanisms truly only weakened before the weak and strengthened before the strong, then the Myriad Immortals Alliance could simply secretly gather a group of late-stage chi refining cultivators, charge into the cave estate, and bring all the puppets out. Clearly, there had to be something else strange about the puppets in this cave estate. He was not the only one who understood this reasoning. The Myriad Immortals Alliance had certainly realized it as well. Yet there were still many people clinging to wishful thinking, believing themselves chosen by fate. More than 30 of them joined forces and carried out a third exploration of True Man Tianyang's cave estate. 10 days later, this exploration team returned in a miserable state. Through tears, they recounted what had happened inside the cave estate. Those puppets were simply too powerful. No one knew what material their bodies were made from, but they were incomparably sturdy. Every spell that struck them had no effect whatsoever and did not even leave a mark. The toughness of their bodies had originally been enough to withstand attacks from nascent soul cultivators. Li Fan could not help wondering how this cave estate had ultimately been dealt with in his previous life at this point in time. After joining the Myriad Immortals Alliance in that life, he had never heard anyone mention True Man Tianyang's cave estate. Clearly, by then, it had already disappeared long ago. In truth, it was not as if there were no way to break the deadlock. As long as they used human wave tactics to hold back the puppets, they could push deeper into the cave estate to search for lucky opportunities. But no one was willing to risk their own life to benefit someone else. And so, fewer and fewer cultivators continued paying attention to True Man Tianyang's cave estate. Li Fan also gradually calmed down and focused on cultivation. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. One day in the 13th year after anchoring, Li Fan vaguely sensed something. The formless killing intent he had locked on a Zhang Haobua seemed to show signs of weakening. In less than a year, Zhang Haobua had gone from a mortal to breaking through into the qi refining stage. Very good. He was even faster than Li Fan had expected. Perhaps, before Crimson Flames boiling the sea occurred, he really could reach the golden core stage. 3 months later, while Li Fan was in seclusion, he received news from Yuan Xing fellow Daoist Li. Do you know that a remarkable figure has recently appeared on Glazed Glass Island? Li Fan's eyes lit up slightly, and he listened with interest. Yuan Xing sent over an image. In it, 17 giant dark red puppets were swinging enormous fists as they engaged in fierce combat, with the blue water swords before them. At the center of the encirclement stood only one person. It was unexpectedly Zhang Haobua. 7 blue swords floated beside him, spinning without end and forming a defensive ring. At the same time, he had to divide his attention to control 7 water swords, facing the entire group of puppets alone. Not long afterward, 3 puppets found an opening, broke through the sword ring, and closed in on Zhang Haobua from both flanks. In an instant, 3 of the 7 blue swords guarding him shot out to block them. Seizing that moment, Zhang Haobua sprang backward. In the blink of an eye, despite the furious roars of the puppets, he had already escaped from the cave estate. A moment later, Yuan Xing's self-satisfied voice came through. What do you think, fellow Daoist Li? Li Fan feigned ignorance and replied, These 17 puppets are from True Man Tianyang's cave estate. To fight them alone and still withdraw unscathed. Who is this person? Yuan Xing laughed loudly and introduced him. This man's name is Zhang Haobua. A little over a year ago, he was still just a mortal. A few months ago, he broke through to the qi refining stage, and through my recommendation, he joined the Myriad Immortals Alliance. He continued, after hearing about True Man Tianyang's cave estate, he went there by himself. At first, I didn't understand what he was doing. Only later did I realize he was using those 17 puppets to train. At first, he could only hold out for a few breaths, but little by little, the length of time he could endure kept increasing. The image I sent you was also from around half a month ago. After speaking, Yuan Xing could not help sighing in admiration. TSK. If this man doesn't die, he will definitely have hope of the great Tao in the future. Li Fan echoed, fellow Daoist Yuan is absolutely right. Only Foundation establishment cultivators should be able to condense 24 ocean stilling swords. Yet Zhang Haobua managed at the moment he entered qi refining. I wonder whether he is especially suited to this cultivation method, or whether there is some other reason. Li Fan's heart stirred, and interest immediately surged within him. He set out at once for the undersea volcano, wanting to see it clearly with his own eyes. Quite a few cultivators had gathered around the volcanic crater. They paid no attention to the boiling seawater, nor did they care about the spectacle of the undersea volcano erupting. Every bit of their focus was fixed on Zhang Haobua, who was meditating up ahead. As Li Fan approached, hushed discussions drifted into his ears. One person said, this is his first battle after breaking through to mid-stage qi refining. It seems like he won't be able to last as long as before. Someone else retorted, well, you know, can't you see that the force behind his moves is already close to what it was in early stage qi refining? He's obviously still adapting to the power after his breakthrough. Another person said, that's right. In my opinion, this time he will definitely be able to last for the time it takes to drink 2 cups of tea. Amid the discussions, Zhang Haobua opened his eyes and suddenly rose to his feet. With a calm expression, he rushed straight into the volcanic crater without the slightest hesitation. He's gone in again. The crowd outside, watching for excitement, did not follow him in. They only saw a bright water screen appear in the center, displaying the scene inside the cave estate. The instant he entered, the 17 puppets immediately launched their attack. Zhang Haobua did not panic at all. His body darted forward, slipping through the gaps between the puppets. Under his control, 24 dark cyan water swords wove around his body, forming an absolute defensive ring that blocked every frenzied assault. Someone asked in astonishment, what is he trying to do? Another said, his water swords are spinning several times faster than before. Didn't he only have 24 of them? Now that they looked carefully again, Amid the crowd's cries of alarm, they saw Zhang Hao's eyes flash like lightning. His hands formed a seal. In an instant, the 24 water swords suddenly doubled their speed. The sword force fell upon the puppets like a violent storm, as if hundreds of thousands of swords were attacking them at once. Each water sword danced like a spirit, splitting into countless afterimages. In the blink of an eye, blue light crisscrossed through the entire space, as though innumerable streaks of sword light were rampaging everywhere. Outside the cave estate, the cultivators who witnessed this scene were all stunned into speechlessness, shock surging in their hearts. Someone blurted out, "Is this Zhang Hao really only at mid-stage qi refining? What cultivation method is he using? He's too strong." Another took up the words, "I heard he's only been cultivating for a year. He's truly a heaven-defying genius." Yet another said excitedly, "Fellow Taoists, hurry in. I think those puppets are being suppressed so badly they can't even lift their heads. This is a perfect chance to search for opportunities." Just then, a sturdily built man shook his head. "I don't think so. Fellow Taoist Zhang's move may be terrifying, but it must consume an enormous amount of spiritual power. He won't be able to sustain it for long. I'm afraid this time he may not even last as long as before." Li Fan stood to one side, staring intently at the image in the water screen, his brows knitting slightly. The move Zhang Hao was using was precisely the first killing move of the ocean-stilling sword art, Water Dragon's Cry. It had a wide attack range, tremendous sword speed, and terrifying power, but its spiritual power consumption was also extraordinarily great. Ordinarily, only Foundation establishment cultivators could use it. Yet, Zhang Hao was able to unleash it with merely mid-stage qi refining cultivation. His talent was truly astonishing. This move, Water Dragon's Cry, should not have been able to last long, but Zhang Hao looked completely confident, as if he was not worried about spiritual power depletion at all. Why was that? Li Fan bundarat inuarli. Just as he had yet to understand, he suddenly sensed something. His expression shifted slightly, and he turned his head to look around. Li Fan extended his hand, stopping a tiny point of blue light and examining it in his palm. In an instant, understanding dawned on him, and his heart jolted. This was pure water-attributed spiritual energy stirred into being by the attack. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Fan turned into an afterimage and shot straight into the volcanic crater before anyone else could react. Following his action, more and more people noticed the unusual spiritual energy in the surroundings. Someone said in astonishment, "Water, spiritual energy. Divine fire, spiritual energy." Another suddenly understood. "I get it now. Zhang Hao has a water spirit body. As long as he's on the sea, he practically never has to worry about spiritual energy. No matter how quickly he consumes it, the abundant surrounding water-attributed spiritual energy can continuously replenish him and help him recover rapidly." Someone shouted loudly, "Fellow Taoists, charge!" Once they understood, the qi refining cultivators all scrambled to rush into the volcanic crater in search of fortunes and opportunities. I was one step ahead of them. At that moment, I had already passed through the lava inside the volcano and entered True Man Tianyang's cave estate, skimming past the puppets that were battling Zhang Hao. My divine sense swept across the area, searching for traces of He Zhenghao's remains. But never mind an intact corpse. Not even his storage ring could be found. I could only barely identify the shattered remnants of several cultivators. The cultivators behind me had already caught up. Time was urgent, so I decisively collected all of those remains. Right at that moment, an ancient, mechanical voice suddenly rang out inside the cave estate. Li Fan came to a halt, a sense of unease rising in his heart. Someone cried out in alarm, "What's going on?" Weren't these puppets able to withstand attacks from nascent soul cultivators? Why are they starting to crack apart? Another said suspiciously, "Could it be that fellow Taoist Zhang is actually some hidden great power concealing his cultivation?" Zhang Hao himself stared in panic at the scene before him, frozen in place. The mechanical voice sounded once more, this time emerging from the countless fragments. Thousands upon thousands of overlapping voices echoed throughout True Man Tianyang's cave estate, sending chills through all who heard them. The dark red fragments began to tremble as though they had a life of their own. Slowly, they moved and gathered together. A powerful sense of danger rose in Li Fan's heart. Not good. He immediately turned around and flew straight toward the cave estate's exit. Just as he swept past the stunned Zhang Haobo, Li Fan changed direction, grabbed him along the way, and shouted, "Stop standing there, fellow Daoist Zhang. Go!" Zhang Haobo was still in shock over the puppet's sudden transformation. He only felt a pulling force appear abruptly, and his body was dragged away. Immediately afterward, from the pile of reassembled fragments, a giant black hand covered in cracks appeared before everyone's eyes. Li Fan sped all the way until he finally brought Zhang Haobo to a place extremely far away, one that could be considered safe. Zhang Haobo panted and said, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. If not for you, I, Zhang, would already have lost my life. So dangerous. I almost ruined my entire plan." At the same time, on the sea above True Man Tianyang's cave estate, heaven and earth shook violently, as if the entire Songyun Sea were trembling. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out from deep within the volcano like a peal of thunder. Amid earth-shattering detonations, thick smoke billowed upward, piercing through the layers of deep water and surging straight toward the highest heavens. After a brief moment of stillness, violent explosions erupted again from the bottom of the ocean. Rolling black dust spread for thousands of miles with the blasts. An ancient voice echoed through the air. Tianyang, all his life, was never inferior to any man. A mechanical puppet body that had been buried deep in the earth veins for several thousand years, absorbing earth fire day and night, now rose from the floor of the Songyun Sea. Countless red stones shot into the air, drawing fiery trails across the sky as they blasted in every direction. At that very moment, a cold voice carrying bone-piercing killing intent suddenly rang throughout the heavens. "Fellow Taoist, please stay your hand." An inverted mountain, dozens of times larger than the Tianyang puppet, abruptly appeared above its head. Its peak was sharp as a diamond, and it smashed downward savagely. The Tianyang puppet's expression turned proud, and it threw back its head with a shocking roar. Its two hands thrust upward, colliding head-on with the descending mountain. Boom! A shockwave exploded outward with the Tianyang puppet at its center. Tianyang, all his life. Boom! 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 The puppet's entire body tensed as it gradually lifted the mountain bit by bit. It struggled to hold it up, but countless phantom peaks suddenly appeared on the inverted mountain, and its weight multiplied in an instant. The Tianyang puppet was forced downward again. The surrounding seawater was crushed apart, forming ring after ring of enormous waves that spread in all directions. That was never inferior to any man. Under the terrifying pressure, the lower half of the puppet's body was crushed apart little by little. The repeated collisions continuously ground away at the seabed. Defeat was already close at hand, yet it still repeated that same line. In the end, the puppet was smashed to pieces by the inverted mountain. But things were not over yet. At the bottom of the Songyun Sea, earth fire erupted once again. Boom! A pillar of fire shot straight from the mountain's base to its summit. Amid the thunderous explosions, the body of the inverted mountain began to crack. At last, a fire dragon burst out from the stone, roaring as it shot into the sky. Tianyang, all his life, was never inferior to any man. The Tianyang puppet transformed into a fire dragon, soared up from the seafloor, and shattered the body of the inverted mountain. But the mountain swiftly condensed again. The two sides clashed, with victory hard to determine. Then a lazy female voice sounded out. "Interesting. Truly worthy of being the descendant of the ancient divine transformation Tao. With merely golden core aptitude, after several thousand years, it still possesses such strength." At that moment, heaven and earth suddenly darkened. It was as if a huge tear had been ripped open in the sky itself, with glimmering light shining within, like another path opening beyond the night.